The skeleton soldier is dying, having failed to protect his owner, Mr. Succubus, who lies bleeding next to him. A soldier decapitates him, and his skull rolls to her corpse. Hoping he could have been stronger and wishing for a second chance, the skull rolls and bites a soldier on the foot before being smashed. As all fades to black, assimilation rate decreases to 94.8%. The skeleton muses on his failure and wishes to rest, being disturbed by an ever louder sound before waking up inside of a coffin in a forest. As he starts to recognize the place, a blue status window pops up, informing that the inheritance is complete, making him a level 1 skeleton with the stats of a level 36, with no name. His thoughts are interrupted by a woman named Rubia claiming she had woken him, and realizing it is the same woman who made him into a skeleton soldier 20 years ago. He realizes he is back to when he first rose. He knows Rubia will soon be killed by bandits, and after some thought, remembering his dead master, he decides to save her and carries her away, finding no point in living if he can't even protect her. A scenario window appears, displaying information on Rubia just before two horsemen approach, prompting No Name and Rubia to hide. One wields a crossbow and the second a great hammer, and No Name realizes they weren't random bandits, but the mercenaries hunting Rubia. After they pass, Rubia starts to explain who she is before being shot by the crossbowman. As the great hammer user approaches Rubia, No Name strikes him in the head with a rock, but the man recovers and deals him a crushing blow to the skull with his hammer, causing him to die again and fail at protecting Rubia. He then wakes up again in the coffin, while Rubia announces herself, much to his confusion. No Name has been raised again with his memories intact, and now faces a memorial window, offering him a bonus of 20+ goodwill with necromancers or 40+ blunt resistance. Choosing the latter, he tells a surprised Rubia to hide before the mercenaries arrive, causing her to wonder how he can talk and know this. He then asks for her dagger and vows to protect her as she hides. The mercenaries approach and spread to search for Rubia, and No Name is able to ambush and kill the unassuming crossbowman, leveling up before being smashed in the skull by the great hammer user. Though the damage was mitigated by the bonus, it was still too much. The mercenary wonders if there was a dungeon nearby and proceeds to smash No Name to dust, killing him a second time. As No Name rises again, he applies the points he gained from killing the crossbowman to raise his agility. In his third life, he manages to kill the great hammer, but he was killed by the crossbowman. Finally, having gained more experience and levels, he is able to overcome and kill both mercenaries in his fourth life, succeeding in protecting Rubia after 3 deaths. As he walks with Rubia in a cave, No Name recaps his situation internally. Every time he dies, he goes back to when he was first summoned, starting at level 1 but retaining his skills and stats and receiving a memorial bonus. And if he experienced something different in his previous life, he gets a new ability. However, he doesn't know how many more times he can revive. Rubia pulls him from his thoughts, explaining that she is the daughter of Lord Ray, an honest and principled man who resisted the new changes imposed by the newly ascended, warmongering king. For this, he was assassinated, leaving Rubia orphaned. No Name recalls that the king will soon launch a massive 9-year-long war to unite all the lands under his rule, followed soon after by the resurrection of the 16 devils. He lacks the power to stop this war, but at least he can protect this girl who's been caught in the middle, though he must become stronger in order to do that, and one day meet his mistress. They agree that they should get to a village and emerge into the mountains. Though Rubia attempts to play with him, No Name points out that skeletons are usually emotionless. They are headed to Ublam, and Rubia suggests buying armor there to hide No Name's nature in order to avoid panicking the humans. She is then saved from slipping to her death, being glad at having No Name there to protect her. After crossing the mountains, they finally reach Ublam, and Rubia decides to enter the town alone while No Name waits outside in order to avoid scaring anyone. She reassures him about her safety and promises to return soon. No Name waits patiently for 3 days wondering about her, and on the 3rd day, a door opens as an old man emerges from the castle with a wheelbarrow and dumps something. Memories of his time with Rubia flash through No Name's mind as he approaches her beaten corpse. Looking down at Rubia's corpse, No Name laments failing to protect her as he hears 2 men approaching. They were Rubia's jailers, and state that she committed suicide before they could sell her, causing their superior to beat one of them. One of them departs while the other searches for the corpse, dropping his sword once he finds it and promptly being stabbed from behind with the blade by No Name before he can do anything else. When questioned, the man reveals that the owner of the inn brought the girl to them, and they were following orders from the leader of the guards, after which No Name runs him through. Closing Rubia's eyes, he decides to look for the owner of the inn. That night, No Name approaches the inn, his body covered by a cloak, and kicks the owner inside. Cowering, the man yells that he doesn't know anything regarding the 2 dead organization members who had been sent after the daughter of the Lord of Erst. as he confused No Name with someone else. No Name then informs him about Rubia's fate and interrogates him as to its cause, stabbing him through the thigh before he can escape. Terrified, the innkeeper states that he merely handed the girl over to the guards, unaware of what would happen, because the leader of the guards has to give girls over to the Necron Society to use as slaves. Before he can say anything about the society, the snake tattoo in his neck comes alive and strangles him. And No Name concludes that there must be something going on between the Necron Society and the Ublam guards. Knowing he must become stronger and remembering Rubia's advice, he dons a suit of purple plate armor. Determined not to lose anyone else, he departs. No Name slices through another skeleton soldier as he enters the Spectre's Charnel House dungeon. It's a small dungeon, and upon realizing that it has fellow skeletons, he removes his helmet and attempts in vain to connect with them, thinking on how pitiful it is to be unable to talk. As he's about to depart, an alert window pops up informing him of the incoming dungeon boss, and he turns around to see a giant, horned skeleton armed with a war mace. The boss smashes one of the dungeon skeletons and beckons the rest to attack No Name, who dons his helmet and engages in combat. He easily dispatches the minor skeletons, dodging the boss's attacks and shattering one of his legs before taking a hit. Knowing of a skeleton's weak points, he then rushes and clambers atop the boss's skull, thrusting his sword and delivering a killing blow. This kill leveled up No Name 5 times and caused a quest window to pop up promising a level 1 swordsmanship for swinging his sword 10,000 times. He reasons that, not having to eat or sleep, he can complete that quest easily, and decides to use the now vacant dungeon as his training ground. Outside the dungeon, a portly knight approaches accompanied by 2 beautiful women, one red-headed and another blonde. No Name continues to swing his sword, managing to raise his count considerably, when an alert window pops up and informs him of the presence of intruders. The portly knight boasts of his power to his female companions, with the redhead playing dumb as he shows her a bag full of expensive healing potions. She is clearly playing the knight, while the blonde woman muses on the situation, concluding that the knight has valuables and the redhead is just trying to get closer because of it. The blonde, whose name is Rena, plans to use the distraction of the monsters to kill and rob the knight. But as she leads him on, the redhead points out that, being an adventurer, Rena should take point and do reconnaissance, much to her annoyance. The knight attempts to break the argument, while inwardly lamenting that the dungeon only has weak skeletons and hoping to face a more resilient boss in order to show his cool side and get lucky with both women. Both of these women then point out they should have encountered skeletons by now, which the knight brushes off while inwardly wondering the same thing, until they stumble on the deceased boss and soldier skeletons. The knight is shocked at finding it dead, and just as a frustrated Rena is about to stab him in the back, they are surprised by No Name advancing in full armor. The knight confronts him and scoffs at the redhead's suggestion that it might be a monster, while Rena wonders if it's a skeleton. No Name then bids them to leave as he has taken over the dungeon, prompting the knight to agree while sensing that his opponent has a higher level than himself. As the knight tells the women they should leave, Rena lashes out at No Name for seizing the dungeon and for his manners in not removing his helmet, telling him to surrender his loot or else face the knight. The latter, besotted with Rena, tells No Name to reveal his face, and a smirking Rena muses to herself on taking his stuff too, before all 3 are frozen in shock at finding out he's a skeleton. No Name tells them to leave, and while the redhead realizes that he might not be an average skeleton, the knight dismisses this, and, despite No Name's advice not to, prepares to fight. Trying to show off, he attempts to strike No Name with his blessed Morning Star, but the latter, having warned them to leave, slices his hands off before he can deliver the blow. Rena is enthralled. As the knight groans in pain, the redhead attempts to flee, before Rena kills her in cold blood with a throwing blade. No Name, believing he was the intended recipient, prepares to fight Rena before the latter asks to be spared. She introduces herself as a member of the T&T Guild, a thieves guild carrying out assassinations, thefts, and information gathering, and she offers her services to No Name. She states that the redhead was her intended target since it would be troublesome for No Name if she got away, and she saved him the trouble of dealing with that woman. No Name, who was not planning on killing the redhead, asks Rena the reason for killing her colleague, to which she replies that she believes he cannot be killed through trickery and that she was her target. No Name then tells Rena to leave and refuses her offer of services, until he recalls that she also deals in information. He asks her about the Necron Society. Rena, glowing at the chance, states that she knows about them and will share the information on one condition, causing No Name to draw his sword. Rena, however, retorts that he would find it hard to find out what she knows without being from the guild, and the guild would not sell it to a skeleton, implying that killing her would prevent him from getting the information he needs. As No Name sheaths his sword, Rena states her condition is that he make her his ally, causing a quest window to pop up detailing the scenario. It presents the perks and warnings of trying to appoint Rina as branch manager of the T&T Guild. No Name thinks on how he still doesn't understand the meaning of these windows or assimilation percentage, but he still needs information. Rina keeps trying to persuade No Name, suggesting she might help with his training, before he lifts her by the neck, pointing out how easily she killed a fellow human and that he doesn't wish to be backstabbed himself. She then screams that she's more like him, and, released, states that humans are only interested in her body, not who she is inside. And they don't think of her as a human, just as they see No Name as a monster who needs to be slain, implying that they're in the same boat. Rina then explains that the Necron Society is a massive shadow syndicate, involved in drugs, contract killing, human trafficking, and other lucrative, illegal activities. It is also backed by several lords and powerful individuals in the Empire, though no one knows where their headquarters are or who leads them. Any further information is reserved to high-ranking guild members. Rina then proposes to bring her targets to No Name's dungeon so he can earn sufficient experience. In exchange, she will rise in the guild and be able to deliver information No Name desires. Hesitant, No Name asks her again if she won't hesitate in helping him kill humans. She confirms, stating that she hates them. He then agrees to the deal. An alert window informs that 3 intruders have appeared in the dungeon. No Name easily dispatches one of them, and Rina assassinates the second, before the third kicks her to the ground. Before the third intruder can deliver the killing blow, No Name saves her. After the encounter, No Name's dungeon affinity rises to 19% and his swordsmanship reaches level 4. After months of doing this, his rate of leveling has slowed down. As he considers moving to a new dungeon, a delighted Rina shows him the loot they gathered from all the people they lured. Noting his uneasiness at her eagerness to kill humans, she points out that since the people she gets contracts for are criminals, she gets little money from this, while the criminals avoid getting punished for their many crimes through bribery, and they all deserve to die. No Name notes the books the criminals carried, picking up a volume titled The Unsightly Mage. He starts reading that mages must possess an innate ability to cast magic, and though they enjoy great privilege, they have no responsibility. He wonders if the writer has a grudge against mages, and upon reading his name, Kevin Ashton, out loud, a blue window pops up informing him that his wisdom has risen by 1 point, much to his surprise. He then rummages through the other books, noting that a second book written by the same author also raised his wisdom when he read it. Meanwhile, Rina had been getting ever closer, making him uncomfortable. Having observed him, she offers to find more books for him in the village, but No Name asks her about the closest dungeons instead. As she recalls, there's 1 E-class, 1 D-class, and 2 C-class dungeons within a week's travel on foot. No Name thinks that since the current dungeon is an F-class, an E-class dungeon would be a good next step. He then notices that Rina has fallen asleep on his lap, and as he's about to resume his swordsmanship training, he suddenly feels tired and falls asleep himself. A blue window then pops up. Having spent 182 nights in the dungeon, his dungeon affinity is 20%. He is succumbing to his human nature, and the dungeon is trying to devour him. As No Name opens his eyes, he sees his deceased mistress Succubus, who asks him if he had a good dream, apologizing for waking him up. A shocked No Name jumps to his feet and realizes that he has no armor, being embraced by Succubus. She points out he must have had a nightmare, asking what story she should tell. A relieved No Name reassures himself and thinks that they will live in the dungeon happily for a long time as he is dragged by the hallucination deeper into the caves. Rina wakes up, finding herself alone, wondering where No Name went. Meanwhile, he is deep in his hallucination, lying on Succubus's lap while she reads to him, and starting to believe that everything prior had been a dream, relieved that his mistress is alive. Noting his unease, she closes the book and asks if the story is boring, then tells him to continue talking about his dream and what kind of person Rina was. Outside the dungeon, Rina stretches and realizes No Name isn't out there, and suddenly she notices troops nearby and an officer rallying them. They are there to subjugate the dungeon since, despite supposedly being a light training area, over the previous months, countless adventurers and civilians have disappeared after heading there. And this is the Blue Lion Templars' subjugation. Rina realizes the danger. In the dungeon, Succubus comments on Rina's lively attitude to No Name, and then she asks if he's just gonna let her die just as he left her. This startles No Name just as an alert window informs him an intruder has appeared. Recalling Succubus's death, he is determined to prevent the knights from killing her again. Rina approaches him, warning of the impending danger, but an entranced No Name rises and draws his sword, believing he is protecting Succubus. A worried Rina dodges his attacks and tries to reason with him, while also thinking he has been acting strange, as a scout fires a bolt at her feet and alerts his fellow soldiers, calling No Name a monster and her a rumored witch. Rina notes that No Name is not in the right mind and begs him to come to his senses as crossbow bolts rain around her. Lost in his hallucination, No Name tells Succubus of the impending attack and vows to protect her, causing her to doubt it as Rubia appears before him asking why he left her to die. No Name falls back in disbelief as Rubia reminds him of his broken vow. Succubus then tells him he failed at protecting them because he was weak, and both rebuke him for his failure as he sinks deeper into despair. Outside, a soldier approaches the Blue Lion Templar and informs him that the scouts have located their targets. As No Name sinks deeper and deeper, he wishes he were stronger. In the dungeon, Rina takes cover from the bolts, and noticing No Name's state, decides to act. Using a smoke bomb as cover, she grabs No Name with a rope and makes a run for it, planning to lure them deeper into the dungeon in order to escape. She is stopped as a blade grazes her shoulder, soldiers barring her path. Their leader arrests her on suspicion of murdering multiple adventurers and promises to put her on trial. He also accuses her of necromancy as well, as he notices the entranced and speechless No Name rise, and orders his men to take the monster out first. Meanwhile, No Name's senses fade as he sinks deeper and deeper, concluding that must be the afterlife and glad that he met Succubus and Rubia one last time. However, upon remembering that he should have been resurrected if he was dead, he realizes this is an illusion and that he must wake up. He must get stronger to protect Succubus 20 years in the future. He is a skeleton warrior who protects his mistress, who will protect everyone. No Name wakes up to Rina's bloody face. She stood between him and the soldiers and received 3 arrows to her back. A startled No Name picks her up as she jokes about hearing his thanks if they survive. The commander berates his soldiers since their orders were to capture Rina alive, and noticing No Name carrying her, tells her to give up, just as she grimly lights a fuse. The commander watches in horror as the lit fuse burns towards a stockpile of munitions that Rina describes as her going-away present. The exploding stockpile is revealed to be poison smoke, and Rina asks No Name to carry her on his back as they escape. Any soldiers that get in his path are swiftly cut down, and he asks Rina why she remained despite that number of soldiers. She replies that she is his ally, causing No Name to inwardly lament being caught in the illusion. As they leave the dungeon, No Name is relieved at not seeing any other soldiers. He is about to break the shafts of the arrows on Rina's back, before seeking more treatment elsewhere, before he hears the Blue Lion Templar stating that reports of Rina being a high-ranking necromancer were exaggerated, before swiftly striking No Name down with his sword. No Name falls, his arm severed by the Blue Lion Templar's blow. The Templar looks at his foe with contempt and asks a surprised lord the reason for wasting his time to capture a weakling like Rina. The lord explains his belief that she was a powerful necromancer, only to be paralyzed by the Templar's death stare. He attempts to end his life as payment for his sin before the Templar orders him to stop. Having somewhere else to be, he starts to depart, leaving Rina for the lord to punish at his own discretion after her trial. Suddenly, he turns to face a risen No Name who wonders who the Templar might be, noticing how he didn't sense him or see him swing his sword, and realizing he's on an entirely different level from all the opponents he has faced so far. No Name wonders if he can win, but seeing the wounded Rina decides that it doesn't matter since he will fight regardless of who he's facing. The Templar dodges his attack, and as the Lord insults No Name for his insolence and orders the recently emerged soldiers to help, a rumble is felt. An alert window pops up, informing a puzzled No Name that the higher-level Blue Lion Templar has used an advanced skill restricting his mobility, as well as that of those in the area. With everyone immobilized, the Templar approaches Rina, wondering how No Name can move, while she lost her consciousness and noting she doesn't look like a high-ranking necromancer. But if he were right, killing her would be beneficial. As he draws his sword to strike, No Name forces himself to move and attempts to attack him, though the Templar dodges the strike and breaks his sword. Noting that the reports weren't completely wrong, he strikes the final blow to the kneeling No Name, killing him for the 5th time. As darkness descends, No Name thinks about Rina and his failure to protect her, comforted only by the thought of going back to the grave in the forest and to see Rubia again. However, he awakes in the dungeon, deeply perplexed at the situation as he recognizes his surroundings and sees Rina sleeping on his lap. The status window informs the inheritance is complete, and now he has the skill of a level 70. No Name and all his stats is heading to the designated waypoint, and his dungeon affinity has dropped to 92.49%. Examining his surroundings, he notes that, while he is alive, he hasn't returned to Rubia, wondering if he will ever see her again. A memorial window informs him he has died 5 times and earned a bonus, upgrading him to Necromancer's Lover. which gives him plus 20 likability with necromancers with whom he has close ties, and an additional 10 with the necromancer with whom he has a working relationship. As he wonders if Rina had been acknowledged as a necromancer, he remembers her taking arrows for him and decides he should repay her. But before that, they should escape the dungeon. No Name wakes Rina up and tells her that they must leave now, knowing that he must exit the dungeon before his affinity increases to the point where he hallucinates and subjugation forces arrive. He decides to go to the next dungeon, planning to head to the arid underground cemetery. But Rina points out that they should head for the ruins of Spider's Vault instead, since the cemetery is completely barren, as if all the monsters there suddenly vaporized. Remembering the subjugation forces, he asks Rina about the Blue Lion Templars. She informs him that they are the first or second ranked knightage in the service of the Empire. They are led by the Marquis Vatien von Leandro, who wields the blade Seraphim and is one of the top 4 swordsmen unmatched in the whole Empire. No Name immediately recognizes him as the warrior who killed him, and wonders what brought him to that remote corner of the realm without his knights. Rina then states they must head to a nearby town to gather supplies before heading to the next dungeon, and because she wants to bathe as well. No Name, realizing he hadn't considered her needs, agrees. At dawn, they approach the biggest town in the region, which happens to be Ublam. Remembering Rubia's fate, No Name decides to accompany Rina into town, and she puts a cloak on him before they head for the gate. They manage to get into the town by bribing the guard and pretending to be a married couple, much to No Name's surprise. And as they enter, Rina notices a strong scent of opium despite there being no den nearby. They both realize that the mood is strange, and the townspeople are wary of them. And as Rina playfully leads him in search of lodgings, a dark figure watches them from an alley. No Name and Rina are welcomed into the inn by a beautiful barmaid. As Rina asks for food and lodging, No Name notices she lacks the neck tattoo of the previous owner. The new innkeeper mistakes his stare for something else, much to Rina's annoyance and No Name's confusion. The next day, with Rina well rested, the pair head for the general store, while No Name notes that no one tried to sneak on them, sensing they are being shadowed. The shopkeeper refuses to sell firebombs, antidotes, or Molotov cocktail materials to Rina, being out of stock and unwilling to trade with them, much to the girl's annoyance. No Name, still wary of being followed, drags a furious Rina out of the store, and the pair manage to sneak on the man shadowing them, recognizing him as the town's blacksmith. The man bids them to follow him, stating that it is dangerous to keep wasting time in the town. At the smithy, the three start talking. The blacksmith deduces that the pair was headed to the ruins of Spider's Vault from the supplies Rina needed, and explains that she wouldn't find them in town, since the Lord of Ublam and his guards are raising spiders for unknown reasons and the town is dying. As he recounts, after the previous lord died under mysterious circumstances, the new lord replaced the guards with brutes, and the town became addicted to opium, selling their property cheaply to the lord in order to buy more drugs. Those who disobeyed or questioned the lord, including the blacksmith's wife, were fed to the spiders. He then tells No Name to get revenge in his place, recognizing the armor he is wearing as one of his works, having been purchased by Rubia for someone dear to her. He proceeds to tell an enraged No Name that lonely tourists become targets, and that he did nothing because he was a coward and, being old, couldn't save Rubia himself. Informing No Name that the captain of the guards should be taking the criminals to the cavern now, he gives them a vial of Grasmir's flame, a flame from the sea that never goes out, so he can burn down the guards and spiders. Chained prisoners are led to the ruins of Spider's Vault while being trailed by Rina and No Name. As they approach the dungeon's entrance, Rina asks who should carry a flamethrower-like weapon. In a flashback, it is revealed that the blacksmith is from Grasmere, the town of blacksmiths, and Grasmir's flame is very rare, with him only being able to make a single vial. This must be used with that weapon, and once started, the fire will never go out, being kept in the bottle only through magic, and having the same power as a blast furnace. The smith gave them the weapon as well as flame-resistant powder, stating that he'd rather have them use it to get rid of the guards than to use it himself for his craft. With Rina holding the flamethrower, they head inside the caverns, with No Name noticing how quiet and maze-like the dungeon is. Rina interrupts his thoughts to ask him about Rubia and what she meant to him, with No Name cutting her short, stating that she meant nothing and the armor was needed for their mutual benefit, but he failed to keep his promise to protect her. As No Name wonders which path to take, a nervous Rina hands him a pendant, stating that it is a precious item to her and she is lending it to him. Before he can refuse, No Name notices something sticky dripping onto his helmet, and turns to face an incoming giant spider. Rina sounds the alarm before being caught by a web and hoisted upwards while the spider strikes at No Name. He unsheaths his blade and cuts off the creature's leg, but is ambushed from behind by a second spider that pins him to the ground as he tries to hold it at bay. As Rina cries for help, No Name manages to regain his sword and dispatch the spider. and stands up to face an incoming wall of creatures. Rina recognizes the gravity of the situation as she dangles upside down and the spiders approach her. Meanwhile, No Name keeps hacking at the spiders in the ground, parrying and dodging their attacks as they keep coming until several spiders shoot their web at him, rendering him immobile. A spider approaches and is about to finish him off before suddenly bursting into flames. A surprised No Name turns to see a deranged Rina holding the flamethrower and apologizing for her tardiness before proceeding to torch the spiders. She torches a spider that attempts to ambush her and compliments her weapon, noticing that the spiders are retreating further inside the dungeon. After she frees No Name, the two follow the spiders, torching any that dare cross their path. And as a blue window pops up, No Name notes that combat experience yields a faster rate of leveling. Rina teases No Name before collapsing, with the latter realizing upon inspection that she's been bit and needs an antidote. At the heart of the dungeon, a group of soldiers try to drive the Spider Queen boss back with their torches, and No Name assumes that they must have antidotes. Wondering why would they attempt to raise monsters? The captain of the guards, sporting a snake tattoo on his neck, warns the queen to behave, else they burn her eggs to a crisp. Recalling Rubia, No Name clenches his fist in anger as he sees the captain of the guards. A newbie soldier asks another why they bring the criminals there before being told to shut up. He is then held at sword point by No Name, who presents a startled captain with the choice to hand over the antidote in exchange for a painless death and sparing his men. The captain laughs at this and wonders if No Name is a druggie for doing this, prompting the latter to explain that he is here to avenge Rubia. Unmoved, the captain smirks and remarks that he doesn't even remember her among his countless victims, causing No Name to release his hostage and lunge at him before being hit by a bottle of spider egg yolk. This causes the Spider Queen to impale No Name through the chest, seeing him as an intruder who stole her egg. The captain then comments that it is believed the queen was a chimera created and abandoned by mages, and that she protects her eggs with a maternal bond. Snickering, the captain turns to depart, just before the queen erupts in flames. As he turns back, he is confronted by a helmetless No Name, wielding the flamethrower and pouring heat-resistant powder on his head, before unleashing the flames on his men while promising him an agonizing death. Spiders are torched by No Name as they approach him, while the soldiers, eggs, and everything flammable burns. As No Name approaches him, a burning captain begs in vain for his life before being burnt to a crisp. No Name continues to burn everything in rage, unaware of Rina and the fact that he is starting to melt until he collapses and dies, his assimilation rate dropping to 90.14% as darkness descends. No Name resurrects in the dungeon next to Rina as the blue window confirms that the inheritance is complete and analyzes how he died. As Rina wakes up, he tells her they are headed to Ublam, knowing what will happen. No Name repeats the same events as before in the town, with Rina arguing with the shopkeeper, them confronting and following the surprised blacksmith to his forge, and receiving the vial of Grasmir's flame, the flamethrower, and heat-resistant powder. No Name then throws the bag of powder at the blacksmith's face and threatens to test it on him by torching him with the flamethrower, much to the latter's horror. He then points out that the powder only prevents him from feeling the heat, but if he used it, his armor would melt before he noticed, and asks the blacksmith why he would want them dead as well. The blacksmith then says that he knows he is not human due to how he moves in the armor, and thus he would prefer that he die after burning the guards. This enrages Rina, but No Name sees no point in killing the blacksmith and starts to leave, stating that he would have killed the guards anyway, before he stops to notice a new, sturdy two-handed sword. Though the blacksmith protests at his taking it, No Name states that it is the price for attempting to kill them, and leaves. Now armed with the sword and the flamethrower, No Name and Rina reach the ruins of Spider's vault. The girl points out that they should use the flamethrower carefully and merrily starts to enter the dungeon, before No Name, remembering how she died because of him and unwilling to put her in danger, knocks her unconscious and enters the dungeon alone, promising to return soon. No Name burns his way into the dungeon, handling the power of Grasmir's flame with care before being confronted by a perplexed captain and his guards. Upon one of his men's suggestion, the captain tries to fool No Name, claiming that they will escort him to safety, while preparing to throw him a vial of egg yolk a second time. He fails, however, and No Name shatters the vial with his sword, as a surprised captain asks him who he is. The skeleton then states that he promised him an agonizing death, upon which he orders his men to attack. No Name then burns them all as the captain escapes, noting he cannot use the flame for long else he melts again. The captain then strikes him from behind, breaking the flamethrower, pointing out that the Spider Queen is furious at No Name for breaking her eggs before picking the last one. Using it as a hostage, he orders the queen to attack, and though No Name blocks the attack, he is flung across the cavern. He wonders what to do as he blocks the incoming attacks, finally stumbling on a rock and falling to the ground. He then notices the broken flamethrower and darts towards it as the Queen strikes and shatters his helmet. The captain rejoices at this before noticing that the Queen's leg is now on fire, and turning to face No Name, brandishing his now flaming sword and repeating his promise of the agonizing death. The Spider Queen roars as No Name slices her limbs before finally striking her down in one fell swoop with his flaming sword. As the skeleton stands over the spider's corpse, the captain, shocked by this outcome, tries to strike him down from behind. No Name chops his sword hand off, the blade cauterizing the wound, and once again promises a slow, agonizing death. Frantic, the captain orders his men and the spiders to deal with him before realizing they're all dead. Fleeing, his shirt catches fire from touching a puddle of Grasmere's flame. Distracted by his futile attempts to stop the fire from spreading and fleeing No Name, the captain stumbles backwards and falls off a ledge to his death. No Name comments on this stupid way to die, and thinking it's all over and considering the sword too dangerous to carry, throws it over the ledge as well. As he turns around, however, he is confronted by a badly wounded but still standing Spider Queen. Now disarmed and with his back against the cliff, the skeleton stands still as the Queen carefully picks up and embraces her last remaining egg, just before dying and dropping a red jewel. A blue window pops up informing that No Name has defeated the web slinger. As a reward for completing the dungeon, he has boosted his soldier points considerably, as well as initiated the borderline adventure quest and earned a speed boosting skill and a ruby. No Name emerges from the cave with a bag of loot and is confronted by an angry Rena. She angrily yells at him for knocking her out and going in alone, but her face changes drastically when he presents her the bag full of gold, and she promises to become stronger to avoid becoming a hindrance and telling him not to leave her behind again. She then leads him to her guild's branch office. Sometime later, they arrive at an orphanage and Rena is greeted by the children, including her sister, and introduces No Name as the knight who helped her out. The headmaster of the orphanage then greets her and they head inside. The young, well-dressed man and Rena get reacquainted, and the latter introduces No Name. The headmaster then introduces himself as Lime, and after noticing how taciturn he is, suggests that No Name take his armor off. The skeleton refuses and is then shocked as Lime reassures him that he is fine with what's underneath the armor. But the conversation is cut short when a child's screams are heard outside, and Lime states that there are unwelcome guests in the premises, offering to continue later. In the courtyard, two armed men and a woman are trying to take a child by force, accusing her of running away. Lime intercedes and offers to talk things out once they release her. The men explain that they run the orphanage at the nearby village, and the child ran away after being sent to a court who backs the establishment and took a liking to her in order to be his adopted daughter. Lime then points out that she ran away due to mistreatment, but before the men can react, the woman halts them. She tells Lime that if he acts like they didn't see them, then they could just be on their way, but the headmaster refuses. The woman then offers an agreement to profit from the children, demanding he give them the children they want. She is cut short by Lime, who states he doesn't run the orphanage so pigs like them can use children as puppets, upon which the woman orders the men to attack. Though No Name is concerned, Rena assures him that everything is alright, and that the men are the ones in need of assistance. The woman grins as the men cut Lime down, but is shocked to see that he is made of slime and has engulfed her henchmen. Lamenting how humans become ugly and stupid when they age, Lime consumes the terrified woman next, while a shocked No Name and a smug Rena look from afar. Lime then apologizes and introduces himself properly as Slime, the manager of the T&T Guild's Eastern Branch Office. Standing amidst the clothes and weapons of the dead intruders, Slime introduces himself to No Name as a type of changeling, a fellow non-human trying to live in the human world. No Name is surprised at seeing one of the rare, intelligent slimes before him, and asks him how he will deal with the consequences of what he did. While he comforts the child the intruders wanted to grab, he states that cleaning up that mess poses no problem, much to the skeleton's uneasiness and Rena's satisfaction. Back inside, Slime explains that he runs an orphanage because slimes have no gender nor parent-child relationships, and he finds it interesting that humans look vastly different when they grow up. He states that though slimes can adopt any form, they are merely shells since they are shapeless creatures, and offers to take the form of a skeleton, which No Name politely declines. After the latter asks how he knew he was a skeleton, Slime is revealed to be an excellent appraiser due to being a slime, giving him great leeway within the guild. In appreciation for helping Rena, he offers to appraise anything No Name desires, and the latter gives him the ruby. As Slime appraises the jewel, No Name reasons that Rena was not distrusting of him due to having grown up with slime in the orphanage. Once the appraisal is complete, a blue window pops up stating the use of the ruby as an ingredient for a class change and its perks. And Slime points out that it is quite valuable and suitable after absorbing blood and vital force of humans for a long time. Suddenly, another blue window pops up informing No Name that his assimilation rate has dropped to 88.68%, causing him to shake noticeably and causing Slime to worry. No Name brushes it off and praises the Slime's skill, and prompted by the latter asks if there's a spare sword he can take. Instead, in gratitude for keeping Rina safe, Slime offers to get one from the blacksmith and repair No Name's armor, while also providing him a room to rest for the night, which he accepts gratefully. That night, No Name stares at the ruby thinking about a class change when Rina enters his room and asks if he is stargazing. No Name asks if she shouldn't be spending more time with her sister and sleeping together, to which she replies that she doesn't wish to make her want to stay longer and that one day would come when they could live together. She then approaches No Name and gives him her precious golden pendant, explaining that it was around her neck when she was abandoned at the orphanage. Sweetly, she says that she's giving it to him for the day when he completes his quest and she becomes branch manager, asking him to live with her. They stare at each other in silence. The next day, No Name examines his repaired armor with Slime and admires his new sword, before Rina enters the room and averts her gaze. Later, Slime asks the skeleton about their next destination, and upon the latter's uncertainty, he proposes that No Name join the T&T Guild. As he explains, Rina's rank of trainee limits the quality and quantity of information she can acquire in the guild. But if No Name were to join, he would receive all the benefits granted to official members under Slime's recommendation. Though Slime believes he would be a great member, No Name declines the offer since being tied down to a group is not his style, much to Slime's disappointment. No Name then states that he will continue to get any information he needs from Rina going forward, causing her to blush. He then asks Slime what would be needed for Rina to become an official member, and once the latter explains she can either take requests by the guild or donate gold, he proceeds to offer him the bag of gold obtained from the spider's vault. As Slime states that it will be enough, a blue status window pops up updating his progress in the scenario Rina's story, and informing No Name that his assimilation rate has decreased to 88.56%. The skeleton wonders what this means while Slime reads the guild bylaws to Rina, but No Name stops them as the branch manager mentions the obligation to inform on any grave threat to the peace of Amber. Amber is a maritime port as well as the city of engineers, and No Name recalls that soon the city will be the starting point of the 9 Years' War, which will be initiated by the Crown Prince Alton Clements II between the Empire and the Freedom Alliance. While neutral, the city's anarcho-syndicalist nature will end up annoying the Crown and its efforts to expand the Empire. Being situated between it and the Freedom Alliance, it will become the Empire's first target. No Name then asks Slime why Amber is mentioned in the procedure for promotion, and as the latter informs him that it is the location of the guild's headquarters, the skeleton wonders if he should tell him what he knows. He chose to skirt around the subject, asking if Amber's position as the biggest obstacle for the Empire in a supposed war with the Freedom Alliance would count as a grave threat. Although Slime agrees, he states that a proper response has been prepared should the Empire take any action and refuses to elaborate any further. As Slime congratulates Rina for her promotion, No Name asks as to the requirements for her to become branch manager, much to Slime's amusement, and he insists on prioritizing Rina's promotion since it would be useful to him. Slime ponders on this and informs him of difficult requests that must be dealt with, and though Rina could not take them on by herself, they would speed up her next promotion if she were to succeed. As Rina looks with unease and asks Slime if he will accept the quest, a blue option window pops up asking him either to accept or decline. A host stands amidst a packed arena and energetically announces to the Heiress tournament to the roaring crowds. He then introduces the first contestant, the Dismantler, Jacob Isaac from the Brass Ring Free Company. As he introduces his opponent, first-time participant Saray Jagan from a household in Janae, No Name steps into the arena. The host then bids the contestants to get ready and begin the fight. The Dismantler lunges forward and jumps into the air, aiming to deliver a mighty blow to No Name's head with his great hammer. Some days before this, Slime explains to No Name that a household from Janae has requested the guild for a mercenary to enter the tournament while bearing their crest in their stead. Having earned their title by accumulating wealth through their leather business and commerce, they were too preoccupied with their trade to train a knight, and instead wished to hire a mercenary to avoid the pressure to participate in the tournament from the event's sponsor. This sponsor is the Lord of Arist from the Ray family and younger brother of the deceased Lord. No Name will be paid every time he wins until the 8th round, since they don't want to attract any attention and they're hiring a mercenary. No Name accepts the request, and as he and Rina hitch a ride in the back of a wagon, the skeleton concludes that the Lord of Arist must be Rubia's uncle, responsible for her brother and niece's deaths, and wonders if he should kill him. Without looking at him, Rina once again asks No Name about his relation to Rubia and what kind of person she was. To which he replies that there was nothing between them and he wouldn't even know how to begin to answer that last question, stating that she was probably attractive. Rina then asks if No Name would have given Rubia a different answer to the question she posed in the orphanage. The skeleton bluntly answers that he would have answered the same, since there is something he must do, being acknowledged by a disappointed Rina. The conversation is cut short as they're approaching Arist. A crowd forms a line to pass the city gates while the pair approaches a stand to enlist No Name in the tournament as a knight for the House of Janae. When the enlister asked for a name, No Name pauses in thought. And as Rina attempts to cover for him in front of the suspicious man, the skeleton presents himself as Saray Jagan. While No Name tells Rina that Saray Jagan is a made-up name, he inwardly recalls that he took it from the disruptor Saray and the savage ox Jagan, two of the 16 demon lords that will descend upon mankind after the 9 Years' War, and that there shouldn't be any problem with borrowing the names. No Name never saw any of the demon lords while in the demon army, being a low-ranking skeleton living a nightmare while controlled by the necromancer until he met Mistress Succubus. Rina pulls him from his thoughts, asking him his real name, stating that before she didn't consider it important since she thought there were no more walking skeletons like him. No Name then states that he doesn't even know what his name is, and Rina offers to come up with a name for him. As she suggests names to the annoyed skeleton, a man announces that the tournament will commence the next day, and they will be fed and lodged in the castle, being able to freely move around the castle grounds between matches. Knowing this was Rubia's home, No Name asks the surprised man for directions to the castle library. Once in the library, the librarian praises No Name's desire to learn as well as fight. The skeleton asks if she has any books by Kevin Ashton, but the librarian doesn't recognize the author and begins to look around. No Name notes the messy state of the place when a book lands by his feet. Looking up, he sees an apparition of Rubia reading atop some stairs, which is cut short when the librarian brings him to the novel Crevice of Time by Kevin Ashton. The librarian then picks up the fallen book, lamenting that the person who read it is no longer there, causing No Name to inquire about it. Visibly scared at having said too much, the woman excuses herself and quickly departs, leaving No Name alone. He then opens Crevice of Time and reads it quickly until Rina finds him, having been assigned a room. A blue window informs him that he has increased his wisdom by 10 and can now sense other skeletons, having also earned a bonus of insight. Rina then states that they should go, and once he looks at her, another window pops up stating her name, profession, level, stats, and a likability of 40. No Name swings his sword until a blue window pops up with his stats, noticing that his swordsmanship doesn't get higher than level 5, and wonders about his insight bonus as Rina approaches him, informing him that the tournament will begin soon. Fireworks light up the sky as the Arist tournament begins. The host asks for a round of applause as Lord Ray enters the arena, while Rina and No Name look from afar. As the first round of the preliminaries begin, the pair discusses about whether the tournament's prize is worth the effort of the competitors, and Rina points out that the real prize is the prestige the nobles gain from their knight's success. Knights also benefit since it is their best opportunity to increase renown and raise their worth other than war. This is especially so for oathless knights, who hope to get noticed by the noble houses and taken into their employ. No Name is told to get ready for the next match, and though Rina encourages him, the skeleton plans to avoid getting too much attention. In the arena, the host explains that the round will last until either contestant is incapacitated or steps out of the battle stage. While No Name thinks about the difficulty of throwing his opponent off the stage, Jacob Isaac berates him for his apparent weakness. Wishing to know his true strength, the skeleton uses his insight skill to see his stats. As the fight begins, No Name uses his superior agility to dodge his opponent's attack and break his hammer, much to the latter's shock and disbelief. No Name offers the now disarmed Jacob to surrender, but the warrior lunges at him enraged and attempts to punch him. With no other choice, the skeleton dodges the punch and swiftly knocks his opponent unconscious with the pommel of his sword, causing everyone present to fall silent in shock. Prompted by No Name, the judge proclaims him victor, and the crowd bursts into applause, much to the surprise of No Name and to the delight of Rina. An insight window shows the stats of level 17 fighter Cullen Harrod as he thrusts at No Name with a spear. He dodges the attack and knocks his opponent down. Later, the window displays the stats of a level 29 warrior Jang Phillip, who attempts to strike No Name with his chains only for him to catch them with his sword and pull the warrior towards him and incapacitate him, causing the crowd to cheer again. Later, the skeleton praises the convenience of the insight skill for allowing him to gauge his opponent's strength and act accordingly, and wonders who Kevin Ashton might be. He snaps out of his thoughts as he notices Rena holding off 3 men who wish to see him. They introduce themselves as representatives of a merchant group, a fiefdom, and a noble family, and ask that No Name work for them as their guard, each competing to offer him a better payment. He refuses their offers regardless of his salary, and after some thought states that he will not abandon the house of Janae, much to Rena's surprise. As the men ask No Name to reconsider, a drunken swordsman yells at them to quiet down so he can sleep, and stating he is a participant of the tourney. He asks the guards to take care of them and escort them away. Rena then tells a shocked No Name that the drunk is his next opponent, causing No Name to wonder inwardly on how a drunkard got into the quarterfinals, activating Insight to check his stats. He is shocked as the Insight window is completely blank, and is even more puzzled when he tries again and gets the same result. In the arena, the host introduces No Name as Saray Jagan, and his opponent as Tebold Reynolds, noting his incredible speed. Tebold asks the host for the restroom but is denied since the fight is about to begin, while No Name wonders why Insight doesn't work on this man. As the fight begins, the skeleton decides to forego Insight and lunges at Tebold, prepared to strike. Needing to pee, Tebold laments the situation before swiftly dodging the attack and appearing behind No Name, promising to end the fight quickly and mentioning Imperial Fencing First Chapter, before attacking the confused skeleton. No Name barely manages to block the attack and is complimented by Tebold. As the swordsman unleashes another attack, the skeleton then grimly realizes why Insight doesn't work on him. Tebold has a far higher level than himself. The pair continue to duel as No Name blocks the incoming attacks, much to Tebold's delight. The swordsman then parries the skeleton's sword and lunges at the gap in his armor, noting his lack of combat experience, but is surprised as No Name closes the gap in time and somersaults to a safer position. Tebold notes that it didn't feel as if his strike had succeeded. No Name thinks on how he was saved due to the blade passing through his ribs, which would have been fatal for a human. Wondering who Tebold might be, he asks him about the Imperial fencing, to which the swordsman replies that he used to be an Imperial Knight. He then proceeds to taunt No Name, stating that he isn't skilled enough to become an Imperial Knight himself, and then presses his attack, challenging No Name to strike. While blocking his attacks, No Name thinks Tebold must be weaker than Vatien, and since he might have to face strong Imperial soldiers in the future, he can't lose to a retired knight. As the swordsman presses yet another attack, the skeleton sees an opening. Tebold's technique is based on lunging, which at one point exposes him to side attacks. Seizing the opportunity, No Name hacks at Tebold from the side and manages to cut him in the arm before he dodges the strike, causing the crowd to gasp in awe. Wounded but alive, the swordsman stands to attention and decides to face his opponent as a proper Imperial Knight. As Rena wonders who Tebold might be, an oathless knight informs her that he is an Imperial Knight due to his sword technique, and is surprised that No Name hadn't lost yet. Apologizing for fighting him drunk, Tebold states that there's a special requirement to becoming an Imperial Knight other than battle instincts, but he will only reveal it to No Name if he manages to defeat him. He then blocks the skeleton's attack, commenting he is better at blocking, before driving his sword to the ground. The swordsman then launches an attack with a curved path that surprises No Name, and sends him flying backwards, then promising to end the fight with a swift strike. No Name raises his sword, but the curved attack pierces his neck and sends him falling to the ground. As Tebold approaches the host to claim victory, he is startled to see a panting No Name rising and resuming the fight, causing him to wonder if he's a monster. The skeleton then states that he doesn't plan to become an Imperial Knight, but he is after Marquis Vatien, and can't be defeated by an Imperial sword art that easily before he faces him again. Tebold is furious at hearing that name and asks No Name if he thinks Vatien is so amazing, before he attacks in rage. As he delivers blow after blow on No Name's armor, he states if Vatien didn't exist, he wouldn't have failed to become an Imperial Knight, and his father wouldn't have become so disappointed in him. Tebold then unleashes a second form attack, which cracks No Name's breastplate, asking him what is so important about a title, while No Name thinks that at this rate, he will lose the fight. Suddenly, Tebold drops his sword and forfeits the match, with No Name being proclaimed victor. Tebold gloomily tells the skeleton that the special requirement is blade skills, and the lack thereof is what prevented him from becoming a knight before departing the arena without his sword. That night, the semi-finalists are given a banquet, though neither No Name nor the Oathless Knight remove their helmets or touch the food. The skeleton checks the stats of the 3 remaining contenders, noticing that Tebalt was the strongest in the whole tournament, and that without blade skills, his armor is useless. Lord Ray sits at the head of the table surrounded by 4 bodyguards and congratulates the participants, telling them to enjoy the evening. Noticing the snake tattoos on the guards' necks, No Name recognizes them as Necron Society members, and the insight window reveals that they are of the same level or stronger than Tebalt. Lord Ray praises No Name for his skill, offering him the opportunity to serve under him and be able to display his true worth, much to the surprise of the other semi-finalists. He states that he believes that seats are filled by those deserving them, and talentless people taking up space frustrates him. Despite wanting to kill the Lord right there for what he did to Rubia and her father, he refrains from doing so, knowing that the guards would kill him. Annoyed by his silence, Lord Ray gives No Name time to consider his offer, stating that he might regret not answering now since he has no interest in losers. He then asks No Name if he wouldn't take off his helmet, and despite being displeased at the refusal, decides to overlook it given his skill, nodding to the Oathless Knight and referring to him as Creston the Hellraiser. No Name recognizes him as his next opponent and wonders about his name. Lord Ray then expresses his excitement about their upcoming fight, stating that he will see their faces regardless of who wins. He then snaps his fingers and beckons 6 scantily clad women to enter the room and entertain his guests. Though the other 2 semi-finalists enjoy themselves, Creston rises violently and leaves the room, and No Name follows suit. Outside, the Oathless Knight confronts the skeleton, wondering why he left and stating that he never heard of an imperial knightage in Janae. He doesn't believe that the House of Janae hired knights in these peaceful times and thinks that No Name bribed his way in. As the skeleton points out that he knows quite a lot about knights, the Hellraiser asks if he is trying to be appointed as a knight in Arist after inflating his worth. Annoyed, No Name asks Creston why he always wears a helmet, causing him to draw his sword and asking what he knows about him. To which No Name replies he knows nothing. Sheathing his sword, the Hellraiser promises to crush No Name's insolent attitude and helmet the next day. Rena approaches a man making bets on the upcoming semi-finals, betting a bag of gold on No Name. She's surprised to find the skeleton behind her, and despite the latter's initial reluctance, she encourages him to win the fight. As the announcer presents Saray Jagan and Creston the Hellraiser to the crowd, No Name analyzes his strategy, facing his opponent's sword, while Creston warns him that if he holds back in the fight, he will die. As the fight begins, Creston darts to deliver a decisive blow with his greatsword. No Name dodges the strike and lands a blow on the Hellraiser's armor, planning to use his superior agility to win, before having to dodge a second strike. Creston states his resilience and proceeds to strike the arena, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Using this distraction, he sneaks behind No Name and delivers a blow with all of his might, which the skeleton barely manages to deflect. Commending his opponent's ability to dodge, the Oathless Knight states that his fall will be a matter of time. Knowing dodging won't work, No Name then decides to try something reckless and lunges towards Creston. He delivers 2 blows at close quarters in quick succession, which shatter the knight's armor and sends his helmet flying. The crowd and the skeleton stare in shock as the knight is revealed to be a woman. The crowd stands in shock, and Lord Ray beckons his men as No Name and Creston face each other in the arena. Enraged, the female warrior yells at the skeleton, but one of Lord Ray's bodyguards demands that she gives her real name to be recognized as a proper contestant. Once she states her name as Christina Brewer, the soldier, pointing out that women can't compete in the tournament, dismisses her. The woman then demands a chance to fight, and despite the soldier denying it, Lord Ray allows it as long as her opponent has no objections. With No Name's consent, the fight resumes. Lord Ray muses to himself on how amusing the fight will be if accompanied by a woman's screams, and the crowd roars in outrage at Christina's deception, and also the money they'll lose for betting on her. Exhausted, she tells No Name to stop holding back and asks if it's due to her being a woman. Recalling past trauma, she desperately lunges at her opponent before tripping on the arena and falling to the ground, causing the crowd to roar in anger and throw rocks at her, much to Rena's disgust. While on the ground, Christina recalls the merciless training her father gave her, wherein he threatened her to end their relation if she fails to make the family better, and he raged at the fact that she was a woman, much to her suffering. Noting the crowd's mockery, No Name suggests that she hold back to avoid getting badly injured, but before he can finish the sentence, he is sent flying by a devastating strike, much to everyone's surprise. Christina is exhaling steam. Her eyes glow red as she stands on guard. A blue window pops up informing No Name that she has activated the Berserk skill, turning into a berserker with far higher stats. Christina screams in rage as she delivers another powerful blow that shatters the arena, which No Name manages to evade while wondering the reason for all this transformation. Seeing her berserker mode and the odds turning in her favor, the crowd's mood changes as they begin to cheer for Christina. As No Name thinks about her new strength and speed, the warrior darts at him and sends him flying across the arena. Much to the crowd's rejoice, Lord Ray's interest, and Rina's concern. Contemplating how the situation has changed despite her being a lower level than himself, No Name decides to act quickly. He uses his superior speed ability to knock her back and begins circling around her. The Berserker counters this move by furiously swinging her sword in a wide circle, but it's in vain as the skeleton managed to jump clear and deliver a blow that slashes her back. This is not enough, however, as Christina roars and remains standing. And while he wonders about what kind of monster she has become, a blue window informs him that his speed ability has run out and must be recharged. He then notices that the Berserk ability drains her energy over time, and seeing this as an opportunity, he prepares to strike. He stops dead in his tracks as he sees Christina in tears as she asks for a chance to continue fighting, which reminds him of his first death. With Rina urging him to finish the fight, the skeleton then approaches the Berserker, blade in hand. A flash is heard as everyone stares in shock. Christina stands visibly surprised as the host announces her victory over her opponent, who is laying on the arena. Rina approaches the fallen No Name in distress and tries to wake him up, tearing up at the thought of losing him. She is startled as the skeleton rises completely fine but with aching joints, and flustered ushers him away while Christina stares from the arena. In the forest, No Name suggests that he lost on purpose, while Rina laments the money she lost betting on him, before suddenly changing her mood and remarking that they completed their mission. Christina then approaches, asking for another fight, thinking he let her win, knowing that she didn't have the energy to overcome him. The skeleton, however, insists that he was just reckless and lost due to being hit by her sword, and he urges her to go and win the tournament. When asked whether they will meet again, No Name replies that he doesn't know, before warning her to avoid Arist if she wants to become a knight. Ironically, he also advises her not to wear a helmet, before departing with Rina. Back at the TNT orphanage, Slime gives the pair their commission for completing the request, pointing out that the situation is uncomfortable since his performance at the tournament has caused many to seek to become knights for the Janae family. The branch manager then asks the skeleton about the name Suray Jagan and takes notes when he states he thought it up on the spot. No Name then asks for the next request, being worried due to the events that transpired in Arist, and a blue window pops up asking him to confirm his choice. No Name and Rina focused on dungeons for the next 3 months, avoiding the North Alpine region but traversing the mountains south of the Empire. Their adventures included traversing the Withering Burn maze of poisonous branches, fighting the centaurs in the blood-stained equestrian quota, and running away from ghouls in the Den of the Dead, earning more loot and upgrading No Name's armor with Slime. As the skeleton muses about the last dungeon, Rina barges in asking him to accompany her, much to his confusion. Slime then explains that Rina needs a second letter of recommendation besides his own to become a branch manager, and that she will get it in the Eastern Division if she passes a simple test. But No Name may not accompany her since the location of the guild executives is a secret from outsiders. No Name tells her to go, stating he will clear a dungeon in the meantime. Rina leaves, furious, while the skeleton and branch manager talk about the goblin dungeon, with the latter informing that the dungeon might be connected to the Necron Society. The hooded man runs through a forest in the middle of the night. He dodges a salvo of crossbow bolts as his pursuers approach on horseback. Exhausted, he falls to his knees and rises again, sprinting away and begging someone to wait for him to come to the rescue. At the TNT regional branch, Slime informs No Name that those entering the goblin dungeon bear a neck tattoo, and that he has been finding Necron Society monsters who have taken over dungeons. The branch manager also informs the skeleton that the dungeon is also a mine containing bloodstones. These are rare stones used for magic, and some will be included in the compensation. He also remarks that the reward for this quest will be much higher than before, but the quest might be dangerous, and it requires the normalization of the dungeon. No Name accepts the quest. Sometime later, No Name stands in the middle of a forest looking at a map, realizing he is lost. His thoughts are cut short by nearby howls, and upon following them, he comes across a white pup ensnared in a bear trap. He examines the wounded animal and frees him before resuming his path. but before he can go any further, the dog stands on guard before him, barking furiously. Not understanding the reason for this behavior, No Name tries to shoo the pup away and passes by him. Suddenly, the ground gives way beneath him and the skeleton falls down a pit. He manages to stop his fall by thrusting his sword into the cave wall just before he hit the metal spike-lined bottom. Examining the pit, he sees an adult white wolf lying dead in the distance, impaled by the spikes. As the pup barks from above, the skeleton realizes that it must be his mother, and the pup was trying to warn him of the danger. Despite having escaped death, he realizes that he cannot escape alone from the pit. As the sun sets above, No Name remains in the pit with the white pup barking from above. Suddenly, voices are heard from above as some hunters attempt to catch the wolf pup. Analyzing his next move, the skeleton thinks about saving the wolf, but first decides to play dead. A bald man notices him and calls his comrades to leave the wolf and approach the pit. Thinking of the money they might earn selling No Name's gear, the bald man tells his associate that their hands are already dirty since he fell down the pit, and that he must go down and retrieve the armor. The latter has qualms about the situation and fears No Name might be alive and waiting to strike, so the bald man proceeds to set fire to the pit. No Name decides to continue playing dead and wait for the fire to consume itself, and as he wonders if he could survive it, a blue window pops up. It states that his flame resistance skill has activated, reducing heat damage while reducing his strength. Realizing he can endure this due to the skill acquired in the spider's vault, the skeleton lies still and waits for the fire to die out, upon which the associate descends a ladder and pokes at No Name, still fearing he might be alive. A blue window pops up indicating that the pseudo-death skill has been created. From above the pit, the bald man angrily urges his associate to hurry up and get the armor, and is musing on heading to the pub when two soldiers approach from behind. One of them reminds the terrified man that he had been warned of the consequences of hunting there again. At the bottom of the pit, the scared associate finally removes No Name's helmet, and as he opens his eyes, he is deeply shocked at the sight of his skull, screaming in horror as the skeleton greets him and stands up. He is suddenly knocked to the ground as the bald man is tossed from above and lands atop him. No Name climbs the ladder as the soldiers are distracted, searching for valuable loot. He then notices a snake tattoo on one of the soldiers' necks, identifying them as members of the Necron Society. The soldiers are preparing to depart when No Name greets them, causing the startled men to turn around and confront him. As they begin to realize he came from the pit, the skeleton tells the shocked men to guide him to the goblin's dungeon. This causes them to draw their weapons and ask for his purpose in heading there. No Name answers that he was requested to do some things in the dungeon and reaches for his sword in preparation to fight the men. Suddenly, the lead soldier, noticing his cape, asks if the skeleton is Darrow Nim, the new supervisor sent from the organization, and he sheaths his blade in relief, stating that he was expected. No Name decides to play along and says that yes, he is the supervisor, prompting the lead soldier to bow and tell his subordinates to do the same. The soldier states that he had been informed that the supervisor would be wearing a red cape and apologizes for not recognizing him. No Name accepts the apology and tells them to lead him to the dungeon. As they head to the dungeon, the lead soldier explains the profitability of the mine to No Name until his subordinate lets slip that the captain fools around with the goblins, much to his distress. Deciding that he might find out more by playing this role, the skeleton asks about any peculiarities about the work. The soldiers reply that there's a strange man the size of a kid snooping around who has managed to evade capture. He also remarks that the man seems to know things about the dungeon even they don't know, and knows its layout perfectly. The small man has managed in the past to free some slaves before they stopped him, and the soldiers suspect that there might be a spy. They finally reach the dungeon, and No Name looks down upon the massive mining operation underway. Enslaved goblins carry out hard labor under the watchful eye of whip-wielding overseers. One of the goblins collapses from exhaustion, dropping his load of minerals and causing the enraged overseer to whip him mercilessly. The overseer then orders some men to get rid of the badly beaten creature. No Name sees the enslaved goblins and recalls what his mistress told him about them. Goblins are a cowardly species that excels at reading lands and discovering materials, avoiding humans by hiding in the mountains. The most advanced goblins would become the main pillars for the 16 Demon Kings, and No Name heard that they despised humans with all their heart, which seems unsurprising as he passes a pile of dead goblins. He is pulled from his thoughts by the soldiers as they enter the dungeon, and a blue window pops up describing it. It tells him that it is a large-scale dungeon with a base level of 10 to 20 that would require 15 to 20 people to clear. As No Name thinks on the information, the strange man trails the group from a distance. Deeper into the dungeon, the lead soldier introduces No Name as the new supervisor to his captain. The captain greets the skeleton and informs him of the progress of the mining operation. He also asks him to put in a good word for them to the higher-ups and offers their services for the duration of his stay. No Name compliments their work, and inwardly analyzes the best course to fulfill the request to kill everyone in the dungeon, until the captain suggests that he take off his helmet. Fearing discovery and realizing he must make something up quickly, No Name excuses himself, stating that he can't remove the helmet due to a treatment for recent burns. And upon a request for identification, he states that he left it at home. The skeleton starts to believe that his luck is up, until the captain laughs it off. But then the captain requests to see the snake tattoo that would prove his allegiance to the Necron Society. The captain then realizes he is not the supervisor, and as No Name reaches for his blade, he signals his men to aim their crossbows at the intruder, promising to torture him for further information. No Name analyzes the situation, and heavily outnumbered and bereft of any other choice, activates his speed skill and lunges into combat. No Name cuts through the soldiers as the frantic captain orders them to fire their crossbows. The officer's joy at them hitting their target proves to be short-lived, as the skeleton continues to cut through his men at a high speed unhindered, and finally strikes him down. A blue window pops up informing No Name that he has earned the reward of Conqueror of the Thorny Maze, which decreases the damage done by crossbow bolts by 40%. As he heals, the skeleton stares at the 3 remaining soldiers who fall to their knees, begging for their lives. After stating that he had no intention of killing them, he pries an ID from the dead captain's corpse and, having procured identification, tells the soldiers to guide him to where the goblins are. On the way, the soldiers explain to the skeleton that there's a second group of 10 soldiers inside, and as he notices the dead goblins lying around, they point out that it is the work of the second group. Soon enough, they arrive to a tunnel where the second group of soldiers is shooting crossbow bolts at a restrained goblin for fun. No Name identifies the creature as a hobgoblin, a species far more intelligent and stronger than ordinary goblins. Hobgoblins also possess healing abilities and are referred to as royal goblins. The other goblins cry out at the ongoing torture, prompting the group leader to silence them, before noticing the approaching soldiers and No Name. When questioned as to their presence there at the time, No Name steps forward and introduces himself as the supervisor. As the group leader attempts to remove his helmet, the skeleton grabs his forearm firmly and commands him not to touch him. Shocked, the group leader tells No Name to let him go, asking what's wrong with him, while the strange man continues to watch from a distance. Seeing the tied-up hobgoblin, the skeleton then twists the group leader's arm, and after some initial protests and upon seeing the 3 soldiers' signals, the officer pretends to apologize before pulling out a dagger and thrusting it through the armor's eye slit. As No Name falls to his knees, the group leader tells the soldiers to explain the situation. But before they get a chance to, they are struck with fear as the skeleton pulls the dagger out of his helmet. He proceeds to call the group leader despicable and stab him in the eye with the blade, causing the soldiers to fire their crossbows. Retrieving the dagger, the skeleton throws it at a soldier's face and slashes another with his sword, upon which the 4 remaining soldiers flee in terror. No Name then turns to the hobgoblin, wondering whether he's still alive while cutting through the ropes, before the strange man lassos him and pulls him up his leg with a pulley. The small man then questions No Name as to his purpose there, and after some thought and argument, the skeleton admits to having been requested to return the dungeon to its normal state, not divulging who sent him, and then states that they are not enemies. Upon this statement, the strange man cuts him down and is revealed to be a small goblin. The goblin then heads towards his tied-up kin and tells the skeleton to go back since he will handle the problem. As the hobgoblin is untied, a blue window pops up informing No Name that his name is Insukases Bumtong, the dungeon boss. Outside the dungeon, 2 surviving soldiers run for their lives, thinking that their attacker must not be human and wondering how to escape the fake supervisor. A man with a red cape and a snake tattoo approaches on a horse, and overhearing the conversation, asks the terrified men for the meaning of their words. Inside the dungeon, No Name stares at the released hobgoblin, and wonders how a dungeon boss was so weak to be captured like that. As he reaches for his blade, the dungeon boss runs away in fear while the small goblin chases after him, calling him daddy, and telling him to stay still while he heals him. The skeleton finds it strange that a hobgoblin was defeated by human soldiers, but the goblin child explains that they are peaceful, and the humans set traps to ensnare him and enslave his people. No Name insists and wonders aloud why the boss is ranked F-, much to the child's confusion, and later states that dungeons are measured in advance to determine their difficulty level and deter people people from going. The child retorts that even though they only hide in the dungeon, that place is still their home, and then tells No Name to depart. As No Name is about to leave, he notices a bomb rolling towards him before being thrown away by the explosion. As the hobgoblin runs away in fear, the skeleton sees the supervisor approaching with the 3 soldiers. The man demands to know why No Name impersonated him, Darrow LaRouge Nim, and produces a small crossbow from under his cloak. Before he can fire, the goblin child dashes and slashes his wrist, causing the man to berate him as a slave. He then fires his crossbow, but the child manages to dodge the bolt, knocking the weapon from the supervisor's hand with his lasso, and jumping dagger in hand to deliver a killing blow. The goblin child falls back, a crossbow bolt piercing his chest. Upon seeing the scene, his father screams in horror and approaches his son while the supervisor mocks him and prepares to finish him off with his crossbow. Before he can fire, the enraged hobgoblin knocks the weapon out of his hand with a quick swipe, and eyes glowing red proceeds to kill the supervisor, thrusting his fist through his chest and hoisting him up in the air before throwing him at the soldier's feet. The enraged and bloodied dungeon boss roars in fury, his muscles tearing up the bandages covering his wounds, while the soldiers flee and No Name looks from the ground. A blue window pops up, informing him that the hobgoblin's mad enchantment has activated, revealing the creature as a hidden dungeon boss and raising its stats until his strength or will to fight is consumed. It also warns that blood-red hobgoblins are extremely non-violent pacifists that will develop a strong desire to kill when angry, and it reveals a hidden quest to pacify the hobgoblin. The creature notices No Name and strikes, his blows being deflected by the skeleton's sword. He admires the hobgoblin's strength but uses his superior skills to strike him from behind and send him flying across the room before choking him unconscious. Standing atop the dungeon boss, No Name wonders whether he should kill the creature until he notices the worried goblins gathering, including the creature's son. The hobgoblin then stirs and begins talking, having regained his senses, and embraces his son. A blue window informs No Name that the hidden quest had been completed, earning him 200 allegiance from the hobgoblin and a 70% rise in reputation with the blood-red goblin tribe, which will grow over time. It also informs that the assimilation ratio has decreased to 88.3%, causing the skeleton to ponder on its meaning, and noting that whenever something new is recognized, the assimilation rate goes down before trying to remember something. His thoughts are interrupted by the hobgoblin thanking him and offering to repay his kindness, which he refuses. The hobgoblin asks for his name, which the skeleton denies having. No Name then tells the goblins to hide deeper, warning of the impending human war, and thinks on the Necron Society tattoo, and whether Rena could get more information if she were to become branch manager. He also takes an ID card and a purse of gold from the dead supervisor, and as he exits the dungeon, the hobgoblin runs after him and offers to repay him by telling him of the unique goblin mage. The hobgoblin tells No Name that the goblin mage, Mudcash, is a secret of the goblin race, and is captivated by gold coins, and he has hoarded gold coins his whole life. Due to this greed, Mudcash plans on collecting every gold coin in the world, and for that purpose he created a magical coin purse that can hold an infinite number of coins, as well as presumably any other item. The skeleton's interest piqued. The hobgoblin proceeds to tell him that Mudcash is said to reside on the eastern mountains, but in order to find him, he must go around shouting the secret code, "Chweek, chweek, chweek," so Mudcash will come to him. The goblin explains the code means, "Do you like money? I do," and proceeds to teach No Name how to make that sound. At the TNT orphanage, No Name informs Slime that he has completed the quest, and he even got rid of Necron Society members. Slime thanks him and offers to repair his armor. The skeleton remarks that the snake tattoo worn by the members can strangle them to death, and the headmaster confirms it is the work of magic, meant to kill anyone who attempts to leak secrets regarding the society. When No Name asks how to break the spell, Slime tells him that it depends on the power of the one who cast it, believing that he might know who that person is, but it's too early to say now. Slime then informs No Name that he might have to leave for the time being on guild business, and Rena has passed the test, and may have something to tell him when she returns. That night, an unarmored No Name is looking at the night sky from his window, when Rena surprises him from behind. She teases him and he notices her bruised face before asking about her promotion. Rena thanks him for his help and, after some pause, asks him to run away together, leaving everything behind save for her sister to live in hiding. The skeleton bluntly declines, reminding her of their agreement to use each other and make Rena branch manager so that she could be of use to him, causing her to sigh and state that the test isn't over yet. She then states that they told her that she must bring him to them at a specific time and location, and that after becoming branch manager would become abundant to her, suggesting they know about the skeleton's true nature. No Name notes the ominous request while a scared Rina states her unease and fear that he might regret going with her, stating that the guild wasn't important and they should just run. No Name cuts her short and states that it's important to him since they need information, and Rina's promotion is a way to obtain it, while inwardly thinking that he also wants to clear the scenario. Rina comments on how No Name seems to be more interested than her in getting into the guild, before smiling warily and agreeing to go. At dawn, Rina and No Name ride a cart in silence heading for their destination. Come nightfall, they're close to arriving, and Rina leads the way to a ruined arena with an altar rising at its center and caverns at its sides. As they wait, the pair examines the structures, especially the altar, and as the clouds part, No Name is shocked as he identifies the symbols on the altar as the mark of the Demon King person. Remembering his days as a skeleton soldier, he recalls Demon King of Thunder commanding 26 units and donning a lion's head, commanding his army with a trumpet while riding a gigantic black bear. No Name realizes that the TNT Guild worships a Demon King, and realizes the snake of the Necron Society is the symbol of the Demon King Duke Bodis, who commanded 60 units. He concludes that, though it is still 10 years too early for the descent upon the world, the Demon Kings still influence this world. Suddenly, several robed figures appear from the rocky caverns in the arena, including an old man with a turban and a staff who presents himself as Patrick Ajar, a mage, and the third-ranking director of the TNT National Headquarters. He then introduces the other figures as other TNT executives who share the same beliefs, those beliefs being the reduction of the human population. No Name is shocked at this and asks the man the reason for summoning him there as well. Patrick states that they studied both his and Rina's past, noting that he immediately stood out from the rest, and proceeding to list his accomplishments since rising from his grave. Praising his strength, the mage states his desire to create a new world with him due to the merciless way humans treat other species. He removes his turban, revealing himself as a member of the deer people who are hunted by humans to use their horns in medicine. He also states that humans also kill each other, and remembering Rubia and Mistress Succubus, No Name asks the deer man about his plans. Patrick then states that there will be a great war and the resulting blood must be offered to their king, so that he can descend upon the world to cleanse it of humans. No Name identifies their king as the Demon King, much to the applause of Patrick, and the crowd stands in awe as he states its name is Person. Seeing no need to explain the legends, the mage concludes, stating that preparations for the ritual to offer the blood and cries of humans to their king are complete, and once he descends, it will be the end of mankind. No Name is surprised that such a group exists, and remembering the war is about to start, he asks Patrick if they're responsible for manufacturing it. The mage simply states that the war was waged by the crown, and they only plan on increasing the casualties, preventing any call for truce, and manipulating the hero of the war, ultimately causing the Empire and Alliance to despise each other. Knowing the future, No Name thinks on how their plans will only partially succeed. Their god and his 12 brethren will descend upon the world after the offerings, and slaughter mankind for a decade until they're slain. He briefly thinks about how these followers would feel at seeing their gods die, and later asks Patrick where he thinks the Empire will strike first. He confirms that it is Amber, where the TNT headquarters are located, and that despite the city's powerful and brutal attempts to prevent the war, they failed. And after that, war preparations were hastened by the royal family. No Name asks the deer man if the TNT blocked the peace attempts, causing him to laugh uncontrollably at the absurdity of the statement, since they never could have hoped to achieve that, and they simply failed. He states that there will be a war, and they're just going with the flow, and asks Rina and No Name to join them, promising power. When the skeleton asks if he means power within the TNT, Patrick states that it's included, but he means actual power. He removes his staff and summons ancient powers as the hooded figures begin to transform into different monsters, much to Rina's shock. Patrick's antlers grow as he morphs into a gigantic deer, and many other followers assume their true forms as well, and begin to converge on No Name. No Name stares at Person's followers, and realizes that, despite being far below the chain of command, they still pose a threat to him. Patrick then stomps, unleashing lightning that splits the ground around him, and making No Name feel the enormous pressure under that fraction of Person's power. The deer man then offers this power to the skeleton, prompting the latter to inquire about its cost. Patrick states that once the seal is carved onto No Name's body, person's power will flow through him if he believes, and he will only have to perform a ritual sacrifice every full moon. No Name notices the human followers present, and upon questioning, they reveal that they are regular humans who harbor hatred towards mankind, and are apologetic to the monsters for being born humans. The skeleton then recalls that after the descent of the Demon Kings, 1 in 10 or 20 humans joined the monster army, including some that went with the flow, as well as others who had already researched black magic and had no choice but to join, and a few who harbored real hatred towards humans, and truly believed that they should be wiped out. Patrick asks No Name if he will take the seal, promising to create a righteous world of balance. The skeleton states that he will not try to dissuade them, but will not join, since he will not devote himself to a king that will fail. A harpy calls this statement blasphemy, noting No Name's weakness and the power he's being offered. Inwardly, No Name agrees that he is nothing and might not survive fighting a harpy, and since his growth rate has reached its limit, a power boost would be welcome. However, he fears that they will demand that he devote his life after he takes the seal, and he doesn't know how many times he will revive if this will happen, unwilling to be person's slave no matter the power offered. As the harpy grows impatient, No Name asks Rina what she will do, and she asks him if he would want her to accept. No Name states that, though she might have power for 10 years, it would be gone after the Demon Kings are defeated. Sighing, Rina states that she would never take that power alone, and nothing else mattered as long as she and No Name were together. The Deer Man is surprised at the refusal, but No Name reaffirms to him that he does not object to their goals. He just doesn't want to become an underling to someone who will lose. The harpy, furious once again at this blasphemy, bares her talons and descends to strike him down. But before she can strike, Rina yells at everyone to stop. She states that if they don't let them go, she will fire the contents of her pack, revealing it to be full of Imperial Army flares. Everyone stands still as Rina warns that the flares will cause people to come and look, and since the followers don't like the attention, they should let the pair go. As the harpy complains, Patrick tells everyone to stand down. After confirming that No Name will not take the seal, Rina states that it will be difficult to stay alive now. A werewolf identifying himself as Brody Baldov states that Rina is bluffing, and that he can handle any humans that come his way. A nervous Rina throws a quip concerning the werewolf's eyes before Patrick tells everyone to step away from Rina and No Name, since that is the optimal spot for person's judgment, and he doesn't intend to drag it any longer. Wondering if they're being released, No Name announces they will depart, before the Deer Man's antlers charge with magic and the creature paralyzes them where they stand. Patrick states he must kill them since they have heard too much. But first, he offers them a final chance to join. No Name concludes that they can't forcefully carve the seal, which the Deer Man confirms. After some thought, the skeleton asks if the Necron Society is made of Botus's followers, and if the contract with Person will also kill them if they tell secrets. Patrick merely states that he will know the answer if he joins, or die if he doesn't, and after No Name requests the answer as a parting gift, he states that the Necron tattoos only empower the chief priest and enslaves the rest to do his bidding. As the Deer Man asks for them to choose once again, the flares in Rina's bag ignite, startling everyone present. A blindfolded woman whispers something into Patrick's ear and he orders everyone to scatter. As everyone else hides, the blind woman remains with the paralyzed pair. Regretting that things turned out like that, she then states that before she leaves, she must take care of them. As she touches Rina's face, her hand turns into slime, revealing her to be the headmaster of the TNT orphanage as evidenced by her mismatched eyes. As the pair is being consumed, No Name reminds Slime that children will die if war breaks out. But the latter simply states that there is no other choice, and it is proper that humans should be exterminated. As the headmaster regrets that they couldn't work together any longer, No Name sees Rina begin to melt, before the darkness descends once more. No Name wakes up once again in the charnel house with Rina sleeping on his lap, thinking on the long life he had just had and the help he received from the TNT Guild. He knows he can't go to them this time, or Rina will die again, and deeply regrets causing her death. A blue window confirms his inheritance is complete, and reveals that he has learned a new bonus of corrosive resistance after his 7th death, raising his resistance to acid. It also reveals the Necromancer's Lover bonus has been automatically selected. The skeleton concludes that in this life, he will have to be alone. Looking at Rina, he sees that her stats are different from last time and his assimilation rate has dropped to 87.75%. Rina then wakes up, stating she had a strange dream, much to No Name's surprise, and gives him her pendant, which he identifies as a token of trust, much to Rina's surprise. Despite accepting it, he states that they will be going on separate ways and he is leaving, and that she shouldn't remain in the charnel house for more than a month. When Rina asks where they will meet again, the skeleton stands up and states that they won't. No Name apologizes to her and tells her to live her life freely as he departs the dungeon. Wondering where he should head next, he recalls the vacant, arid underground cemetery dungeon and heads that way. Sometime later, as he is nearing the dungeon, No Name is forced to hide as soldiers ride down the road. And before he decides what to do about them, the men stop in their tracks. They approach a katana-wielding swordsman down the road, and stating they are searching for spies, tells him to identify himself. The swordsman mocks them for patrolling the safest road, and as they ask him to state his rank, he snickers and tells them that he is the spy. The soldiers raise their spears and charge, but the swordsman deftly cuts off the spear tips in one fell swoop. Telling them he was joking, the man pulls an ID and presents himself as Chandler Namjak, the young lord of Grasmere. The soldiers apologize, and the man tells them to get his weapon from his castle, handing them his seal as proof as they depart. Hidden in a nearby bush, No Name examines the man, and as he is about to depart, he hears a voice greeting him. The world fades to black, as a blue window pops up telling him the caster's understanding of skeletons from his previous life has reached the rank EX. No Name wakes up unarmored, unable to move, and staring at several blue windows. One informs him he is in a deep sleep and is dreaming, and within this dream his stats have decreased and his magic and field of vision have been suppressed, while another states he is under a powerful enchantment. As he checks his surroundings, he starts to move, and a blue window states that his stats are now 15% of what they were. As he stumbles forward, he sees another skeleton soldier which proceeds to fight him, until a window warns him his health is below 75%. No Name then reads his opponent's pattern and delivers a punch that sends him flying and then snaps his collarbone. The skeleton then recovers and reassembles before departing, and as No Name notices he has also recovered, an orc skeleton appears behind him. The orc sends him flying with a single punch and then raises No Name by his arm, shattering his humerus. No Name then gathers his severed arm, and a blue window informs him that his level 5 sword mastery has been activated with a 70% effectiveness. He stabs the orc's skull with the arm, shattering it and killing the skeleton before healing once more. A stone then lights up as a sign tells No Name to choose what he wants from an assortment of shields and weapons, making the skeleton note that someone is watching over him. After he grabs a sword and shield, the stat debuff is lifted and his field of vision restored, revealing massive piles of bones. 3 orc skeletons assemble and approach No Name. As he gauges the situation, one of them swings an axe at him, which he manages to block while thinking that if his skull cracks, he might see Rina again. But he shouldn't rely on miracles. After he loses his shield, the skeleton manages to evade the orc's axe blows, wondering what his captor wants. Although he wants to live, he realizes that there isn't any hope and wonders if this is just the end. And after kicking away his shield, the orc skeletons subdue him on the ground. He wonders why they don't just kill him, concluding that someone is controlling them and wondering who could be so powerful, as a woman watches from the distance. As the skeletons slam him to the ground, the woman asks him if he's hiding anything else, and No Name is soon surrounded by screaming spirits, as the voice keeps asking him questions. The skeleton hacks at the spirits as the questions continue, wondering if the voice is taunting him and demanding to know who she is. In response, as the spirits restrain him, the voice gives a series of cryptical analogies, with the last one being a clear reference to Rubia. No Name is angered at the apparent mockery, and the voice asks if he wants to rip her apart, before stating it is he who will end up that way. The voice states that she will break and reassemble him, adding bones from other creatures. This comment makes the skeleton realize that this must be a powerful being, and wondering if it knows about his ability to revive, asks why he was brought here. The spirits release him as the voice tells him that she wanted a friendly chat while she waited for someone. She states that after the digging up was done, some repairs were made, and she is done examining him, she would want to hear his story. Before answering, No Name asks about Rubia, and she answers that she saw images of her in his mind. asking how long it has been since he was resurrected. No Name then answers that it would be 3 months if measured by normal standards, and later yelling that this is his 9th life. Despite his many lives, he failed to protect or rescue anyone and is now being toyed with. Suddenly, a voice tells him the shout scared her, and No Name turns his head to see a part skeleton woman in red robes. The half-skeleton woman looks at No Name with curiosity, and after she touches his shoulder, a blue window pops up informing him that he is leveled up. But since he doesn't meet the requirements, the scenario will not start. The woman then asks the skeleton about this being his 8th life, and after No Name explains his story, she gulps and jokes at him being mad. A blue window pops up, informing him that his likability with the necromancer Gils de Rey has increased to 35, causing the skeleton to review his necromancer's lover bonus. Suddenly, Gils grabs his hand and teases him, telling him she will have to take him apart. She grabs his head, and as he hears her comment on finding no madness nor curse in him, everything fades to black once again. No Name wakes up on the cave floor once more, and as he wonders if it was all an illusion, Gils starts talking behind him. She apologizes for taking apart his skull, informing him that she took apart the parietal bone and gave him a part of her skull containing her essence. Gils then teases him and tells him that he will now be able to do something fun. As the skeleton wonders what she meant, Chandler stumbles forward, causing No Name to ask if she killed him. She replies that she just woke him from his life, and handing No Name a sword tells him to exploit the swordsman since he can easily beat him. As Chandler darts forth, their swords clash and they parry each other's blows until the skeleton manages to cut off his head. Undeterred, the headless Chandler continues to fight until No Name manages to kick him back and stab him through the chest. The skeleton then notices the swordsman's hand glowing, and as Gils tells him to try absorbing it, a blue window pops up informing him that he now has the skill to absorb his opponent's essence, and that will grow as he continues to absorb more essences. As No Name reaches to absorb Chandler's essence, a blue window informs him that stacks below 50 will be absorbed, and due to the low absorption level, there will be restrictions to the skill. As the swordsman's essence flows through him, the blue window informs No Name that he has absorbed his skills and abilities, and they will be usable once they are assimilated in 24 hours. Gils confirms that the absorption skill was her gift, and the skeleton marvels at its power to raise his stats and skills. No Name asks Gils if she had this skill her entire life, which she confirms, before commenting on how strange it is that she is going this far with him. She then activates a gravity prison and binds him in invisible onyx chains, causing a blue window to inform the skeleton that he is bound to her forever until released. As he thinks on the implications of this, Gils states that she never intended to let him go, and thanks to the chains, she can't even if she wanted to, reasoning that she should have him by her side till death parts them. She then cheerfully tells No Name to go for a stroll outside the cave, stating he will only improve his new skills by trying them out. They emerge from the barren catacombs dungeon, and as No Name points out the risk of discovery, Gils reveals she covered it with a barrier and everyone in the area were going to withdraw. The skeleton worries she might be killed if the Blue Templars appear, but she laughs it off, stating that no one in the country can kill her, and if someone were to die, that would be Emperor Elton Clements. She then reveals that she was meant to kill him since she was an honorary priest in the Red Flake Order of Assassins. The order had received a request to assassinate the Emperor, and all other members declined the request due to their unwillingness to breach their neutrality. Thus, Gils took on the request herself, demanding control over Wedgestone Commemoration Park, as well as the Obsidian Hill Park, where humanity's heroes were buried, and waited at the dungeon for the Emperor to show up. She tells No Name that he will arrive in 4 days to audit the southern lands and check with the newly appointed lords. No Name deduced that he must be heading to Arist. She then tells the skeleton to walk alone on the road without concealing himself in his armor, and hands him a magic blade instructing him to stab anyone who attacks him. Gils then explains that the object is bound to her and it will not change ownership regardless of who wields it. She then points at a group of approaching soldiers and tells No Name to get going. The skeleton hides behind a tree, wondering whether he can win when a spear suddenly pierces through the tree just under his ribs. No Name realizes he's been found and dodges as a second spear pierces through the tree, rolling and facing the incoming soldiers. The soldiers identify him as a skeleton soldier and wonder where he came from before one flings a rondel at him, which barely misses and gets stuck in a rock. One of the soldiers warns about the danger posed by No Name and his blade, and the skeleton realizes he's facing the Emperor's recon unit and he can't face them alone. Suddenly, he hears a voice coming from the rune-covered dagger telling him to kill the soldiers, and his body starts moving on its own to attack. As the blade cuts one of the soldiers, the runes start flowing into his wound, causing extreme pain and his arm to swell, as white blood gushes out. A blue window informs No Name that he is leveled up as the man dies at his feet, causing the skeleton to wonder about the powers of the blade before being pinned to a tree by the spears of other soldiers. The enraged soldiers advance to strike with their swords, and as No Name cuts the spear shafts to set himself free, a blue window warns that his sword skill effectiveness has decreased, since he hasn't learned how to handle a dagger. Before the soldiers manage to finish him off, Gils intercedes and strikes them down with bone-throwing knives. She then tells No Name to finish them off himself for the absorption skill to be stronger, but he hesitates after having experienced the power of the dagger. The necromancer states that the runes in the blade will penetrate the veins of anyone who touches it. Despite being immune to this due to being a skeleton, No Name states that he dislikes being controlled by the blade, but Gils counters that the blade only does what he desires. As he ponders on this, the necromancer urges him to finish them off for their sake. Picking up one of the soldiers' swords, he quickly dispatches them, and as a blue window informs him that absorption is possible, he absorbs their essence and skills. Gils then invites him to eat something much more nutritious in preparation for killing the Emperor, having left orders to the skeletons in the cave. Sometime later, two of the Emperor's magicians approach, scanning the road for magic, not noticing anything strange, and Gils decides to let them pass and await the Emperor. Soon after, a contingent of knights approaches on the road, followed by a gilded carriage warded against spells, which they deduce must be carrying the Emperor. No Name studies the huge contingent of knights, noting that their leader is wearing mithril armor. Gils playfully asks No Name if he wants that armor before standing up and heading for the road. The soldiers challenge her as she stands in the road by herself. The soldiers challenge Gils, and as their captain beckons the Imperial mages, one of them halts the men and identifies the woman as one of the 3 guardians of Ambermere, and the strongest necromancer alive. When questioned by the captain, Gils innocently states her goal to assassinate the crown prince, prompting the men to advance as No Name watches from afar. Gils stands unmoving as the knights charge at her, and before the first lance reaches her, she raises her hand and issues a command, causing the ground before her to crumble. The confused knights fall into the sinkhole and prepare to fight, while Gils watches from above and explains to No Name that her children had dug underground and were acting as pillars, having prepared the trap in advance. She then gestures at the skeleton soldiers rising from the ground amidst the knights, overturning the carriage and attacking them on all sides. Though some of the soldiers are overwhelmed, their captain stands firm before being frozen in shock. From amidst a cloud of black smoke, 5 massive undead warriors rise around their mistress, who commands them into battle. The warriors cut through the soldiers as Gils descends into the pit on a stair made by her children. Suddenly, a spear is thrown at her, and after catching it mid-air, she sadistically throws it through several knights aiming for their captain. He manages to deflect the strike, but falls to the ground from the impact, raising his head to see the hellish battlefield unfolding before him. Gils advances through the carnage as Galaut, one of her warriors, escorts her and briefs her on the battle's progress. He notes that Owain retains his mastery with swords, and Pale Hamelin sprays the blood of enemy knights with every swing of his sword, much to Gils's delight. He continues to report that Andre the Heartbreaker is also meeting expectations, crushing hearts with his lance. But Fenrir is struggling since he is facing a worthy opponent. The captain of the Imperial Knights is keeping up with Fenrir, dodging and countering the undead knights' attacks. Suddenly, Fenrir jumps and attempts to strike the captain from above, but the attack is deflected, prompting Gils to order Galaut to help him. Galaut then dispatches a group of nearby knights and joins the battle, with him and Fenrir jointly attacking the captain. Meanwhile, No Name marvels at the true power of Gils as he notices the 2 Imperial mages preparing to attack her with holy magic. Realizing the danger, the skeleton hurries to stop them before they cast the spell, but Gils merely smiles and casts an anti-divine mandala, nullifying the attack. As the mages curse the necromancer, she turns to the skeleton, moved by his attempt to protect her, and briefly restrains him with the onyx chains. As the mages launch a fireball attack, the necromancer raises a sword and launches a magic purge counterattack, splitting the fireball in half. The now split fireball misses Gils and No Name and incinerates nearby knights as the mages watch in horror. Meanwhile, Galaut and Fenrir battle the captain, who uses his superior swordsmanship and skills to dodge or block every strike from the undead heroes. Seeing him in distress, his remaining knights rush to help him, despite his protest. But they are easily cut down by Fenrir. Enraged at the loss of his men, the captain blocks a double strike from the undead warriors and vows to kill them, counterattacking and rushing towards them. Nearby, Gils continues to easily deflect the Imperial Mage's attacks, causing them to furiously amass a massive amount of magic for one final attack. The Necromancer, however, is unfazed, and she tells a spectating no-name it's time to wrap the duel up. The skeleton raises his head to see her undead servants raise the Imperial carriage up in the air and send it crashing down on the mages, causing their attack and the carriage's protective magic to cancel each other out. No-Name stares in amazement at the power of Gils, seeing her 5 massive warriors and the fact that the entire battalion of knights, including their captain, have been annihilated. Gils congratulates the warriors and then bids the undead Imperial Knights to rise, causing them to stand in formation, making a path between her and the Imperial carriage. She approaches the richly dressed man who emerges from the carriage and promptly draws his blood with a syringe in order to analyze his genes. Confirming he is indeed the Emperor, she proceeds to fulfill the request and slice his throat with her skeleton finger. The man bleeds out while proclaiming, "Long live His Majesty, the Emperor." Gils is surprised at watching the man cheer for the Emperor, and when No-Name asks if he was a body double, she states that it shouldn't be possible due to the gene analysis. Puzzled, she takes a ring from his hand and notices a swirling black mass forming over his head. Nervous and realizing what is happening, she orders everyone to fall back. A series of bone tentacles sprout from the Necromancer's back and jab at the black mass, only to be shattered and pushed back. She repeats her orders to her troops, stating it will be her last command. The 5 undead warriors refuse and give her assistance, stabbing the mass with their weapons as Gils frantically repeats her order. Suddenly, the mass shatters, its shards rearranging themselves into a dark sword that tears a rift in reality. A worried Gils then orders her undead heroes to dodge before the sword slices all 5 of them in half, one by one, killing them with ease. Gils then throws No-Name back with her tendrils, causing him to wonder if she wants him to run as she blocks the sword. Then, a knight clad in black armor with glowing details and a billowing red cape steps out of the rift, wielding the sword. Livid, Gils swears to obliterate him as she orders her tendrils to attack. The knight sends a single strike, cutting through the air and causing massive damage, killing Gils and her undead troops. No-Name is shocked by this, and as the knight notices him, he delivers another blow, stating he will make an application. Once the blow lands, a blue window informs a confused No-Name that he has acquired level 1 two-handed sword mastery, wide slash, and one strike. No-Name thinks in confusion about the recent developments and the mysterious knight, until the latter summons several blades from the rift and orders them to strike towards him. The blades pass right through him, and a blue window informs him that his assimilation rate is at 84.68%. A blank window then pops up in front of a confused No-Name. The Black Knight's details start to glow red, and after stating something in an unknown language, he glowers at the skeleton and turns back, disappearing into the rift. As the rift closes, No-Name is left alone amidst the carnage, feeling completely powerless after failing to protect anyone and being reduced to a mere spectator in the battle that unfolded. He wonders in despair as to why he survived and the reason for being spared by the Dark Knight, before turning to the blank window. As he touches it, his fingers pass through, causing him to pull back his hand in shock. Believing the window to be spatial magic, he tries putting a sword in, causing the sword to turn into an icon on the window. He concludes that the window popped once the swords passed through him and wonders what it could be. Though No-Name initially thinks about taking all the weapons there, he decides against it, fearing the arrival of Imperial troops and plans to leave quickly. He then approaches Gils's corpse and is surprised as a ball of essence starts shining in her chest. The essence of all who fell in the battle then merge into a massive ball, and No-Name, realizing it can be absorbed, approaches it as a blue window asks him to confirm his action. No-Name ponders on whether to absorb the essence or to try and protect Gils in this life, and concludes that he must get stronger in order to protect her in the future. And to do so, he confirms the absorption. The massive amount of essence is absorbed into his body, and a blue window confirms that he has obtained a bone-sharing perk and absorbing efficiency has drastically increased, raising the cap to 75. Several windows pop up informing him that his stats have increased considerably and has acquired the Bone Monarch skill. This skill allows him to steal an opponent's bones and form complex bone structures. He wonders if this means he might form his own bone minions, and believes that skill will come in handy later. He then muses about what to do with Gilsa's corpse, but finally decides to just leave her like that and hurry up to consume the remaining essence of the deceased warriors. As he absorbs the essence of the Imperial Knights, blue windows inform him of the absorbed skills, and a timer pops up informing him that the absorption will be complete in 24 hours. He then approaches the captain of the Knights, noting the powerful essence of the warrior, and proceeds to absorb it, learning several tactical skills. A red window pops up, informing him that he has reached the limit of 50 simultaneous skills. Lamenting not being able to absorb more, No Name then turns to removing the captain's mithril armor, and after taking off the helmet, finds out she was a woman and closes her eyes. After donning the suit of armor and attaching the magic blade, No Name climbs out of the pit and wonders where he should head next. Believing he might be a danger to Rina in his condition, he decides to head to a deserted place in order to digest his newly absorbed skills. And so, using dash, he speedily departs. Come nightfall, a lone figure approaches the carnage of the pit. Walking amidst the desolation, Marquis Vatien von Leandro, leader of the Blue Lion Templars, approaches the corpse of the captain of the Imperial Knights. He calls her Isabel and kneels over her body in solemn sorrow, before raising his view with hatred and determination in his eyes. No Name stops after having used dash, wondering if it's far enough and deciding to save a final use in case of emergency after having used dash for several days. Having traveled a large distance, he reasons that even if the Imperial family had sent soldiers after him, it should be difficult for them to locate him. Elsewhere, Vatien follows his tracks. No Name finds the place where he stopped familiar, and after some searching finds the skeleton of the wolf pup he met in his previous life trapped in the bear trap, having been unable to save himself. Remembering his Bone Monarch skill, he wonders if he would be able to revive it, and decides to try. The skeleton pup then rises, and as he wonders on how to handle it, decides to cover him with a piece of cloth so he won't catch any attention. The pup then runs off by himself, since No Name's Bone Monarch level is too low to control him, and the skeleton follows it through the forest. Meanwhile, Vatien activates a magic compass which points in the direction of No Name, and causes the skeleton's armor to emit light, much to his confusion. At night, No Name and the pup then reach a cabin, with the skeleton wondering if it belonged to the hunters and realizing the pup brought him there to rest. Having searched the area for possible dangers, No Name enters the cabin and begins exploring it. The pup then urges to follow him upstairs, where they find a barrel containing a dead troll. No Name then absorbs its essence and gains new skills, and decides to wait in the cabin until the skill is fully absorbed. Nearby, Vatien passes by the bear trap and heads towards the cabin as No Name's armor begins to glow. No Name stares at the dead troll, wondering whether he would be able to revive it like he did with the cub. Placing his hand on the creature's head, he commands it to rise and energy begins to flow. But a red window warns him that the troll requires 35 control and he lacks enough control to do this. Seeing this, he wonders just how much control Gils had, being unable to calculate the control required to summon the army she used in the ambush, and wonders if he might reach such a level in the very distant future. Suddenly, the cub stands to attention and barks in alarm, leading No Name to wonder what's the matter, and brushing it off as a warning that he is all out of control. He then sees a book on the table, and upon inspection sees that it is So You Want to Kill a Troll by Kevin Ashton. No Name remarks that it is as if it were left for him to read. As he reads, he notices an unknown language in one of the pages, and a blue window notifies him that the Eastern Language Level 1 skill is being used. Suddenly, he feels dizzy, and a window pops up informing him that the assimilation rate has dropped to 83.94%. He then picks up the book again, and understanding the language, manages to obtain the +1 intelligence bonus, even if he doesn't understand the meaning of the text. Suddenly, the door opens, and the dog begins to bark again. And as No Name begins to wonder why, he turns to see a grim Vatien standing next to him with his blade raised. Unwilling to die meaninglessly, he raises his magic blade and blocks the Seraphim blade, and recalling its properties, believes that he has a chance if he manages to cut the knight. As No Name presses on, the Seraphim blade lights up and produces a force field that sends the skeleton flying against the wall. Not seeing an opening, he wonders if he will die again without cutting Vatien. No Name's blade and stolen armor lie on the ground as Vatien presses the disarmed skeleton's head to the floor. And once the skeleton asks why he isn't asking anything of him, the knight knocks him out. No Name wakes up next to a campfire, wondering what happened, and finding out that he's been tied up, wondering if Vatien spared him. Concluding that he must want something from him regarding the assassination of the Emperor, the skeleton decides to obtain some information first. He taunts Va Tian, stating how pointless his task is with the Emperor dead, obtaining no response, and then asks who he thought wanted the Emperor dead the most, stating he might know something. The knight then turns and swiftly removes his jaw, rendering him unable to speak, leading No Name to conclude that he does not want information and he doesn't understand him, and given the situation, running away would be best. Reckoning he would be caught if he fled at that time, he decided to wait until the knight is fast asleep, and after some time wonders if he should make his escape or wait, since he can't tell whether Va Tian is sleeping or not, and senses some bugs landing on his skull. Hearing some strange noises, No Name activates his detection skill and realizes he can only detect the horse, Va Tian being too powerful for his detection level. Suddenly leaves rustle and a shadow jumps from the brush and darts towards the sleeping knight, who immediately wakes up and blocks the attacker. The attacker is wearing a canine mask and is armed with clawed weapons, and the skeleton sees this as an opportunity to flee. Va Tian tells the attacker that he was waiting for the skeleton's master, puzzling No Name. As they break off, the attacker comments that Va Tian is too strong, contrary to the intel she received. The Blue Templar promises to take both her arms and presses his attack, but it merely passes through the fox-masked attacker, surprising both Va Tian and No Name. She then closes the distance and strikes the knight, promising that she will take his heart. As Va Tian coughs up blood, the attacker states that codename Starlight Fox is commencing. Va Tian grasps at his wound as the attacker remarks that she missed, surprising No Name. The knight then pulls out a potion and bites the bottle, shocking the woman due to the amount of potion consumed. She then decides to resort to more extreme methods, summoning multiple mechanical bugs. No Name recalls the beetles from before and is shocked as she commands the swarm towards Va Tian as he reaches his horse, causing them to explode and reduce the knight to a crater full of blood. No Name can barely believe what he's seeing when the attacker grabs him from his bindings and carries him a bit farther before stopping. Searching for a bit, she produces his jaw and sets it back in place before untying him. No Name asks why she is helping him, and she introduces herself as Elwyn Esau, the summoning nun of the Red Flakes Order of Assassins, whose codename is Starlight Blue Fox. She was sent to confirm the completion of the Emperor's assassination, which she confirmed earlier along with Giels' death, but now there was no one to accept the reward. The Red Flakes can't accept it since Giels took the request after leaving the Order, and as the sole remaining minion, he should be the one to claim it. No Name tries to refuse, stating that he was just an observer, but Elwyn points out he has Giels' suppressive essence, which allowed her to track him and is a valid qualification. As he thinks on thanking Giels in his next life, the nun tells him to follow her, and they head to a magic motorcycle shaped like a scarab, with Elwyn telling No Name to hop on. At the same time, Va Tian rises from the blood pool, his eyes glowing red as he recalls the beetle attack and calls No Name and Elwyn murderous bastards. Elwyn and No Name speed through the forest on the motorbike, which notifies that their speed is in excess of 500 kilometers an hour. The skeleton holds on for dear life, wondering about the vehicle, and the nun explains that it was made of polymer resin molded with carbonic acid, and was a part of her inheritance. And as No Name expresses his confusion with those terms, she clarifies that she doesn't know what they mean either, and is reciting what was left in the records. As they speed onwards, No Name contemplates on the unpredictable direction this life has taken. The pair reach a cliff, and the bike notifies them that there is no road below. Much to the skeleton's horror, Elwyn accelerates and drives off the cliff, and as he covers his eyes in preparation for death, the vehicle switches to flight mode. Prompted by the nun, No Name uncovers his eyes and sees the landscape, with Elwyn pointing out Ublam and Arist in the distance and noting how close they are, making the skeleton feel weird at having struggled in that small place. Sometime later, they land in a barren landscape, with Elwyn stating that the vehicle is named Perseus, an amphibious sailplane and a product of science, which she describes as magic of a previous age. She promises to tell No Name what an inheritance is later, and states that they must push the bike to their destination in order to save fuel. Perseus was made with methods lost to their age, which even Amber can't replicate, and it refuels over a long time when exposed to starlight. No Name suggests pushing it around at night, but Elwyn tells him that the sun is also a star, and as the skeleton believes she is messing with him, she corrects herself while patting his head. Elwyn then asks if he ever visited Amber, and he recalls his visit there in his first life as a skeleton soldier and the carnage and destruction he witnessed, answering that he was there in 1157, amusing the nun since they are currently in the year 1147. No Name then concludes that there's no point in warning her of the upcoming war, since she wouldn't believe him, and changes the subject, asking where they are. Elwyn explains that the desolate plain is called Area B14, also referred to as the Red Marsh. The skeleton is confused by the name until he sees a red cloud in the distance, which, upon further inspection, is formed by countless red mechanical bugs. The nun explains that they must number in the tens of billions and are similar to the bugs she used, except that they are smaller and consume everything in sight. She states that there's no need for a detour and decides to show him something fun, touching a panel which causes the bike to display a topographic map using Google Maps with a 16-kilometer radius, programmed to show inheritances. Furthermore, she explains that the red patch is not the swarm, but an undiscovered inheritance called the Million Ship. It has a wavelength 10,000 times stronger than the most powerful inheritance found so far, and 30,000 times stronger than Perseus, which causes the swarm to form around it. The Empire sent its best magicians to investigate the site, but obtained no results, destroying the records of the failed attempt. Seeing the map, No Name wonders what this inheritance might be. No Name asks Elwyn about a small dot in the display next to Perseus, to which she replies that everyone needs a trump card. And despite being curious at the thought of her having another inheritance, he decides to press her no further. Elwyn then gets underway, activating Perseus's high-frequency mode to chase the bugs away, keeping them at bay by emitting wavelengths. The pair reaches the sea and head for the docks in order to get to Amber. No Name fears lurking sea monsters, but Elwyn reassures him, stating that they will approach the danger zone by ship and then continue on Perseus, since it can repel monsters like it repelled the swarm, and they should be safe from stronger monsters if they avoid their habitats. Back at Area B14, Vatien cuts a path through the swarm undaunted, wielding his seraphim blade before him. As the ship travels through the rough weather, Elwyn informs No Name that Amber will be quite noisy since they are preparing for war. She explains they intend to attack the Empire with the Freedom Alliance in order to make the Red Marsh a neutral territory. But No Name points out that after the Empire is defeated, the Alliance might turn on Amber. The island nation has less than a tenth of the size and population of either of its powerful neighbors, and the island managed to remain independent by staying in the middle of the strength and ideologies of both powers. Elwyn cuts him short and states that there is also a hidden truth behind Amber's survival, namely that it succeeded by controlling both sides from the shadows, causing them to fight each other, leaving Amber alone. No Name then asks why the Alliance would wage war on the Empire instead of controlling them, to which he coldly replies that the Empire suddenly became uncontrollable, and that was the reason behind the assassination of the Emperor Elton Clements. But if that has no effect, they must use the opportunity to strike. No Name then recalls Person's followers telling him that the Empire was also gearing up for war. He asks Elwyn what would happen if Amber succeeded, to which she replies that the Red Flake would secure the Million Ship to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The weather worsens and Elwyn tells No Name that they should prepare to hop on Perseus since they are approaching the habitat of the Kraken. On deck, No Name wonders who the captain might be to navigate the ship alone and not ask any questions about No Name, and the nun replies that he only cares about getting paid and she is a regular, before greeting the man and telling him that they will be getting off soon. The captain only manages to acknowledge the remark before a presence lands behind him and severs his head. Elwyn and No Name curse their luck as Vatien stands on the deck railing, sword in hand. Vatien slashes at Elwyn to no effect, causing him to confirm that she has the power to move through objects due to her inheritance. The nun readies her weapons and challenges him to test his theory, prompting the Blue Templar to accept and slash in vain at her neck. She then asks if he has any more elixirs before striking back, stating that he will die once she rips his heart out again. Vatien kicks her straight to the chest and sends her flying, noting to himself that all he has to do to defeat her is keep attacking until her inheritance is exhausted. Elwyn notes his persistence and Vatien passes his sentence for the murder of the Emperor before striking again. The nun starts to taunt him before realizing the attack has also damaged the ship, and asking if he would go to such lengths to kill her, even if she is innocent. Vatien refutes her, stating that she came to retrieve the skeleton who witnessed the crime, causing No Name to fear that he might be blaming Gilsa's actions on Elwyn because of him. Elwyn yells at Vatien to die alone and stop demolishing the ship as she throws her clawed weapon at him. The knight catches the weapon and strikes back, stating that if she were honorable, she wouldn't be trying to cross the border illegally. As the nun thinks about what to do, Vatien keeps reciting laws to her, noting that it will be hard for all involved if they come across something worse in this area of the seas. Latching one end of the weapon to the rigging, she strikes back, yelling at him to listen, but he blocks the attack and presses on. As Vatien continues to pass sentences, Elwyn changes tactics and tells No Name to stay next to Perseus, stating that they will have to get rid of the knight in order to escape. The Blue Templar continues to yell out his sentence until an annoyed Elwyn denies the charge once more, upon which he angrily states that the puppet emperor didn't matter anyway, and he is after them for the murder of Isabel Simone and her Imperial Guardsmen, stealing her armor and putting it on No Name, while a nervous Elwyn realizes the knight is on a suicide mission. As a grim Vatien begins to glow from his sheer power, he recalls Isabel before laying down Elwyn's punishment. His attack splits the ship in half and damages Perseus, setting the boat ablaze as a massive eye opens below it. Elwyn pulls No Name from the water and onto a piece of the deck, cursing at the situation as they turn to face the Kraken, the largest sea monster. An undaunted Vatien stands on another piece of flotsam, yelling at the Kraken to not interrupt him before slashing at the monster. The strike severs several pieces of the massive tentacles, and everything in the water begins to move as a whirlpool begins to form, and the Kraken begins to swallow everything around it. Now inside of the creature's stomach, Elwyn adjusts the brightness of their surroundings as her inheritance warns that only 10% of the battery remains. No Name is surprised at being alive in the belly of the Kraken, and the nun explains that she adjusted her inheritance to cover him as well, as the battery keeps on draining, and that Vatien is probably alive. She states that Red Flake had flawed intelligence, lacking experience facing sword masters, and Vatien was stronger than expected, hiding his strength and unwilling to remain as the weakest of the 4 sword masters. No Name regrets stealing Isabel's armor, and Elwyn comments that they never should have messed with the knight, but at least he wouldn't chase them inside of the Kraken. Immediately, Vatien appears, sword in hand and glowing with power, causing the nun to curse his persistence, realizing that she doesn't have much battery left. Vatien retorts that she is also persistent in not being remorseful and strikes again, having the remaining battery but damaging the walls of the Kraken's stomach. As the battery keeps draining, the Kraken begins to shift, water pouring from the open wound as Elwyn grabs No Name and holds on. Vatien jumps on pieces of flotsam, getting ever closer as the battery drops, finally reaching 0 after another powerful strike. Elwyn apologizes for failing to protect No Name or Gils, as the Kraken suffers even more damage and is forced onto the surface. Vatien's attack had pierced Elwyn through her chest, and she asks him if he missed. As he replies that taking her one life is not punishment enough for her crimes, she strikes at his neck with her claws, lamenting that she doesn't have an elixir like he did. As the knight looks on in shock, the nun laughs at having company on her way to the afterlife. No Name stares at the 2 dead warriors, seeing their essence flowing out of them and the Kraken. With Elwyn's inheritance depleted, a red window informs No Name that his health diminishes gradually due to the Kraken's digestive fluid. Melting, he wonders if he will be able to absorb all of the essences before he dies, so he can use them in future lives. He begins absorbing different skills as his body falls apart, trying to endure as long as possible, before the darkness finally descends on him. He revives in the charnel house next to Rena, his stats considerably increased, and thinks on how unique that life was, and how he wants to avoid crossing paths with Vatien ever again. He confirms that the skills he absorbed were carried over into this life, and immediately integrated. But a red window warns that he cannot use his new blade energy skill since he lacks enlightenment. Recalling Tebalt's words, he realizes that the skill is hard to use, and wonders how he might acquire enlightenment. He then steps away and decides to test his new skills, including Vatien's sword mastery and the Kraken's acid and absorption skills. Marveling at the results and thinking of the endless possibilities of essence absorption, No Name wonders if these powers will allow him to protect the ones he lost in the past, including Gils, and notes that as the list of people he wants to protect keeps growing, he has to become even stronger in order to protect them all, and is determined to achieve this no matter how many lives it takes. Rena wakes up and sees the destruction caused by No Name's attack, and as the skeleton begins to wonder when she woke up, she grabs his hand with hers and frantically asks him to take her as his disciple, calling him master. Rena asks No Name to take her as his disciple after witnessing his power, wanting to learn swordsmanship from him and promising to do anything in return. The skeleton feels uneasy at seeing Rena like this, and feels bitter at not being able to make her acquaintance this time. He then makes an excuse, sending Rena to clear some dungeons before meeting again in Grasmere, and admits that the reason he couldn't teach her yet was because he needed to save Gils, while he dashes to where he met her. A wandering Chandler Namjok notices No Name dashing past and decides to attack him in order to test his strength, requesting a duel. Remembering who he is, the skeleton does not want to waste any time, but fears killing him might get him caught up with the same events as before. Noting he is an errant knight, he offers to settle the issue at the Arist tournament, and after some hesitation, Chandler falls for the ruse and decides to test his strength there, promising to wait for No Name in the tournament. No Name feels bad for deceiving the knight, but believes it's fine since he saved his life, and decides to start looking for Giels. Suddenly, he is hoisted from his ankle by Giels' bone tentacles, and the necromancer rejoices at finding someone stronger than Chandler to turn into a minion. No Name begs to be heard as the amused necromancer thinks on what she should turn him into, and trying to catch her attention, he mentions the 2 sites she was rewarded for her current assignment. This causes her to pause and wonder if the Red Flake sent him, and while he denies any affiliation, he states that Elwyn is on standby nearby. Giels retorts that she should be on a break, and No Name goes on to state that she might want to meet her since they are close, and that he knows the details of her plan to ambush and kill the Emperor. Upon hearing this, the furious necromancer asks who he is and how he knows about her plans, and No Name tells her to run since her plan will fail, stating that he saw her death in his previous life and came back to save her, also mentioning the names of her undead heroes. Giels pauses and releases No Name, lamenting that someone like him appeared just then and telling him to wait till she gets rid of the Emperor before toying with him. No Name tries to stop her, repeating that she will die, and a cold Giels replies that her plan is perfect and well underway, and that she trusts her plan more than the words of a stranger she just met. As Giels' plan unfolds, he wonders if he is simply unable to change the past, no matter what he says, being unable to break free of those endless restraints and save anyone. Just after the Emperor is slain, No Name approaches Giels, and as the rift opens once more, she tells him that if they ever meet again in another life, he should tell her that she couldn't find it, and to not give up, and to have a dream as ambitious as Lindworm's son, so she will believe him. Giels is slain once again, but this time he has the words to make her believe him next time. He then absorbs her essence and his absorption skill levels up, unlocking new perks such as instant assimilation of new skills. He then goes on to absorb the essences of the mages and assimilate their skills as well. But a red window appears telling him that he requires an arcane heart to use magic. He recalls Mistress Succubus told him about this and believes magic might be impossible since he doesn't have a heart. He then absorbs a meditation skill, and the blue window informs him of a small possibility of attaining enlightenment with it. Seeing how the skill came from mages, he concludes that he must absorb as wide a variety of essences as possible. Wondering what else he can absorb, he notices the captain of the knights. But he also remembers that Vatien considered her more important than the Emperor, and risked his life chasing him for her. Not wanting to cross paths with Vatien, he stays clear of Isabel. And while the white inventory window pops up, he believes he can't do anything about it at the moment and dashes to safety. Believing that going straight to Rena might be dangerous, he decides to make sure that Vatien won't come after him, repeating what he did in his previous life by reviving the puppy and returning to the cabin. Reading the book again, he sees some text that wasn't there before, making him wonder if there's a secret condition that he must fulfill, as a blue window confirms that he earned the +1 intellect bonus. He ponders on the phrase, making contact with the broken pieces, and its meaning, and then starts meditating, which increases his quality of concentration, but does not yield the enlightenment needed to use blade energy. He then draws his sword and copies the sword techniques of the strongest fighters he met, including Vatien, Isabel, Giels' warriors, and the Black Knight. He keeps swinging the blade and overexerting himself until his stamina reaches 0, ignoring the warnings as the red window warns that his stamina will decrease permanently by 10. Finally, a blue window informs him that he has achieved enlightenment and the restriction has been lifted, enabling him to use blade energy as his sword is engulfed in blue energy. After a week passed without Vatien appearing, No Name reckons that it should be safe to go to Grasmere and meet Rena. Wondering how he might pass inspection in the city, he recalls the masquerade skill he absorbed from Elwyn, which would allow him to wear a human face for a while. He activates the skill and checks his face out with his blade, shocked at finding out he had adopted the face of the Marquis, and a blue window informs him that he has a 65% likeness to the most recent person who left the biggest impression, and it will last for 10 minutes with a 6-hour cooldown. He approaches the city, concealing the pup in a sack, and notices some commotion at the gates as several people demand that they sell them something, while a guard tells them that he can't meet the amount they demand at this time. No Name believes they must be merchants trying to buy weapons from Grasmere, and a nearby merchant overhears him and compliments his hearing. The merchant then states that every lord in the Empire wants Grasmere's weapons, but they can't resolve the issue through force. He then explains to No Name that weapons produced in the city are so valuable due to the high-quality steel produced there, and it is believed that the devil handed them the secret long ago. According to legend, a demon-like sorcerer gathered blacksmiths to produce steel golems to protect his grave, and their descendants settled down in what became Grasmere. No Name ponders on whether this involves the Demon Lords as well, until suddenly everyone stares at the top of the city walls. Soldiers pull out a massive ballista, which the messenger defines as the messenger for its ability to make everyone who sees it obey, and the weapon pulverizes a wagon belonging to the aggressive merchants as a warning. As his mechanical engineering skill activates, No Name notes that the ballista won't last long if they keep using it like that, surprising the merchant with his ability to understand the machine's complex workings from a mere glance. The merchant then hands the skeleton his guild's letter of introduction, telling him he can become their patron if he gathers 5 of them, and lists the benefits that entail, before introducing himself as Jinei Ub of the Merchant Alliance Guild, head of the Jinei household. No Name recalls the name from his time with the TNT Guild fighting on behalf of that household in the Arist tournament, surprised to encounter this man in such a way. When asked why he would give No Name the card, Yubei simply replies that he considers him worthy of their services, before departing to attend some other business, telling the skeleton to find him at the crowded Cactus Inn. No Name thinks there might be a day when he will need Yubei's help, but his thoughts are cut short when Chandler appears sword in hand, accusing him of deceiving him. As he rambles on about not finding a worthy opponent save for him and Tebalt, No Name notices Christina standing behind him. She tries to calm him down, pointing out that those events allowed him to hire her, and despite agreeing, Chandler insists on settling the issue of the deception and lunges forward. No Name disarms Chandler without killing him, causing the young man to yell at him for holding back and thus not acknowledging him as his opponent. The skeleton then states that he talks too much, and just as Christina draws her blade, he activates his blade energy skill and holds his sword for them to see, and tells them to stop being annoying. Seeing this, Chandler falls to his knees and apologizes for not recognizing he was important, and then asks for No Name's help, much to the skeleton's confusion. Once inside Grasmere Castle, Rena complains about guards showing up at the inn for her, and Chandler apologizes before stating his request. He wants No Name to get rid of a mage named Belamut Isaac, who lives in the basement of the castle and has been using Chandler's family for the past 300 years. While No Name links this to the legend Jinei Yubei told him, Chandler describes a dream he's been having for the past 20 years. In it, humans are devoured by insects and beasts while a jeweled crow perches itself atop Grasmere, defending the city once the humans have been purged. No Name realizes that this is connected to the demon lord Malthus. Chandler goes on to explain that the dream is a curse shared by the heirs of the Chandler house, and caused by the mage's brainwashing, stating that the sorcerer will protect anyone who does everything he asks. He hasn't been brainwashed yet since he hasn't turned 25 yet, and tells them that after the heir to the house reaches that age, he heads past the barrier to the basement, not of his own volition, linking his body to the slumbering mage's coffin and offering his life force until the day he dies. Having seen his father go through that, Chandler decided to take action before turning 25. But since the matter is related to the Demon Lords, he couldn't ask anyone for help without provoking their wrath. That was until No Name had stumbled into Grasmere. Rena is dubious about accepting and asks if there's something else in the basement, and Chandler confirms Isaac's steel golems are still around and are very powerful. And the reason the man became a knight-errant was to be able to fight the contraptions. He offers them a 300-year-old blueprint of the golems obtained through the Merchant Alliance. And No Name uses his mechanical engineering skill to study the plans and find the golems' weak points and source of power, finding out that they are powered by a spell called Ru Room, which takes the place of an arcane heart to power inanimate objects through magic. As No Name wonders if using this would allow him to use magic, Rena asks for time to analyze the offer, and Chandler agrees, hoping for a favorable answer. As No Name begins to analyze the request, the pup moves in his satchel, and once he uncovers it, Rena embraces it, finding it cute. She believes that the request is a good opportunity for them, explaining that while exploring dungeons, she was promoted once in the guild and handed the TNT Guild rulebook written by Tropin Nanyao, who co-founded the guild 300 years ago. Rena then shows No Name a page that states that whoever brings Ru Room to the guild will be made branch manager immediately. As he realizes he might make Rena branch manager without the help of person's followers, a blue window pops up regarding the Rena's story scenario, indicating how it might end once Rena becomes branch manager. After accepting the request, Rena and No Name are led to the Hall of the Ancestors where all the Grasmere blacksmiths are gathered, so he can pick his weapon of choice. As they look through the weapons, including a Grasmere's fire machine gun, Chandler leads No Name to a massive sword stuck on a wall, telling him that it is fused with the wall and protected by spells, so force alone will not pry it loose. As the skeleton attempts to pull it free, his dagger skill activates, allowing him to draw the sword from the wall. As the group heads down a desolate hallway, Chandler explains that there's a barrier at the end that prevents everyone save the heir from entering, making No Name have a bad feeling. Chandler then opens a secret passageway, and as they descend a flight of stairs, the skeleton thinks about releasing the pup. Christina comments that she believes they're close, and Rena prepares to fight as Chandler tells them that they will have to pass the Iron Gate, which can only be passed by the bloodline of the House of Chandler. No Name pauses in front of a gargoyle depicting a jeweled crow, and Rena, feeling the same unease, tells him that while clearing the Vault of the Doomed Spider ruin dungeon, she found a place filled with spider statues and a huge hidden altar, which gave her the same sensation as the crow. Inwardly, No Name recognizes the description as a statue of Baal, recalling that he once served under the Demon King's command in the war between humans and demons, being thrown into the front line as worthless consumable tools. Chandler pulls No Name out of his introspection and proceeds to cut his hand and let the blood drip into the crow's beak as an offering, opening the gate. As the iron gates swing open, they see what appears to be a temple and a group of steel golems standing still, and a blue window informs No Name that he is in a dungeon and is unable to clear it with his current level, despite only one person being required for the task. As he thinks on this, the steel golems come alive and head towards them, stating that only one offering was given and impurities will not be allowed to enter. No Name ponders the situation and wonders what to do, and seeing the 6 golems before him, his mechanical engineering skill activates, allowing him to study them. Telling his companions to target 1 golem each, he readies his sword and plunges forward to take care of the other 3. Christina dodges her golem's attacks and then aims for the joints, but the creature catches her blade with one hand and slams her with the other. Chandler is distracted by this, but manages to dodge his golem's attack and block another with his sword, realizing there is no time to dodge. Rena barely dodges her golem and thinks it will be difficult to approach the joints. As she turns, she is surprised to see No Name has already killed one. The skeleton thinks on how they are weaker than expected, being rusty due to the centuries of inactivity since its creation. As he smashes a second golem's head, he sees the room flowing from it, and he gathers some in order to make Rena branch manager. Noticing Chandler is about to be crushed, No Name turns and activates his black sword and acid skills, slicing through the creature with ease. He then dashes next to Rena and hands her the room, and facing the next golem as she runs, slices her golem in half with a single swing. Nearby, Christina has activated her berserker skill and strikes at her golem with all of her might, while No Name jumps and decapitates the creature from behind. As Chandler rejoices at the likelihood of breaking his curse, an egg-like structure deeper into the dungeon begins to laugh, considering it funny. After defeating the golems, No Name asks Chandler where he can find the mage, and he happily points the way while Rena worries inwardly about how easy it was to defeat the golems. She shares this unease with No Name, and he suggests that she go back first, but the girl refuses to leave his side even if she dies, causing No Name to realize that her attitude is the same as with Person's followers. They finally arrive at the egg-shaped structure, which is the coffin where the mage slumbers. Rena asks if Isaac resides there, and Christina thinks of breaking it before No Name tells them to think their actions through carefully. He then asks Chandler if Grasmere's fire burns through everything, before handing him the Grasmere's flame machine gun so he can get the revenge by himself. Chandler approaches the coffin and sets it ablaze with his weapon, but Rena remains uneasy. Suddenly, a tendril of black smoke exits the coffin and hits No Name, who finds himself unarmored and walking among crows. The crows form a face that wonders how he is still conscious and unbound to any spirit, since it never happened before, but decides to swallow the skeleton anyway. His possession resistance skill activates, but his level is too low. He fails and is possessed by Isaac. Rena notices something is wrong, but the possessed No Name approaches her and uses hypnosis and illusion in order to subdue her before heading outside to get their reward for saving the Chandler family. Chandler's father, Danler Herbert, meets No Name, grateful for his services, and the possessed skeleton states that he only needs his signature as a reward. As the man reaches for the paper, Isaac clarifies that it grants him a permanent permission to forging rights, the weapons in the Hall of the Forefathers, authority over the basement, and power over any extraterrestrial owned by Grasmere. He then hypnotizes the Lord, causing him to agree and give him their family amulet as a token of appreciation for him to use, while he waits for his request to be fulfilled. Isaac then leaves for his room, stating that he knows the castle better than Chandler and asking to not be disturbed. In his room, the possessed No Name takes off his armor and tosses the bag with the pup to Rena, who then takes her leave. As she opens the bag, the dog bites her, but free from the hypnosis, she calms the pup, telling it that they must wait for a chance. As No Name contemplates his fate in the mindscape, he sees Isaac carving symbols into his bone and asks what he's doing. The mage, surprised at finding him conscious, states that he is trying to make the body more useful and he should be grateful, warning that if he showed resistance, he would kill Rina. Realizing No Name really cares for her, he comments on how fun it would be to kill her with his skills. He then carves blood vessels in No Name's arm, imbuing it with the Room and explaining his actions, while the skeleton objects and interrupts. He states the Room is the blood of the apostle killed by the first emperor, and as it seeps into the carvings, he tries his arm out by freezing a mirror. When No Name asks for the reason for his actions, Isaac introduces himself as the Lord of the Golden Dawn and High Priest of the King's Tabernacle, and reveals he plans to use the skeleton's body to summon the demons to Grasmere. He was controlling the Chandler family, biding his time, but as No Name proved to be an excellent vessel, his mission became much easier. He asks the skeleton for his name, and the latter insists that he doesn't know it. Isaac reads his mind to find the location of his grave, dashing there in order to get the name and unleash his true power. As No Name comforts himself thinking at least Rina is safe with him away from Grasmere, a series of windows pop up informing him of the skills he has due to being soul-bounded. He regrets he might not be able to use the abilities and failing to observe the process of the blood carving in order to use magic without an arcane heart, but believes he might use Isaac to get something useful. He asks if the mage can read his mind, to which he replies that he can't unless he asks a simple question or has a clear answer, and he is not interested in his thoughts. No Name realizes the sorcerer does not know his secret regarding his many former lives, or the blue window, and despite being a great sorcerer, he wouldn't be able to answer him about that subject. Arriving at No Name's grave, Isaac comments on its sorry state and lack of a tombstone, lamenting that the process of finding the skeleton's name has become a bit of a hassle. The mage then comments on how calm No Name is and believes that it's because he thinks Rina is safe. He informs the skeleton that Rina is following them. Knowing that she was just acting like she was still brainwashed, he told her where they were going in order to destroy No Name's soul in front of her, leaving the girl no choice but to follow him. No Name points out the sorcerer's insanity, but is comforted by the thought that he will revive once he dies. Isaac senses his lack of fear and changes his mind, determined to do something worse. He plans to put No Name's soul in the Chandler family amulet, trapping him forever, and then throwing it into the ocean once he gets bored so no one can find it. No Name becomes afraid at this prospect, and Isaac, noticing this, decides to seal him. Suddenly, Rina appears atop a horse with the pup, determined to stop him from invoking the magic circle, and throws a net at him. Isaac destroys the net and inundates Rina's mind with nightmares, neutralizing her before proceeding to seal No Name in the amulet. As the incantation proceeds, No Name is bound by chains, but suddenly several red windows pop up informing him that the binding is denied, and reckless sorcery is incapacitated. As Isaac yells in disbelief, another window pops up informing that the caster of the Chain of Seals will be restricted. As the chains bind him, a desperate Isaac realizes he must find the skeleton's name quickly in order to avert the crisis, but it's too late. As a window pops up informing No Name that the assimilation rate has decreased to 79.4%, the sorcerer's soul is bound to the amulet and an explosion rips the area. No Name then rises, realizing that he's in control of his body once again. The skeleton pup happily rushes towards him, and a blue window reveals that its name is Chestnut, and he has unlocked the achievement to recognize his owner, raising the Bone Monarch skill. No Name sees this and praises Chestnut, raising his intelligence, while a blue window informs that he is happy. Rina then approaches unscathed, apologizing for being unable to help and glad that No Name is back. As they look at his destroyed grave, No Name notices a slightly buried stone that looks like a tombstone. And as they uncover it, they realize that his name has been scratched off deliberately, leaving no trace of it. They wonder who would do this to an empty grave, and No Name concludes that they won't find any leads about who did it. And Rina expresses her disappointment since she was also curious about his name. Having nothing left to see there, No Name suggests that they leave, wondering where they could get more room for Rina. Suddenly, No Name hears a voice calling for him, finding out that it's coming from the Chandler family amulet, which now contains Isaac's soul. As the sorcerer says that his consciousness is fading, Chestnut begins to angrily step on the amulet before biting it. No Name tells Isaac to be quiet, but Rina can't hear the sorcerer and is amused at finding out he is bound to the amulet. With a sadistic look, she starts to think of ways to destroy the amulet, while Isaac promises to be useful and do anything if he is spared. Doubting him, Rina pulls a candlestick from her sack and uses it to burn the amulet, hurting the sorcerer. Isaac continues to claim that he is useful, and tells them that he knows where to find more Room, offering to guide them to the Church of Malphus that he built. No Name and Rena cut their way through a dense forest. As they push forward, Isaac complains and taunts Rena, who believes the sorcerer won't help them, and threatens to torture him with the candle. Isaac tells them to continue, and after some time, they stumble upon several totems. The sorcerer tells them to approach in order to inspect them, and after Rena notes that they've been intentionally broken, Isaac begins lamenting what Joshua has become, stating that he built the totems so he wouldn't leave his side. He then admits to having lied to them, expecting Joshua to be there powering the totem barrier and causing them to hallucinate and be hunted. As Rena prepares to burn the amulet, Isaac promises to guide them properly, stating that he must find out what happened to his descendants, and promising to be truthful in the name of Malphus. Knowing the power of a priest's pledge on its god's name, No Name decides to believe him once more. Later, the group descends a nearby cliff and enters a cave, finding a fortress-like temple amidst the jungle. No Name wonders if there's room inside, which the sorcerer confirms before they enter the largest building. Once inside, they are met with the ghastly sight of dozens of tied-up skeletons hanging from the ceiling, which No Name concludes are Isaac's descendants. The sorcerer asks him to show him the floor, and recognizing a pattern drawn there, concludes that his descendants were tortured alive before being sacrificed to Person. No Name recalls his previous encounter with Person's followers, considering being consumed by slime more humane than the fate of the unwilling sacrifices. Isaac then tells the skeleton to approach a wall and put his hand through it, and upon retrieving it, No Name sees several vials of Room. The sorcerer offers all of it to No Name in exchange for help annihilating all of Person's followers. Following Isaac's instructions and wishing to learn the skill, No Name carves more circuits into his bones and pours more Room into them, greatly increasing his strength. A blue window informs him that he has acquired the skill to carve Room circuits, and Isaac guides him to some dungeons where he can train his magic before facing off with Person's followers. In a dungeon, No Name fights a grotesque monster while guided by Isaac, leveling up after slaying it. This is the third dungeon he has cleared so far while training his magic powers, and No Name notices that Rena's stats have increased, and he has received a new quest to raise his sword skill level. Isaac asks No Name how he feels using magic, and as the skeleton expresses doubt about running out of Room, Isaac reassures him that the low-level magic that he's using will not consume too much of his supply. As they exit the dungeon, Rena feels uneasy, feeling that despite slaying the monsters, they are still forgetting something, and she transmits this feeling to No Name. Later, they reach the Too Narrow Gorge, named thus by the founding emperor Seiron. They deduce the next dungeon must be close to the capital, and Rena states that she has been there only twice since the road to the TNT headquarters passes through there. No Name suggests that they stop by the guild and get her promoted by handing over Room, glad to have avoided slime and Person's followers in this life. Suddenly, Rena stops, uneasily noticing that something is wrong, and Isaac is awfully quiet, fearing something bad will happen. She is interrupted by a hooded man accusing them of destroying their altars and vowing to kill them. As No Name identifies them as Person's followers, the hooded man goes on to state that they left Malphus's mark on all of the altars, while his companion recalls thinking that they had killed all of Malphus's followers and vowing to kill them. Fearing Isaac betrayed them again, No Name wishes to clear the misunderstanding, but prepares to fight. As he uses magic in his attacks, Person's followers accuse him of lying, sensing Malphus's energy in his magic. Since his magic abilities were absorbed from Imperial mages, No Name concludes that the only other culprit must be Isaac and his circuits, and wonders if he's been played again. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure watches from atop the gorge. No Name and Rena fend off Person's followers, the skeleton's magic being repelled by a shield until the followers' leader's head explodes from a shot. The cloaked figure jumps into the fray wielding an energy rifle, catching No Name's attention and dispatching 2 more followers with ease. Using the commotion, she tells No Name and Rena to follow her, and as Rena remains suspicious, she removes her cloak and reveals herself to be Tropin Nanyao, co-founder of the TNT Guild, much to the girl's surprise. Tropin then tells the pair to follow her, and they depart the battle. Reaching a hidden tunnel, they enter a complex of underground vaults, and Tropin explains that they were built 1,000 years ago by humans to avoid the past apostles, and she found it looking for all the lost Room in the world. No Name recalls that it was said that humans prior to Seiron lived like livestock, surprised that they could build such a vault. And after Tropin taunts him with the secret Imperial Library, he muses about how much more complex the world is compared to what he knew. The group climbs a ladder and emerges into the secret TNT headquarters in the Imperial capital, which was unknown to Rena. A man named Persian then criticizes No Name and Rina for disturbing their work, but Tropin chastises him, stating that it is rare to find a newbie like Rina untainted by Person's faction, and they must raise her right. After a cat-like creature named Sharunian inspects and vets Rina, the confused girl asks who they all are. Persian identifies himself as one of the 7 guild leaders of T&T, and the rest as guild members who follow Tropin. Rina then asks if she is the same woman who founded the guild 300 years ago, and Tropin, preferring a demonstration, pricks her finger and reveals she replaced her blood with Ru-Room in order to extend her life. As Tropin explains that she is the most knowledgeable member of the guild when it comes to Ru-Room, No Name asks her to check his circuits to confirm something. Touching him, she identifies the circuits as Isaac's handiwork, surprised at finding him alive and trapped. A sorcerer named Runia confirms that Isaac is trapped by a powerful seal that might be broken if one axis is broken. And Tropin confirms that No Name circuits contain Malphus's seal, being evident once energy is applied, meaning that Isaac lured him into Person's followers to be attacked. Runia asks to experiment on the amulet, and Rina happily obliges, handing her the candlestick as well. Tropin then explains that she opposes Person's followers who infiltrated the guild while she was focused on Ru-Room, and has lost all influence since few members know that she lives. She refuses to reveal her existence, since it would trigger a civil war within the guild, to which Rina replies that the best tactic would just be to overflow them in one go, much to Persian's approval. As Sharunian confirms that the amount of Ru-Room is more than enough per the guild rulebook, Tropin orders Rina's appointment to be prepared immediately. Rina is then formally entrusted with the 7th Imperial branch of the T&T Guild, prompting a blue window to pop up, informing No Name that he has cleared the Rina story scenario, giving her power within T&T. It also informs him that she has earned the title Beginner Soldier of the Dark Side, that the Aid Within the Darkness scenario has activated, a new scenario slot has been added, and his assimilation rate has lowered to 74.3%. As No Name's head spins and he wonders about the assimilation rate, he sees Sharunian offer Rina to be her assistant, gathering information, as the rest lament not being able to have her on their branches as well. As Rina snaps him out of it, Tropin offers No Name to become a member, and the girl asks for some time to speak with him alone. She fears that he will leave her since she has become a branch manager, and asks him why he felt so responsible for her well-being. Having finished the scenario, No Name wonders if it's time for him to tell her everything, and decides to tell her his entire story and their adventures in his previous lives. Taken aback, Rina states that she feels like she solved a riddle regarding on why she wanted to rely on him, revealing that she had dreams of visiting places that she had never been. No Name then asks if she doesn't resent him for failing her, prompting her to narrate her traumatic life growing up alone and having to fend for herself and kill to survive, until she met him. No Name is surprised to hear this and offers to stay, but Rina replies that even if he goes, she knows that they will meet again in this life or another. Instead, she hands him her pendant, her mother's heirloom, and as he vows to keep it safe, a blue window informs him of the object and its perks, much to the skeleton's surprise. No Name rushes over the rooftops, remembering Rina's concerns about her sister living at Slime's orphanage, promising to retrieve her since she is very precious to her. In the streets, several armored people mourn a loss, so No Name decides to wait for the funeral and use it as a distraction. As he wonders the meaning of the underground tunnels, a cat catches his attention before suddenly vanishing, leaving a newspaper behind. The paper tells of the death of Isabel and Vatien taking his life as a result, which No Name brushes off as baseless rumors, before noticing the paper was written by Kevin Ashton. As he reads the entire paper, his intelligence rises, causing him to think of the books he read previously, and concludes that Kevin Ashton is trying to approach him. He thinks of asking Tropin about the author, but brushes it off, and later thinks of the powers of Rina's pendant to get him out of dangers. A blue window asks him if he would wish to change the pendant's settings, but he decides to leave it as it is. In the streets, the funeral procession begins moving, and as No Name thinks of leaving, a knight named Rayleigh begs Vatien not to leave them and refutes the idea that he killed himself. Beginning to think that the paper might be true, he decides to check it out, planning to absorb his essence if possible. As he approaches, he finds it strange that he can't see Vatien's essence flowing from the coffin, concluding that there's no body and wondering why he would choose to play dead, or if they just can't reveal the body. As No Name wonders if Vatien was killed when questioning about Isabel's death, Rayleigh sneaks up on him and grabs him from behind, as No Name couldn't feel his presence. The knight questions the skeleton, and sensing trouble but not grave danger, he tries to find a way out. Taking his chances, he activates Masquerade as he removes his helmet, posing as a relative of Va Tien. The knight can't believe his eyes and tells No Name to hold up his blade in order to see his swordsmanship skills. Despite finding the request strange, the skeleton wonders if he can't replicate Va Tien's style after absorbing his skills. Before he raises his greatsword, the knight splits his blade and hands him one half. And as the masquerade time slowly runs out, he demonstrates basic sword techniques until the man is satisfied. Putting his helmet back on just in time, No Name moves to leave, but insists that the skeletons see Va Tien one last time since they were so close, believing to know the location of the body. Considering this as an opportunity, No Name asks Rayleigh the need for the commotion, and he replies that he did it to see if there was someone there he could trust. He goes on to state that the Imperial House was probably behind the scheme, since Va Tien had been uneasy and distant from them, and Rayleigh once tailed him to the palace while hiding. He then saw men carrying a coffin out of the palace and into a breeding house, and believed that they planned to turn the corpse into animal feed. No Name is angry at the prospect of losing Va Tien's essence, but Rayleigh mistakes it for grief, and a blue window indicates his affection has risen. Later, the pair arrives at the supposed location of the corpse. Recognizing the lighting of the breeding house as an arcane lamp, Rayleigh suddenly senses something and takes cover with No Name as a sound approaches, later revealed to be countless snakes slithering past. Noticing the skeleton's confusion, the knight warns him to beware of snakes in the capital, be them real or depicted. No Name realizes the Necron societies involved, which Rayleigh confirms before advancing towards the breeding house and kicking the door open. No Name notices bright essence flowing behind a door, but both men's attention soon turns to the breeding pens as they notice small monsters feeding on corpses. Rayleigh throws up at the ghastly sight, and using the distraction, No Name heads for the door and enters what turns out to be a meat locker, with corpses hanging upside down. Among them, Va Tien hangs with penetrations in his neck and chest, which surprises No Name but doesn't deter him from absorbing his essence and skills. A blue window notifies him of all of his recent gains, including the special skill, True Sight. Rayleigh then enters the room apologizing for not being there before, and recalls how he used to be in the Smooth Scorpions Thieves Guild, and how Va Tien pardoned him and brought him into knighthood, taking his side against anyone who questioned his worth. As Rayleigh takes care of the body, No Name stands lookout outside, thinking on how useful the knight might be as an acquaintance, until he hears a scream coming from the house. Suddenly, Rina's pendant activates and triggers the Play Dead skill with increased effectiveness, causing him to lay on the ground. As he wonders what might have killed Rayleigh and whether he should use other skills to run away, a snake approaches, being announced by a red window as the Serpent Devourer of Dawn. As the beast approaches, his movement, attack speed, stats, and skills are decreased. And as the skeleton believes he is done for, the serpent departs, leaving him alone as a blue window notifies him that the restrictions are lifted. No Name decides to wait a little longer until it's safe, and eventually notices people from the palace approaching. The men rejoice at having the day off and reveal that the farm is being expanded, and the larva being fed will be used in the upcoming war, something which No Name had never seen under Mistress Succubus. He notices they all wear a Necron Society tattoo, and decides to get closer with his stealth skills. The men comment on the power of the larva once fully grown, and prepare to chop the frozen bodies before No Name dispatches them all. He then absorbs Rayleigh's essence while lamenting his demise, acquiring stealth skills which he considers very useful. No Name then thinks on the implications of what he just learned, but decides to stop digging for now in order to avoid getting killed without anyone knowing. He then decides to leave the capital and retrieve Rina's sister, activating Sprint and dashing away. Rina's sister refuses to go with No Name. A little earlier, the skeleton had approached her looking sad and alone outside of the orphanage and handed her a letter from Rina. The girl was upset at receiving the letter since Rina hadn't been able to visit her in this life yet due to being away questing with No Name and wouldn't come. To solve this, No Name takes the blame for Rina's absence, and promises he will leave Rina to do things alone soon and wants the girl to protect her. As Rina's sister agrees to this, they depart the orphanage heading for Grasmere, planning to remain there while Rina continues to work with Troppin, considering the city safe since Isaac is no longer there. As No Name approaches the city of blacksmiths, he notices a tenser atmosphere as more crossbows adorn its battlements, and Chandler is having a heated argument with a military officer outside of the gates regarding an impending war. The man greets No Name and informs him he is now the Lord of Grasmere after his father's retirement, and introduces the officer as Baron Lineberg of the Empire, vouching for No Name before him. Once inside the palace, No Name recounts to Chandler his ordeals while possessed by Isaac. And though he refuses the rewards the sorcerer demanded of Chandler's father, the man insists that he deserved them. The skeleton then requests Rena be protected, and Chandler reassures him that the city is protected by the Empire, noting that Baron Lineberg was dispatched by the Imperial Palace directly. This worries No Name, who wonders what to do. As an unsettled No Name decides to stay for a few days, Chandler offers him a tour of the city and is refused. They see Christina training troops in the courtyard, and as No Name thinks on how well she's fitting in, Baron Lineberg arrives with a new order from the Imperial Palace requisitioning all of Grasmere's special weapons. Chandler is shocked by the order, considering it would leave the city vulnerable in the upcoming war, and is enraged at the suggestion that the Empire take over the city's security authority, telling the Baron to convey the message that he won't listen to unrealistic commands. As the officer departs, Chandler comments on how the Baron wasn't usually like that, being a tenacious cavalry commander before suddenly turning into a puppet of the Imperial Palace and changing completely. No Name is alarmed at this and wonders about the dangers of refusing the Imperial Palace's commands. But Chandler brushes it off, stating that they need him to rule Grasmere since there is no relative that can replace him. Remembering Arist, No Name thinks the young man might be right, but wonders what might happen if the palace does make a move, remembering Vatien's death and the Necron Society. Chandler notices No Name is worried, but the skeleton decided to save his doubts to himself for now and wait for Rena's pendant to react. That night, No Name tails Baron Lineberg, following him and noting how his body seems wavy and out of proportion. The Baron enters a tent that is warded off with magic, preventing No Name from overhearing what's happening, and after some time, the skeleton decides to sprint to the castle to warn Chandler. Approaching the castle, No Name notices the soldiers at the gate have been killed. Traversing the deserted halls, the skeleton then stumbles upon the palace servants hanging from the ceiling, and turns to face Christina impaled against Chandler's door as crunching and chewing noises come from within. Opening the door, No Name finds a huge larva eating Chandler's corpse and starting to adopt the young man's form. No Name identifies the larva as one of the creatures bred at the capital, and he realizes that he had never heard of them before while serving Succubus because they were disguising as humans. He then slays the creature as it attacks, commenting on how weak they are and noting that this is what happens to those who disobey the Imperial Palace. Realizing that Baron Lineberg was replaced as well, he is pulled from these thoughts by a dagger heading towards him, and after deflecting it, he realizes that the weapon was imbued with freezing magic, which he nullifies using Blaze. No Name then turns to face a group of masked individuals wearing dark suits, and promptly begins fleeing from them towards the basement. Unable to even feel their presence, No Name recounts how he managed to kill 3 pursuers, but 9 still remained, and he continues to dodge and counterattack as he heads deeper into the basement. The pursuers are wary of chasing the skeleton into the unknown chambers, but are unwilling to give up after losing 3 men. No Name finally reaches Isaac's altar, the room in his circuits almost dried up from the exertion. He regrets having picked up Rena's sister, believing her to be dead, and decides to go down fighting. A red window warns that stamina is below 15%, but the undeterred skeleton keeps fighting, before disappearing into a door that suddenly opened once he used magic. He notices his pursuers can't follow him, and he concludes that he can pass due to Isaac engraving Malphas's seal into his circuits. No Name now stands in a hallway flanked by black gold crow statues and ending in a massive door glowing with power and carved with unreadable runes. Unable to open the door, the skeleton decides to wait for Rena's pendant to judge the situation. Being able to hear his pursuers in the tunnel speaking of being scared of they. Suddenly, a cry is heard and the tunnel falls silent. And as the pendant countdown nears 0, a high-heeled figure advances in the tunnel after slaying the pursuers. The barrier blocking the tunnel then explodes, revealing a muscular cross-dresser wearing the masks of the pursuers as bloody trophies. As the pendant's cooldown time ends, a red window informs No Name that no solution can be found, and the level of danger is too high, and the pendant starts to disintegrate. No Name is surprised as Rena's pendant shatters, and noticing the broken masks in her belt and the fact she just broke Isaac's barrier with ease, wonders just how dangerous the person before him might be, being unable to measure her strength and unable to escape. The person teases No Name and calls herself charming, and the confused skeleton decides to get as much information as possible before dying. Prompted, she explains that strong barriers consume weaker barriers, and she has 5 layers surrounding her, including a presence block preventing anyone from sensing her, which surpasses that worn by the ghosts that pursued No Name. She also tells him that she has a self-force barrier, preventing changes in the world from affecting her, and promises to tell him more once they get closer, before approaching the gate and punching it with all of her might. As the gate doesn't budge, she asks No Name how to open it. And as the skeleton considers lying, the person approaches him suddenly and warns him to not try, since her third layer is authenticity, which she uses as the head of the Imperial Palace's intelligence agency to detect lies. Realizing that he doesn't know how to open the door, she decides to get rid of him, using sword skill on her fingernail in a way that reminds him of Va Tien. After the skeleton asks her if she killed the Marquis, she regretfully admits it, claiming his mistakes were her responsibility, since she, as Duke, was the one who recommended him to the position of Marquis. No Name is shocked at learning that she's a Duke, knowing that there are only 3 people with that title in the Empire. The Duke goes on to state that she used her recommendation on Va Tien as a promise to conquer the world together, getting enraged when recounting that their plans were ruined when Isabel was killed. As No Name concludes that she cleaned up the mess as Va Tien turned against the Imperial Palace, she tears up, lamenting Va Tien's death, before regaining her composure and preparing to deal with No Name, who is still frozen in place by her rage. Realizing everything would be meaningless if he were paralyzed by fear, he decides to fight to the end. He activates sword skill, blaze, thunder, acid, sprint, and slice all at the same time, lunging towards the amused Duke before she blocks the attack and rips No Name's sword and armor apart with a single punch. She then recommends that No Name focuses on a single skill next time, noting that he is trash since he is only a skeleton, and No Name, recalling his past, vows to return before smashing his own head in and dying once again. After darkness descends, he wakes up in his grave in the middle of the forest, with Rubia standing above him. As No Name tries to understand why he returned to the forest, a blue window informs him of the successful reincarnation, stating that the Necromancer's Lover perk is active and his assimilation rate has dropped below 75%, releasing his first seal and canceling the transfer process. Disregarding the windows, he focuses on the nervous Rubia, seeing this as a chance to prevent her death. And a blue window confirms a servant relation has developed between them, and Rubia's stats have increased compared to the previous life, noting nothing like this has ever happened with Rena before. Another window then informs him that changes to the world line have been applied. No Name ponders on the meaning of this and the possibility that his previous lives are changing the world from the start point, wondering what will happen to Rena and Mistress Succubus. He is pulled out of his thoughts by Rubia coughing and decides to focus on her, lighting a blaze with his hand and noticing his circuits have been passed down to this life, choosing to avoid using too much magic in order to avoid encountering person's followers. He then sees the mercenaries approaching and uses his non-magic skills to easily dispatch them, shocking Rubia and causing him to quickly level up. He decides to invest his points on stats that are over 80, and noting that the transference process was cancelled, wonders if he could become something other than just a skeleton soldier, and whether the seal that was broken was put to keep him in his current form. Suddenly, he has a headache and starts feeling some malaise as his assimilation rate drops to 72.7%, believing he must think of something but not knowing what. Leaving this for later, he approaches Rubia again and reassures her that she was indeed who summoned him, prompting the girl to suggest offering her soul since he is too powerful. Surprised, he asks her what she could want so much as to offer her soul, and she states her desire to recover Arist. A blue window informs him that the Rubia Ray scenario has opened, its objective being making her the Lady of Arist and raising her level of governance to 10. Rubia explains to No Name that her uncle is a terrible man and that she fears for the safety of those who helped her escape and for the people of Arist, wanting to save them. No Name reckons this change is due to her witnessing his power and thinks that retaking Arist will be easy, but fears this might attract the ghosts and the wrath of the Imperial Palace. Deciding to make up for his past failings, No Name chooses to help Rubia and tells her to walk to Arist, as he will remove all of the obstacles before her. Later, as Rubia approaches the gate, No Name uses the camouflage skill he got from Rayleigh, impressing the girl and earning him the title of Invisible due to being her servant. Promising to have her back while concealed, the pair advance to the gate. The city guards wake up as Rubia approaches, begging her to run away and wishing to protect her. No Name uses the Fear skill, causing the men to cower and fall to the ground as Rubia enters the city. The townpeople recognize her and fear for her safety as her uncle Kirk Ray approaches, surrounded by his guards, and informs her that they are about to execute those who helped her escape. She recognizes 2 of them as the Chief Minister Elyar and Secretary Morale, and laments that it's all her fault. When her uncle taunts her, Rubia bursts in rage at the man and his actions and the way he betrayed her father. Unmoved, Lord Ray orders his guards forward, but they are easily dispatched as No Name lunges high-velocity rocks at them, leaving the Lord standing alone in horror. No Name then levels up and is informed by a blue window about Rubia's approval of his performance, while another window informs him that he has acquired the never-ending thrill skill, raising his stats while next to his master. Trembling, Lord Ray promises Rubia that she will pay for this, but the girl angrily retorts that he already tried everything he could, coldly staring down at him. Soldiers head to the square determined to protect Rubia and stumble upon the scene unfolding there in confusion. Lord Ray orders the men to arrest Rubia, but the girl, recognizing them as her father's guards, wishes to resolve this peacefully. A blue window informs No Name that Rubia wants his advice and a communication channel has been opened, and the surprised skeleton advises Rubia to ask the guards whose side they are on. She turns to the soldiers and asks them to join her to recover the old heiress, causing them to fall on their knees and swear allegiance to her. Lord Ray is enraged, but as he tries to command them, the soldiers point their weapons at him and express their hatred toward him before dragging him away. Chief Minister Elyar then approaches Rubia and asks if she has become a magician. And after she promises to explain everything after cleaning up, he calls a meeting of the ministers to welcome the new Lord of Arist. As Rubia approaches the council chamber, No Name reassures her through their communications channel, and advises her to ask the ministers who they would rather have as Lord if not her. Rubia follows this advice, and Elyar confirms that there were no objections, but points out that the previous Lord was murdered for opposing the royal family. No Name then advises her to state that she has no intention of going against the royal family, which she transmits to the ministers. Reassured, they move on to the items of the meeting, and the minister report on the situation of the land. They reveal that the number of guards has been increased through conscripting young farmers, reducing crop yields, and that Lord Ray sold the materials needed for flood control in order to use the funds for entertainment. No Name wonders if Kirk Ray planned on destroying Arist through mismanagement, and notes that Rubia is different, as she quickly begins to reverse her uncle's policies and showing true talent at leadership. Marveled, all of the ministers swear allegiance to Rubia, and as she promises to become a good leader to her people, a blue window informs No Name that the governance mechanic has activated. No Name plans on helping Rubia be a good ruler, taking care of all the dirty work without her knowing, and goes down to the dungeons to talk to Kirk Ray, believing the Lord might know something about the Imperial House he can use to avoid Rubia suffering the same fate as Chandler. The Lord is yelling he didn't want to rule and demands to be released, before he is struck by a magical projectile thrown by a group of ghosts that have just entered the room. No Name struggles to deduce the reason the ghosts have shown up at Arist. As he readies to fight, he concludes that they are more powerful than the ghosts at Grasmere, and they're not only there to eliminate Kirk Ray. Their leader is surprised by No Name's lack of surprise at meeting them, and is surprised to find out that the order given by the Imperial Secret Service was true, understanding now why director candidates have to work in the countryside before promotions. The skeleton is confused by their remarks, and as he decides to gather more information, he is forced to dodge an attack aimed at him. Dodging more attacks, he uses absorption and a lightning strike to electrocute a ghost. Wondering if they have any weaknesses, he recalls their fear of the Duke, and decides to bluff, stating that he is on a mission on her behalf and they will face consequences for interfering. The ghost's leader laughs maniacally, removing his mask and demanding to know who he is. He confirms that they are the Duke's direct underlings, and he doesn't get along well with her, and is annoyed at being reminded of her. He grabs No Name by the neck with his chain, and the skeleton tries and fails to electrocute him. Without any other choice, No Name then proposes a Q&A to the assassins in order to trade information. The assassin leader distrusts the skeleton, so the latter decides to go first and reveals his knowledge about the impending assassination attempt on the Emperor, catching the leader's undivided attention and causing him to stand his men down and to listen more. No Name continues to reveal details of the assassination, including the fact that the Emperor is fake, and Gils de Rai is the killer, which prompts the assassin to wonder how the information leaked, and his fear that Vatien or the second swordsman would have been taken over by the enemy. The leader then reveals that he is feeling quite good and asks No Name for his question. The skeleton asks how someone as strong as he is in the countryside, to which he answers that he was ordered from higher up, since director candidates must work for 1 year in Arist and clean up any suspicious things, no questions asked. He then prepares to dispatch No Name, stating that he will use Rubia as a puppet before one of his underlings suggests that she might be replaced by the worms. Realizing the danger, No Name attempts to free himself and get out, but it's in vain. the manager of the ghosts raises his spear and finishes him off. As No Name wakes up in the forest once again, he ponders on the decisions he made, concluding he died in vain. And a blue window informs him that Rubia's necromancy proficiency will increase, as he has died for her multiple times. He then addresses Rubia and tells her to move to a nearby cave, using stealth to erase their tracks as they evade the mercenaries in order to avoid the attention of the ghosts. He knows the assassins won't let Rubia be and will replace her with a worm when the opportunity arises. And since he can't protect her at present, the best course of action will be to stay away from Arist. As No Name lights a fire with magic in the cave, Rubia wonders if it was really her that summoned him. After reassuring her, the skeleton wonders if he should present her to Gils, but he discards the idea as he doesn't know how she might treat Rubia, being aware of the possibility of her turning the girl into a living corpse for her amusement. Determined to keep Rubia safe, he then thinks of contacting Tropin and the T&T faction that follows her, but believes it might be even worse given the strife within the guild. He then decides for Grasmere, choosing to warn Chandler beforehand and deal with Isaac again, using the reward to further Rubia's cause. Before heading to Grasmere, he decides to head to Ublom in order to acquire some armor. Rubia enters Ublom and asks its blacksmith for some armor, heading inside to purchase it while being watched by the innkeeper. She purchases No Name's armor, and the blacksmith hands her a dagger for protection, fearful of what the city guards might do to her if she stays for long. The guards show up before she can leave, but before they can do anything, No Name stealthily knocks them out. And as the blacksmith is busy hiding the unconscious men, No Name stealthily enters the smithy, and he grabs the Grasmere's flamethrower. Needing a place to put on the armor, Rubia heads to the inn, but the innkeeper is shocked at seeing her wandering free after sending the guards at her. He quickly guides her to a room with some food already on the table, and as he closes the door leaving Rubia alone, No Name drops the stealth and appears before the girl. He then dons the armor and tells her to rest, to which she agrees before starting to eat the food. A few bites later, she begins to feel sleepy and quickly collapses, with No Name being unable to wake her up. Downstairs, the innkeeper concludes that she must be asleep by now, and guides two men upstairs in order to have some fun before turning her over to the Necron Society. No Name checks Rubia's vitals and confirms that she is sleeping, concluding that the food must have been drugged, and berating himself for underestimating the innkeeper. He suddenly hears men trying to pry the door open, and as the innkeeper reaches for the handle, No Name kicks the door wide open and bursts into the hallway wielding the Grasmere's flamethrower. While Rubia remains safe in her bed, No Name torches two of the men before turning to the innkeeper. He thinks on the irony of the man now being the one who's hunted, and using his fear skill, tells him to show him where they were going to take Rubia. Inside the basement of the inn, No Name finds multiple torture devices and, recalling Rubia's previous death and using his fear skill, hands the innkeeper a piece of paper and tells him to write down all of the crimes he has committed. The man quickly fulfills the command, and No Name realizes there must be more than 100 cases. As the man finishes, the skeleton tells him to finish off the letter as a suicide note, and then proceeds to strangle him and hang him from the ceiling, promising a painful death. A blue window informs No Name that he has obtained information on the Necron Society and has been awarded Interrogation Level 1, which he believes might come in handy. As he departs the basement, he thinks on clearing the Spider's Den dungeon and leaves the flamethrower behind. Later at the Spider's Den dungeon, he easily overpowers the guard's captain, who reveals no new information but admits that he hid some safes near the cave entrance. No Name then throws the vial of spider egg yolk at the man, prompting the Spider Queen to tear him apart. As this event transpires, a blue window informs the skeleton that he has obtained punishment, increasing the chance of receiving a blessing from the tree deities from killing someone with karma below 0. He thinks of the absurdity of the karma ratings and considers the blessings of the goddesses absurd, since they failed to save mankind from the demon kings. The next morning, Rubia awakes at the inn to see No Name standing beside her, and the skeleton tells her nothing happened while she rested, while piles of gold bars sit on the table. No Name holds a Merchant Union Guild card in his hand, and recalls how he obtained it and the gold bars at the Spider's Den, remembering Janae Yubei and wondering if he should meet him in Grasmere, while asking himself what's taking Rubia so long inside the tailor shop. In a flashback, it is revealed that No Name decided to gift Rubia new clothes as a thank you for purchasing the armor. As time passes, No Name wonders what might be taking her so long, noting that he is watching the clerks with detection in case anything happens, but hasn't felt anything suspicious. As he is about to barge in, Rubia exits the store with her new outfit. And while No Name initially wonders why she took so long, he quickly praises her at the prospect of having to wait longer. The girl thanks him for the gift as he wonders how she endured so long picking clothes with such low stamina. Later, as the pair heads for Grasmere, they run into the pup trapped in the bear trap, with No Name freeing him in order to repay the debt he has with the animal, sending him on his way before Rubia asks if they had met before. That night, as they rest in the mountain lodge, No Name reads the book by Kevin Ashton, with Rubia recognizing the author as the man who wrote another book, which she had read in Arist. He tells her of his goal to read all of his books, prompting Rubia to admit that she shares this goal, and to reveal that Ashton often changes pen names. This causes No Name to recall that Slime said something similar, and to wonder if his intelligence will rise if he reads the books written under other pen names. No Name then offers Rubia to read the book together, which the girl gladly accepts. The skeleton quickly realizes the girl can read Eastern languages, having learnt it for fun, and they both notice the number 1 out of 7 that wasn't there in previous lives. When asked if anything comes to mind related to the number 7, Rubia states several possible interpretations, causing No Name to conclude that he still can't figure out Ashton's riddle before finishing the book and raising his intelligence. The next day, the pair enters a tavern in Grasmere looking for Janae Yubei, causing 3 men to approach menacingly. No Name and Rubia meet Janae Yubei in a library, and the man welcomes them as guests for sparing and forgiving his 3 subordinates. Before stating his purpose for searching for Yubei, No Name decides to use his sword skill in order to prove that he might be of value to the merchant. Both Rubia and Yubei are impressed, and the skeleton then decides to request that the guild protect the girl for some days, offering a gold bar as payment. Yubei refuses the gold, unwilling to accept payment from someone with such amazing swordsmanship skills, and states that he will protect Rubia for free, before handing the pair a Merchant Union Guild card, which Rubia instantly recognizes. The merchant then recognizes Rubia as the heir to Arist, recalling that his father bought many books from them for her, and offers his condolences before reassuring her, stating that No Name will keep her safe. Sometime later, No Name reaches the gates of Grasmere's castle and introduces himself as the Lion of Malphas who arrived to save their lord. Chandler's father meets with the skeleton inside of the castle, wondering if he can really help them. And No Name decides to just get to the point, and tells him all of the information he gathered in his past life regarding Isaac and the curse of the Chandler family, convincing the aging lord and causing a blue window to inform that he has caused a forced quest activation, before requesting weapons from the Hall of the Ancestors and blood to open the tomb barrier. In the basement, No Name unseals the tomb and enters the chambers, wondering if something will change since he is alone. This time, the golems don't react, and the skeleton is able to reach the center of the tomb and torch the altar, causing Isaac's spirit to emerge and try to possess him again. The sorcerer grows immediately suspicious of No Name's calm attitude and is shocked to find his secret circuits and seals engraved in his bones. Seeing this, he promises to cooperate and suggests that they should get as close as possible. No Name is confused by the sorcerer's attitude, but is soon alerted by blue windows of Isaac's intention to possess him and his efforts to resist him, including the fact that he has already overcome this possession before. Isaac is shocked and confused at his failure to possess the skeleton, and while he apologizes to No Name for trying to trick him, No Name doesn't fall for it. Instead, No Name uses a flame spell and causes the door behind the altar to open, shocking the sorcerer even more as they head for the sealed gate, and the skeleton demands that he open it. Isaac states that he can't break the gate's barrier until he has recovered at least 30% more of his original strength, and that he would need 70% of his strength to break the door without any steps. Recalling the Duke, No Name wonders how powerful the sorcerer actually is and asks him what will come out of the gate. Isaac tells him that it is a passage to the world of demons, and even though summoning Demon Kings requires massive sacrifices, it is still possible to summon low-class demons, and with a beginner's sacrifice, even foreign demons such as Behemoth, Dagon, and Malcolm. He then goes on to state that he can't open the gate in his current form and asks for help to regain his strength. But No Name is suspicious of Isaac's attitude and decides to show little interest in the gate for now. Back at the castle, Lord Chandler's extreme gratitude causes No Name to ask Isaac why he tormented Chandler's family, to which he replies by listing his titles and stating that they should consider it an honor if he allowed them to be connected to No Name. The skeleton then asks if it wouldn't be more meaningful to the High Priest if he had followers, causing Isaac to adopt a human form as he reads his mind and finds out the fate of Joshua and his other followers. Enraged, Isaac grows more powerful and manages to possess No Name using Sprint and heading to the inn where Rubia was located. The skeleton is shocked by this, and Isaac, noticing his reaction, decides to threaten him with her safety. Unaware of what's happening, Rubia hands No Name a book by Kevin Ashton that Janae Yubei acquired for her. Recognizing the author, Isaac asks the skeleton his connection to Kevin Ashton, and having no other choice, No Name decides to use this opportunity to gather information. He tells the sorcerer that his intelligence level rises when he reads Ashton's books, and sensing that Isaac doesn't understand him, then explains that a blue window informs him that his intelligence level has risen by 1. Isaac then asks No Name if he sees everything through a blue window, and then laughs hysterically when he realizes No Name recognizes the hole in the universe. and every unexplainable thing about the skeleton and his skills suddenly makes sense. He goes on to state his theory that this world is just one barrier out of many others. Isaac explains to No Name that he has always suspected that the world was a living trap, becoming crazier the more conscious he became about it. He believed that there was someone watching down on them and needed to find out the truth, but was unable to find a clue or form a proper theory to explain it until he found out about Kevin Ashton. The author was proposing an elaborate theory and suggesting detailed evidence to support it. When Isaac tells No Name that this happened 400 years ago, the skeleton immediately recalls the recent newspaper written by Kevin Ashton, making him wonder if the author has been alive all these centuries. Isaac goes on to state that Ashton believed that the world was made of residents and guests were given a special blue window. No Name then realizes that Isaac can't see anything related to the window, and as the sorcerer asks when he began to think this was normal, the skeleton recalls that Mistress Succubus explained the blue window to him in detail, wondering how she knew about it and why she lied about the window being normal. No Name had never doubted Succubus, since she took care of him for years and protected him while teaching him about the world. He never found a reason for her kindness, believing there was nothing special about himself, which causes Isaac to deride him and ask how long he was fooled. Remembering his mistress fondly, No Name retorts that it doesn't matter if she told lies, and tells Isaac to stop insulting her, telling himself that the time he spent with her and the happiness he felt weren't lies. Isaac grows frustrated with this attitude and decides to stop talking about the subject and help No Name. He tells the skeleton that in order to reach the top, he needs a vehicle, and explains that he had formed a deep bond with the Demon King in order to reach the very top. He then states that he plans to acquire the power that Kevin Ashton laid out by using No Name as a compass. And in order to do this, he will lead him, allowing him to obtain unimaginable powers. No Name ponders on this, concluding that he will get closer to the truth by working with Isaac, despite the fact that there is probably a lot more to this than what the sorcerer is telling him. Annoyed at being ignored, Isaac states that No Name should feel honored by his offer. And as the skeleton continues to doubt him, he decides to make a prepayment by leaving the skeleton's body and transferring himself to his greatsword. No Name then decides to agree to Isaac's offer on the condition that he guarantee Rubia's safety, and once they're in agreement, Isaac tells him of some things he needs to acquire, starting at the temple. No Name explains to Rubia that Isaac's soul is contained in the greatsword, and the girl, fascinated by this, attempts to touch it and marvels at it by shaking it, which annoys Isaac. He then connects his mind to Rubia's and repeats his titles, but the girl decides to ask him a question, pointing out that besides being a great sorcerer, he was also an excellent tactician, and his textbooks were still being used today, and wondering why someone as powerful as himself was trapped in the underground, suggesting that he might have been forced to seek refuge from something. Isaac suddenly grows quiet and tells No Name to distract her and states that he will bring something good from the temple. No Name leaves an excited Rubia to pick anything she wants from Grasmere's special weapons, and is later guided by Isaac to a crate containing a cannon. Following Isaac's instructions, the skeleton activates the weapon, and the sorcerer explains that it is a Titan-only sniper, made to take out the gigantic machines that the members of the Union piloted long ago. Isaac then tells No Name that they must head to another location in order to get more room for the weapon, and that they must find a more suitable vessel for his soul. He instructs the skeleton to insert the sword into a hole in the wall and turn it, revealing a hidden chamber containing a crow doll, and tells him to use magic on it. As he uses flame on the doll, Isaac's soul possesses it and causes it to turn into a far larger bird before exhausting its room reserve and turning small again. Rubia then enters the room, marveled at the crow doll, and reveals that she picked a necklace from the armory. Isaac tells her that the necklace is enchanted and can lightly erase her presence, and the girl asks No Name to put it on her. No Name complies while lamenting it can't hide her from ghosts, and realizing he cannot keep Rubia in Grasmere, tells her that he has to go on a trip and offers her to go with him, to which she wholeheartedly agrees. As the group rides a carriage, an annoyed Isaac asks Rubia why she keeps staring at him, to which she replies that she is worried about his soul, since the more it is moved, the more the maximum value decreases, and Isaac has already moved it 3 times. Isaac is annoyed at this and decides to fly away for a while, while No Name concludes that even he can't escape that law, which means that he won't have to worry about being possessed again. No Name is unable to read the book Rubia gave him since it is written in an unknown language, and is surprised when the girl starts reading with ease, and informs him it is written in rune language. She explains that she learned the language by reading the ancient books in Arist's library for fun, and that she only told her father of this skill since rune language is illegal and only allowed for wizards. Marveling at her talent, No Name asks her for help reading the book, to which she agrees. As he reads the book, a blue window informs No Name that his assimilation rate has fallen to 72.14%, and despite his headache, he urges her to continue. She then reads about the Iron Titans and the possibility of making a cooperation phenomenon with them, in order for the machines to lend their power. Isaac arrives and overhears this, explaining to them that the Titans' connection is the soul's wavelength, and that Titans can reject their riders if their wavelengths don't match, or accept anyone even if they don't have any training, but it rarely occurs. As No Name closes the book, a blue window informs him that thanks to the servant system, his intelligence has risen by 3, and he has earned Magic Engineering level 0, causing the skeleton to praise the system. As they reach their destination, No Name dismisses the carriage driver and the group approaches Isaac's temple. Once inside, Isaac is shocked at seeing the fate of his followers, which causes Rubia to feel sorry and prompts her to pet him and offer comforting words. Following Isaac's instruction, No Name retrieves the box of Room vials from the wall and is shocked to find out that they're all empty. Isaac flies around in despair after finding out the bottles are empty, and No Name wonders what happened to the Room in this life. Isaac explains that the box's seal was unbroken and that the Apostle's blood doesn't change, permeate, or evaporate. Hearing this, No Name wonders if the room in his veins could last forever and recalls it drying up as he fought the ghosts and overused his magic. Isaac explains that the liquid only diminishes when it is used as a material for world transformation. And the skeleton recalls that his circuits are maintained after reincarnation and wonders what happened to the room he gave to the TNT Guild. Isaac then tells them that the greatest concentration of room is in the Imperial Palace, since it is the foundation of the Imperial family's power. He explained that the first emperor murdered the apostles and extracted their blood, but it is well guarded and would take 5 lives to steal. No Name sees this as a future opportunity to change the location of the apostles' blood in Imperial hands in order to protect Rubia, but he knows he must become stronger before he can do it. When asked about possible locations for room, Isaac suggests they might find it at the remains of Kevin Ashton, and suggests that No Name might find something from the blue window. Rubia looks surprised at the mention of the window, and as No Name starts to explain what it is, the girl suddenly exclaims that she had never seen anyone other than herself who could see the window, shocking both the skeleton and the sorcerer. Rubia then remembers explaining the things she saw in the window to her father and him being unable to see it himself, and his advice to keep it a secret in order to avoid being ostracized. Back in the present, Rubia is relieved at not being the only one seeing the window, and Isaac is astonished at having met 2 of the window users, after centuries of watching the human world through the Chandler family. He then states he might be able to see the hole in the universe staying with them, and looks forward to it. As the group reaches a waterfall, Isaac explains that they will see the runes once they go down the cliff. As Rubia wonders how they will manage to get down, No Name grabs her and jumps down the cliff, causing the girl to scream until they land. Isaac warns them to not relax, since it smells like blood. And soon, they see Kevin Ashton's ruins surrounded by the corpses of Dark Elves. The sorcerer then explains that the ruins are a shrine to Larazier, the devil who hunts birds and is worshipped by the Dark Elves. No Name then notes that Larazier is an enemy of Malphus and starts to doubt that there might be room in there. Isaac insists that there is and flies towards a drop of the substance dripping from the ceiling, growing in size as he consumes it. Meanwhile, the corpses in the shrine begin to stir. As the undead Dark Elves approach, No Name asks Isaac if he tricked them again, which he denies, warning them that there must be a body controlling the undead creatures. No Name activates swordsmanship and begins hacking at the elves, recalling his fight with the undead Chandler. He uses absorption to protect Rubia from incoming projectiles and tells Isaac to take the girl to safety, prompting the crow to leave her sitting in a column away from the fight. No Name then uses sprint, slash, absorption, acid, and blaze to quickly deal with the undead elves, leveling up in the process before being attacked by one final elf. Isaac warns him that the elf is wearing a pendant that marks him as the best warrior among Larazier's followers, and will be tough to defeat. The elf sends the skeleton flying across the hall and pins him to the ground. But as Rubia shows concern, a blue window informs him that the servant system has increased his power by 15%. Feeling the burden of the attack diminish, No Name uses absorption and swordsmanship to push back and defeat the Dark Elf, with the blue window informing him that his absorption has risen to level 6. He then absorbs the essence of the deceased elf, acquiring its skills, while Isaac warns him that the body controlling the corpses remains watching. They scan the room until they notice a childlike figure hiding behind a fountain, which calls them nothing before approaching. Isaac identifies it as a fragment of apostles, recalling that he hunted them when he ruled the southern part of the Empire, but warning that it might be too powerful for the skeleton. The creature gradually grows in size and develops a tail before stating that he will be enough to handle No Name. No Name dodges an attack from the fragment of apostles and delivers a devastating strike using sprint, blade energy, and acid, but only manages to scratch it. No Name then notices that the creature bleeds Room and is swept away by its tail. As the fragment approaches, it calls the skeleton weak and tells him to make him bleed more before delivering another blow. No Name then uses absorption and slashes at the creature's neck, managing to nick it. Seeing the wound, the fragment grows even larger and reptilian, and a blue window informs No Name that the assimilation rate has dropped to 70.9%, and that the output code has been recognized. No Name then prepares to fight, calling the creature weak in a strange tone before striking again while thinking that every time he sees it, he is slowly being released. The skeleton then strikes, causing the monster to bleed and positioning himself atop its head to deliver the killing blow, commenting that it's just a fragment before hacking at the monster with enormous force. The creature falls to the ground bleeding from multiple wounds and repeating his will to live, prompting No Name to order Isaac to stop it from running away. As the sorcerer pins the creature's head down, No Name finishes it off. And as Isaac asks the skeleton how he managed such a feat, he replies that he did what he remembered. Suddenly, a red window pops up warning that he must freeze the assimilation rate, as well as fix this slave to the world and delete a shroud of memory. And upon seeing this, No Name collapses to the ground. Rubia holds a dagger and wonders if No Name will wake up from what they're about to do, as Isaac urges her to start and be precise. The girl plunges the dagger, and sometime later the skeleton wakes up screaming and confused, causing Rubia and Isaac to ask about his well-being. No Name can't understand why he passed out, comparing it to a shock from something that was suppressing him in his mind. Isaac then tells him that waking him up was costly, since the sorcerer had to enlarge the skeleton's circuits using the fragment's room, with Rubia assisting in the carving, and Isaac casting an incantation so the apostle's blood could be absorbed and he could recover faster. After he's finished gloating, the sorcerer invites No Name to try out his improved circuits using blade energy and combining it with multiple skills, causing the skeleton to notice that there is no burden from using so much magic. The skeleton then asks why Isaac would help him and accuses him of plotting something, to which the sorcerer retorts that he was impressed by the fight with the fragment, and decided that he was worth the investment of using all the apostles' blood on him. Isaac then asks how he managed to defeat the monster, to which he replies that it was like being possessed by something and it felt unrealistic. No Name decides to absorb the creature's silver essence, acquiring the skill to change jobs, making it possible to change class, from skeleton soldier to skeleton swordsman, knight, or hunter. The skeleton then recalls the web slinger's ruby he obtained in a previous life and its use for class change, and decides to investigate the 3 possible classes, noting that neither state the privileges or penalties of changing into them. Before he can choose any class, a red window informs No Name that there is a lack of room, prompting him to ask Isaac about other possible sources of the substance. The sorcerer cries out upon listening to this request, and as the skeleton starts to think he might be useless, Rubia steps in and suggests they go to Daliak to acquire information. She states that she read in a book that Lamplight Daliak is a temporary peace zone between the intelligence agency and the assassins, where information can be found. As Isaac notes that not everyone can enter the place and they will be chased away, Rubia points that in the past 300 years they built a general stay area, so they decide to head there. Before departing, No Name notices a flute, feeling something pulling him towards it, while Isaac laments that Ashton wrote so much about the ruins, but didn't hide a single treasure there. The group then departs to Daliak. As they reach Daliak, No Name contemplates using Masquerade, brushing it off due to the possible consequences of using Vatien's face there, before being ushered through the checkpoint undetected. Isaac then proudly states he used an illusion on the guards, and No Name decides to stay on guard around him. The sorcerer then tells the skeleton to stay focused, pointing out that there is a barrier in the area that makes people complacent. Isaac states that it only makes people behave, and that they should be immune as long as he's around. Rubia finds it funny that the barrier was meant to avoid confrontations, but powerful people like Isaac can just force their way through with no problem. No Name thinks in agreement, noting that only the weak are affected by the barrier and become obedient, and that he must find out how to become stronger. As the group enters a square, they notice everyone is staring at No Name, who is puzzled as to the reason for the attention. They head towards a tent to get information, and as a man informs them that only one may enter at a time, No Name enters alone. Inside, a figure behind a curtain asks if he's there to buy information, and as No Name asks for the location of more room, the figure informs him that all information will be put on auction and sold to the highest bidder. No Name decides to discuss this with Isaac and gives the figure a bag of money, And before departing, he asks the figure if they have any information on Kevin Ashton, which it denies before telling the skeleton to leave. Finding the refusal strange, No Name decides to obtain more information, but the figure tells him to let it go and warns him that there's a wanted order on him, considering that as a free bonus of information. No Name is confused at this since he hadn't run into Person's followers nor the Imperial Palace in this life. And as he departs the tent, a set of magical chains wrap around his body while a figure puts a bag over his head. No Name awakes to find himself restrained in a room while guarded by masked figures who ask him if he's from the rich family which excels at illusion magic, which the skeleton finds strange. He believes the figures look strangely familiar, and as they discuss, the door opens to reveal Rena entering the room coldly. Rena grabs No Name by the throat as he utters her name, demanding to know how he knows her. A blue window informs No Name that the scenario has already been finished and a clear correction is being reflected. And upon scanning Rena, the skeleton is able to see her vastly increased stats and her status as TNT's third general manager. No Name realizes this is what the window meant regarding the changes to the world line and wonders what kind of life Rena lived. Rena confirms to the hooded figures that this was the one they were looking for, especially given the prophet's exact date and time. Seeing their friendly attitude towards Rena, No Name identifies them as Tropin and Sharunian, and he wonders what he did that caused them to search for him and treat him like a lich. Rena is unable to answer why she thinks she knows the skeleton's identity, and asks for the two figures to leave them alone, reassuring them that she will be okay since the skeleton is restrained before ushering them out. The girl then turns seriously towards No Name and asks if he will stay silent till the end, but he remains unsure as to why he was kidnapped. Rena then pulls out a dagger and asks how he knows her, and No Name realizes that she is no longer the Rena that he used to know, and wonders how he should treat her. He asks if knowing her name is that much of a problem and states he doesn't know what she wants from him. Furious, she demands to know what he wants of her and why he keeps showing up in her dreams. No Name recalls that Rena once told him something similar and notes how the world line has been changed, but the memories of their past lives might be inherited in the shape of a faint dream. The skeleton then wonders if everything will disappear if the world keeps changing and he keeps dying, and deciding not to influence her anymore in this life, pretends he doesn't know. He tells her that they got the wrong person since he's an outsider in regards to magic and can't appear in people's dreams, knowing about Rena because of her fame within the guild. Rena then asks him to identify her companions, which he promptly does, causing them to barge into the room and reveal they were eavesdropping. Tropin then takes off her mask, considering it useless, and Sharunian considers the need to boost guild security. The founder suggests that they take out No Name, but Rena plans on obtaining some more information, so No Name asks to be untied, suggesting the girl to trust him due to her dream. After some hesitation, Rena decides to untie No Name, but the latter is wary at this change in attitude. Despite her companion's pleas, Rena insists that they let him go, smiling it off and stating that she wouldn't lie to them. No Name is unbound and released with his weapons and wonders what Rena is thinking. Later, at an inn, Isaac criticizes him for being late, and Rubia states they were worried since he hadn't returned in a while. He decides to lie about being kidnapped to avoid worrying the girl, simply recounting his failure to acquire information on Ashton and the need to go to an auction. Isaac suggests they find out how much money the other bidders have and the reason they desire the Rue Room, and together with Rubia plans to use a white rainbow which shines whenever the substance is concentrated to lure them in, much to No Name's confusion. Isaac derides the skeleton for his lack of intelligence, but Rubia explains the plan to him and states that she will be the one to spread the rumor and lure the competitors since she can easily blend in with the humans. Rubia then enters a shop and praises a wreath hanging from the door and the store owner that made it, expressing her desire to buy more products. As the store owner is distracted, No Name and Isaac discuss how easy the plan seems, and the skeleton fears that Rubia might be in danger. The sorcerer then jokes about running into the 4 great imperial swordsmen, much to the skeleton's unease, but later remarks that they won't come just for a girl, being busy fixing far worse problems. Meanwhile, Rubia starts spreading the rumor of seeing a white rainbow, completely fooling the store owner and earning No Name's praise, while Isaac reveals that he also used a spell to smooth things over. Rubia then spreads the rumor of the white rainbow at different locations throughout the day, and come nightfall, they decide to catch a breath and wait for the competitors to arrive. Rubia then notices a lone kid in the street and offers him a loaf of bread, but as the boy is about to accept it, Rena warns her from the rooftops that compassion without understanding provides no help at all. As No Name wonders what the thief is doing there, Isaac concludes that she must be the competitor searching for the Rue Room. Rina explains to Rubia that older kids will take the food from this kid, and seeing that people pity him, will send him out begging on far worse circumstances. Rubia retorts that those are excuses people make to avoid giving their own money, and states that she doesn't know anything about the boy. The kid promptly rises and hugs Rina, who thanks him for calling them, and tells him that he deserves Rubia's bread as a reward for tricking her. Rubia just smiles it off and hands him the bread, glad that he has a job. Rina then comments on whether it's a coincidence or a curse that she meets No Name again like this. As No Name thinks on how much sense it makes that Rina is after the Roo Room, the girl tells him that there is no need for them to spread rumors, since they are going to win the auction, leaving everyone dumbfounded as she exits the area sprinting over the rooftops. Rubia wonders what kind of person Rina is, while Isaac is pleased that the bait worked. And while they wonder on the meaning of Rina's words, the sorcerer states that there's an obvious reason for her actions. But for now, they must go to the auction house and change their price. No Name emerges from the auction tent, having bought the information despite dropping the price to 1 Salen. Isaac then perches himself on No Name's head and manifests magical chains attached to a metal spike that the sorcerer identifies as a magical tracking device planted on him earlier by someone trying to find the Roo Room. Realizing Rina had planted it, No Name tells the sorcerer that he should have told him sooner if he had detected it. But Isaac states that if he had, he would have begun to act suspicious and got caught immediately, which Rubia confirms while revealing that she also knew. Isaac then reveals that he bought some horses while No Name was getting the intel and attaches the tracking device to one of them to lose their pursuers. The intel reveals that their target is the Temple of Ymera, which lies across the western desert. As they travel through the sands, Isaac explains to Rubia that there is a story about how the region became a desert. He tells her that the place used to be the most advanced and prosperous place on the continent, but Ymera forced them into penance, burning everything to the ground with the power of sunlight. No Name then notices a caravan approaching them among the dunes. Rubia talks to the caravan leader, and after stating that they are heading to the Temple of Ymera, they decide to travel together. And the merchant offers to show her his products. No Name is suspicious of the caravan, but Isaac bluntly states that even if they prove false, they're not a threat to him, and they should use their knowledge of the area to their advantage. The skeleton agrees to go, but inwardly expresses his concern about the presence following them as Rina watches them from afar. The merchants ask No Name which house he belongs to, and later comments on how lucky the group is to have run into them, since they are the only ones who know the fastest way to the city, offering them some water in the process. No Name notices that they're suspicious and wonders if he should act now, but before he can unsheath his sword, a man standing atop a dune demands they pay a toll to pass their territory. Isaac identifies them as bandits, and as horsemen soon begin charging at the caravan, No Name recalls that this area was marked in the map he received, deciding to wait and see what it meant. A muscular man then demands payment from the caravan leader, to which he meekly complies by giving him the usual fee. The bandit insists that he pay more for the extra people, but the caravan leader insists that they're not with him and can easily disappear, even suggesting that they can keep Rubia. The man agrees to this offer and insists that he takes No Name as a +1, causing Isaac to burst into laughter at his low value, and then offers Rubia to treat her well if she follows them without resistance. Rubia is distressed at the offer, and No Name grabs his greatsword as an amused Isaac yells for a fight. Before he can start fighting, a blade flies through the air and decapitates several men, being expertly caught by a figure standing amidst the dust clouds. Rina then charges into the bandits, cutting a path of carnage as she rides onwards. Isaac is shocked at this, certain that he got rid of the tracking device, while No Name realizes why the presence felt so familiar. Rina then suggests that they talk after killing the bandits, and as the men start their attack, No Name unsheaths his sword and easily cuts them down. The skeleton and Rina make short work of the bandits, and upon seeing this, their terrified leader tells the caravan leader to call the god. Rina sees the man pull a horn from his robes and, clearly shocked, yells at No Name to stop him, but it's too late. As the man blows the horn, the sand around the caravan begins to shift, as a massive sandworm shifts underneath before emerging. Rubia yells in fear while Isaac looks unsurprised, and Rina stares in horror. A blue window informs No Name that they have met the god of the desert, Special Field Boss, made of the ashes of the ancient people burned by Ymera's power. Seeing the creature rise, the bandit leader cries out in triumph, but his resolve quickly turns to despair when the monster begins attacking his remaining men without distinction. He frantically yells at the caravan leader to control the worm, screaming that they will all die if they just leave it as it is, just before the monster lunges forward and devours them. Having consumed both men, the worm rises in the air and disappears into the sands once again. No Name asks if the monster is gone, but Rina remains grim, merely stating that it is still crawling somewhere beneath. No Name feels the vibrations from the worm burrowing underneath him and uses detection, concentration, and trace to pinpoint its location. And since the creature has a lower hiding level than his detection, he succeeds. Using sprint, he dashes to a specific location and strikes at the sand, wounding the worm. While Rina and Rubia praise his skills, Isaac simply points out that the worm is still alive and well. The monster attempts to swallow the skeleton, but he manages to keep its maw open with his greatsword as he holds on for dear life. Seeing this, Rubia joins the fray, throwing a hook at the creature's mouth and yanking it open. Released, No Name uses sword skills, acid, and lightning to deliver a killing blow. And the servant system raises his skill proficiency by 30%. Using dash and sword skill, the skeleton carves up the worm in one fell swoop, and a blue window confirms the kill. As everyone present looks in awe and disbelief at what just happened, a blue window informs No Name that he has earned 1,936 merit points, raising his store permissions to normal and warning that he cannot be protected as an apprentice any longer. Recalling his many deaths, the skeleton considers that he didn't feel protected before and is curious as to what else has changed. A blue window opens showing a percentage-based purchasing power, and unlocking an inventory with increasingly blurry objects that states that his reward will be stronger the later he uses his purchasing power in the store. No Name then realizes that killing monsters will increase his purchasing power, and reaching predetermined milestones will unlock new rewards. Realizing the amount of time it would take to reach higher percentages, he considers choosing the lower tier items. Suddenly, the window begins to disappear, starting with the last option, forcing him to choose quickly. Pressed for time, he chooses 100%. And a blue window confirms that he will only access the store once he reaches that level of purchasing power, and that items will be confirmed as anti-world. No Name wonders what anti-world means and asks himself if he was too ambitious pressing the highest option, concluding that there is no use crying over spilt milk. Meanwhile, Rina holds the caravan leader at sword point while he begs to be spared. Smiling, the girl decides to decide his fate by having him flip a coin, promising to spare him if it lands on the number side. She bends the coin with her hands before tossing it to the man, making it impossible for it to land number side up, and chopping his head with sadistic glee. Rina then tells No Name to avoid butting in, and the skeleton then asks her how she managed to follow them there without the tracking device. The girl admits that Tropin and Sharunian followed the tracker, while Rina went to warn them of the dangers of the desert road, pointing out that considering how he fought, there was no need for a warning, and that she was worried for Rubia's safety. Rina then explains that there are multiple dungeons in the west since the Emperor is antagonizing monsters in the region to make them run amok. She goes on to state that the horn the caravan leader used once belonged to Ymera's priest craftsman Gracium, the Grey Cardinal, and that he was probably forced to hand the horn over to an inexperienced user in order to give the Emperor an excuse to raise an army to deal with the monsters. This, she explains, is a front in order to launch an attack against the Freedom Alliance from the west, which includes Vatien being dispatched to deal with the Basilisk in the northwest, among other tasks. No Name thanks her for the information, and the girl refuses payment after having scavenged the caravan, complimenting the skeleton for his fight with the worm and stating that she should start trusting her dreams before departing. Isaac snaps No Name out of it, and Rina urges him to go, stating that they have a better plan to obtain Rurum before tossing him a new version of her pendant and telling him to bring it to the capital in order to meet again. No Name notes the changes between this pendant and the original, and a blue window informs him of the new perks. As they ride across the desert, Isaac warns of the danger posed by the TNT plan, whatever it may be, and No Name asks if he knew Tropin 300 years ago. The sorcerer states that the only place they can get large amounts of Rurum is the Imperial Palace, and recommends that they contact Tropin since she is knowledgeable about the Apostle's blood. Isaac then tells them he can't infiltrate the palace without recovering his full strength, but that would be difficult since he must break the curses placed on him by the three goddesses. Those curses were placed due to him using their temple as a place for entertainment and pleasure, and using each goddess's blessings to keep the party going. Isaac grows furious at No Name for criticizing his actions, and as Rubia asks if the curses wouldn't cause problems once they reach the temple, he simply states that he has his ways, but entering will be troublesome. Finally, the group reaches the outskirts of Ymera's temple. As they approach a hill, Isaac tells them that the temple lies behind it. As the sorcerer flies above, demanding entry, the earth begins to rumble, and a voice presenting itself as Wadulus states that it must exterminate any impurities. The hill is revealed to be a gigantic turtle, and a blue window informs No Name that it is ranked S-, far stronger than any creature he has faced so far. The skeleton demands Isaac do something about the turtle, but the sorcerer replies that he must shout that he will play the quiz game if he wants to live. Running out of time and seeing the turtle preparing to strike, No Name yells that he will play the quiz game. Wadulus stops the attack, its eyes glowing with happiness at the prospect of playing a quiz game after so long. He explains that he has been sealed to Ymera ever since he lost a quiz to a human. But he has become bored since she didn't want to play with him, and he has been playing quiz games with visiting humans, offering access to the temple if they win and death if they don't. The turtle explains that No Name will win if he has 2 correct answers in a row, or die if he fails 2 consecutive questions. No Name struggles to answer the first question, even though the turtle states that it's the easiest one. But as he begins to fear his own demise, Rubia intercedes and answers correctly. Wadulus is enraged at Rubia for breaking the rules and warns of consequences for future misconduct, offering the girl to take No Name's place instead. She accepts with confidence and begins to answer all of the questions posed by the turtle. While No Name looks on in astonishment, Wadulus becomes extremely happy playing the game with Rubia, and No Name notes how they strangely fit well together. Tearing up with joy, the turtle allows only Rubia to enter the temple and be blessed by Ymera, but the girl asks if he won't allow her friends to enter. Dismayed by this, Wadulus becomes enraged. Wadulus is visibly upset at Rubia for refusing to enter and decides to make the girl enter the temple regardless, using his presence to subdue both Rubia and No Name. A blue window informs No Name that some resistance is possible and that he can escape. Seeing this, the skeleton grabs Rubia and prepares to leave, but the turtle unleashes an attack, stopping him dead in his tracks, before threatening to destroy everything if he keeps angering him. Isaac then unleashes his magic, trying to put the monster to sleep and striking at its stomach, succeeding in putting the turtle to sleep and revealing that he was preparing for this while they played the quiz. They then notice the temple besides the upturned turtle, and as they enter its corridors, they notice that it contained multiple torture devices. Rubia explains that she heard that Ymera's believers punished themselves for their sins in front of their goddess, and No Name suggests that they hurry and take the room, which is probably hidden in the statue. Isaac stops them, warning that the floor will turn to rubble if they touch the statue, instead leading them to where the turtle's tail used to be in order to retrieve the good stuff. Following the sorcerer's instructions, No Name removes a boulder and reveals a hidden passage, and as they go further inside, they stumble into a room filled with treasure. Isaac explains that those are penance fees, and that they didn't matter if they take it as long as the fee was paid, as well as pointing out that they won't find any room here since no one would offer it as penance. Rubia wonders if they disturbed the turtle only for the jewels, and as Isaac answers that people would die for such treasure, No Name grabs him by the neck and threatens to kill him. Isaac invites him to try, and states that time is running out since the spell he used on Wadulus is only temporary, and he doesn't know when the turtle will wake up again, much to the others' dismay. As they exit the tunnel, Isaac tells them that the statue of Ymera is powered by the blood of the apostles, and as No Name is about to destroy the statue, the sorcerer flies to its head and begins pecking out its eyes. Black smoke comes out of the statue as a blue window informs No Name of its power, and a red window warns that Isaac has been cursed. The crow manages to pry out Ymera's eyes, causing the statue to weep Room, and states that he's fine, before ordering the skeleton to collect the substance. As No Name touches the blood, a blue window informs him that Rubia considers him a mystery and his level of mystery has increased. While Isaac asks him what he sees, a blue window informs No Name that more room is needed to change jobs, and multiple windows open up showing the privileges and penalties of choosing to be a swordsman, knight, or hunter. He ponders each class and its perks, finding the designated protection perk of the knight useful to protect Rubia. But as he chooses that class, a red window informs him that he needs more room to change, much to the skeleton's frustration. Isaac notices his reaction and asks him what happened, and is shocked when No Name simply states that they might have to steal from the Imperial family. In the Imperial capital, Tropin presides over a TNT meeting concerning the upcoming theft of the Imperial family's room. And as she is briefed on the status of the preparations, Rena listens absent-mindedly from afar. Her dreams are becoming more vivid each day, and she wonders if giving No Name the pendant was the right choice. Tropin notices her absent-mindedness and approaches her, but Rena brushes it off and joins the meeting, as they discuss personnel assignment for the mission. Expecting to encounter strong resistance, including ghosts and maybe the Duke, Rena suggests that they send a small group of elite specialists, but another guild member points out that they lack enough elite people for this. Realizing No Name would be perfect for the operation, she begins to propose him as a candidate, despite Tropin's misgivings, stating that he's probably heading for the capital at the moment. Indeed, as she utters those words, the group arrives at the city gates. Isaac casts a spell on the guards at the city gates, allowing the group to enter the capital uninhibited. As they walk down the street, a kid crosses their path, marveled at Isaac and offers to buy him for 4 loti. The group is confused at this, but the sorcerer notes that the kid is a pure werewolf, and even he won't be able to turn him away, warning No Name that he will be defeated if he tries to get rid of him. The skeleton considers selling Isaac, but decides to bluff his way out and regretfully declines the kid's offer. Disappointed, the werewolf refuses to be defeated and declares that he wants No Name as a present for a girl. But Rubia cuts him off for being so rude, causing the kid to nervously back off. Isaac notes that the stronger the werewolf, the worse they are with women. When the werewolf asks if it wouldn't be better for the skeleton to be serving the best necromancer, No Name immediately thinks of Gils Darai, which the kid confirms. The skeleton asks the kid if he's also a member of the Red Flake, causing him to transform and prepare to fight to avoid detection. While Isaac lambasts No Name for his question, the skeleton is confident that he can still avoid violence, and states that he's an undercover agent working for Gils Darai. As the werewolf cries out in disbelief, No Name goes on to name the 5 Dullahan corpses guarding the necromancer, as well as the Starlight Blue Fox. Hearing all this, the kid instantly transforms back and asks for forgiveness for the misunderstanding, begging the skeleton to tell only good things about him, Lumen Baldov, to Gils, handing him 4 Loti as a bribe before running away. Rubia laughs at the situation, but Isaac is surprised that No Name knows so much about someone so powerful as Gils Darai, suspecting that he might be hiding something. The skeleton wonders to himself how long he'll be able to hide his reincarnation secrets, finding it difficult to trust Isaac. Changing the subject, he asks the sorcerer if he knows what the Sons of Lindurm are, becoming enraged as Isaac refuses to tell him. Rubia diffuses the situation, simply stating that the sons refer to the mightiest of the dragons, and Isaac remarks that there was nothing like that 400 years ago and they must be fiction. Recalling Gils's parting words, No Name wonders if she is trying to awaken dragon bones, and thinks of asking her whenever they meet. As the skeleton suggests that they find a place to rest, Isaac points out that all of the inns in the city require a formal introduction to do business. Rubia ponders on what to do, knowing the process but unable to use her family name, and tells the group to go inside a jewelry store called Garnet Wing. Rubia relaxes and enjoys the excellent amenities of the inn, while No Name notes to himself that they didn't expect to be staying in such a luxurious inn for free, nor to get another of the Merchant Union Guild cards. Earlier that night, the clerk at the Garnet Wing tells Rubia to leave, stating that they are only serving select customers and their wares are out of their price range. The girl smiles before grabbing Isaac, causing him to throw up a large amount of gold and rare jewels, which the sorcerer stole from the Temple of Ymera in front of the astonished clerk, and stating that they came to take care of a couple of things. Sometime later, Bearsy Blackberry, manager of the store, apologizes instead of her staff for their attitude, offering Rubia tea. The girl accepts her apology and agrees to the terms regarding the sale of the jewels, and the manager offers her a big discount under her name as well as free lodging in an inn while she stays in the capital. When a surprised Rubia asks for the reason, she merely replies that she likes to keep people of value around and be able to watch them, and that she proved her worth with the jewels she brought. She then introduces herself as a member of the Merchant Union, handing them a guild card. Outside of the store, Rubia states her surprise at getting that far, while Isaac comments that she was just lucky, lamenting the loss of his jewels. Suddenly, a finely dressed girl approaches them and nervously extends an invitation to her tea party to Rubia, wanting to be friends after seeing what happened at the jewelry store. Introducing herself as Evot Senna Erengay, she asks Rubia to consider her offer, and while the latter tries to excuse herself, the girl insists nervously before hurrying away, while Isaac jokes to No Name about their new acquaintance. Later at the inn, No Name asks Rubia if she will be attending the tea party, and as the girl fails to answer, Isaac lambasts No Name for not noticing that she doesn't have a dress, and offers to buy it for her. As the skeleton is about to reassure Rubia about her clothes, someone knocks on the door and informs the surprised group that the clothes he ordered had arrived. Sometime later, Rubia tries on the dress and wholeheartedly thanks a confused No Name for buying it. The valet hands No Name a letter explaining that the clothes were gifted by Bearsy Blackberry, and Isaac suggests that he just take credit for the gift. The skeleton then recalls Janae Yubei had a similar attitude to the jeweler, wondering what will happen once he collects 5 guild cards. Rena then puts the dress away, stating that she loved it, and it made her feel like she was back to when her father was alive, stating that she is now a fugitive and satisfied with the rags she wore. No Name recalls that Rubia didn't live the life she should have in all of his reincarnations, and states that she doesn't have to worry about her identity, promising to find a way, before departing while holding Rena's pendant. No Name enters a tavern, and one of its employees leads him to the basement to meet with Rena. As he descends the stairs, he ponders on how to ask her for a fake ID for Rubia. But once he enters the room, Rena merely states that he came for the job and was a little later than expected, addressing the shocked skeleton as Master like in previous lives. He asks her if her memories have returned, to which she replies that she was only thinking about it, but that his reaction confirmed that those dreams really were memories. She explains that each time she had them, the dreams became more vivid, and that she felt it wasn't magic since those times, relationships, and emotions couldn't be done with magic. So she decided to accept her past lives. She states that she is still the same, confident that it wasn't a spell, and confirming her suspicions by the fact that No Name found the inn without any directions, implying that he had been there before. Seeing no point in denying any of this, the skeleton asks her how she has lived this life. She then tells her tragic story, stating that she happened to run into Tropin while still a child and was raised by her in the TNT instead of slime, with the headmaster knowing her as someone difficult to deal with in this life. As No Name thinks on how the timeline has changed, Rina suggests that they cut to the chase and pulls out a blank page, pouring a potion over it and revealing it is a tabooed pledge, and demanding a vow from the skeleton before telling him anything. Upon signing the document, No Name is bound by its magic, and Rina begins explaining the plan. She tells him that the underground passage beneath the inn leads to the Imperial Palace, and that they learnt that the Imperial family plans to use it to transport the Rurum in a week. They plan to intercept it and have made preparations to deal with the security detail using sleeping gas and explosives to flood the passage and cause the Apostle's blood to float to the rendezvous point. She explains that No Name's role will be to buy time by stalling the convoy, and despite doubting his skills for the task, the skeleton asks who will transport the cargo. Rina reveals that it will be guarded by Behegas of Insight, who can see through the disguise of people he registers in advance, as well as the mage Aloheath, who specializes in fire magic, and the ghosts. No Name becomes wary upon learning that the assassins will be involved, since he has never beat them before, and is certain to lose if they are as strong as they were in Arist. He then asks if the girl will be involved, but Rina reassures him that the Duke of Lawrence Tartier is far away from the capital, and none of the 4 swordsmen will be in the convoy, but 3 will be waiting outside. No Name is reassured by the presence of TNT members, and the early warning provided by Rina's pendant, and is surprised when the girl pulls out a pair of fake IDs for him and Rubia to use while in the capital. The skeleton looks at the IDs, surprised at not having to ask for them, and Rina brushes it off, until No Name states that Rubia can go to the tea party with the documents. Upon hearing this, the girl becomes enraged and demands that he gives the IDs back, stating that he didn't even care about the mission, while the confused skeleton tries to explain the misunderstanding. Back at the inn, Rubia happily declares that No Name must be out solving the identity issue, but an annoyed Isaac warns her to not expect too much from him. A group of noblewomen chat at the Evot family rose garden, noting how much effort they put into the tea party as a show of power. A red-headed girl makes a snarky remark about how the Evot family has fallen on hard times, to which the others concur, before Senna Erengay Evot arrives. While the girl apologizes for being late and introduces Rubia as the Countess Grittier, No Name secretly stands guard close by in case something happens. He then has a flashback of Isaac refusing to get involved in his business after he signed Rina's contract. The sorcerer correctly guessed the guild's plan and expressed his concerns about the plan and the fact that the Imperial family would handle the Rurum so carelessly. He decided to tour the capital, entrusting him with looking after Rubia. At the tea party, Senna arranges the seating order around the table and orders her servants to bring an extra chair. The red-headed aristocrat takes the chair to the right of Senna, but the girl bluntly states that that seat is reserved, offering it to Rubia instead. Nervous, Rubia tries to excuse herself, but Senna insists, suggesting that the redhead, named Reed Baron, sat there by mistake, and beckons her to sit on the simple and battered chair that the servants just brought. While No Name notes that the atmosphere is not pleasant, Rubia sits uneasily at the tea table while Senna notes everyone's faces and merrily challenges them to question her arrangements. The other guests compliment her on her decision, while Reed grimly bites her tongue, swearing to herself that she will find Senna's weakness and make her pay for the insult. After some thought, Rubia quietly tells Lady Evot that she will gladly go along with this tense situation, on the condition that she promises to give her access to the renowned and vast collection of books of the Evot family library. This collection, amassed throughout the family's long history, is said to contain almost every book, including several tomes of a history encyclopedia written by Kevin Ashton. Rubia is enjoying herself at the tea party, merrily chatting with the other noblewomen about dresses while Reed looks in contempt. One of the girl asks Rubia what kind of person she likes, piquing No Name's curiosity. As Rubia stutters, Reed presses the issue and suggests that she might be embarrassed by her tastes. But the girl steadies herself and answers that she doesn't mind if they're not human, since he is someone who protects her, shares a connection, and makes her world more colorful. The other girls take shots at guessing what creature her love interest might be, until Reed coldly suggests that it might be a demon. pointing out that it is forbidden before rudely taking her leave of the party and smashing her teacup. Senna tells Rubia to pay no attention to her and tells her servants to incinerate the broken cup. While walking in the estate after the party, Senna apologizes to Rubia for using her. She explains that the Ivat family is nationally recognized and can't allow its pride to fall despite not having any famous mages or knights. And as such, they have been actively opposing the recent warmongering. This has caused them to come under pressure from the other lords and the imperial family, and the situation forced them to sell their family treasure in the jewelry store where they had met. Reed Baron's family, on the other hand, supports the war, and her father is a famous inquisitor, eager to spread the imperial religion to Amber and the Freedom Union. And thus, Senna used Rubia to show that the Ivat family would not be easily defeated. Senna then leads Rubia to the Ivat family library, and the latter asks for books by Kevin Ashton, causing No Name to realize that the girl is searching books for him. Senna confirms that they have many books written by him and sends them to her quarters. Later, as No Name and Rubia examine the 20 books, the skeleton thinks on the great opportunity this represents, and noting it's all thanks to Rubia, thanks her. Before they can read the books, No Name activates detection and informs her that they have uninvited guests. Reed Baron enters the room escorted by 2 knights, making her an offer. Stating that the event at the tea party was not of her doing, she offers her a chance to align with her family by testifying against the Ivat family in exchange for avoiding consequences from the day's events. No Name fears Rubia will be a target of assassination like her father and Chandler, but the girl bluntly declines the offer, stating that she doesn't want to gain benefits like that. Enraged at the insult, Reed orders her knights to grab Rubia. No Name prepares to intervene, but before he can react, the knights reach Rubia and are sent flying against the wall. Reed Baron looks in horror at her knights and then back at Rubia, who beckons No Name to head back with her. Once in their room, No Name asks the girl about what happened, and after she suggests that she knew all along, he checks her stats, noticing that they have all risen and that she has earned the stat sharing privilege, allowing her to share 10% of his highest stat, that being his strength at 93. Rubia comments that she had never seen the numbers change like that and believed it was due to traveling with No Name and that the skeleton would know. No Name realizes that he hasn't checked the status window since restarting and that he must focus on raising his stats to protect Rubia in the future. He then begins to read the first tome of the National History Compilation Encyclopedia written by Kevin Ashton. The book blames the Ivat family for the downfall of the Ashton family, but No Name notes the incongruency in the writing and the fact that the status window hasn't shown up. After reading the final book, he realizes they are all fake Ashton books. And while Rubia apologizes for it, No Name reassures her, stating that it might be useful someday. As the skeleton ponders on the relation between Ashton and the Ivat family, Rena steps through the window, informing him that the transport time was moved up and they should prepare for the mission. No Name is worried by this, wishing for Isaac's advice and being relieved that Rena's pendant isn't reacting to the situation. Rena promises to take Rubia to the TNT headquarters to keep her protected, noting how valuable she is to the skeleton. Feeling powerless and a burden, Rubia nervously approaches No Name and hands him a handkerchief, as was traditionally done by knights who were being sent out. He thanks her and the girl replies that she will wait for his return, but Rena cuts the moment short, stating that he is not going to die and that they should depart. As Rena and No Name dart over the rooftops, the skeleton thinks on how he will be able to perform a job change if the mission succeeds, giving him more useful traits and getting closer to clearing Rubia's scenario. Rubia's scenario being of becoming the Lady of Arist and maybe even uncovering one of the world's secrets. Imperial Knights carry the room chest while being escorted by ghosts. As some of them complain about their tasks, the mage Aloheath reminds them of the importance of the mission, while Behegas concurs. The 2 men converse about the Knights' lack of discipline and the upcoming war before they all hear noises and stand at attention. No Name appears before them in the corridor, dragging his sword behind them. Behegas fails to recognize the skeleton since he never registered him, and as he begins to ask how he knew their route, No Name raises his sword and activates his sword skill. Behegas orders the soldiers to get No Name, but the skeleton quickly delivers a blow which the man barely manages to dodge. As No Name stalls the convoy, Rubia and an associate watch from above as they wait for the bomb to go off, with the man praising No Name's skill in holding off the ghosts. He tells her that he would like to have a go against the skeleton, asking her about their relationship, with Rena jokingly answering that it is a relationship from a previous life. The girl then remembers that No Name simply jumped into the plan, stating that he agreed so easily because he trusted her, thinking of thanking him when all of this was over. As Aloheath comments on how they are wasting their time with one man, he notices the knights begin to fall prey to the sleeping gas. Unaffected, he prepares to join Behegas while Rena coldly comments that it's too late and begins a countdown. As the countdown reaches 0, the bomb goes off, pulverizing the floor and sending everyone except for No Name down below. with Rina grabbing the skeleton with her chain. Down below, Aloheath confronts Tropin and prepares to attack, but the Founder quickly dispatches the mage with her advanced weapon. As the group approaches her, he congratulates them for their work. No Name notes his surprise that the plan worked so well, and she attributes the success to Rina. As they're about to move out, No Name notices the rift in reality manifest itself. Everyone stands frozen in place as the Black Knight emerges from the rift. As the knight stands before them, No Name wonders to himself about the reason for its presence, and a shocked Rina reveals that she lacks info about it. The skeleton yells at everyone to run, but Tropin stands her ground, telling everyone else to escape. She charges at the knight, but he grabs her rifle by the barrel and draws her close. Suddenly, the knight's head morphs into a maw, and he proceeds to bite off Tropin's head, Rurum flowing from her wounds. Rina's associate, named Stiglitz, then uses his Dark Knight's silvery fist on the knight, landing a punch and butting heads before the knight splits him in two with his sword. No Name then tells a petrified Rina to run while he holds the knight back, but the girl is determined to stay and die together with her comrades. He then grabs her by the waist and flings her away before charging at the knight with his greatsword. The knight identifies him as a target, as his attack passes right through, barely affecting him. The skeleton then decides to go all out, activating swordsmanship, blaze, acid, and lightning. But the knight rises in the air before he can strike and summons a storm of swords from the rift. The blades pass right through No Name, leaving him unscathed, but heading straight for Rina. The knight comments that he doesn't know what he was talking about as he pulls No Name into the rift. The skeleton looks around in confusion and finds himself in a strange dimension and wondering what happened. Finding Rina's corpse, he closes her eyes and lifts her up, lamenting his failure to protect her. The Duke of Lawrence Tartier readies herself as one of her men briefs her on a possible spy among the nobles. Annoyed, she orders that Reed Baron take care of it, before lamenting the number of dissenters and wondering when they can prepare his birthday party. Trapped in the rift, No Name holds Rina's corpse and thinks on how the pendant was correct, since while everyone else died, he survived unscathed. Seeing the corpses of those in the corridor, he proceeds to absorb their essences and skills, including those from Aloheath and Stiglitz, noting that absorption efficiency seems to be falling. As he absorbs Tropin's essence, multiple windows pop up informing him of his newly absorbed skills, including mastery of her weapon named Reaper Sickle. As he attempts to grab the weapon, a blue window informs him that his magic engineering level is too low and hence he cannot take possession, forcing him to leave it behind. He then searches for the Rurum chest, being unable to find it and wondering about the knight's connection to the Imperial family, and about the consequence of the failed heist for the T&T Guild. Fearing for Rubia's safety since she was under the guild's protection, he starts to search for a way out of the rift, and is shocked to see Rina's pendant begin to disintegrate. Suddenly, his entire outfit disintegrates as well, including Rubia's handkerchief, soon followed by the corpses of Rina and the rest, leaving him alone. Noticing his Rurum circuits remain unchanged, he activates Fiery Fist and begins to punch at the barrier, later combining it with lightning and frantically striking around in a vain attempt to get out. The attacks have no effect other than raising his stats, and he loses track of time as he renews his attacks on the barrier countless times trying to return to Rubia. Finally, the barrier cracks and shatters, and as he wonders whether it was due to his skills, Isaac emerges from the gap and perches himself on his arm, telling him to get out. As they emerge into a forest, No Name first notices the battered and solemn appearance of the crow, to which he merely replies that he had a hard time getting him out. He explains that they are in the eastern mountain range, having been trapped in a barrier that travels randomly. No Name asks him how long it's been, where Rubia is, and whether the Imperial family has been up to something. After a sad pause, he begins to answer one question at a time. Firstly, he reveals that he was gone for 2 years. In a courtroom 2 years prior, Reed Baron's father passes sentence on Rubia, stating her identity and finding her guilty of insulting a noblewoman, threatening her with unnatural strength, collaborating with traitors, and worshipping and consorting with the devil. He states that she deserves the death penalty, but at the request of the wizards, he sentences the battered girl to be confined in the Tower of Azura. As she is being carried to the tower in a cage, Isaac casts a spell on the soldiers escorting her and states that there isn't much time. Rubia reassures him that it's fine since she will live, but is worried about No Name since the bodies of the group weren't found. Believing he must be alive somewhere, she entrusts Isaac to find him. Back in the present day, Isaac states that the knight sounds like a titan, but the size isn't right, finding it suspicious, and notes how powerful his barrier must have been in order to trap No Name and appear so far from the capital. The skeleton thinks on how much time has passed, believing Gilsa and Chandler must be dead, and the war must have commenced. He asks Isaac where Rubia is now, to which he somberly replies if he really wants to know. He then goes on to explain that all TNT bases in the capital were ransacked and most members killed, and the Avant family was destroyed for treason for passing information from within the Imperial Palace to the Guild. He goes on stating that Rubia was hauled north to Pale Azura's Tower of Wizards, an institute in Boawood also known as the Winter Fortress. Rubia is being kept there as a subject after being accused of demon worship and using unnatural strength, which leads No Name to conclude that Reed Baron must have testified. Isaac continues explaining that the Imperial Wizards will experiment on anything they find to be unusual, so he expects Rubia to be alive for 10 years at least, but doesn't know if she will still be the Rubia they once knew. Hearing all this, No Name screams at his lack of power and vows to go get Rubia. Isaac then comments that he was wondering whether he should save the girl or the skeleton, since doing either would make the Imperial family aware of his existence. He explains that there is a limit to his current power, since he used all of the Rurum he absorbed to break the barrier, and had he saved Rubia, the skeleton would have remained trapped. No Name still believes Isaac made the wrong choice and should have chosen Rubia over him, but he couldn't blame Isaac since he never told him he could reincarnate and start it all over if he needed to, since he still didn't fully trust the sorcerer. Isaac tells the skeleton to give up since he can't deal with the Tower of Wizards. As No Name insists, Isaac explains that the wizards there are far beyond anything he has seen so far and are extremely powerful in the art of defense. The crow compares fighting them to fighting space and causality, emphasizing on the futility of his struggle. No Name simply states that he has to become stronger, and when Isaac asks how, the skeleton explains how the leveling up and skill absorption mechanics of the blue window work. Hearing this, Isaac replies that no one grows that way, and he is receiving overwhelming privileges, asking if he can really save Rubia. As the skeleton answers yes, the sorcerer affirms that he knows a way to increase his strength, proposing that he attack the Imperial Legions and the Alliance. A Freedom Alliance army marches through a forest amidst the fog. The power armor-wielding soldiers comment on the fog and its implications, until they notice No Name and, thinking him an Imperial scout, charge to surround him. However, they pause their charge as they get closer, noticing that something is off. The lone skeleton stands amidst a field of slain Imperial knights wielding a sword, suddenly turning his gaze to face the newcomers. Sometime earlier, No Name draws a symbol on the ground following Isaac's instructions. The sorcerer explains that it will make the area an altar of Malphus, and tells him that offering the blood of the slain to the Demon King will make him stronger. As No Name remembers Person's followers, the sorcerer explains that Malphus will grant him power in exchange for the offering. The skeleton then asks what Malphus wants in return, unconvinced by Isaac's reply that it just wants the human blood that is offered. The sorcerer then states that demon worship is forbidden because it is overpowered, and that if he advances the Demon Lord, the problem might be solved more easily with Malphus bringing Rubia to him in person. Recalling that the Demon Lords will rise in 8 years and be defeated a decade later, he wonders if advancing Malphus might change the future. All that aside, believing it to be the fastest way to save Rubia, No Name agrees to make the contract with the Demon King. Back in the present, No Name now stands before the corpses of the slain Freedom Alliance soldiers, noting how his stats have risen due to the carnage. Isaac warns him that it won't always be that easy, and points out that the power armor suits use some Rurum as power, and the Titans store even more. He then perches himself on No Name's head and tells him to start the ritual. The skeleton finds himself in the mindscape talking to Isaac, who assumes a human form and extends his hand, taking him flying while instructing him to offer his killings to Malphus. As he offers the sacrifices, a blue window informs him of a new skill, also stating that the Demon King is satisfied by the offering and that his affinity with Malphus has risen to 10, granting him the darkness and charm privileges. No Name looks at the burned-out Isaac lying on the floor. The sorcerer states that he will be going and congratulates him on the contract, stating that he has regained the power in his body while laughing maniacally. No Name then checks the benefits of his new privilege of darkness and tries it with a sword, causing it to glow with evil energy and cut through armor effortlessly. He notices the attack does not drain his energy, as if a third party was managing the power output, realizing that this is what it feels like to have a contract with a Demon King. He then recalls that he didn't have this chance when he was a soldier under Demon King Ball, and then checks his charm privilege and what it entails. As he tries it out, his presence charms Isaac, causing him to immediately deactivate the privilege in shock, while the sorcerer claims that it was a joke. He points out that he received more power than he expected, and No Name notices Isaac also got a lot stronger and wonders if he received part of the power as an intermediary. They then decide to proceed in that fashion, taking advantage of the ongoing war. Isaac then tells him that the next battle might not take place soon, with the Empire focusing instead on attacking Amber. Before noticing that Person's followers have arrived, the monsters accuse them of stealing their altar offerings, and as No Name looks at Isaac, the crow admits that the area was originally Person's altar, since his followers were also planning to benefit from the war, praising his cleverness for turning it into an altar for Malphas. No Name finds Isaac exhausting and remembers Person's followers from his previous life, finding it fortunate that Slime isn't present. As he begins to doubt that he will get out of the situation, Isaac mocks him for it and tells him to do his best before flying away. As the creatures charge, the skeleton activates darkness, easily slaying them all, while Isaac tells him that he can do whatever he wants now. No Name stands over Person's followers, noting how easy it was to slay them compared to their first encounter. One of them attacks him but is quickly incapacitated by the skeleton, who uses fear to extract an answer regarding the whereabouts of the deer Patrick Ajar. He learns that Person's altar was destroyed by the Imperial family after the failed Rurum heist, weakening their foundation and leading the deer to scour the battlefields alone, trying to rebuild their altar and their strength. The monster also reveals that Slime abandoned the cult due to the cruelty of the war, and that the werewolf Brody Baldov was trying to solve his personal matters alone. Suddenly, the creature attacks No Name, forcing him to run him through, while Isaac praises him for his coldness and reminds him to absorb its essence. The skeleton notes that his absorption is becoming worse the higher his skills become, just before a blue window confirms that he has become an epic skill holder and has reached level 3 of essence absorption. This allows him to extract even more essence from the corpses on the battlefield, even those previously too weak to be harvested. After No Name scavenges armor and equipment from the battlefield, Isaac suggests that they lay low for 2 weeks in order to avoid getting unwanted attention. Despite not wanting to waste any more time, he relents and decides to search for someone else in the area in those 2 weeks. He then goes around emitting strange sounds while Isaac looks on with derision, recalling the conversation he had with the goblins regarding Mudcash and the secret password needed to find him. No Name is searching for Mudcash's magic pouch that carries limitless amounts of gold, and Isaac admits that such an item would be useful to store anything, stating that infinite space is impossible to create, and that the story of the infinite gold coins must have been falsified. The sorcerer also admits that he tried and failed to create infinite space, but searching for it might be worth the effort, which leads No Name to conclude that it must be a useful item and thus renew his search. As he continues to utter the password, he senses approaching footsteps. Enabling running, he follows them until he runs into Brody Baldov, there to avenge his brethren. No Name fights Brody in the forest, barely dodging his attacks and failing to find an opening. He wonders what brought him there and laments broadcasting his location by yelling the useless password. He misjudges the distance when using sword thrust, having grown accustomed to his greatsword. Brody then disarms No Name and punches him to the ground, but the skeleton manages to activate Force Shield on time. He then activates Stealth and manages to hide. As he thinks his next move, Isaac appears and pecks at his helmet, lambasting him for not using Malphas's powers to defeat the werewolf. No Name fears using the power, being aware of the Demon King watching him, but ultimately activates Darkness, Fiery Fist, and Lightning to launch a powerful strike that forces the werewolf back into his human form. Brody regrets not being able to keep his promise to Sierra and prepares to die. No Name asks Brody if he knows Lumen Baldov, causing the werewolf to beg him to reveal where he heard that name before killing him, offering anything in exchange. The skeleton wonders if Lumen is Brody's son, and as the werewolf reminds him of himself, he tells him about his encounter with Lumen and about Rubia's plight, offering to find more information about Lumen in exchange for his help. Brody agrees and Isaac mocks them from above. The werewolf comments on Isaac's putrid energy and power, while the crow snaps back. Isaac then tells Brody to break his contract with Person, since Demon Kings can see through their followers' eyes. The werewolf retorts that the contract can't be broken, but Isaac simply answers that he can overwrite it with another contract and proceeds to do so. As Isaac seals the contract, Brody briefly coughs blood, and a blue window informs No Name of Malphas's pleasure, having the new contractor and the benefits this entails. The sorcerer tells the skeleton that the contract is weaker than his own, and a red window warns that the latter has incurred the wrath of Person, who swears future retribution. No Name wonders why this window popped up now, noting that he must be cautious. Brody then asks No Name how he can be of assistance. The skeleton believes it is too early to attack Azura's tower, so he asks him for everything he might know about the ongoing war. The werewolf tells him that the front lines are currently at an impasse, while the armies ravage the civilian population. He remarks that Person's followers have also been killing humans in preparation for the arrival of the Demon Kings, but the humans have been far better at culling themselves. No Name recalls that the war became bogged down for 10 years with neither side gaining the upper hand, ending in a Pyrrhic victory for the Empire, which was seized upon by the Demon Kings to descend upon the world. Brody also states that the Imperial Army hasn't been pushed into deploying the Wizards of Azura yet, so No Name decides to create such a push in order to empty the tower. Elsewhere, an Alliance soldier informs a woman about the annihilation of the 7th and 8th Imperial Army companies, and the collapse of the front line of the Pilnus region, causing her to conclude that someone is lending the Freedom Alliance a helping hand. At an Alliance meeting, a man examines photographs of the Ironmen slain by No Name, explaining that their metal plate was cut right through. Those present state that the 4 swordsmen were currently deployed against Amber, suggesting that the attack was the work of a swordmaster and a mage working in unison. When one of them wonders if God is helping them, the woman notes that whoever's helping them is more likely the devil, thinking that she will walk hand in hand with him. A brigadier general barges in and addresses the woman as Senator Karen, becoming enraged as she simply ignores him. He demands to know why the military chief was arrested without consulting him. In response, she throws a stack of papers at his face and states that he was arrested for mismanagement and embezzlement of funds, fearing that he might attempt to cover it up. The brigadier general retorts that she can't be suspicious over such a matter now, and that he spent many years training the man, to which Karen simply replies that she will accept the cost before ordering him to be carried away and continuing the meeting. When a subordinate asks about their course of action, Karen replies that they will not report the attack to the main army, and that they should continue to advance and search for signs of annihilated enemy forces. She also orders them to make all the events a result they can claim to be their own, while the brigadier general eavesdrops from outside. Later, Karen is attended by her aide and bodyguard, Louis Claude, in her tent. They discuss the brigadier general's actions and Karen's support within the army, and she states that while her influence is due to being a member of the Krexall family, Louis made it there on his own strength. Louis recalls that she hired him straight out of the orphanage, while Karen teases him before getting to the point. She must build her position within the family by building her own strength, else she be overshadowed by her brothers. She then orders Louis to find the unidentified attacker to get him on her side and thus secure her position. Elsewhere, the brigadier general leads a group of Iron Men amidst dead Imperial troops, promising to steal Karen's results from her. Nearby, Isaac deduces that the Alliance will soon contact them, and they must negotiate their payment for fighting Imperial soldiers. Suddenly, the brigadier general attacks No Name, determined to kill him to turn events back into his favor. No Name easily kills him using darkness, and all the remaining Iron Men attack the skeleton in unison while a cloaked figure watches the fight. A blue window informs him that his privilege's level has risen, as No Name finishes off the Iron Men, while Isaac demands a dying soldier to tell them why he attacked. The cloaked figure approaches No Name undetected and states that he is there to make an offer, reassuring the skeleton of his peaceful intentions. When the skeleton states that he can't trust someone who hides their presence, Louis removes his cloak and properly introduces himself. Both No Name and Isaac note the impressive capability of the cloak to hide his presence, with the sorcerer identifying it as a replica of an old legacy item whose technology was thought lost, requiring large levels of knowledge and effort to manufacture. He advises No Name to talk with Louis, and the man informs them that the defeated Iron Men answered to members of the Krexall family opposed to Karen, and that the senator wished to ally herself with No Name and offer him support in his endeavors. The skeleton briefly leaves with Isaac and meets with Brody, informing him that they will be cooperating with the Alliance and dismaying the sorcerer when he asks the werewolf about his opinion. No Name and Isaac arrive at the Alliance camp escorted by Louis. As they head to Karen's tent, Isaac comments on the sorry state of the army and how to fix it up. Senator Karen greets them warmly and asks for his conditions while offering her support in his fight against the Empire. Surprised at the way she took the initiative, No Name asks if she isn't worried about him trying to kill her, and while Louis is enraged, she merely states that destiny has no such thing in store for her, since fate shines down on her. No Name then appraises her, and a blue window informs him that the minimum requirements to start the scenario are not met, so it cannot start. He recalls that this happened when he met Gilsta Rai, and that only a select few people he met had a scenario window, and even Isaac didn't have one, becoming curious about Karen's scenario. The sorcerer calls the woman cheeky, and No Name asks how much room is readily available. Finding out that Karen can barely muster 2 bottles, he demands the room that comes from the capture of the Imperial City, thinking that the Alliance will regret agreeing to this and fearing he might run into the Dark Knight again. Isaac then warns him telepathically that he isn't done yet, and that he must now repeat what he says word for word to achieve what he desires in the shortest amount of time. He then asks Karen to give him full command of her army, offering to stay in the shadows and let her take credit for his results. While Louis is livid, she calms him down and agrees to No Name's demand, curious at what he will do with an army and telling him to show her the art of war. At an Imperial Army camp, an officer screams in frustration after an unbroken 2-month-long string of defeats at the hands of the Alliance. While Lord Reed Baron tells him to calm down, the man continues stating that the enemy ambushed their supply depot. As Reed Baron suggests he develop countermeasures, the general furiously dares the Alliance to take a step into Imperial soil. Meanwhile, a supply convoy arrives at Karen's camp, as soldiers praise their supply situation and the string of victories Karen achieved since taking command of the Alliance forces. Nearby, No Name praises their strategy of using Brody to raid the Empire's supply depots. But Isaac comments that something is wrong since the Empire is being too defiant. No Name recalls that the Imperial forces seemed desperate, and the Sorcerer notes that there seems to just be one capable commander in the entire army. The troops feel that they have been abandoned as the Empire directs its efforts at crushing Amber while ignoring the invasion of their homeland, and begin to doubt the Emperor. Not being able to know the situation in Amber, No Name concludes that it is best to keep pushing forwards towards the Imperial capital. Brody then appears and warns of a smell of fire and oil above the canyon leading to the camp, telling them to prepare. They watch from above as Imperial troops prepare an incendiary chemical to attack the Alliance troops, and No Name jumps into the fray. Using darkness, swordsmanship, and dash, he easily cuts down the men while Brody looks in shock from afar. Back at the camp, Karen hands No Name a vial with Room from the broken Iron Man suits and promises more once they reach the Imperial capital, noting how her standing has greatly improved thanks to him. She expects that it will take some months to reach the Red Fox Plains that serve as an entrance to the capital, and thanks him for his assistance in getting so close to the Imperial family, stroking his ego. As she assures him that she can persuade the Senate to approve of any strategy he comes up with, the skeleton notes to himself how skilled Karen is at leading and persuading people. The senator hands him intel on the joint Imperial commanders, before departing to take his war plan to the Senate. No Name and Isaac review the intel on Count Oscar Anadol, a cavalry commander leading the Heltavasha regiment, and the key figure in the Imperial army. Meanwhile, the court is dismayed at the failure of the surprise attack in the canyon. Marquis Reed Baron tells him not to worry over the dead soldiers or make such a fuss, causing the Count to yell at him to face reality and question his carefree attitude. Offended, the Inquisitor reminds the Count that he was ascended to Marquis due to leading the fight against the Empire's traitors, and that even the Imperial family looks up to his example. As he screams that the Alliance would flee if they were to ever encounter him, a Necron Society tattoo becomes visible on his neck. Meanwhile, No Name reads the man's reports, and recalling that he was the one responsible for sentencing Rubia, vows to kill him. Imperial and Alliance forces face each other off at the Red Fox Plains. Marquis Reed Baron screams in ecstasy as Imperial troops gain the upper hand, but Count Anadol finds the situation suspicious, fearing an ambush despite the excellent visibility of the open plain and wondering what the Alliance is planning. At the Alliance camp, other senators ask Karen how she will take responsibility for the effects of the recent defeat, but she merely replies that they insisted she share her plans and agree to them beforehand, and that everything is going according to plan and the operation will surely be a huge success. As Isaac flies over the battlefield, he recalls explaining to No Name the first rule of gambling. Get your opponent to the table by losing a little first, so they grow confident even when the stakes rise and lose everything by the time they come to their senses. Back on the battlefield, hidden Alliance troops and Iron Men emerge from the grass fields and ambush the Imperial forces. Count Anadol looks from the battlements in disbelief, shocked at being unable to predict the situation, while the Marquis yells at him to do something that instant. Enraged, the Count yells at him that he is aware of the man's lack of war experience, asking him to bear his share of the responsibility as commander, and criticizing him for moaning about his poor performance and bad luck instead of developing a counter-strategy. Before Reed Baron can reply, Count Anadol states that any further discussion is pointless and walks away, determined to do something about the situation as his position demands, while the Marquis watches from a distance. Karen and No Name observe the battle from a watchtower, and as the woman asks how it feels now that victory is in sight, the skeleton merely replies that the commanders haven't even stepped onto the battlefield. He then dashes away, promising to return once the battle is concluded, and the senator thinks of getting ready to enter the capital. No Name dashes through the battlefield, searching for the commanders, halting as he recognizes Kirk Ray screaming to his troops in desperation. As a large knight protects Lord Ray, No Name wonders what he's doing on the battlefield. A wounded soldier begs the skeleton to help, and he thinks on taking them on and interrogating Lord Ray on the location of Marquis Reed Baron. He is pulled from his thoughts as he is forced to dodge the knight's attack, not recalling Lord Ray having such a subordinate and wondering how he could beat him. As their swords clash, No Name finds the knight familiar and asks him if he intends to keep obeying Lord Ray, while the latter yells at him to work for his wages, stating no one will hire him if the lord dies. The knight simply replies that it is a knight's duty to protect their lord, and it's none of his business, and continues hammering at the skeleton with his greatsword. No Name marvels at his loyalty, but activates darkness nonetheless, and manages to blow his helmet away, shocked to see that the knight is Christina. The woman screams that she can still fight, But as she charges at No Name, the wounded soldier impales her from behind with a spear, causing her to collapse. As the soldier questions No Name for zoning out and asks for a good word with Karen, No Name looks at Christina and laments her passing, hoping he had recognized her sooner. He promises to make up for this if they meet in another life, realizing that without him or Chandler being at the Heiress tournament, she ended up winning and becoming Lord Ray's knight. Lord Ray insults Christina for failing as he attempts to crawl away, and as the stream of insults continues, No Name orders the soldier to stand down and allow him to take care of Kirk with his own hands. He follows him through the battle, pinning him down with a sword and calling him worthless for his treatment of Rubia and his subordinates. Frantic, Lord Ray asks how the Alliance knew about Rubia, and whether the reports of her escaping were true, recalling that he even hired Yu Blom to have her killed. As No Name approaches, Kirk attempts to escape and yells at anyone to protect him before being skewered by a lance. No Name looks on in surprise as Count Anadol arrives atop a horse, warning that deserters will be executed regardless of rank, and ordering the men to regroup and counterattack. Screaming of his origins as a cavalry commander and his will to fight, he charges into battle, cutting a path of carnage. Recognizing him and wishing to know the location of the Marquis, No Name activates Darkness and Dash, and strikes at the Count from above as a loud clang is heard. Count Anadol charges into the battlefield, noticing No Name is not a normal knight. The skeleton strikes at him from above, but the Count manages to block it with his pike and strike back. No Name notes his skill and realizes that his army could cause trouble for the Alliance if left unchecked. No Name resumes his attack, the Count blocking his strikes once again and refusing to reveal the location of Marquis Reed Baron. Meanwhile, the Marquis is ordering all remaining forces to retreat, determined to save his life even if that means losing their headquarters to the enemy. No Name reminds the Count of his promise to execute all deserters, and, determined to end the fight, unleashes a devastating blow at the officer. Knowing that no one can block the strike, Count Anadol accepts his fate and raises his pike, ready to fall doing his duty. No Name stands over the dead Count as the dust settles, easily defeating all nearby Imperial troops, before absorbing his essence and acquiring new skills. He then heads for the Marquis, who yells in desperation for anyone to protect him, and uses Couched Lance to skewer him. Seeing no hope of victory, an Imperial mage leaves the battlefield to inform Azura's tower of the situation. As Marquis Reed Baron lies bleeding on the ground, the skeleton asks him if he remembers Rubia, but the Marquis answers that he can't be expected to keep track of such petty things and offers to arrange a meeting if the skeleton surrenders to him. Noticing the Necron Society tattoo on his neck, No Name asks the Marquis about it, and the man offers to recommend him to them. Suddenly, the tattoo comes alive and envelops his head, killing him and causing black snakes to pour out of his mouth. The snakes attack No Name, but he torches them with blaze and dashes away while wondering what just happened. Noting that the Necron tattoos can also be used to attack, Reed Baron's reanimated corpse continues to crawl towards No Name, spewing snakes, causing him to wonder how the Empire would reduce an Inquisitor to this demon-like state. As he uses darkness to finish off the snakes, the corpse states in an inhuman voice that he recognizes Malphas's power, claiming that he already won, and offering No Name the opportunity to become his servant, revealing himself to be the Demon King Botus. Remembering Demon Kings can see through their contractor's eyes, the skeleton wonders what to do as Botus gushes out in a smoke-like form and envelops him. Refusing to become his servant, No Name activates Raven's Wing and slashes at Botus, causing him to yell in disbelief as a blue window informs the skeleton that he has refused the Demon King's offer, and has dealt minor damage to a fragment of Botus, causing affinity with Malphas to rise and his charm privilege to be enhanced. No Name contemplates what just happened, noting how humans associated to the Necron Society always seem to pose a danger to Rubia. He then decapitates the Marquis and gives his head to a soldier who mounts it on a pike and urges the remaining Imperial forces to surrender. Back at the Alliance camp, Karen summons No Name to reward him for the victory, gifting him a golden scarab that he recalls from a book. She reveals that the artifact can unlock a legacy and has been passed down in her family for generations. He then remembers his previous encounters with legacy items, wondering if the scarab is the key to unlocking the 10,000 times legacy item mentioned by Starlight Blue Fox. Karen goes on to explain that her family didn't find the door that is unlocked by the scarab in the Alliance, so it must be somewhere in the Empire, and states that she gave him the artifact to repay him for his services, and wondering how he would react, glad that it caught his interest. As No Name thinks of accepting the gift, a terrified Lewis enters the tent, screaming that their spies have confirmed that Azura's wizards are heading south. Livid, Karen asks how many, and as Lewis confirms that dozens are on their way, No Name rejoices at the fact that the tower is now empty. No Name asks for some time to gather his thoughts, and while Karen leaves calling for a congressional meeting, No Name tells Isaac to prepare to leave for the tower. The sorcerer refuses, however, stating that he is still too weak to go against the wizards, and suggesting that instead, they break through the Imperial Guard to get Rurum, as well as other items that might prove useful, using the Alliance forces as an advance party to smooth their path. No Name insists on going to the tower, however, and Isaac attempts to hypnotize him and force him to accept his advice. The skeleton's stats are too high, however, and he manages to resist the hypnosis. He yells at Isaac for trying to stop him after having told him that Rubia is in the tower, but the sorcerer bluntly replies that there is nothing in the tower, since Rubia died 2 years ago. No Name is enraged and refuses to believe that Rubia died, but Isaac insists that it's true since she died by his hand. In a flashback, it is revealed that during the encounter Isaac had with Rubia 2 years prior while she was being transported to Azura's tower, the sorcerer warned her that she would be subjected to experiments so terrible that she would beg for death, destroying her body and mind while keeping her alive. Asked if she was alright with that, the girl just smiled and thanked the sorcerer when he offered to ease her pain. Isaac then flapped his wings, telling her to sleep well. No Name slowly becomes blinded by rage as Isaac's revelation sinks in, and as the sorcerer tells him to move on, he realizes that he's been fooling him all this time. Drawing his sword, the skeleton strikes at the crow multiple times while the latter deflects his attacks, telling him that he shouldn't be angry with him since thanks to him he has become stronger and should be grateful for it. No Name realizes that since Isaac lied to him, there was no need for him to slaughter thousands of people like he did, and he wasted his time following and trusting the sorcerer. Defeated, No Name states that he wished he died as well, since he could have restarted from the beginning. As Isaac begins to question him about the restart, the skeleton promises to spare him if he leaves at that instant, to which Isaac reluctantly complies. That night, Brody enters the tent and reports that the wizards are now advancing, so they can now enter the empty tower, but as he notices No Name, he asks what's wrong. The skeleton cuts him off, revealing that Lumen is probably in amber with the Red Flake organization, stating that he will go to the tower on his own and that Brody needs to find his son. The werewolf tells him that he can smell people's feelings and abilities, and states that the time they spent together wasn't bad and they should meet again sometime. Later, No Name interrogates a knight of the Reed Baron family to confirm Isaac's story. The man confirms that one of the prisoners being transported to Azura's tower suddenly died with no wounds, and the skeleton quickly dispatches him before departing, thinking of Rubia's parting words and realizing he couldn't protect anything in this life, wondering what to do next. Meanwhile, Karen finds the scarab in her tent and holds it close to her heart. The Imperial wizards make short work of the Alliance troops mustered against them, as Karen watches from afar and other senators beg her to do something. She asks Lewis about No Name, and once the man confirms that he failed to track him, Karen decides to deal with the situation on her own. She muses on how she always suspected he might disappear as suddenly as he arrived, and that despite trying to hold on to him, she couldn't depend on him forever. She orders her troops to change formation and bring the siege weapons forward and for the infantry to fire from the rear, sending the special mechanized infantry unit to the front line. Sword in hand and determined to deal with the wizards, she orders the siege of the Imperial capital to begin. Elsewhere, No Name ponders his situation, feeling empty and alone and sensing the battle from afar. He notes that the troops are faring well despite losing him and facing unfavorable circumstances, and thinks that despite losing his goal in this life, it wouldn't be bad to absorb the wizard's essence to become stronger, and so he dashes forward to join the battle. Medics carry the wounded into camp as Lewis informs Karen that the death toll is nearing 10,000. Karen notes that 9 wizards have been slain and they still have 100,000 troops, but she must come up with something. Suddenly, a war cry pierces the air and reports start arriving of an unknown knight appearing on the front lines to help them, and the wizards are powerless against him. Karen looks in surprise as No Name cuts through the wizards and, regaining her confidence, she ignores Lewis's advice to retreat, determined to continue the battle. No Name notes that the arrows have been diverted to avoid his area and the mechanized infantry is focusing on wizards far away from his position, sensing that those must have been Karen's orders. The last remaining wizard impales No Name with ice spikes, but the attack has no effect, as the skeleton advances and finishes him off. He then absorbs all of the wizard's essences and skills, declaring the battle to be over. The troops cheer for their victory over the wizards, but Karen notices 2 mages floating above the city's battlements, looking down on the Alliance forces with contempt and amusement. The master of the Tower of Innocence, Aland, comments on the mage's poor performance, asking the master of the Tower of Thunder Huwain Al Ghul if they should interfere, to which he agrees. Alond then addresses the Alliance troops regarding the recent battle, and as No Name notes that his flying magic uses up a lot of power, the mage holds up a bag and announces that he has prepared a thrilling experience for those present. Black smoke emerges from the powder bag as the mage's staff touches it, enveloping the Alliance forces. Lewis tells Karen to stand back, but she notes that the smoke is already fading. The Alliance troops laugh, believing the spell failed, but before long, they begin falling on their own weapons, in a mass suicide. While Alond describes the scene from above like a twisted show host, Karen falls to her knees in shock and horror, but Lewis quickly grabs her and tells her to run for safety, leaving No Name to deal with the mages, noting that he is still standing after taking a direct hit from the powder. Noting that the powder only works on humans, No Name believes there is a way to counterattack. Alond is laughing at his accomplishment until he notices that No Name is still standing. Activating Gale and double casting, the skeleton directs a tornado at the flying mages. As they dodge the attack, he uses Force Shield, Dash, Fiery Fist, and Darkness in order to acrobatically jump towards the mages, sword in hand, striking at Alond. Huwain pulls the Master of the Tower of Innocence away from the blade's path, and strikes at No Name with a detonate spell, pulverizing his armor and revealing him to be a skeleton. He notes that it is unusual for an undead to fight alongside humans, and noticing his unusual skill is determined to study him. Alond is enraged at No Name for ruining his hair, demanding Huwain to hand him over for torture. He descends to the ground, declaring that the skeleton's crime is too great to simply capture him, and prepares to bash his head in. As No Name accepts his fate, Isaac's voice resounds as the sorcerer wonders who will take responsibility if the skeleton becomes stupider than he is now. Alond is smashed to the ground at the snap of the sorcerer's fingers, and as Huwain wonders who would be capable of such power, Isaac emerges from the woods in human form, smiling at No Name and telling him that he still can't do anything without him. No Name looks at the sorcerer in disbelief, and the sorcerer tells him to wait for a bit while he deals with the mages who he calls insects. Alond attempts to cast a spell at Isaac, but is easily overcome by the sorcerer, who, regretting that hair the same color as his grows from such a stupid head, uses a charm to force the mage to slam his face in the ground repeatedly, before using a fire spell on his own head. Huwain looks on in shock, having never seen such a display of power in his 100 years, and asks him if the sorcerer isn't Botis. Isaac appears behind him, offended at being confused for a follower of Botis, and decides to pay homage to his incompetence by blowing his head off. No Name is surprised at the ease with which the sorcerer dealt with the mages, and asks him how he can use his power properly despite being cursed. Isaac answers with some snide remarks, before placing his hand on the surprised skeleton's head, restoring his health, as well as granting him numerous skills. He then explains that his form regained enough power to fool the goddesses for some time, and when No Name asks if he achieved this through offering sacrifices, he laughs, before seriously explaining that even sacrificing the entire army couldn't materialize his power for long, noting that there is a difference between presenting offerings and doing sorcery. As his face begins to crack and his body starts to crumble, Isaac explains that sorcery relies on causality, and the price for using it is subjective. The most important thing to Isaac is himself, and he would willingly sacrifice millions rather than perish. So sacrificing himself is supposed to lead to a much higher rate of causality. As No Name begins to realize what is happening, Isaac continues to state that he is sacrificing his life in exchange for nothing, and is doing it all for his sake, and the ludicrous amount of causality that generated allowed him to temporarily manifest his true form. No Name can barely understand what is happening, recalling how Isaac always tried to use, cheat, or kill him, and asks him why. In response, Isaac merely replies that it would be boring if he just said it outright, and that he gave them the facts piece by piece. He then sends a sword flying to the skeleton's hands and forces him to hold it tight, before falling on it, telling No Name to be more honest with one another if they meet in the next life. Isaac's body vanishes, and the blue window then informs him that he has killed the High Priest of Malphas, achieving an impossible feat and has been spared from the curse, leveling up numerous times. No Name is left alone, with Isaac's crow form skewered on his sword. No Name sees the immense amount of essence flowing from Isaac's crow corpse, and as he begins to absorb it, several red windows pop up warning him that he can't absorb the essence nor the skills, causing him to scream in frustration. He then absorbs the essence of the two masters of the tower, and acquires their skills, noting that they will be useful. He then wonders whether to absorb the crow's room, noting how that decision will affect Isaac in his future life. But concluding that he might nag him in his next life for not absorbing it, he proceeds with the task. Doing so unlocks Lich as a new job, but a red window warns him that he lacks enough room to change to that job yet. But the other jobs have been unlocked. He ponders on what to do, but considering that his goal is the Imperial capital and not knowing the dangers he might face there, he changes class, selecting Skeleton Knight. His skeletal structure is reconfigured, and a blue window informs him that the stat increases will now double as he levels up, and lists his new skills. As a blue window confirms the class change, No Name rises and contemplates his new bone armor body. He then summons a skeletal horse, and the blue window informs him that it is a rare grade skeletal horse, causing him to remember Count Anadol's pike. Mounting his steed, No Name gallops away towards the capital. As he arrives, he notices that something is off, since there are no troops guarding the capital and everything has fallen quiet. Not sensing reinforcements, evacuation efforts, or magic, he approaches and notices a soldier looking at him from the battlements. Remembering the worms, he notes that this feels familiar. Suddenly, the city gates open, and Marquis Leandro von Vatien emerges atop a horse, while No Name realizes that there was no need to send further troops with someone like him present. His thoughts are cut short when more riders appear behind the Marquis, causing him to tremble uncontrollably in disbelief as countless worms bearing Vatien's resemblance emerge from the city. Nearby, the Duke of Lawrence Tartier watches the scene from a window, crying at being unable to give the Marquis his birthday present, and regretting being forced to kill him while the worms advance towards No Name. Karen asks Lewis about the morale of her army and their readiness to capture the capital, and he explains that they won't even make it to the gates. Accepting the situation and admitting to being shaken as well, the senator admits that the completion of the siege will have to be left to No Name. At the city gates, the skeleton wonders how he will deal with the Vatien worms. The skeleton uses maximum output, combining gale and double casting to land a perfect strike, balancing magic and swordsmanship, while the blue window informs him that he can now think of different skill combinations. Battered but alive, the worms begin to disfigure, while stating that they weren't ready yet, and No Name combines double casting and lightning in an attempt to end the fight quickly. One of the worms blocks the strike, replicating Vatien's swordsmanship skill, and No Name realizes that he will die if things continue like this. The worms surround No Name and stand still, causing him to wonder why they don't attack, before activating Force Shield to gallop into the air, and preparing to deliver another double lightning attack. Before he can deliver the blow, one of the worms throws a sword which decapitates the skeleton horse, destroying it and causing No Name to fall to the ground, unleashing the attack with his lance as he slams into the ground. He manages to kill one of the worms, and as he absorbs its essence, he notices the remaining worms standing by, wondering if they won't attack him as long as he doesn't strike at them. Recalling only the attacked worm through his sword, he realizes that they are obsessed with fighting a fair duel, as if Vatien's human consciousness was trying to break out. A blue window informs No Name that his Dusk's Blessing skill causes the weather conditions on the battlefield to turn in his favor, as it starts to rain. Zephyr's Gift turns the wind's direction in his favor, and he has absorbed Energy Blade experience. Combining lightning and gale, he decides to accept the worm's duel, his attack output being maximized by the favorable weather conditions, increasing power by 50%. He then dashes, unleashing a dark slash attack at one of the worms and cleaving it in half, later absorbing its essence and skills. This makes him believe that he might be able to beat all of the worms one by one, and he thanks Vatien for his unintended help. Seeing this, the Duke of Lawrence Tartier regrets not being able to use Vatien, and calls No Name attractive, before affirming that, as the head of the Shadow Empire, she needs to follow the will of the true Empire. She then commands the worms to attack, and despite their reluctance and attempts to resist, the worms finally submit, and unleash multiple strikes in unison, slaying No Name. The skeleton wakes up in his coffin in the forest, and the blue window informs him that the inheritance is complete, and his assimilation rate is currently below 70%. It also states that changes to the scenario have been reflected, protection has been disabled, memorial is no longer available, and the necromancer's lover privilege will disappear. He realizes the lost privilege was due to the protection being disabled, and is surprised to see that he has retained all privileges of the Skeleton Knight class. Despite having reverted into a skeleton soldier, he realizes that he can choose the different jobs one by one and keep their privileges, and notes that he lost his dark privileges as Malphas's contract ended, thinking it might be for the best. No Name then wonders what he should do, realizing that he can't oppose the Imperial family as recklessly as he did, since it would only lead to them sending even stronger foes against him as they did in his previous life. He thinks of reuniting with Isaac, remembering his sacrifice but unable to know if the sorcerer bet on No Name coming back for him, and that perhaps he will figure out his plans eventually. Nonetheless, he starts to wonder why Rubia hasn't shown up, no matter how long he waits. Amidst the storm, Rubia departs Arist, followed by two men trying to dissuade her. Recalling her past lives with No Name, she is determined to summon the skeleton. Her attendants continue to question her decision, but vehemently refuse to leave her side. Intending to repay No Name's loyalty, she arrives at the grave, finding it empty. No Name watches her while concealed as she tries to make sense of the situation while searching for another grave. Expecting the mercenaries, he can't understand how the reset point has changed, since he never gave Rubia any room. While the girl searches for him, the skeleton appraises her, and a blue window reveals that she died waiting for him, causing adjustments. And she is now a level 1 ruler as well as a necromancer and librarian, whose stats are higher than in the previous life. He notes that Rubia has far more stamina than before and recognizes one of the men as one of her loyal ministers. No Name then wonders why he woke up before the girl even appeared. Starting to doubt whether his resurrection had nothing to do with Rubia, he wonders if the servant system worked because he believed the girl raised him from the grave, and if so, what was it that actually woke him up? Unable to answer the question but believing Rubia might know something, he thinks of talking to her. However, he remembers that she died as a demon worshipper because of him before and decides to watch from afar rather than approach her immediately. One of her attendants urges Rubia to return to the castle, unsure of what her uncle might do, and reminding her of her duties as ruler. Unable to find No Name, they head back. At Arist, Rubia holds a meeting with her ministers, discussing the confirmation of the succession of her late father by the Empire. The ministers try to deduce who will be sent to decide the matter, believing it must be at least a marquis. No Name thinks imperial recognition is a clever way to keep the ghosts at bay, but is unsure whether the Empire will support Ray Kirk. As the meeting continues, they deduce that Marquis Vatien von Leandro will be sent to settle the issue. One of the ministers happily points that Vatien's honorable attitude will work in their favor. No Name, however, is distressed at the prospect of the Marquis arriving, considering him utterly insane when it comes to justice. So No Name thinks of intervening. Elsewhere, an unarmored and calm Vatien reads the letter informing him of the succession review. Vatien deduces that the Arist affair must be solved by someone with the title of Marquis or higher, and plans to go there. Suddenly, Duke Lawrence enters the room, flirting with the Marquis and insisting he call her Laura before informing him of a new job. She explains that the Regent Diamond has been stolen from the imperial family, causing Cardinal Gracium to be enraged. Vatien identifies the diamond as Ilian's tear, and asks the Duke why Ymera's cardinal would be angry. Duke Lawrence replies that he gets sensitive when it comes to the authority of the goddesses, and states that the other Duke asked to borrow her ghosts for the task, but she insisted that Leandro go. She then tells him that someone else will take care of the Arist matter, and urges him to focus on more important things. The Marquis correctly suspects that someone is trying to turn his attention away from Arist, but knowing he cannot disobey an imperial order, accepts the mission to retrieve the diamond. At Arist, the meeting concludes successfully, and Rubia's secretary asks if she won't try to resort to necromancy again, to which the girl says that there's no need. As Rubia is left alone with her thoughts, she sighs and recalls No Name's promise to return. No Name listens, and, determined to stay away until it's safe for the girl, activates damage protection to protect her before dashing away. Knowing he can't defeat the ghosts lurking in Arist, he decides to keep tabs on Kirk Ray using detection. At a tavern, Kirk Ray meets with a man and states his surprise at Rubia's defiance. The man then asks what will happen if Vatien tries to oppose their actions, since he is not a member of the Necron Society. But Kirk simply states that he won't do anything, and there is no need to worry. No Name thinks that it might be dangerous to deal with him right away, and that his death would have to look natural to convince the ghosts. Determined to help Rubia undetected, No Name steals his purple armor from Ublam and gets rid of the Necron Society members that he can, keeping the gold and guild card from the Spider's Den dungeon. He then heads for Grasmere to meet with Isaac, but recalls that Rubia was put in danger due to him trusting and relying on the sorcerer, and is determined to avoid getting swayed by him again. Using the skills Dash, Stealth, and Leave No Trace, he first heads to the tavern where Janae Yubei is staying, surprising the man by entering through the window and throwing a sack of gold. The skeleton proposes a deal, telling him to support Rubia in the Arist dispute in any way he can with the gold, and warning him about the people backing Kirk and the danger they pose. The merchant is surprised by the trust No Name puts in him, and hands him his guild card. Before departing, No Name asks where he can hire mercenaries, but Yubei points out that those are no good and points him in the direction of Christina, who is training in the mountains. Christina trains alone, remembering how she was refused employment as a knight for being a woman. She screams in frustration and cries, recalling her father's cold words. No Name watches from afar, unsure about being able to recruit her in that state. Wishing to motivate her, he attacks the depressed barbarian, telling her to raise her sword. Christina dodges the attack and instinctively reaches for her greatsword. She keeps asking questions, but No Name insists that she focuses on attacking him to boost her confidence. He knows that unless he does this, she will end up serving the wrong master just as in his previous life, and is unwilling to let it happen again. He recalls that he was once frustrated by his own weakness and failure, and remembers his promise to repay her in his last life after unknowingly slaying her. He disarms Christina, but hands her back her blade and tells her to try again. Calling him a lunatic, the barbarian accepts the sword. As they fight again, she notes that No Name has no intention of killing her and seems to be guiding her with his sword. And despite his rudeness, the girl can't remember the last time she had so much fun fighting. After her 5th defeat, Christina confidently asks for a rematch, and they continue to spar until nightfall. Exhausted, she happily tells him to kill her since her life can't get any better than this. Not wishing to hear that, he tosses her a bag of gold and tells her to gear up and head to Arist, and deliver the remaining gold to Rubia as his gift to her. He then prepares to depart, instructing Christina to tell Rubia that the gift comes from an acquaintance from her past life, before dashing away. No Name arrives in Daliak, planning to purchase some information both to find out more about Vatien and to avoid getting tricked by Isaac. He then sees 2 figures at the square, identifying them as Tropin and Sharunian, and surprised to see the former alive after having all her Rurum stolen by the Black Knight. He wonders how this differs to the changes to Rina's life brought about by the Rurum, remembering that the substance is a conduit to change the world. Suddenly, he pauses and wonders if only the Rurum he used remains altered in the world. He wonders if he really does have that kind of impact on the world, but notices that the timeline changes only when he uses Rurum in a scenario. And if that happened whenever anyone else used the substance, history would have become mixed up in unimaginable ways by then. Leaving those questions for later, he approaches Tropin and Sharunian and asks if they were planning on kidnapping him, addressing the surprised founder by her name and stating that he will follow them willingly. At their hideout, Rina is surprised No Name came voluntarily, and the other TNT members express their concerns. Rina sends them away to talk to the skeleton alone, and as they depart, Tropin and Sharunian argue about who raised Rina, agreeing that there's something hard to read about No Name. Meanwhile, Rina sits down and asks No Name if he came willingly because of her, urging him to admit it and tell her everything he can. Remembering the girl's demise, he states that it would be best if she didn't carry out the Rurum heist. As he begins talking and filling the gaps in her memory, Rina begins to accept that the skeleton might really be an acquaintance from a past life. Grabbing her knife, she cuts him free and thanks him for changing the past and allowing her and her sister to avoid a worse version of their lives. She tells No Name that thanks to him, all of her memories have returned, causing him to wonder if the inherited memories become clearer over time if the scenario is completed. Rina then asks No Name if he has any questions for her. The skeleton then asks why Sharunian didn't warn them about the heist's failure. Rina replies that her divination can be vague when it comes to things she is unfamiliar with, such as No Name. And Rina wonders if the Dark Knight was beyond her scope of understanding, and she asked him to keep it a secret to avoid wounding the prophet's pride. She then asks the skeleton about what happened after she died, and despite being surprised at her lack of emotion towards dying, he tells her everything. Realizing the Empire will attack Amber, she wonders if they shouldn't warn the TNT headquarters there, and then asks the skeleton why he hasn't talked about Rubia, admitting it really bothered her and noting that she deeply cared about him and she found her interesting. No Name admits to being worried about Rubia and explains the current situation. And Rina tells him that Marquis Leandro won't be going to Arist, since he was sent to retrieve the diamond and then kill the basilisk. Glad that they won't cross paths, he then asks who might be sent instead, and she concludes that the only one who could go now is an honorary duke named Vibero. Duke Vibero is warmly greeted by some children in the streets, while No Name observes from the rooftops. In a flashback, Rina explains that he arrived one day and received every title possible from the Emperor, while keeping a low profile. She suggests that No Name find him doing charity work in the slums, noting that he has a house in a back alley of the capital, and laments that they don't know more. Seeing that even the guild has problems finding information on him, No Name decides to go see for himself. Back in the present, No Name holds Rina's pendant in his hand, glad that it hasn't reacted yet. Not seeing a Necron tattoo on Vibero's neck and thinking him harmless, he decides to tail him for a day before going to wake up Isaac. Having placed safeguards for Rubia and having the T-entities help to get information, he is confident that he won't be swayed so easily by the sorcerer this time. No Name follows Vibero down the sewers, determined to leave as soon as the pendant fires up. As he goes deeper, No Name wonders what the Duke is doing down there, also sensing other people nearby. Suddenly, Vibero's presence disappears, confusing the skeleton until several red windows pop up warning of the arrival of the Dawn Eater serpent and the corresponding penalties. He dodges the serpent, which notes that he is faster than he looks, and asks why he doesn't fight back. No Name wonders if the snake is toying with him and believes it might reveal some of the Empire's secrets, while recalling Rayleigh's advice regarding snakes in the capital. He unsuccessfully attacks the snake using Energy Blade and it slams him against a wall, damaging his armor but leaving him otherwise unscathed, before taunting him some more and releasing a cloud of poison. No Name's force shield manages to hold the cloud at bay for a while, but eventually the shield yields and the skeleton's armor begins to melt. Lamenting the loss of darkness, he attempts to use Gale, Blaze, and Lightning to create a powerful strike. But while the snake complements his power, a red window warns that the pattern has been disrupted and magic is not authorized. The snake then tells him that the attack won't work, and launches several mental attacks. The skeleton manages to resist, pushing the creature away by using acid. The snake notes that No Name has reached his limits, stating that he liked his performance and marveling at his power before making a suggestion. Vibero is shown to be half transformed into the snake, introducing himself as the first priest of Botus before offering to give the skeleton power from his god. Vibero laughs when No Name notices that he lacks a snake tattoo, and states that such stigmas are only fit for slaves. Realizing that this is the leader of the Necron Society, No Name believes that he might have as much power for being the first priest of Botus as Isaac did. He regrets relaxing around Vibero and not meeting up with Isaac earlier. Convinced that he can't escape, he wonders what to do. But the High Priest reassures him, stating that he likes him and wishes to show him his work. No Name wonders what the High Priest wants to show him as he leads him to an empty square and asks him to tell him what he senses. Finding the place odd, he uses detection and feels the presence of the people he detected earlier, as if the square were filled with humans. He then senses that something is wrong, and as he approaches a clock, a cuckoo bird emerges, emitting human screams of pain. Vibero proudly explains that everything in the square is made of living humans modified by hand. As the skeleton looks in disbelief, the High Priest explains that with Botus's power, such craftsmanship is possible, and that No Name will also be able to do such things. He goes on to declare that mankind was created for suffering, and he is just allowing it to be fully realized. Human suffering, he says, serves no purpose, so logically humans were created for the purpose of feeling pain. He then declares that created the Necron Society, gathering a group of people who liked to inflict pain, stating that such people are ubiquitous. Remembering all that Rubia suffered because of Vibero, No Name sees this as an opportunity to reveal the secrets of the Necron Society. He asks Vibero why he brought him here, and greets him warmly before sternly asking why he was followed, and noting that he reeks of crows. No Name realizes that he still retains the circuits carved by Isaac bearing Malphas's sign, carefully thinking how he will answer the question. He tells Vibero that he followed the trail after learning the Imperial family joined forces with Botus, and that he was stabbed in the back by a priest of Malphas. Empathizing with him, Vibero states that Botus isn't like that, and he doesn't have to worry about Malphas anymore. He states that he will support No Name, and asks if he desires anything other than power. No Name wishes to become stronger, but believes that if he makes Ruby a lord and finishes the scenario, she will start her next life in more favorable circumstances. Having nothing left to lose, he asks Rubia to be made lord of Arist. Vibero grants him the request, and turning completely into his snake form, states that he must prove that he deserves being treated as an ally rather than a slave. For that, he must make a worthy sacrifice, specifically Vatien von Leandro. He then gives him power through a temporary contract, telling him all his wishes will come true after he succeeds. In his castle, Vatien has a strange feeling that some move to block his attempts to retrieve the Regent Diamond, noting that he feels reluctant at the rising number of recruits applying for the Blue Lion Templars. As he thinks that someone might be after him, No Name can be seen crawling on the ceiling. In a flashback, Viburo explains to No Name that the concealment power he has received can hide his presence from strong individuals like Vatien. He warns him to not kill the Marquis yet, since despite being an obstacle, he needs to see if they can appease him in some way. In the present, No Name shadows Vatien while cloaked by the power of concealment. Back in the flashback, Viburo confirms that the ghosts also use Botus's power, and that is the reason almost no one knows about their existence. No Name is surprised at how easily his questions are being answered, and how everything seems to be intertwined with Viburo and Botus. A blue window informs him that the quest has been updated, since he has acquired information on the Empire's secrets, and has signed a contract with Botus. Having cleared the quest, he earns 23,750 hero points, and his purchasing power rises to 25.6%. No Name marvels at this, aware that he still has yet to find answers about the larva, and the Imperial family's interest in Arist and of Viburo's power. The High Priest begrudgingly states that he entrusted him the mission since the ghosts can't be trusted due to the Duke's affection for Vatien. No Name thinks that the Duke probably uses Botus's power to block her presence, and doesn't understand why Viburo doesn't just do as he pleases. The High Priest then states that he trusts No Name more than the ghosts, instructing him to show how he responds to that trust. Back in the present, Vatien dismisses his subordinates from the Diamond case, insisting despite their protests by claiming that since the mission was entrusted to him, his failure wouldn't impact the Blue Lion Templars if he acts alone. No Name watches this while concealed, noting his disobedience, and with plenty of concealment time left, he decides to keep watching. A knight enters the room bearing a letter from Isabel, but Vatien tears it to pieces upon learning that it is a personal letter, stating that he doesn't have time for that. The skeleton recalls how the Marquis reacted to Isabel's death in his past life, confused at Vatien's reaction now. Vatien then dismisses everyone present, daring them to fight him otherwise. Alone, the Marquis reassembles the torn letter and smiles upon reading its contents. No Name realizes that his reaction was a way to protect her, since she could be his weakness if their relationship became public. Vatien then burns the letter with Energy Blade, suspecting that someone is after him. That night, the Marquis meets with Isabel in secret and twists a wire into a token, promising to show it to her whenever he wants to tell her something and warning her not to trust anyone who doesn't show her the token. No Name shows Viburo the token, who appreciates the information and confirms that he will make Rubia the Lord of Arist. The conversation is cut short as a man enters the room and warns that Marquis Leandro has begun to take action. Rayleigh plays with Ilian's tear, while an associate warns him that the Blue Lion Templars are approaching. But the thief states that even the Marquis would get lost in the Smooth Scorpion's hideout. He brushes off the man's concerns about Vatien, and points out that they can't just hand over the jewel. In a flashback, Vatien recalls how Duke Lawrence playfully hinted that the Scorpions had the diamond, implying that she knew that all along and insisting that he go punish the thieves. Viburo is enraged at Lawrence's actions, and states that something must be done to prevent the jewel falling into the Marquis's hands. No Name asks if he can be of assistance, and as the High Priest accepts the offer, a blue window informs No Name that Botus's trust in him has increased, and that the corruption in his mind has been revealed. Before departing, the skeleton is briefed about the Scorpion's maze-like hideout. In the present, Rayleigh states that the diamond contains the power of the Goddess of Light, and a blue window informs No Name that concealment has been nullified, with him barely being able to stand the power of Ilian's tear. The skeleton finds Rayleigh and his associate. While Rayleigh is initially reassured that No Name was sent by their client due to the diamond's reaction, he soon becomes horrified as No Name uses acid to painfully kill his associate, believing that he was just supposed to take the jewel. No Name craves for more pain, turning his attention to the sickened Riley and demanding that he entertain him. Using the jewel as a shield, the thief draws his twin swords and attacks, determined to kill the skeleton. No Name finds it odd that he wants to hear Rayleigh screaming in pain, despite helping him in his previous life and his thoughts of becoming friends with the man, as a blue window informs him of Botus's corruption. The Blue Lion Templars have become disoriented in the maze, but refuse to abandon their commander. Sighing, Vatien draws his sword and uses Energy Blade to cut a path through the wall, authorizing his eager knights to do the same and tear the place apart. No Name disarms Rayleigh and hacks at him with his own double swords, recalling that since Leandro didn't bring him into the light, the young man's talents will never blossom and he will feel the misery of dying a meaningless death in the underworld. Drenched in blood, he absorbs the man's essence and skills and retrieves Ilian's tear, while craving to kill more humans and steal their powers. Suddenly, he hears the Blue Lion Templars smashing their way closer and turns his head. Knights enter the corridor and see the bloody diamond on the floor. But before they can do anything, they are ambushed and killed by No Name. Va Tien hears the commotion and orders his men to press on while he provides support, smashing his way through several walls with Energy Blade before coming to a halt at the sight of his dead and dying men. At Vibero's house, the High Priest praises No Name for escaping with the jewel, while the skeleton explains how he accomplished such a feat, thinking on how he used his free experience and the blue window to facilitate his task, and has no regrets after fulfilling Vibero's orders. After laughing at the feat, the High Priest seals the diamond and states that now there is nothing Va Tien can do to stop him. Sometime later, Marquis Leandro leads his men as he puts the pieces of the mystery together. Relating the theft to the Arist affair and recalling his exchange with the Duke, he concludes that Lawrence would only keep secrets for one group. He is heading into the slums, determined to search Vibero's house. This causes confusion among his men, but they still comply, suddenly seeing purple light coming from the honorary Duke's residence. Ilian's tear has been fully corrupted, turning it black and enabling concealment once more. Vibero then places it into a box, sinking it into his desk while mocking Va Tien. He tells No Name to activate concealment to welcome their guests. And Marquis Va Tien von Leandro kicks down the door and declares his intention to search the house to the smiling Duke. Vibero calmly asks Va Tien what he expects to find, denying knowing the reason for his presence. The Marquis states that the search is just a formality as his men begin rummaging through the house. As he picks up a set of pliers and begins to twist a length of wire, the honorary Duke suggests that Va Tien spend more time with other knights, rather than wasting it on him, taunting him by mentioning Isabel while crafting the secret token. Va Tien's face glows red with rage at this, but he manages to hold back and coldly enters the conversation. No Name commends his restraint and believes Va Tien wants to check on Isabel, but thinks it futile given their gruesome futures. He believes the Marquis's life would be easier if he did what Vibero asked, not understanding the man and wondering what the High Priest will do. Vibero then prepares to leave, and after Va Tien pats him, he states that he is heading to Arist for the succession dispute. While subtly taunting Va Tien, he telepathically tells No Name to remain in the capital and watch the Marquis, calling him his most reliable agent. He promises to do his best to give her true power and make her greater than any run-of-the-mill lord. No Name is rejoiced at nearing the end of Rubia's scenario, glad that everything has fallen perfectly into place because of Vibero. He decides to do whatever he can to repay the High Priest's trust in the future. Vibero departs the capital in a carriage, commenting that everything is going well. Meanwhile, Va Tien's men continue to search the house in vain. Sighing, the Marquis dismisses his men and continues the search alone. That night, he uses meditation, while No Name looks on, believing he won't achieve anything facing the powerful barriers created by Vibero. Meditating, Va Tien indeed senses the barriers, but can't guess how complicated they are, knowing the place is filled with demonic power. He draws his sword, wary of making any mistake and determined to open the gap between the points in space to unlock the barrier. Before he can deliver his thrust, a knight orders him to stop, and informs him that the investigation has been reassigned to Duke Lawrence Tartier. Va Tien slashes anyway, managing to cut just one strand of the spiderweb-like barrier. One of the knights yells in surprise at the purple substance smeared on Marquis' sword, which then falls to the ground and begins to move. Va Tien states that it is some corruption, and he failed to cut it all because they interrupted him, proceeding to stab the substance. The knight then informs him that the change in leadership was due to Va Tien being considered unreliable after the losses suffered by the Blue Lion Templars. Leandro wonders if the Duke used his influence, recalling that he wished to complete the mission alone to avoid giving her an excuse. The Duke tells Leandro that they were told to use force if he disobeyed the order, standing his ground as the Marquis advances menacingly and walks right past him, telling him that he will comply. The knights sigh in relief at not having to face Leandro and recall that their commander got suspended for suggesting that there was no reason to stop him. One of them wonders what the purple substance was, but another tells him to cut it out while No Name dashes away. At Arist, villagers celebrate the news of Rubia becoming the new lord. No Name stands concealed among the crowd, believing everything is going smoothly, and that Rubia will create a paradise in Arist in an ideal ending for her scenario. No Name can't wait to meet the new Rubia and heads to the castle. There, servants comment that Rubia has been behaving strangely, being expressionless and less talkative, and wonder if it's due to the stress of her new position. No Name walks down a corridor and senses some commotion. Inside of a room, Duke Lawrence furiously demands Vibero return what he stole, but he annoyingly denies knowing what she wanted. Frustrated, Lauren storms off, warning that she will tell Cardinal Gracium of his antics. Vibro sneers and states that the Duke won't brush him off easily until she gives up Botus's protection. No Name watches as Lawrence angrily storms off into the hallway, noticing that he wasn't detected by the Duke despite her enormous power, and believes that he is above her while under the divine power of Botus, which he sees as another reason to be loyal to Vibro. The High Priest warmly welcomes him, stating that Rubia has been waiting for him and is heading there. We then see an expressionless Rubia walking down the hallway. No Name hears footsteps approaching, announcing the end of the scenario. Vibro introduces the emotionless Rubia, stating that he worked hard on making her a strong lord, and there's no need for an escort anymore. No Name then wonders where Christina is, unable to sense her presence. He then notices that he can't sense the prefect, the secretary, or any of Rubia's loyal servants either, and begins feeling like something is wrong. Vibro notices No Name isn't happy and decides to give him a demonstration of what he did, telling him to attack Rubia. The skeleton is reluctant, so Vibro orders 2 enslaved maids to attack her with swords instead. No Name tries to intercede, but Vibro orders him to the ground telepathically and states that such an attack cannot harm the creature he has worked on. No Name looks down as the maids slash at Rubia. The High Priest then orders him to raise his head, and as the skeleton looks at the dismembered maids, he explains that he used his precious materials to make Rubia a special lord. The girl stands limply, 7 bloody scythed appendages protruding from her back. As No Name looks in horror, Vibro telepathically explains that he left the nerves intact so she can feel her body splitting open, and that the materials used were crafted with passion and a substantial investment. Suddenly, Rubia starts to cry blood. Vibro insists that No Name tell him what he thinks, and sensing he is unhappy, calls him a picky companion. He asks him what features he wants, and plans on fixing Rubia over and over until he is satisfied, gladly stating that it is a good policy to keep your subordinates happy. No Name then raises a sword against the High Priest, stating that he always showed what he was, and he never should have listened to him, screaming that this wasn't what he wanted. Vibro is frustrated at being unable to fully convert the skeleton, believing he will still be of use if he erases his consciousness. He telepathically commands No Name to obey and rejoice at becoming a puppet, but the skeleton resists, knowing that if he loses his consciousness, there will be no going back. Facing the Dawn-Eater Serpent, he knows he can't win, and can only attempt an attack, certain that at this rate, he will live a long life as a slave. Rubia slowly approaches No Name and touches his back, struggling to speak. The skeleton notices that her scenario hasn't been cleared yet and believes he can still reverse the situation. Swiftly, he points the sword towards his mouth and thrusts it in as Vibro yells at him to stop, ending his own life, and reassuring himself that next time, he will succeed. A thunderstorm rages over Arist. Rubia wakes up screaming in her bed, cold sweat running down her face as she grabs her cloak and rushes barefoot towards the forest. Seeing No Name's empty grave, she falls to her knees and calls to him while he hides in the trees. A blue window informs the skeleton that his inheritance is complete, and his assimilation rate has dropped to 67.74%, as well as revealing his stats and stating that he has overcome Botus's mind corruption on his own. It states that he has acquired the anti-enchantment privilege, but No Name considers the price Rubia paid was too high for just another notification. Despite believing it was the right way to achieve his goal, the results revealed it to be a pathetic lie, and he wonders what's the point of moving forward after such a foolish decision. The prefect and the secretary rush toward Rubia, worried about her safety. The secretary asks if she was there because she had the same nightmare again. She replies that it was a terrible dream, but there was someone trying to save her, unwilling to give up regardless of how bleak things got, so she can't dismiss it as a mere nightmare. She stands up, stating her resolve to meet the person in her dreams at any cost. No Name dashes away, certain that he can't let things go on like that. Concluding that the more he strives, the more information he gets, No Name steals the purple armor from Ublam and decides to try that again. He once again gets rid of hindrances and recruits those who will be useful, believing that as long as he can make up for his previous mistakes, it is possible to create the future he wants. At Grasmere, he presents himself once more to Lord Chandler as the messenger of Malphus, forcibly activating Isaac's quest. He picks up his usual weapons at the Hall of Ancestors, stopping to retrieve Isaac's crow doll and imbuing it with his magic, before heading to the basement. Once there, he places the doll in front of Isaac's altar and calls to him by his many titles and recounting his slumber, asking if it is fun to just sleep there, before burning the altar. He then activates Masquerade, adopting a resemblance of Isaac's human form as he tells the sorcerer to come mess with him for a while. He wonders if the sorcerer will be angry because of the provocation, and stares at the doll for a while, wondering why nothing was happening, and by that point expected a long list of lies. He asks the doll to say something, and Isaac nervously takes possession of it and asks if he somehow wronged No Name. Isaac deduces that they must be fairly close and asks him not to get too angry since he has wronged many people. No Name cuts Isaac short and offers to explain everything in exchange for one condition. Deactivating Masquerade, he tells the sorcerer to never try to fool, lie, or use him again, else he misses the chance to hear the truth. Isaac angrily states that he asks too much, and that if he isn't lying, he might as well be dead. Fed up, No Name grabs him by the neck and states that, while expected, the reaction is unacceptable. Hinting that he can see the blue window, he threatens to go tell someone else about it, before the crow screams that he will not lie to the skeleton for 3 years. No Name considers it to be too brief, so the sorcerer relents to 6. No Name then reveals the information, but Isaac has a hard time accepting that he is not the main character. Regardless, he believes the skeleton, as the situations he described happened as he expected them to, including his sacrifice. That version of himself failed in his gamble and needed to restore No Name's trust to avoid future retaliation. He believed he would revive himself as a replica of the past, but the current Isaac doesn't have any memories or feelings regarding No Name, so it didn't do his previous self much good. No Name realizes that, unlike Rubia and Rena, Isaac didn't inherit his past memories. Noticing he is straying further from the usual path, he wonders if his mind will be able to handle it, as the differences continue to pile up. Isaac then perches himself atop him and asks him what his goal is. Pecking at the skeleton when he mentions Rubia's scenario, the sorcerer asks him if he knows what he will do afterwards. He affirms that the windows should be a means to an end, not the end itself, since that would mean meaninglessly walking a path suggested by an unknown entity. As the crow tells No Name that he must have realized what he really wants by now, the skeleton thinks back to all the questions he set aside while following the path laid out by the blue windows, wondering if something is leading him past the veil or preventing him from seeing what lies beyond. He proclaims that he wants to know more about the world and someday leap beyond the blue windows. Satisfied, Isaac offers to show him the fastest way to achieve it. He explains to a shocked No Name that he must fall under Vibero's control and get the concealment protection from him, with the sorcerer offering to perform another sacrifice if that fails. Later, he must kill Tropin Nanyao and absorb all of her Rurum blood. Isaac insists that No Name must kill Tropin, citing the benefits absorbing Rurum brings to the skeleton and identifying her as the best possible source. Knowing the sorcerer is right, he still refuses to do it, since Tropin could disappear from existence in the next life and affect Rena. Expecting this, Isaac changes plans, and suggests they follow Ashton and the Blue Window's guidance step by step, asking the skeleton if he can show him something like that. At the Forest Lodge, No Name reads the Ashton book and notices the number of pieces has risen to 3 out of 7. He asks the sorcerer if he knows what "contact the broken pieces" means, and Isaac states that he has a rough idea. Telling No Name to look back on his past experiences, he tells him to single out strange or unusual things that had something in common. As a hint, Isaac recites 2 ancient poems to him, dealing with pieces, assassinations, and armed forces. No Name recalls one of the poems from one of Ashton's books, and noting their subject matter, correctly concludes that they are related to the Red Flake. Isaac confirms this, explaining that the Red Flake uses legacy items, and consists of 7 members after Gilsta Rai's resignation. No Name concludes that the books suggest that he must meet all of the Red Flake members, and despite remembering only 2, Isaac simply states that it wouldn't be unusual that one slipped past him, since they are an order of assassins, so he wonders who the third might have been. Isaac suggests that he gets Gilsa's help to meet them, and as No Name recalls that there is still plenty of time, suggests they install Rubia as Lord of Arist before that and offers his assistance. He recalls the effect of completing Rena's scenario and wonders what multiple scenarios might do, and remarks that Ashton's seemingly coincidental directions must be linked to the secrets of the world. Wishing to know more about the world's secrets, Isaac sees no reason he shouldn't help him. He also points out that No Name won't stop whining if he doesn't save Rubia. Having set their goals, they head to Daliak, determined to let Vatien know about Ilian's Tear and Vibero's Square through Rena, thinking it to be a great way to keep both men in check. He also notes that Vibero will be in a difficult position as Ilian's Tear can cancel out Botus's protection. Isaac expresses his concerns about the Imperial family reacting, but No Name expects that they will send Vatien to Arist if he keeps on being a thorn in their side. The sorcerer is bothered by the fact that No Name hasn't seen the real Emperor yet, and that he hasn't either for 400 years. with the only things roaming outside of the palace being manufactured dolls. Warning No Name that the Empire's power remains unshaken, he warns No Name to keep his wits about him, and suggests he add Tropin to his allies. Sensing a spell outside of the auction tent, Isaac demonstrates his powers by summoning familiars to seek out the spellcaster. No Name is surprised that he can do this while in his doll form, but bragging and taunting the skeleton, the sorcerer faints. Seeing that he needs Rurum, No Name thinks of possible sources. His thoughts are cut short by Sharunian and Tropin approaching, with the prophet demanding he reveal his identity at once. At the TNT hideout, Rena states that her memory is filling up. Tropin and Sharunian don't experience the same effect, and the founder marvels at the power of Rurum, telling No Name to visit her lab when in the capital. As Sharunian howls in disbelief, Tropin notes that No Name has truthfully revealed information he couldn't have possibly known. Rena then agrees to take care of everything regarding the Marquis and help Rubia as much as she can, stating that the information he gave them is payment enough for their services, and telling him to let her know if he has any other favors to ask. As No Name asks her to get information on the Red Flake, Sharunian cuts him short and refuses outright, and Rena explains that the guilds signed an agreement to not leak information about each other. Tropin states that it is difficult to speak in here since they move in disguise, and obtaining profiles might be extremely difficult. No Name deduces that the term here implies that Red Flake members are in Daliuk, thinking of looking further into it later. He asks Tropin if it's alright for her to give him this information, but she replies that he gave them fantastic information regarding Rurum, the Imperial family, and the Dark Knight. She then extends her hand, stating that he will always be her most welcome guest if he cooperates in her search for Rurum, and No Name promises to stop by once things have settled down. They then decide to head for the capital, and Rena states that they will contact him when the time comes. Now alone, No Name looks at the still unconscious Isaac, and picking him up, tries to wake him up with magic to no avail. No Name thinks on where to get more Rurum, but as he ponders giving him some of his own, Isaac awakens and yells at him to stop, dismayed at what he was about to do. He then tells his screaming No Name that his fainting was a joke and a warning, telling him never to give the apostle's blood flowing within him to others, since it is completely unknown what would happen if he gave it away after he resurrects. No Name asks Isaac if he is worried about him, to which he angrily denies, and inwardly doubts that fainting was a joke, wondering if he really is alright. Isaac then tells No Name to follow him underground to his dungeon in Grasmere. While approaching the crypt, he asks the skeleton if he will simply stop at making Ruby a lord, given that her feelings and memories are preserved. He states that given the current situation of the Empire and the upcoming war, the power of a lord isn't enough to develop her territory and improve her domain. She will be killed if she opposes the war, and supporting it isn't an option since Arist is close to the Alliance, and will be swept away right at the start, dragging her into the conflict. As No Name asks for alternatives, Isaac offers to show him a possibility and unlocks a secret door behind the altar. They reach the sealed gateway, and Isaac unlocks a secret manhole heading even deeper. Reaching the bottom, they come upon an abandoned camp strewn with human bones. Isaac reveals that humans built those tunnels to escape the Apostles 1,000 years ago, and that the tunnels connect to Ublam, Arist, Grasmere, Arendelle, Davenhall, and Colchester. Isaac explains that the tunnel complex is far grander than the one in the capital. Having been in Arist, Ublam, and Grasmere, No Name recalls that Arendelle is in the south-central region, while Davenhold and Colchester were destroyed by Ymera's wrath in what is now the Western Desert, implying that the tunnels traverse a vast territory. Isaac finds a journal written by one of the tunnel's former inhabitants, written in an ancient language, and is shocked when No Name begins to effortlessly read its contents. As the skeleton finishes reading, his assimilation rate drops slightly. The journal chronicles the despair of those trapped underground, who, tired of living without hope, eventually committed mass suicide shortly before Seiron defeated the Apostles. Having read of a secured area, they head further inside and stumble upon massive iron cages. No Name trips on a huge bone, causing Isaac to peck at him before they realize that those are demon bones. Isaac considers them useful components, explaining that the tunnel system is large enough to build up and shelter an army, and connects 6 cities, allowing them to create an army of the undead. No Name recalls Gilstarai, and Isaac states that they should think on that scale and details his plan. Once in power, Rubia should ally herself with the Chandler family. Later, they could remove the drug lords from Ublam and seize the city, using the cities and the tunnels as the starting point for expansion. Rubia could become the powerhouse of the Southern Empire, connecting the 3 cities and securing her position. Despite the skeleton's doubts, Isaac insists that uniting the Southern Empire is the best way to protect Rubia. He then leads the way to Arist, and despite his misgivings, No Name concedes that his plan is not impossible. They emerge from the tunnels in Arist's library, and while No Name recalls an Ashton book located there, he can't remember its location. Isaac then sets up a barrier so as to not be disturbed, much to the relief of No Name, who wishes they had Rubia's help in finding the book. As if on cue, the girl enters the library to take a break, while Christina stands on guard outside. Watching her read peacefully, No Name recalls her suffering at Vibero's hands, and wonders if she regrets meeting him, and if it wouldn't be better if they didn't run into each other like this. Annoyed, Isaac asks if he isn't going to go see her, tossing some books to the ground. Rubia hears the noise, and as Isaac states that he doesn't have time to watch No Name waste time, the armed girl approaches and demands to know who he is. As he turns and tries to speak, she quickly removes his helmet. Recognizing him, she gladly tells him how much she missed him after such a long time. Rubia recalls that in her past lives, No Name always tried to save her and tells him she wanted to see him again. As she comments that remembering the past lives is the real eternal life, Isaac looks on feeling envious. No Name then tells Rubia of his actions in this life, and she realizes the delay of the trial was due to him. The girl reveals that the trial will be held in 3 months when the Emperor visits the region, and No Name and Isaac recall Rena told them to leave the matter to the T&T Guild. The skeleton realizes that despite keeping Vibero in check, Leandro wasn't sent there, so the Imperial family must intend to make the next lord a willless slave. The skeleton wonders what obsesses them about Arist, but Rubia isn't sure, since the city lacks historical significance. And Isaac suggests that something must be hidden. He then tells her about the Ashton book, and she quickly hands it to them. The volume speaks about breaking free from the area by climbing up, and once he reads it, the assimilation rate drops slightly and his intelligence rises. Still unsure about the book's meaning, he notices an hourglass which is identical to the one on the book cover. But Isaac doesn't feel anything from it and mocks the skeleton, before stating that they need more clues. Rubia then tells them that she doesn't have any more Ashton books, but gives him another special book about royal hair color by Isaiah Ragrant. Isaac finds the topic unimportant, but then notices something in the first page which Rubia confirms. The page was replaced. She notes the differences and that the book was rebound with magic, both signs of tampering. Isaac then expresses his taste for Rubia's type, especially her strength to endure, and ominously states that it is good to be that strong. This causes the girl to nervously back away. No Name doesn't understand why someone would alter a book about hair color, but Rubia states that the book is about lineage. The legitimacy of the Imperial family comes from claiming direct descent from Seiron I, and the hair color can prove it. No Name realizes that the book was written because the author questioned the lineage, meaning the current Imperial family might not be related to Seiron. Isaac notes that the consistency of silver hair through the generations regardless of the mother is suspicious. Rubia also brings some papers that were tucked next to the book. They contained a simple spell which, if chanted, would cause a skeleton to rise to her aid. She hands the paper to No Name, who reads it hoping to find a secret about himself. The paper contains the phrase Rubia used when raising him and states that if one shouts, "dance" at the manuscript, it will dance once. Rubia notes how simple it was, as well as admitting that the manuscript did dance. No Name then notices the last pages are blank, and as a blue window informs him that his intelligence has risen by 1, the writing begins to fade as well, causing the skeleton to wonder if the manuscript was written by Ashton. Isaac believes the manuscript fulfilled its purpose, and Rubia asks if No Name suggests that Ashton planned for her to awaken him, generating even more questions and the certainty that the manuscript contained powerful magic. Isaac explains that the inside and outside of that world are intertwined like a spider web, which is the source of all magic, while spells are just words. He notes that the spell in the manuscript shouldn't have worked unless Rubia knew how necromancy works. No Name remains certain that Rubia woke him up, noting the first times Rubia raised him and him waking up overlapped perfectly. He asks Isaac how many threads of the spiderweb he messed with, and the sorcerer explains that he went down the spiderweb trying to break into where the rules of the world are preserved, but he was thrown back and lost his powers. Admitting that him being cursed by the goddesses for his debauchery was a lie, he notes that in the beneath, they only observe whatever humans do. Isaac also admits that Ashton knew the beneath far better than himself. Rubia then wonders about Ashton and his interest in No Name, worried by the orders that the ghosts received to dispose of anything suspicious, and suspecting they meant for him specifically. Isaac tells them to not jump to conclusions unless more clues appear, and they decide to move on to another mystery. Rubia then smiles and declares her intention to improve the situation there, coldly suggesting that she could kill Kirk Ray and that it isn't unusual to get rid of political enemies. Insulting her uncle, she declares that for the sake of Arist, he shall not become Lord. While No Name wonders if Rubia was always like that, the girl plans to avoid any suspicion, but expects the Imperial family and the ghosts to doubt her, and to try to replace her with a worm once she steps out of line. No Name recalls that in her previous lives, Rubia never said that it was wrong to kill and even spoke harshly about Kirk Ray, and is unsure if he was merely imagining her values. Rubia is unwilling to hand over her city, but she needs a force capable of facing the ghosts for that. Stating that she doesn't need No Name's help right now, she wishes to try solving this for herself with the base he provided. As Isaac and No Name start to depart, Rubia tells him that she will call for help if she needs him, and the skeleton gives her his full support. Before he leaves, Rubia approaches No Name and hugs him, causing Isaac to mock him. Rubia tells the skeleton to return safely this time, reassuring him by stating she will be fine as well, and he moves to hug her but desists, stating that he will keep his promise this time. Sometime later, No Name and Isaac arrive at the Bloodstone mine and see the goblins being exploited. Isaac laments them being wasted on such a task, and mocks No Name as he heads down, sword in hand, to free the slaves. The skeleton easily deals with the guards, and the hobgoblin approaches to repay him, offering him some information. Recalling his failed search for Mudcash, he tells the shocked goblin that it didn't work, but the creature suddenly becomes possessed and tells him he should hear the second story. Sensing the hobgoblin's state, Isaac warns No Name not to mess the conversation up. The possessed creature tells them to head to the western desert, and as the possession ends, tells them to utter the same password as before, but No Name finds it ridiculous. Isaac, however, takes to flight and recites some incantations that mess with the creature's head before fainting. As he comes to his senses, the hobgoblin restarts the dialogue, and No Name realizes that Isaac reset the situation. As the creature becomes entranced, No Name states that he couldn't find Mudcash in the eastern mountains or the western desert, causing the goblin to tell him to follow. Reaching a rock, the creature unearths a gold coin and hands it to No Name, stating that this is the third story. Possessed once again, he says that if he places the coin into the air, he will be enlightened with the wisdom of Mudcash, before the hobgoblin snapped out of it in confusion. No Name departs, but not before telling the hobgoblin to take his people and leave before the impending war. At night, the skeleton uses lightning strike while trying to revive Isaac until finally succeeding, noting that he put a lot more power this time and asking if he's okay. Isaac becomes angry at this and insists that everything is under control. He then tells the skeleton that the hobgoblin was under a powerful hypnosis with a 3-level activation condition, and he wished to find out what else was there to be said. No Name then shows Isaac the coin, but the sorcerer states that it is just a normal coin with no magic or unique origin. Unsure if No Name was tricked, Isaac states that the one who brainwashed the goblin knows about the skeleton's reincarnation. He then asks No Name how he can place a coin in the air, and he wonders if he experienced something like that before. Recalling the inventory window, No Name raises the coin, causing it to appear. A blue window informs him that he has acquired inventory experience, clearing the preceding hidden quest and opening the inventory quest. No Name wonders what subspace inventory means and describes what he sees to Isaac. After mocking the skeleton, the sorcerer states that they will find the answer long before the Arist trial. Recalling his past lives, the skeleton is wary at the prospect of grinding for this quest, but is reassured by Isaac's presence. At Arist, Rubia works until dawn despite Christina's concerns. The barbarian pauses before asking the girl if she is anxious, which she shyly admits. Christina empathizes with her, recalling when she tormented herself with her own problems, and Rubia tells her she is worried about not reaching her goal. She also doesn't wish to blow the opportunity No Name gave her, and is determined to prepare a plan no matter the cost. Christina understands but insists that she rest to avoid having a burnout and becoming easily frustrated, suggesting that she share her burdens with the people who support her. As Rubia thanks her, a silhouette enters through the window and eerily states that if she wants to become a good lord, she should listen to her underlings. Christina prepares to attack the intruder, but Rubia stays her hand, causing the stranger to praise the barbarian. Rubia asks if they haven't met before, and Rena steps down from the windowsill and greets her. In the forest, No Name continues to use meditation and concentration to clear the quest. Despite him getting bored, Isaac pushes him to continue and explains that getting the inventory would be hard, instructing him to focus on the aspects of the object to disengage it from the spiderweb. The skeleton continues until dusk, when he reaches 360,000 points and clears the quest, lowering his assimilation rate and causing him to see the coin in his inventory. Isaac asks him if he can move the inventory, and as Isaac tries to expand it, a blue window confirms that due to his low assimilation rate, he can expand the inventory and modify its shape. The inventory transforms into a cape, and Isaac comments that he has reached the point where he can revert things to a state prior to the spiderweb being woven, and states that it looks like he was right, before collapsing. In Ublom, Rina reveals to No Name that she met Rubia, remembering the moment. In a flashback, Rubia tells Christina that she and Rina have a profound relationship and asks if it's okay for the girl to come to Arist. The thief reassures her by saying that there is nothing to worry about, since she was there on guild business, and the ghosts were busy with the Emperor's visit, so they wouldn't interfere. Aside from being formally there to investigate Rubia, Rina tells her that she would also like to prepare a surprise for No Name, suggesting that they come up with some fun plan together. Back in the present, Rina doesn't plan on telling No Name about the plan and asks about his own agenda. The skeleton doesn't have time to unearth the world's mysteries before that, and is worried about Isaac's state. So Rina suggests that he go to the port of Kern Bay and recruit members of the Merchant Union's smuggling operation there to his cause. No Name recalls that in this life he has only contacted Janae Yubei and thinks meeting new members of the Union wouldn't be a bad idea. He agrees to the suggestion, and Rina reassures him that she will continue to help Rubia keep tabs on the Imperial family. Having bought time, Rina prepares to continue with her plan. In Grassmere, Lord Chandler meets with Janae Yubei and Rina, who introduces herself as the representative of the next Lord of Arist. The old man states their aim to install Rubia as Lord while avoiding the Imperial family's suspicion. No Name reaches Kern Bay, finding it bigger than he thought. As Isaac wakes up, the skeleton explains the plan to him, and the sorcerer agrees, stating that he was going to suggest something similar. When No Name asks how they will find the smugglers, Isaac reveals that the Merchant Union members use specific slang words that he knows, since Lord Chandler is a full member, describing him as intelligent and privy to guild secrets. Isaac then pecks at No Name, telling him to look at a ship with 4 sails. He notices a man throwing up on the deck, assisted by 2 others. And the skeleton points out that he isn't a sailor, but the Union's customer in disguise. No Name plans to talk to them, but is interrupted by the arrival of customs officers. Their leader orders all ships to cease their activity, and the smugglers grow nervous. Isaac remarks that things have become much more difficult for the merchants, but much easier for them, and suggests that they go save the merchants. On the deck, the Merchant Union captain nervously assesses the situation. As the knights search through the vessel, Captain Nexmond assesses the situation, aware that they can't bribe their way out of this with the cargo they carry. They are smuggling state-of-the-art body augmentations, capable of replacing body parts and giving the user immense power, which are strictly prohibited in the Empire. Since scuttling is out of the question, the men prepare for the worst-case scenario. The customs knights board the ship and rummage through the cargo. But as Nexmond prepares to act, one of the men reports that the cargo exactly matches the logbook, shocking everyone present. The captain cannot understand what is happening, and as the customs commander insists that they search everything again, a massive explosion rocks the docks. A knight approaches the commander and informs him that their temporary headquarters has been hit, and the officer orders all men to rush there. The crew is relieved, but the captain orders everyone to seize the moment and set sail. Once in open waters, Nexmond confirms that the secret cargo is gone. Since all crew members are accounted for, the captain doubts that an ordinary man achieved such a feat, expressing his wish that he'd join them. No Name then reveals himself, and pulling the body augmentations from the inventory window, he asks to talk to the captain. In Nexmond's cabin, the man tells No Name that he doesn't have to return the goods, since the inventory he showed them is far more valuable. Surprised, No Name asks the captain where he was going with this, and the man simply pulls 5 Merchant Union cards and places them on the table, happily inviting the skeleton to become a full member. Isaac believes negotiations may go easier than expected, but No Name wishes to know what the captain has in mind. Nexmond replies that he wants the skeleton to become a full member for 3 reasons, starting with his inventory ability and its uses in the smuggling business. The second reason is his erroneous belief that No Name had previous intel to do what he did, and the third reason was his opposition to the Imperial family. He then reveals to a surprised No Name that the Merchant Union fights against the Imperial family, and intends to destroy them. Thinking he's in the right place, No Name asks if opposing the Imperial family isn't too dangerous for a merchant. Nexmond replies that while they want a world governed by rules and systems, in the Empire, a handful of people revered as sacred strive to subjugate the world. The captain then stands up, furiously reaffirming his hatred toward them. Realizing that the Merchant Union isn't just a commercial guild, No Name asks Nextmund what their plan is. He reveals their strategy to develop their commercial network to the extent that the current social order will be overturned, admitting that carrying out a social revolution won't be easy. That's the reason behind them recruiting worthy people from varied trades, with the guild cards being meant to distinguish the people they deem suitable. Recalling his previous encounters, No Name realizes that he has the exact qualities that the Union is looking for. The skeleton then mentions the upcoming war, but the merchant reassures him, stating Amber is preparing for a perfect response, referring to Gilsa's assassination attempt. Knowing that she will fail, No Name warns that the necromancer won't be able to prevent the war, and the conflict will last for 10 years, causing the Demon Kings to rise and ravage the world. He bluntly tells Nextmund that the Union will collapse and their ideals will fail them. Isaac advises No Name to tone down a little, so the skeleton hints at his plan to oppose the Imperial family in the south, gaining the captain's interest. Taking the initiative, No Name states that he would like to ask for a favor and pay for a body augmentation. Although the captain refuses payment, the skeleton then asks for the Union to give him room and for Nextmund to fully support Rubia. Recognizing her and believing she might align with their goals, the captain offers his assistance. Stating they will get along nicely, No Name then takes the guild cards and the captain promises to officialize his entry into the Union. Sometime later and back on land, No Name worries about Isaac's state and offers to give him more magical power. After a pause, the sorcerer tells the skeleton to put him in the inventory, revealing that Ilion is undermining him and he needs to be cut off from the light. Understanding, No Name complies and wonders if the sorcerer will heal in the inventory. Having to rely on his own judgment for now, No Name decides to watch Rubia from the sidelines and check up on Kirk. In Arist, No Name listens to some men talking with Rubia's uncle. They lament an upcoming tournament, fearing Christina is too tough, but Kirk states that he will take matters into his own hands. They reveal that the Lord of Grasmere is organizing the tournament, surprising No Name, and one of the men angrily asks Kirk if his allies are going to help them. Noting that he hasn't contacted them in a while, Kirk tells them to be quiet and insists that his plan is a sure bet, even without them, stating that Rubia and her ilk are about to experience complete public humiliation. No Name rushes to Grasmere, worried by Kirk Ray's plans for the tournament. At the city, Lord Chandler warmly greets the skeleton and announces that thanks to him, he can pass the title of Lord to his successor, and the tournament will be held to coincide with Chandler's ascension. He then explains that the winner of the tournament will determine who the next Lord of Arist will be, and asks the shocked skeleton to walk with him while he explains the situation. He tells No Name that he did all he could to support Rubia, praising her knowledge of everything necessary for present-day Arist, and describing her as an indispensable ally to Grasmere. However, he also reveals that the citizens began to question whether Rubia would have the strength to protect Arist from foreign invasion, fearing that she wouldn't be able to attack enemy regions. Hence, she has been forced to step forward to prove her determination through a tournament by proxy. He states that Rubia suggested the tournament and, knowing Kirk won't fight fair, expects that she has a plan, telling No Name that she has a powerful proxy. They finally reach Isaac's former dungeon, which has been transformed into Grasmere's military grounds. Chandler is training there with his men and warmly greets No Name, thanking him for saving his family from Isaac's curse and giving them free will. As Chandler bows in gratitude, his father offers No Name lodgings in the castle. That night, No Name sees that his life is heading in the direction of free will and Rubia's plan and wonders what to do, wishing Isaac were there. His thoughts are cut short when Rena then enters through the window. She tells him that everything's going well thanks to him and explains that she gave Vatien a fake Regent diamond, and they are free from Botis's power, allowing them to work hard for their own sake. No Name remains silent. She asks if he is worried about Rubia, but refuses to reveal their plan, telling him that it's a secret. She then jumps from the window, leaving the confused skeleton behind and asking him if he understands what it feels like to be sucked into his plans without a clue. She tells him to have faith, since those with past life ties will do this on their own. While Rubia approaches the city with her retinue, No Name walks the streets of Grasmere and notices the city's transformation, certain that he can help Rubia behind the scenes if something happens, but deciding instead to have faith and just wait like Rubia had faith in him. As Rubia approaches the city, Christina's horse goes mad and throws her off, injuring the warrior. One of Rubia's knights finds a plant along the roadside, which she identifies as Phantom Thorn, known to cause confusion and madness in animals. Since it isn't native to the region, they conclude that somebody is targeting them, suspecting it to be Kirk's doing. With Christina injured, Rubia wonders what to do. The barbarian would surely be defeated if she competed in the tournament in such a state, but they can't claim that Kirk was responsible without providing concrete evidence. She briefly considers asking No Name for help, but decides against it, as she must protect her own citizens. And she can't keep relying on him forever. Determined that she can succeed, she tells her retinue to continue towards Grasmere, stating that she has a plan. At Grasmere's arena, the public cheers on as Lord Chandler passes the baton of office to his son, confirming him as Lord. Chandler thanks those who supported him and promises to ensure Grasmere's prosperity and strengthen its alliances in the southern region, before announcing the start of the tournament. He introduces Kirk Ray, who rides in accompanied by his proxy, Philip the Butcher, and then Rubia, who enters the arena alone. Kirk sneers at the sight, and Rubia explains to Chandler that Christina fell off her horse, and No Name thinks of stepping in. Kirk taunts Rubia over the situation as she gives him a death stare, before stating that in this situation she can either be disqualified for not participating and forfeit the lordship, or participate personally in the jousting tournament. Before No Name can do anything, Rubia agrees to participate. She then declares that she suspects Kirk's hand in the accident, and after he taunts her for her lack of evidence, she hints that she might have done something to his proxy as well. While Philip denies this, Rubia makes a proposal for all present, stating that a lord shouldn't hide behind his subordinates at such a time as this, and telling an enraged Kirk to leave his proxy and decide this in a direct duel between them. As the crowd roars, the presenter tells the Lord candidates to get ready. Unsure of Rubia's plans, Kirk has replaced his horse and lance with ones from Grasmere, certain of victory. Meanwhile, Christina explains the basics of jousting to Rubia, believing Kirk to be at the same level as her. She then tells her that, whatever her plans are, she should run if her life is in danger, causing Rubia to smile and thank her. As the referee gives the signal, both contenders ride into the arena, with Rubia determined not to run away since she is going to win. The contenders then ride at full speed, lances couched. The clash sends Rubia's helmet flying, but both riders remain atop their steeds. Kirk notes the girl's lack of skill and taunts her, suggesting that weak people like her and her father cannot lead the people. He goes on ranting that people will judge her, and that they might like her one day and question her the next. As the crowd looks on in shock and disgust, he declares that to be the nature of the people, and maniacally affirms that they need domination and will only understand with whips and rods, warning that if she gives them freedom, they will stab her in the back. After a pause, Rubia coldly states that he is wrong, and as she charges, she yells that while people don't need a weak lord, that doesn't mean that they need some trash who pretends to own them. Rubia's lance hits Kirk full on in his helmet, and as they turn about to charge again, she states that a lord is someone who protects their people and shields them from outsiders. Rubia's lance shatters after another charge, but she turns about once more, grabbing the broken lance with both hands and screaming that lords are a sword that cuts the enemy's heads, even if it gets their own hands bloody. Dealing a furious blow, she declares that she will become that sword of Arist. No Name comments that her strike was terrible, weak, and slow. The weapon was too heavy for her. But because the attack was so weak, the audience felt Rubia's determination which she had during the battle. Despite arriving scared and trembling, she continued to strike again and again, her attacks becoming the symbol of someone who would gladly take up arms to protect the people. The symbol of their lord's conviction. Kirk died from his fall, defeated by Rubia's conviction. Despite her body trembling like a leaf, Rubia's eyes were firm with resolve, and the people responded to that firm gaze, declaring her their lord. A blue window then pops up, informing No Name that Rubia's governance level has risen to 6. As the crowd screams her name, Rubia's face becomes lit by an unforgettable smile, having endured so much hardship to finally become a lord by her own strength. At Arist, Rubia tells No Name that she was scared when entering the arena, but regained her strength when she saw him, and then confesses that the duel wasn't part of the plan. She initially planned to use the Phantom Thorn to drive Philip's horse mad, but after Christina's accident, she realized that she wouldn't be different from Kirk, considering sacrificing others to come to power too cowardly for her. Determined to avoid that path, she changed the plan and fought Kirk herself, facing her problems personally like No Name. The skeleton cuts her short, stating that she is wrong, affirming that regardless of one's convictions, putting oneself at risk is meaningless. Rubia says that she agrees and promises to never put herself in such a dangerous situation ever again. She then asks him if he can't just congratulate her, which he does. The tournament was recognized as a legitimate succession method by the Empire, and Rubia read the official proclamation to an assembly, marking the start of her rule. She announces some policy changes and requests Chandler to lend her some troops and equipment in exchange for a portion of Arist's crop yield. Chandler agrees to send 200 troops, and Rubia states her plan to wipe out the Necrons and drug lords from Ublam, and then form a coalition between it, Arist, and Grasmere. She states that they need to get enough power to influence the imperial family to avoid the exploitation of their citizens. Since uniting the South would be difficult with military power alone, Chandler suggests that they make the provinces complement each other through trade. He offers to dispatch Grasmere's craftsmen, but Rubia rejects the proposal, stating that they can't give them away so easily. As the prefect points out that their province doesn't have any valuable trade items, No Name interjects, offering his help and stating that he has reliable friends in the trading business. No Name meets with Janae Yubei and Nexmond, offering his aid when called upon, in exchange for them supporting Arist and the Southern Coalition. Yubei considers the coalition beneficial for merchants, and Nexmond trusts the coalition will be a force capable of opposing the Empire since it is backed by No Name. Janae then proposes to move the Merchant Union's headquarters to Arist, and noticing the skeleton's concern, reassures him, stating that they need to have a talk between merchants. Sometime later, Yubei and Nexmond meet with Bearsy Blackberry in her jewelry store at the capital, and afterwards, the three meet with Rubia in Arist, sealing the alliance between them. They then start to develop trade routes and establishing links with other provinces, causing Rubia's governance level to rise to 8. No Name wonders what it would take to raise it to 10, asking an absent Isaac what he would do. After several questions, he asks to himself what he should do now, and wonders about the random information about Isaac displayed in the inventory window, noting that he still doesn't know anything about the world. He also wonders if Isaac is alright. Elsewhere, Duke Lawrence is informed by Vibero about Vatienne's disobedience, calling him a dog. He gives her a final warning to either give up the protection of Botus she and her men use, or cut the head of the dog off, causing Lawrence to say Vatienne's name with tears in her rage-filled eyes. At night, a magical bird flies overhead. No Name destroys it with Energy Blade, causing its fragments to spell, "The owner of the pendant in the capital," in the night sky. Believing Rena to be in danger, he dashes towards the capital. Once there, he presents Rena's pendant at the TNT headquarters and is led downstairs, surprising Rena and Troppin with his speed. The girl tries to create a relaxed environment and play down his inquiry as to what happened, but the skeleton sees through it. Rena then grows serious and admits that something has happened, smiling at his ability to see right through her. She reveals that Vibero has issued an ultimatum to Duke Lawrence, explaining to a shocked No Name that she has been ordered to kill Vatienne, and deducing that the High Priest has threatened to remove Botus's protection. Troppin then states that Leandro has been the wall holding back the Imperial family's evil deeds, but with him gone, there would be no one left to stop them. Rena then adds that with Vatienne gone, Vibero would try to re-establish the Necron Society, and the Arist Coalition would be one of his targets. She explains that there are two possible options, either wholeheartedly help the Marquis or ignore the issue and let him die. Troppin warns that helping the Marquis would mean an all-out war against Vibero and the Imperial family, and that if negotiations with him failed, he would die anyway and Rubia and the Coalition would end up involved, putting all of them in danger. She then explains that the Duke was covering for Leandro as a personal favor, but it is no longer worth it for her. No Name believes they can't let Vatienne die, knowing what Vibero will do and unwilling to let Rubia go through that again. He proclaims that they need to save the Marquis, and they all agree. Troppin states that they arranged a meeting with Vatienne later that day in a nearby graveyard to try and persuade him, and Rena warns that they don't know what the Imperial family might do or what the Marquis will choose. Rena approaches No Name, telling him that it could be the last time they meet in this life since he is too busy protecting Rubia, so she called to see him one final time. No Name cuts her short, stating that there is no need for goodbyes, since he will meet Vatienne. He reveals that there is a way for him to communicate with Vatienne, remembering the wire token. Rena insists that she and Troppin must go, since it is too dangerous for No Name, but he replies that if he runs and turns his back on the Imperial family, he will be left with nothing, and there's more value in keeping Rena alive. As the girl protests, he asks her what she would do if anyone else was offering to go to the meeting, telling her that neither Rubia nor her should put themselves in danger for his sake, and that this is something he must do himself. He then departs, leaving a disheartened Rena behind. Tropin offers to accompany No Name to the meeting and tells him that she has a present for him. Promising it isn't something that is easy to come by, she leads him into her laboratory. As No Name questions the safety of having such a facility in the capital, Tropin tells him that the door is in the capital, but the building isn't, instructing him to open the door again. No Name complies and emerges from a lodge in the woods, surprised at Tropin's power. She hands him a jeweled bottle with some room and insists on him accepting it, and letting her see the absorption process he uses. When asked why, Tropin points to several drugs she must inject to maintain her body, and states that she wishes to improve her methods if possible. As a counter favor, No Name asks to keep some room for later, planning to give it to Isaac, and Tropin agrees as long as he shows her the absorption process. Fulfilling his end of the deal, No Name then removes his armor and pours some room on his circuits, while an amazed Tropin takes notes and makes observations on the process and the circuits. Though No Name doesn't understand her, his mechanical engineering level rises as a result, and he notes Tropin and Isaac's talent. After the process is complete, the founder thanks No Name, and while he stores the remaining room in his inventory, she hands him a book with a symbol of eternity and repetition with room flowing in it, stating that she remembered it when he absorbed the substance. He asks to see the book's contents, and she agrees. The book is called Unsolved Pain and is written by Kevin Ashton. The tome tells of a time when humans lived happily in peace and plenty. The animals stated how humans were wonderful and the children grew well. Then, one day, enormous monsters appeared asking why humans aren't fighting among themselves, and devoured those who failed to flee underground. No Name realizes, and Tropin confirms that this book narrates the time before the founding of the Empire. No Name continues to read about the emergence of Seiron, the first emperor who defeated the monsters, and how he drank their blood and gave it and the monsters' parts to other humans. Despite finally defeating the monsters, Seiron knew that it was not the end yet, since the strongest and most terrible monster was still sitting under the first city, and he tried to defeat it. The story cuts short and No Name's assimilation rate decreases, and despite there being missing pages, his intelligence still rises by 1. He tells the founder that he might have found something big, and Tropin tells him that the pages were missing when she acquired the book, deducing that they must tell how Seiron defeated the monster and became emperor. No Name thinks the torn pages might be a deception, however, since his intelligence normally only rises when he reads a book to the end. Thinking on how the strongest monster was sitting under the first city, he asks Tropin where she thinks the monster might be if it was still alive. She tells him that according to the map in the book, it must be in the underground chambers beneath the Imperial Palace where the room is stored. She tells him that she has never been there before, since it is impossible for an unauthorized person to force their way through the barrier, and thinks that it was made in a previous era. No Name remembers Isaac's story, and Tropin tells him that she showed him the book because the symbol of eternity and repetition in its cover resembles him. The skeleton is convinced Ashton intended him to read the book, and wonders if the Dark Knight is connected to the last underground monster, unable to find a link. As Rena arrives, Tropin tells him that they should go. The girl asks if he really must go to meet Leandro, and after donning his armor, he replies that he needs to. She concedes, but tells him to hurry and not keep Vatien waiting. At the graveyard, the Marquis draws his sword and strikes at No Name, and though the skeleton blocks the strike, it splits his helmet in half, revealing his true face. Vatien is furious at seeing that the leader of those who manipulated him behind the shadows is merely a monster. The skeleton asks if he has a problem with that, and Vatien points his sword at him and asks him why he called him there, warning that he will either kill him quickly or give him a painful death depending on his answer. As Vatien attacks once more, No Name realizes the knight is testing his skills and toying with him. The Marquis demands to know why he called him there, and the skeleton replies that he wants him to end the war the Imperial family is trying to start. Vatien pauses, and No Name deduces that as the head of the Imperial Inspectorate, he knows more about the dark side of the Empire than himself, and hopes to solve the situation with a conversation. He asks the Marquis if he is aware that Duke Lawrence is eliminating those who oppose the war, but he merely replies that he has no reason to interfere in the power struggle since he is a sword of the Empire. No Name then asks what happens if the leaders of the struggle are backed by a demon king, causing Vatien to warn him to watch his words because they will determine his fate. The skeleton continues revealing that the Duke receives Botis's protection through Vibero, and unable to disobey his commands, he has been forced to kill even loyal subjects if the High Priest is displeased with them. Vatien asks if he is hinting at him, to which No Name replies that he is the only subject of Lawrence who searches for holy relics and dispatches Botis's servants. Unconvinced, Vatien asks if he thinks that is enough to spare him, since in his eyes, he looks like a Demon King's follower. No Name then tosses the wire token to him and asks him if he isn't curious how he got it, revealing that he restarts when he dies and has seen the Marquis die in vain several times. The skeleton offers to become allies, telling him that he has information from his past lives, and Va-Tien crouches to retrieve the token while asking how they should oppose Vibero, and who else serves the Demon Lord aside the Duke. No Name believes his plan worked, but is forced to dodge as Va-Tien uses Energy Blade on him. The Marquis then tells a surprised skeleton that he shouldn't have the token, and regardless of the information he might have, it's over, since now he has a personal reason to not spare him. No Name notes how Va-Tien never seemed more intimidating than he did now, and wonders if he was just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. He asks who the true monster is as Va-Tien begins his strike, but his blade is shot from his hand. The Marquis then notices Tropin, identifying her as the one who took out all the surveillance he assigned to Rena with bullets and a scythe. The founder quickly grabs No Name and prepares to flee, using her weapon to thrust them upwards as Va-Tien reaches to grab them. In Arist, Rubia feels No Name's magical power grow weaker, and wonders what he's up to, lamenting that he never tells her of his plans, and just hopes that he's alright. Va-Tien jumps to grab Tropin and No Name, but the founder uses her weapon to change direction and hop away. They return to Tropin's laboratory, where Rena awaits them and asks what happened. No Name apologizes for failing to convince Va-Tien, but Rena brushes it off, stating that it is enough that they are alive. Tropin tells her that she is fine, but Va-Tien is something else with his bloodlust. And No Name concurs and asks what kind of person the Marquis is. Rena tells them that he has a paranoid hatred of monsters, and all information on him is completely hidden, it being harder to find information on him than the Duke Lawrence or Vibero. No Name then wonders what emotion was hidden behind Va-Tien's expression, seeing in it his own struggle against death. Elsewhere, Va-Tien thinks on how he never expected to hear Vibero's connection to the Necrons from a monster, unable to explain why he had the token and surprised that it fought with his own swordsmanship. Realizing that Vibero and Lawrence are on the same team, he wonders if he was seeking an easygoing justice and decides that the task cannot be delayed any longer. He heads to Duke Lawrence's office and, as she asks what he wants, the Marquis formally requests that she, as head of the Internal Investigation Bureau, cooperate with him in investigating the relationship between Vibero and the Necron Society. The Duke replies that since internal investigation is her area, this was bound to happen. Thinking that she was probably attracted to Va-Tien because beauty shines so brightly only because it is ephemeral, she states that investigations on a Duke can only be carried out by the head of the Internal Investigation Bureau. She then proposes that since they first met as swordsmen, that they end it as swordsmen as well, promising to give him her title if he defeats and kills her. She states that she will be waiting in 3 days in the secret chamber of the Imperial Palace, and Va-Tien thanks her. As she leaves, Duke Lawrence regrets to herself having to take away Leandro's beauty. In the forest, Va-Tien reunites with his steed, Miyu, apologizing for keeping him waiting. He then notices the worn-out stirrups and wonders why he has come this far. Memories come flooding back, starting with a young Va-Tien attending his mother's funeral. Va-Tien's mother lived and died as a knight, but hers wasn't an honorable death, leading her companions of the Imperial Guard to their death because of a hasty decision. After her death, the house of Va-Tien fell, and 3 days after the funeral, Leandro was left with his gaunt father with glazed eyes, and the ring and seraphim blade belonging to his mother. Sometime later, Va-Tien's father grabbed his leg, begging him not to sell his mother to Sori's ring, stating that she would be sad. Va-Tien replied that she would be sadder if the family servants who stayed out of loyalty had to leave without their due salaries. His father broke down in tears, and Leandro barely managed to pay the salaries with the ring and dismissed the servants. His father lost the ability to speak and secluded himself in his study without eating or drinking, and Leandro picked up his mother's sword. Heading to the place where they used to train together, he remembered those times and sparred against his imaginary mother. 3 years later, his father passed away, and Leandro buried him alone next to his mother. He then headed to his study, and learned of the life he had lived investigating Garbara, the monster Tesori wanted to slay, finding out that it would appear 10 years after her death. His father had cracked his teeth in rage and frustration at being unable to save his wife from the monster, determined to avenge her and unable to sleep properly. Leandro understood his father's feelings and decided to inherit his legacy, researching poisons, potions, methods for fighting monsters, principles of magic, meditation techniques, training methods to keep calm, and so on. He thus inherited his father's knowledge. Va-Tien continued to train until he unlocked Energy Blade, the day he turned 14, defeating his mother's Mirage for the first time. He then burned his home and went on his way to slay the monster that killed his mother with his own hands and get stronger. 2 years later, Vatien presents several slain monsters to a caravan, asking how much they will pay for them. The men are surprised by his age, and one of them asks if he is considering becoming a bounty hunter in the service of the Empire. Vatien explains that he doesn't wish to serve anyone yet. The man tells him that he is bringing such a large number of monsters that they can't handle them anymore. But if he serves the Empire, he will earn more and be able to move around more freely, as well as hunt stronger monsters. The men then show him a bounty for a hippogriff, warning of the danger it poses, while Vatien lists its characteristics. He tells them that if he hunts down a hippogriff, he will be able to fight against more monsters, and Leandro collects his bounties and leaves. Vatien reaches the hippogriff's hunting grounds and sees the creature hunting down a mare. He believes the mare doesn't stand a chance and prepares to wait for the creature to get tired, before noticing the horse is defending its foal. Enraged, he swiftly cuts the hippogriff's claws, causing the enraged monster to strike back with its beak. Vatien seizes the moment and beheads the creature, noting that the dead mare wasn't an ordinary horse. Since its mother helped him defeat the monster, he decides to take care of the foal and asks it to come with him, promising to feed him. That's how Vatien earned his only friend, Miyu. 3 years later, a security guard approaches the commander of the Order of the Blue Lion Templars at their headquarters, telling him they are in trouble. He explains to the debauched man that someone has attacked them, claiming that he wants to test his skills, but not to join the Order. Suddenly, Vatien kicks in the door, expressing the high hopes he had for the Blue Lion Templars, since his mother had praised them so much, enraged at what he sees. Vatien kicks the commander down in front of his subordinates, asking him to reveal who he is and where the Blue Lion Templar are. The man insists that they are the Blue Lion Templars and that he is their commander, but Vatien doesn't believe him. The man frantically explains that the order was reformed 10 years earlier so that every nobleman that joins the Blue Lion Templars automatically increases their status, stating that he joined for that very reason. Vatien then asks if the order has become a tool used for status promotion, and the commander confirms it. Leandro is dismayed at what he sees, having headed there to test his strength one last time before facing Garbara. He decrees that because of these men, so many people lost their chances to become knights, so they should all die. Before he can proceed, however, Duke Lawrence approaches and wonders who he is and why he's so handsome. Leandro backs off, sword in hand, surprised that the Duke got so close before he could even react. Lawrence continues to flirt with him and notes that his blade is trembling, but Vatien darts to attack her. She calls him soft-hearted and deflects his blow before asking his business there, and Vatien replies that he has come to test his strength. Lawrence wonders why, since everyone in the Empire knows that the Order has become a status symbol, but Vatien retorts that he wasn't aware, and his mother had considered it the best knightly order in the Empire. The Duke asks what his name is, and as Vatien answers, she asks if he has come for revenge. Shocked and enraged, Leandro uses Energy Blade, but the Duke blocks the attack. He then demands that Lawrence give him her name, but she replies that he is just like a fairy tale hero who has been sharpening his sword for revenge. She then strikes back, romantically stating that it is rude to ask a girl's name in that manner, while a furious Vatien asks her if it's a joke to her, before striking once more. Lawrence pins his blade down and furiously asks if it looks like she's joking, but Vatien frees his sword. The Duke is surprised that he managed to release the blade and notes his wonderful fragrance and calls him 100% magnificent. She asks Vatien to come with her and become the commander of the Order, extending her hand, and offering to give him anything he wants. Leandro refuses, and Lawrence states that she wouldn't let him leave if that was the case. Certain that he cannot overcome her right now, Leandro wishes to fight her again someday, even if it kills him, but not today. He reminds her that she needed him, stating that she will have to kill him if she doesn't let him live. The Duke laughs at this, comparing him to a butterfly that cannot be held too tightly else it die, and allows him to leave to find his revenge, convinced that he will come back to her one day because it is fate. Later, Leandro gallops through the forest searching for the Garbara, and finds the hole it crawled from. Leandro tells Miyu to wait for him and jumps into Garbara's hole sword in hand, soon encountering the monster. Back in the present, No Name enters Tropin's lab and finds her absorbing Rurum. She tells him that Leandro got into trouble with Duke Lawrence over his request to investigate Vibero, which amounted to a declaration of war against the Dukes. She is unsure of his fate and affirms that everything will be decided that day in the secret chamber of the Imperial Palace, remarking that they must choose whether to follow Leandro there or to stand by focusing on other tasks. No Name decides to follow the Marquis, and after Tropin agrees, he requests that they go without Rena. The founder reveals that she hasn't told the girl anything, since they may not come back alive from the mission. and she needs someone to take care of TNT. No Name doesn't want to say goodbye to Rubia, certain that he will meet her and Rena again someday. He asks Tropin if she is fine accompanying him on such a mission, and she replies that it is a unique chance to find the truth she has been searching for these past centuries, grabbing her weapons and telling the skeleton to move quickly. As the pair walk in the city, No Name notices the road leads away from the palace, but Tropin just calls him naive, telling him they are going to the real Imperial Palace. Suddenly, they're enveloped by fog, but it clears once Tropin raises a candle. Believing Leandro passed that way before them, Tropin tells No Name to follow her and dashes away. Being followed by the skeleton, the pair quickly reaches the battlements of the real Imperial Palace. No Name notices a huge eye watching them from a pond, but Tropin warns him not to stare at it too much, since it might be a barrier. As they head towards the building, No Name wonders why there aren't any guards there, and Tropin replies that either the Duke is demonstrating that everything is under control, or guarding is of no use in the palace, warning him to stay alert. She tells him that the barrier is extremely powerful, and if someone misrecognizes it even once, they will end up wandering around the palace until captured. In order to pass through, she adds, he needs to stop relying on your perception and start questioning even obvious facts. And when that happens, they will enter the outer stronghold of the true Imperial Palace. As they enter the palace and stare at its decorations, a blue window informs No Name that he has witnessed flamboyance and acquired level 1 accounting. Tropin urges him to press on, noting that Leandro has disabled almost all of the barriers. They reach a gilded fountain in a garden, and Tropin confirms that it is the entrance to the secret chamber. She activates the entrance and jumps down the hole, warning No Name that the fountain's sculptures are holy relics. As No Name lands next to Tropin, she comments on how exciting this is, and warns that there are a lot of barriers on the way to the secret chamber. Recalling the problems she had when first trying to enter and thanking Leandro for clearing the path, they reach the entrance to the secret chamber, but No Name notices something and activates detection. Miyu jumps from above and lands badly beside them, and while Tropin wonders if it is a chimera, the skeleton identifies it as Leandro's horse. Recalling meeting it in past lives, Tropin notes that he must cherish the horse, and wonders if they should take it with them. The skeleton agrees, since it won't go back and the place is too dangerous to just leave it alone, and all three head through the iron gate. No Name looks at the inventory window, telling Isaac that the truth he seeks lies ahead, urging him to wake up. Further inside the chamber, Leandro walks down a dark corridor until he meets a creature. All the torches in the wall suddenly light up. The grotesque two-headed abomination greets him as prey. The Marquis wonders what kind of creature he is facing, and it replies that they are the one who achieved the unrivaled sword mastery, abandoning the weak human body, and he can consider them his executioner. It goes on to explain that they fight death row inmates who are told they will be exonerated if they beat the creature, and recalls all those they killed and ate, especially Soulless Smile Stacia. Leandro becomes annoyed as the creature keeps talking to itself, regretting not finding out the reason behind Stacia's nickname. After it finishes its introduction, the monster states that the Marquis can die now, striking at him. Dodging every attack, Leandro calmly explains that Stacia would never have explained her nickname to the creature, revealing that she had problems expressing her emotions after suffering childhood trauma at the hands of her parents, starting to giggle sporadically only after she killed them, and finding joy in murdering people. The creature finds the story funny, recalling how she cried in the face of death and regrets not playing with her more, asking Vatien how he knows this. The Marquis cuts one of its arms with his blade, furious at the fact that the inmates were slain in such a manner instead of a proper execution. As the creature prepares to strike, Leandro turns and coldly reveals that it was him who brought them all into custody. Leandro effortlessly cleaves the monster in half with his Seraphim blade, considering it silly and deciding to speed up since he's only on the 8th out of 10 floors of the secret chamber. After traveling along a dark tunnel for hours, Tropin and No Name reached a lit area with a tombstone with the number 10 engraved, marking the entrance to the first area of the secret chamber. Contrary to expectations, they find the place full of life and strange creatures. No Name points out that the sky is fake, since birds are flying low and only in determined areas, and the creatures confirm that chimera experiments took place there. Remembering the Chandler worm, Tropin confirms his statements, describing the place as the byproduct of a gigantic magic experiment which probably involves the entire empire. Miyu smells a footprint left by Leandro and sits down, indicating to Tropin and No Name to hop on. He then starts galloping at full trot, following the Marquis' trail. As they speed through the grasslands, several chimera bears close in and begin attacking them. No Name kills the first one with his blade, while Tropin snipes several more with her weapon and Miyu dodges incoming strikes. They finally reach a cliff, but as the horse presses on and jumps, they pass through a barrier midair and land in a volcanic cave. No Name is perplexed and marveled at Miyu's speed, wondering if that's the secret behind Leandro's mobility. Tropin sees some spheres and identifies them as fern fruits, which are hated by Chupacabra, and remarks that the previous chimeras were a cross between bears and those monsters. No Name is surprised by her knowledge, and she continues to explain that the fruits were probably necessary to traverse the previous area. As they head deeper into the cave, No Name asks if it isn't too hot since there's lava everywhere, but Tropin explains that if it were real lava, they wouldn't be talking. As the skeleton wonders if they will find Leandro's trail in this condition, they come across a lava valley, but Miyu simply gathers speed and gallops straight into it. They pass through another barrier, emerging into another space and carrying on as Miyu follows Leandro's trail. Suddenly, a giant bat descends from the ceiling. Tropin fires at the creature, but it dodges the bullet, so No Name cleaves it in half with his greatsword. They note that the danger is increasing as they press forward, and come across the creature that Leandro killed earlier. Tropin notes that it must have been strong, and No Name notices the Marquis defeated it with 2 slashes, wondering how many he would need. Imagining that he fights the monster, he wonders what Leandro would have done, and realizes it would have taken him 3 slashes. As he absorbs the monster's essence, he realizes that he would lose facing Leandro and is still too weak. Tropin tells him to follow as they cross the door to the 7th level. They emerge into a huge laboratory, and Tropin recognizes that alchemists conduct their research there. She then notices an empty vial with a note from the Duke stating that if one pours its contents onto the floor, the door to the next level will open. Lamenting not having a second potion, Tropin begins to explore the laboratory, looking for another way forward, and tells No Name to get some rest. The skeleton laments not being of any help and tries to smash the floor with Energy Blade, but Tropin tells him that it is protected by a spell that even a master of the tower could not break, pointing at several polygons forming a perfect net in the room. She describes it as an insanely secure fortress, safe from war and impossible to find by ordinary people. It is stocked with potions allowing the user to last for months without food or water, as well as reagents that can put someone into hibernation indefinitely. The fortress reminds No Name of the tunnels used before Seiron defeated the Apostles, noting that it was more isolated and better equipped, as if someone was planning to hide there forever. He pauses in realization as he recalls that the Demon Kings will attack in 10 years, and wonders if they are preparing for that event in the secret chamber. No Name realizes the Imperial Palace is anticipating the aftermath of the second coming of the Demon Kings, preparing for war and assassinating those who oppose it, while some of its high-ranking members worship Botus. He deduces that the Chosen Ones will hide in the secret chamber waiting for the hero to defeat the Demon Kings to return in joy and glory to shake the world in their hands, like Seiron did when he defeated the Apostles. He tries to explain this to Tropin, but she pays no heed as she rejoices at having created an identical potion. The founder explains to No Name that there is still one part missing before they can exit the level. Angrily, she explains about a magic called Signature, consisting of magic applied to an ingredient that must be dispelled after blending for the potion to work. She tells him that she has dispelled the magic on all ingredients. The signature spell on the potion itself will require another day to dispel. She curses at Elend, and No Name identifies him as the Master of the Tower of Innocence. Having absorbed his skills in a previous life, No Name grabs the potion and activates magical chemistry and eye for poison, reciting a formula for a substance to dispel the signature. Tropin merrily gets to work, stating that she can now easily solve the problem thanks to his help. A blue window informs him that he has participated in the production of a signature poison, raising his experience in magical chemistry and eye for poison. Tropin announces that she succeeded in dispelling the signature and pours it on the floor, causing a vortex to open. As they jump inside, they arrive at a grassy plain with a massive marble temple, where 3 people can be seen talking amongst themselves. No Name approaches a stela inscribed with the words, "Faith will help you survive," and adorned with Ilian's symbol. The temple's frieze reads that all are welcome, and Tropin and No Name hope that they are allowed inside without trouble. The 3 people approach them and ask if the group plans to follow Leandro, stating that they are servants working to keep the place stable and don't meddle with anyone's business. Tropin recognizes them as priests Kinok Kefedin, Procyon, and Inone Sophin, Ilian's highest-ranking priests. They insist that they are merely servants, and Tropin tells No Name that even their presence there makes her nervous, before insisting that they move on, bidding the priests farewell. No Name approaches the golden doorway, but as soon as he touches the handle, it glows red hot. As the priests state their surprise, an alarm warns that unholiness has been detected and is not permitted within Ilian's domain, telling No Name to sever his connections with his unholy powers and punish the unholy one hidden in the shadows. The inventory warps and disappears, and as crow feathers start falling, a voice asks who No Name is to punish him. Huge blue windows pop up in front of No Name, warning about detecting one who cannot discern between the holy and the profane within it, and stating it will melt the scale. No Name is perplexed at seeing the status and inventory interfering with the physical realm. Suddenly, the voice speaks again and states that he is here now, as Isaac materializes before him in his human form. He mocks No Name for caring for him before pointing at some flying warriors who begin to attack them with maces. Tropin is confused and pushing them back. She asks if Isaac is who he claims to be, pointing out that they have turned angels and goddesses into their enemies because of him. The sorcerer confirms it all and states that No Name will take care of everything, before snapping his fingers and causing the blue windows to shatter, noting that they are Ilian's servants, and warning him to not attack the monument since it has the goddess's blessing. Tropin, No Name, and Miyu look in surprise before rushing to the stela and preparing to fight back to back. The warriors move in to attack, but Isaac steps forward and opens a red inventory, warning that only No Name can use that divine power without facing adverse effects from the physical realm. A warrior's arm passes through the inventory but is severed. Isaac explains that the inventory allows him to create an effect without a direct cause, telling him to open the inventory and expand it. He then directs the skeleton to think of blocking an attack, and raising a force field, guides him step by step, telling him to think what he truly desires, those he wants to protect, and urging him to overcome the external forces to protect the ones he loves. As the skeleton visualizes this, Isaac tells him to make his will tangible and expand it against the bugs. He then roars that he will protect them, and the inventory shield expands and holds back the hordes of warriors, surprising both Isaac and Tropin. The sorcerer then prepares for the final step. Tropin can't believe what she sees as No Name's inventory shield holds the bugs at bay. Isaac supports the skeleton and tells him to expand the shield even further, urging him to not stop. He instructs him to memorize all the sensations and familiarize himself with the divine power of the inventory, to feel the insects and their attacks. As No Name begins to feel this, Isaac instructs him to briefly dematerialize, and then close the inventory to control the entire area. The skeleton complies and dismembers all the warriors with the inventory, feeling like his mental energy was drained. Isaac explains that exceeding the limits of the physical realm expends tremendous amounts of energy, taking credit for assisting him and extending his hand. As No Name grabs it, the body dematerializes, revealing Isaac's crow doll cracking, and he explains that he wasn't in his true form, managing to use some of the skeleton's power while in the inventory. He then urges them to head into the temple before it's too late, since they are still in Ilian's domain and more enemies might appear. He then perches himself on Miyu and hypnotizes the horse, galloping it towards the temple as the others run behind them, and Tropin expresses her confusion at the situation. Opening the temple's gate, they enter a maze-like hallway. Tropin asks how Isaac knew Miyu's name, and the sorcerer explains that reading memories is child's play, as long as it isn't on monsters like No Name. The skeleton then asks how Isaac used his inventory, first stating that he didn't, and then affirming that he doesn't know, calling it a jealousy from one who is pushed into a supporting role. Suddenly, Isaac is swallowed by a vortex, soon followed by the rest of the party. They begin to fall and land on the next level, with No Name crashing to the floor and disappointing Isaac. The sorcerer's eyes then grow wide as he realizes they are standing upon a mountain of gold, rejoicing at finding the Imperial treasure and telling the rest to clean them out. Isaac and Tropin gleefully roll in the treasure as No Name watches in disgust. As he states that it isn't the time for this, Isaac pokes at him in his true form and tells him to pack everything in the inventory, stating it will be of good use later and promising to pass only the highest grade treasures. He picks a black blade Isaac tosses him, causing his accounting experience to rise slightly. And as the sorcerer continues to toss him items, he opens the inventory, causing blue windows to inform him that he has acquired the Relic Finder skill, and is surrounded by relics. Isaac continues to hand him treasures, causing No Name's experience to rise as he stores them. The skeleton marvels at this until he wonders if no one is worried about Leandro, seeing that Isaac and Tropin are oblivious to the matter and distracted by the treasure. Meanwhile, Vatien reaches the 4th level, a massive library used to store knowledge, noting that they were prepared for the worst, confirming that No Name's warnings were true. Determined to discover the truth, he heads to the 3rd floor where the Duke awaits, planning on visiting the remaining levels after killing her. Passing through a thick iron gate, he enters a room holding several people in stasis pods. Noting that they are human experiments and crimes are being committed there, a grotesque creature approaches Leandro. But as he stomps it, angrily wondering what the Imperial family is doing, the room lights up, revealing Duke Lawrence. Leandro states that she created the human-shaped monsters, but she denies it, and offers to speak comfortably, because they won't see each other again, as they meet each other as swordsmen. They stare at one another, and Lawrence asks Vatien about joining hands with them, and states that they can provide anything he desires. The Marquis asks if the Duke doesn't know what he wants, and he deduces that he desires to fill his empty heart by getting revenge. She notes that despite hunting the Garbra that killed his mother, vengeance came too easily for Leandro, leaving him with a meaningless hatred toward monsters and a desire to punish any remaining evil beings, coldly stating that now he is no different from the monsters he hunts. Taunted, Vatien lunges forward. As the two swordsmen clash, he asks how Lawrence dares to speak when she knows nothing. But the Duke coldly asks if he doesn't remember what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Leandro sought to avenge his mother but failed to find the Garbra that killed her, slaying a much younger monster instead. Enraged, he lost his way and became a legendary bounty hunter, slaying countless monsters in his endless quest to eradicate all remaining evil creatures like Tesori did. In the present, Lawrence taunts Vatien with those memories, causing Leandro to ask how much she really knows. As they clash, she replies that there isn't anything she doesn't know about him, dodging and blocking every one of his attacks without striking back. Enraged, Vatien demands to know why she isn't taking the fight seriously, but Lawrence replies that she never said she was, before winking to him and revealing that the only thing she takes seriously is her love for him. As the Marquis becomes even more furious, Lawrence tells him that she has prepared something special for him with all her love. As she reveals that it is Vatien's birthday, the cave walls are revealed to be covered in papers and pictures of Leandro. She explains that she has prepared a big gift to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of their first meeting, and shows a shocked Vatien his present. Leandro freezes in place and drops his sword as he beholds a chimera made by crossing a Garbara with what appears to be his mother. As the creature calls him by his name and reaches with its tentacle to touch him while stating that she missed him, Vatien falls to his knees. Lawrence explains that creating his mother required a lot of effort stabilizing her mind and Vibero's help, and the Duke asks if he's happy with the present. Vatien then bursts into a maniacal laughter, with Lawrence noting that it is the first time she saw that expression on him and asking what type of Tesori he wants. Either a naughty person, sister, swordsman, or lover, telling him not to be shy before furiously stating that he fell in love with Isabel, who closely resembles his mother. Vatien thanks the Duke, who is delighted that he understands her feelings. Leandro goes on to state that he is grateful because he has been chasing after an unattainable vengeance, but she has helped him discover the one he must slay to achieve it. Glowing with energy and grinning insanely, he unleashes an energy blade attack while Lawrence wonders that a man who won't break down after all that isn't really her type anyway. Vatien and Lawrence furiously clash, and the Duke screams that Leandro shouldn't have tried so hard to figure it out, and both him and Tesori should have just lived within the fabricated truth, stating that he will die for getting too close to the truth. As they separate, she reveals that Tesori succeeded in hunting the Garbara, but since she got too close to the truth, the Duke dispatched her personally, and preserved her body to create chimeras. Continuing to exchange blows, she goes on to tell Leandro that he arrived at a perfect time, allowing Lawrence to repair her deteriorating mind and spirit, and finally succeeded thanks to Leandro. As she asks if he will be able to cut down his mother, Vatien screams and strikes once again. Meanwhile, No Name and the group enter the 4th level library, which Isaac describes as a storeroom for knowledge. While Tropin is enthralled by the rare and forbidden books stored there, a hypnotized Miyu picks up Leandro's trail and is put to sleep by Isaac, who is determined to rummage through the library before continuing. Despite No Name's protests, he states that it doesn't matter if Vatien dies, since he can just save him in his next life anyway, and he starts tossing books at him. He then asks the skeleton how much he knows about the divine power of inventory and regression, noting that he saw his thoughts while in the inventory, including his fear that the cycle might end before he is able to change a thing. No Name then admits his hope to protect Rubia and avenge Mistress Succubus by restarting endlessly. But Isaac then asks what he plans to do once Rubia or Rina die, or if the world ends and a new one appears. He states that No Name shouldn't think about protecting someone right now, since their life is but a blip in time compared to his regression. Instead, he should focus on finishing the scenario, and then finding the reason for his existence and for him being the one. No Name asks if he refers to his destiny, and Isaac laughs at him and tells him he should find a purpose to live and die for, since he is cursed with regression, and that what matters in this life are the treasures and knowledge that people cannot obtain easily, and that he isn't packing them because of the skeleton. Isaac then lifts a book, setting off a mechanism that reveals a whole bookcase full of Kevin Ashton books. No Name grabs a book and reads it, believing its contents regarding overcoming death to be directed at him, Isaac, and Tropin. After several empty pages, he reaches the end, and his wisdom rises by 1, confirming that it is indeed an Ashton book. As No Name ponders what happened, Tropin suggests that they pack the books and move on, merrily carrying a sack with her loot. No Name begins to pick the books by hand, but a frustrated Isaac instructs him to increase the size of his inventory, and then uses magic to put them all inside of it. As the skeleton closes the inventory, he notes that it has a storage limit since he's feeling tired after storing the books and treasure, and Isaac explains that it will expand as he's able to utilize it better, and he will also be able to store the objects he accepts and reject the rest. As No Name praises his intellect, the sorcerer dehypnotizes Miyu, and Tropin comments on his ability to wake the horse up without shattering its mind. As they chat along, No Name wonders how far he must go to be on the same intellectual level as them. Stroking Miyu's head, No Name joins the others and heads for the next level. Elsewhere, Vatien and Lawrence continue their duel. As they clash, the Duke thinks on how the real one body, one sword occurs when he becomes one with the sword and reaches the true level of selflessness. In that state, the sword makes nearby objects and the environment meaningless, and the slightest distraction can lead to death. As Leandro strikes once more, Lawrence dodges and comments that she is so happy to be in that sort of space with him. Enraged, Vatien thrusts his sword and pierces Lawrence's abdomen, causing her to fall to one knee. She manages to block Leandro's next attack, and as they stand face to face, she sees his old self, and muses on how she was the distracted one. Leandro and Lawrence are locked in a death stare as their swords cross. Swiftly, Vatien strikes again and manages to sever her sword arm. The Duke falls to her knees, grabbing the bloody wound in pain as Leandro stands behind her, his eyes and sword shining with deadly power. She then uses blade energy with her hand in an attempt to kill the knight, who is already preparing to deliver the killing blow. The Duke thinks on how she wanted him so badly because she knew that he would become such a perfect man, as Vatien's blade cuts her head clean off, and she calls him the greatest of all her creations, with an expression of joy on her face. Leandro then removes his upper armor while standing over the dead Duke, and turns toward the Tesori Chimera. It addresses him as her son, but Vatien coldly states that it doesn't matter if it's his mother or not, since she died that day back then. He then dispatches the creature with Energy Blade, seeing his imaginary mother as he does, and then heads further down the tunnel determined to see whatever the Imperial Palace is scheming. No Name ponders on the huge Ashton collection. As they run into a collapsed section of the tunnel, Isaac tells No Name to try to clear a path with the inventory and familiarize himself with the power. He instructs him to create a barrier like he did with the bugs and push the rocks away, but this time without the sorcerer's assistance. No Name tries and fails in this task, and a frustrated Isaac tells him to remember the sensation he felt while fighting in the temple. Tropin remarks that he probably doesn't remember it, since Isaac's help made him lose consciousness. Tropin offers to help, but the sorcerer insists that No Name must do it by himself, since he can't be babysat forever. As the skeleton protests, Isaac remarks to himself that he is indeed trying his best, and wonders if it only works if he is in a dire situation. He then asks No Name to give him his hand and offers his help again. Snapping his fingers, he slightly affects the inventory, making it easier for No Name to project his will. No Name is then able to push the barrier and feels as it warps around the rocks. Strengthening it, he pushes the boulders away and clears the path. They emerge into a chamber holding humans in stasis pods, and No Name is frozen in shock as he recognizes one of them as the hero who killed him the first time. Recalling his and Mistress Succubus's death at the hands of the hero, No Name loses his mind when confronted with the object of his hatred. While Isaac and Tropin look in surprise, he repeatedly hacks at the glass pod holding the hero to no avail, and as that fails to make a dent, furiously smashes at it with his head, shattering his helmet. Tropin holds him back and tries to calm him down, explaining that he's not the hero but an empty shell, and Crow Isaac tells him to sit down as he explains, which finally causes him to wind down. The sorcerer notes that the place stores empty vessels, calling several of them by name and revealing that both Tropin and himself know who they are. Tropin confirms this, stating that they all vanished or died 200 years ago, and Isaac notes that the numbers in each pod represent the time of death, as well as the time of preservation and probably also the failures. He then notes that if what No Name said about the future was true, these are the heroes that will appear in the future. Vessels prepared for the return of the hero. Tropin is confused, but Isaac goes on to recall his expression about those who cast the nets, the guests who exist outside of the world. He deduces that they are the ones who possess a blue window like No Name, and wonders if these are vessels for them to take over. Isaac then ties all loose ends, explaining that the Imperial Palace plans to resurrect the Demon Kings and use the guests to slay them, emerging from the secret chamber to revel in the glory and honor after the heroes succeed. Still confused, Tropin wonders if they are involved in something beyond the human limit, and Isaac speculates that there might be a connection to a being far superior to Ymera, stating that they were only able to get this far with No Name's help, noting his regression power. He then instructs the skeleton to return to that chamber the next time he regresses and destroy the flasks. Tropin asks why, and as the sorcerer asks what's in her veins, she realizes the vessels are all submerged in Room, and the substance makes the flasks very hard to destroy. No Name listens to the sorcerer and is surprised that the hero was created by the Imperial Palace, wondering why a skeleton soldier has a blue window and regresses. His musings are cut short when a voice calls them hilarious. As No Name manages to block Vatien's strike with his inventory, the Marquis furiously states that he followed him down there. Vatien asks the group who they are and why they are there. Isaac adopts his human form and concludes that since Leandro is there, Lawrence must be dead, as the knight asks how they know that. Before No Name can answer, the sorcerer begins to taunt an increasingly angry Leandro, before revealing they are there to discover the secret of the Imperial Palace, and suggesting that Leandro share his information with them. Vatien initially refuses, but as he recognizes Isaac as the strategist of the group, he relents, and gives him information about his fight with Lawrence. Isaac then asks if he knows what's on the next floor, but Vatien quickly reaches for his sword, suspecting the sorcerer is mocking him once again. They then head to the room with the dead Duke and Garbara, and Isaac instructs No Name to absorb Lawrence's essence while he persuades Vatien and explains what's happening. No Name is shocked at the amount of skills he's absorbing from the Duke, including Lacrimal Sac Angiography, Needle Sting level 3, and Time Acceleration level 2, though he fails to absorb level 3. He also acquires the skills of Stigma and Make Up, and more essence than he ever absorbed from a single battle. As Vatien grows impatient, Isaac tells him he can't reveal their plan until he assesses the situation. He notes that the Duke cherished Leandro and fought him to make him perfect, leaving him with no support in the Imperial Palace. Leandro continues to mistrust Isaac, but the sorcerer, determined to show his trustworthiness, commands a hypnotized Miyu to approach before breaking the spell. The Marquis is extremely pleased at reuniting with his horse, and Isaac decides to give him more things. He instructs a reluctant Tropin to heal him with a potion she stole from the alchemy chamber, and No Name to hand him the dark blue chest plate in his inventory. Before Vatien can refuse, Tropin drenches him in the potion, stating that she does this out of necessity, and Isaac hands him the chest plate. As the armor begins to change, Isaac explains that it changes to better suit its user, and is light as paper while being far more powerful than his previous gear. Leandro expresses his gratitude but asks what the sorcerer wants in return. Isaac replies that they will be facing things they never experienced before in the next room, and as Leandro implies that he wants an alliance, the sorcerer coldly asks him to not get in their way. No Name breaks the tense standoff between Isaac and Leandro, suggesting that they put aside their differences as they head to the next floor. He states that Vatien seems to trust Isaac to a certain degree, and the sorcerer doesn't completely distrust Leandro, causing both to be surprised that he can make those kinds of judgments. Vatien offers to take the lead and give them information if they face anyone from the Imperial Palace, being eager to settle the debt he has to them for the valuable information they gave him. He coldly suggests that the information they gave is so valuable that he might sentence them to death if they return safely, causing some tension, and then wonders how long No Name will take. The skeleton finishes absorbing Garbara's essence and tells the group to move on. He's absorbed the Motility Plant and Call of the Seeds skills, which will be useful in improving Rubia's estate. He also saw pieces of Tesori's memories of Leandro's fight, causing him to realize that they both might be in a similar situation. As No Name stares at him, Vatien looks back in disgust before turning away, and the skeleton thinks there is no need to tell him that his mother felt so proud of him when he slayed her. The group emerges into the next level, consisting of a massive courtyard with a stone arch at its center. A voice states its surprise at Leandro arriving after defeating Lawrence, noting that the Duke lost to his emotions and died for that weakness. As the chamber rumbles, several metallic figures step forward, and a terrified Tropin identifies them as Elven Titans, the original version of the Iron Man suits. Vatien accuses the figures of creating the secret chamber, and proceeds to identify them as Secretary of Defense Alterian, Gatekeeper Pyro, Treasurer Terrace, Chief of the Imperial Army Argo, Headmaster of the Mage's Tower Argyle of the Flames, Advisor Livratrill, Vibero, and the third swordsman, Querty. The latter notes that with the Duke dead and the second Swordmaster missing, he and Vatien are the only remaining Swordmasters, and he would be the last one once he defeated the Marquis. Leandro asks them if they are the ones who sold out the Empire summoning demons, but they laugh it off, stating that they didn't sell out the Empire, but all of humanity. Isaac asks No Name telepathically to remember the 8 names Leandro revealed, but before he can guess who the remaining 3 Titans are, Alterian fires a bolt of lightning at them to cease their chatter, implying that he heard their conversation. Querty then asks if they shall begin the punishment, unsheathing a chainsword and striking at Vatien. No Name comments on how he could feel the killing intent coming from Querty's aura blade, and how he realized that this could be the last battle of that life. At Alterian's command, 3 Titans form behind Querty. The third Swordmaster clashes with Vatien, blocking his attack and pressing his advantage. Leandro then dodges the next attack and slashes at Querty and the other Titans, damaging several of them. One of the Titans fires at the Marquis from a distance, but he dodges the projectile and dashes toward him, cleaving the suit in half. As Querty prepares to attack again, Miyu charges him and kicks his sword. While Vatien faces 6 Titans alone, Livratrill turns to face Tropin, telling her that he was aware that she would come and offering to spare her if she cooperates. Meanwhile, the Founder calmly pulls a pill and syringe from her satchel, and thanks him for the offer before coldly rebuffing him and proceeding to bite the pill and inject the serum. As Livratrill prepares to execute her, Tropin's body begins to shake and glow from the sheer power being unleashed. No Name prepares to intervene, but Isaac stops him, and reminds him that the plan is to see the power of the Titans for his next life, stating that he should be grateful their foes don't consider them as enemies. Livratrill strikes at Tropin, but she dodges the attack and appears behind him, damaging the Titan's arm. She then fires several shots at it, before dodging Pyro's flail and smacking him in the head with her scythe. The wounded advisor approaches Alterian, stating that they might have the wrong intel, but the Secretary of Defense corrects him. Striking at Tropin with a mechanical tentacle, he comments on how her Rurum blood and her weapon makes the Founder as powerful as a small Titan, able to take on 2 of them, but not himself. Unable to hold back any longer, No Name joins the fray. Isaac tells him to do as he pleases and warns he will not interfere, while Alterian prepares to finish off Tropin and orders the remaining Titans to deal with the weaklings. Insulted and enraged, Isaac asks if he is referring to him as a weakling, and begins to glow with Malphas's power. Joining the battle, Isaac turns into his crow form and severs Alterian's tentacle. As Argo calls him weak again, the sorcerer binds him in magical chains, allowing Tropin to sever his leg. Isaac then binds Alterian, coldly stating that it is their turn to meet their end at the hands of weaklings and signaling No Name. As the skeleton dashes past Argo, severing his arm, Alterian breaks free from his chains and attacks him with multiple tentacles, which he dodges using time acceleration. As he stabs the Secretary of Defense in the chest, Isaac tells No Name to test what he learned, sinking his energy with the skeleton. No Name then focuses and punches Alterian in the chest, smashing him in half with the inventory. Isaac then blows Argo's head with a magical strike, and Tropin beheads Pyro with her scythe, but they are both shocked as they realize the Titan suits are empty. Leandro asks them if it is some kind of remote control, while No Name realizes in awe that the Marquis single-handedly defeated 6 Titans. As the Titans begin to repair themselves, Alterian states that the core members of the Imperial Palace wouldn't give up their lives so easily, mocking them for their naivete. Argo then mocks them for using all their strength against their stunt, mocking them as Malphas's followers. Querty states that they are being strengthened to match their power and dashes at Leandro, his chainsword being blocked at the last second by Tropin's scythe. No Name, Leandro, and Tropin soon find themselves hard-pressed against the oncoming onslaught. Meanwhile, Isaac easily blocks a Titan's attack with a barrier, while wondering what the Titans are planning to do with the large altar in the room. Focusing, he commands the structure to reveal its secrets, and technological tendrils soon begin to appear, radiating from the arch. Laughing maniacally, Isaac admits that even himself, who knows the secrets of Ymera and Malphas, can't figure out the purpose of the altar or the reason the Imperial Palace is hiding it. Isaac orders No Name to aim for the altar, stating that the Imperial Palace's deepest secrets are hidden within, and the attack will unveil them. Alterian notices this, and noting the annoyance, redoubles his attack at No Name, and orders all of the Titans to use all their power to eliminate the threat. Leandro asks Isaac if he has another plan, and once the sorcerer confirms this, he prepares to open a path, dashing at QWERTY and slashing the Titan's arm and sword off. The third Swordmaster attempts to punch Leandro, but Tropin disables his left arm from afar. Meanwhile, Isaac tells the confused skeleton to pierce the altar using his inventory, before grabbing him by the collar and flinging him at the structure with all his strength. He then thinks on how the altar can only be destroyed by something with ambiguous form, that doesn't allow mana to pass through it, grateful for the presence of Tropin and Vatien, and certain that No Name must succeed without his help. Landing behind the Titans, No Name dashes towards the altar. Alterian looks on and calls Isaac a pawn of Malphas, prompting the sorcerer to coldly reply that he will witness his power soon enough. Glowing with dark power, Isaac rises into the air and fires a massive magical blast at Alterian, before summoning multiple magical chains. At his command, the chains wrap around 8 Titans, completely immobilizing them, while the sorcerer's hair starts to turn white. He sends the Titans flinging and starts coughing blood, warning No Name that he won't hold on much longer. No Name then opens the inventory and shapes it as a spear, preparing to throw it at the altar and certain that his companions won't last much longer. The inventory hits a barrier in the middle of the arch, shattering it and causing wind to gush out uncontrollably. No Name is sent flying across the room and the Titans collapse. Elsewhere, a hooded man slams a table in frustration and orders for the Senate to be summoned, and the Imperial troops to blockade the secret chamber. In the chamber, Tropin watches in confusion at the collapsed Titans, and Isaac falls headfirst to the ground while Vatien looks exhausted. Suddenly, a rift opens in front of the altar, and the Ash Knight emerges from it. A voice narrates how Leandro trembles when faced by the Ash Knight, certain that he will die if he fights him and planning to retreat. He summons Miu, but as the horse approaches, the Ash Knight swiftly decapitates it in front of a distraught Leandro. Fragments of his life flash before Leandro's eyes, including happy moments and the death of his mother, father, and Lawrence, and the countless adventures shared with Miu. Looking at the horse's head, Vatien sheds tears before igniting with rage and power, and then clashing with the knight. He continues to savagely hack at the being, tears flowing from his eyes, but the Ash Knight blocks every blow. Isaac asks No Name if that's the knight he spoke of and states that the thing has appeared to take care of screwed up causalities. While uncertain as to why exactly the knight is there, he is certain that they have messed with the forbidden causalities, since the altars shouldn't have been opened at that moment in time. He thinks to himself that the altar only opened because No Name escaped causality thanks to his regressions, causing the knight to appear, and concludes that he knows nothing anymore. Both decide to run and use Leandro as a sacrificial lamb, but before they can escape, the knight finishes the Marquis off. They are left dumbfounded as they stare at Vatien's corpse, and while No Name prepares to buy time for Isaac to figure out their next move, the sorcerer suffers a breakdown, stating that he doesn't know. He is utterly perplexed and broken by the fact that he doesn't know anything regarding the altar or the knight, let alone what will happen next. Seeing that Isaac has lost his will, No Name faces the knight to buy time, blocking his attacks. Tropin covers him from afar and tells him to do something, and the skeleton, recalling Isaac's chains, tries to bind him, forging chains out of his inventory. The plan starts to work as the chains wrap around the Ash Knight's body. No Name is barely able to hold the Ash Knight back, and as Tropin asks if he can't revive Leandro, Isaac suddenly comes up with a plan. Adopting his crow form, he lands on the Marquis' corpse and offers him as a sacrifice to Malphas. While No Name and Tropin look on in shock, Isaac receives his lord's blessings and acquires immense power. Returning to his human form, he supports No Name's efforts to contain the Ash Knight, and they succeed in trapping him in an inventory cage and shrink it. The skeleton feels the knight trying to break free, being barely able to contain it, and as they plan to escape, Isaac offers to go into the inventory to buy them more time. He states that he's able to share his power with the skeleton due to having assimilated with the inventory, and plans to use its power to isolate the knight. He goes on to explain that they are beyond the point of danger, since if No Name disappears due to being detected in the screwed-up causality's after effect, he won't regress anymore. Before Isaac can enter the inventory, the ground begins to rumble, a massive mud monster emerges from behind the altar, easily dwarfing them, and Tropin identifies it as the first monster, as mentioned in Kevin Ashton's book, suggesting they try again in the next life. As the creature thrashes about, No Name throws the inventory cage at it, planning to have the Ash Knight fight the monster. The knight emerges from his prison, but instead of fighting, he opens a tear in reality and escapes through it, leaving them alone with the monster. The group begins to run away as the monster chases them, and as debris blocks their path, No Name tells his companions to keep running, while he pushes the boulders away with the inventory. The monster's hand descends on No Name, engulfing him as the others run away. No Name continues pushing the barrier as the mud closes in around him, relieved at seeing that Tropin and Isaac manage to escape. As darkness descends, he comments that he is finally one with it. A story then unfolds, where a dark silhouette wearing a crown fights and slays the apostles while accompanied by 2 people, giving humanity a fighting chance. He continues to slay the monsters until his companion notes that many people have taken up arms and followed him into battle, but only he can slay the apostles. The silhouette is the noble king, an irregular born alone. He looks at a silhouette resembling Tropin and his other companion and treats him to take pleasure in slaughtering his enemies. Suddenly, Isaac appears in the sky and turns white, prompting the king to look in his direction and stop Tropin's execution. He reaches for the crow, and as he grabs it, his hand turns skeletal. Blue Windows warn of the decreasing assimilation rate, informing No Name that he is awoken from his dream while a voice calls him foolish. The skeleton then wakes up in the 3rd level of the secret chamber, holding Isaac by the throat. He releases the sorcerer, unsure as to what just happened and unable to fully remember the dream. Tropin is lying on the ground, equally confused, and tells him that he tried to kill her and Isaac. The skeleton begins to apologize and notices Isaac's white hair, which the sorcerer explains is due to him spending all his remaining magic power to wake him from his dream. He then points at the monster behind the inventory, remarking that it can attack them but not No Name, and concludes that the secret chamber, the hero, the knight's appearance, and the monster are all related to him. Tropin asks about their next step, certain that the Imperial family will take measures after the monster destroyed the 2nd level. Isaac then guilt-trips No Name into atoning for almost killing them by acting as bait and leading the mud monster up and away from the area. He plans to deal a blow to the Imperial family before teleporting to safety, planning to use the monster's tremendous power to break the Room stasis flasks. Before releasing the inventory barrier, No Name uses his skeleton knight skills to summon Miyu as his skeleton horse, shocking both Tropin and Isaac. As Tropin mounts the steed, a blue window gives No Name a brief description of the horse and its skills. The skeleton then transforms into his knight form and mounts Miyu while Isaac perches on his shoulder, and at his command, the horse begins to gallop quickly with the monster in pursuit. Isaac smacks him, urging him to go faster, and they soon increase the pace. They eventually reach the stasis chamber, and as the monster pours inside, it begins smashing the room flasks. Isaac plunges into one of them, bathing in the substance while Tropin absorbs some through her weapon. And No Name turns the inventory into a giant hand, and uses it to splash Rurum onto himself and the horse. The blue window informs him of the massive amount of the apostle's blood he has absorbed, causing his assimilation rate to drop as he levels up and unlocks his next advancement into a Death Knight. It then informs him of the class's benefits, warning that he hasn't completed the advancement yet. Furthermore, it lists the multiple benefits he has earned, including the Tomb of Ash, Vesquoraville's Star, Tetrabit's Controversy, Yulkrin's Regret, and Beatrice's Cold Moon. No Name is surprised at the amount of benefits he has received, and suddenly, several windows inform him of the points that he has plundered from the heroes that died when their flasks broke. A voice narrates how No Name thought that he might be able to change the world without regressing with this amount of power, being excited at the prospect. Isaac is soaring, beaming with power, and sporting new crow wings. He thanks No Name since his body is affected by changes on the skeleton's body after entering the inventory, and notes that thanks to the Room, he is almost at his original strength, or even stronger. Having recovered his power, he decides to show what he is capable of and starts to teleport them to the Imperial estate. Before he can succeed, however, a blue window pops up above them for all of them to see, informing that No Name and his party have been stopped in place. As they look at the window in surprise and fear, they see as the text changes, stating that the skeleton has been stopped naturally before turning to Tropin. It states that she regretted things at a later time and asks if she was interested in the Imperial family's secrets, and if she was grateful for her delayed death and enjoying her Room blood. Terrified, she notes that something is wrong before beginning to disintegrate, No Name screams her name in horror, and Isaac thinks to himself on how they've gone past the point of no return, before yelling at the skeleton to end his own life. He explains that they've messed up the causality too much, and something is changing things. And as he begins to disintegrate as well, he wonders if it's too late. He tells the skeleton to remember to find the meaning of his existence and why he survived before it's too late, telling him to find the version of himself they met in his memory within the inventory. The sorcerer then disintegrates, leaving No Name alone with a black crystal and Tropin's weapon. A man and a woman materialize from the blue window before No Name. The woman is annoyed at the situation and comments that Isaac seems to have realized that they are there, and it could influence things too much. She brushes it off, stating that it is none of their business and stability is more important, and the man states that he will fill the empty spaces with random things. He then uses authority and extraction, beginning to absorb the black crystal. No Name wonders what he was doing and what he needed to do, feeling how his comrades and all their previous existences are being erased away as if they never existed in the first place. No Name admits that he was outplayed, made mistakes, and was arrogant, and he had grown complacent, believing that he would meet Tropin and Isaac in his next life. He never thought that he'd lose them so helplessly, thinking only about himself and his own safety. He realizes that there is no guarantee that he will meet Tropin, Isaac, Rubia, or Rena, or any of the other people who are important, and this life could be their last. Knowing this might be his last time as well, he is determined to struggle for the last time. The mud monster attempts to grab him by the foot, but he shakes it off and descends from Miyu wielding his greatsword. The woman notices him, pointing and wondering why he's moving at all. She then uses authority and absorb, depriving No Name of his sword energy and his basic stats before he can end his life, causing his arms to break from the weight of the sword. As he falls to his knees, the woman continues to absorb several other skills, leaving him powerless. The man notices that No Name hasn't vanished yet, wondering if there's an error, and reassuring himself that it will work out somehow before restarting. As the darkness descends, No Name wonders if he has regressed or if it's the end. Feeling around until he realizes that he is inside of his coffin, he pushes the lid open and emerges at Arist, noting that the weather has changed from the past, and he was unable to protect anything at all. No Name lies in his coffin on a starless night. He falls backwards as he tries to stand, wondering if his body was always that heavy and hard to move, and feeling utterly powerless. As he tries and fails to use the status window, he falls to his knees in frustration, furious at having taken everything for granted. Suddenly, the window pops up, revealing he has level 1 stats but retains the purchasability percentage of 96.7%, as well as the inventory. Checking the scenario, he is relieved to see that the Rubia scenario is still in progress and hopes that the girl is still alive. He confirms that the items he placed in the inventory are still there, but he's too weak to use the gear now. He then decides to check if everyone else is still there, certain through his instincts that Tropin and Isaac aren't completely gone, and he is determined to take advantage of the chance they gave him. His dialogue is cut short when 3 men appear from behind, surprised at the fact that he can speak. One of the men slashes at the skeleton and he instinctively uses the inventory as a shield, surprised that it doesn't work as the blade crushes his skull. He wakes up in his coffin once again, angrily kicking the lid off and noticing that a few of Ashton's books are gone and deciding not to use the inventory for now. He then rushes to the trees to hide from the incoming men. As they approach, he reveals himself and asks if they are loyal to the Emperor, determined to lie his way out of the situation. The men are confused at the situation, but as they seem to buy the lie, he presses his luck and reveals to them that the Emperor is in danger and someone must warn him. One of the men points his sword at the skeleton and demands he explain himself properly, else he kill him and his master. Though annoyed at the man's arrogance, No Name reveals Giles's plan to ambush the Emperor on the road. The guard then asks how he got that information, suggesting that he might be Giles's minion. So, he introduces himself as Tropin Isaac, a vassal from a previous Lord of Arist, Ray Colton, and a loyal subject. Upon hearing this, the man beheads No Name, stating that Arist has been under the rule of the Chandler family for the past 4 generations. After reincarnating, No Name tries his story again, stating that he is a vassal of the Chandler family, making the men doubt and wonder why that powerful family would have a skeleton soldier as a vassal, and imagine for themselves that he was a loyal servant sent by the Emperor, and was thus discarded by the Chandlers. Relieved, No Name takes advantage of the situation and expands the lie, stating that he escaped and was looking to inform someone of the Chandlers' schemes. The men then state that they were scouting the routes ahead of the Emperor's journey and demand that No Name show them the ambush site. Deciding to act like he can't help much, he gives them vague terrain details and tells them that they must make their moves according to the fragments of his memory. offering to lead them there and stating that they can kill him once they have solved the problem. One man agrees and orders the rest to report back to the guard post. He shackles the angered skeleton and orders him to move quicker, and they finally arrive at the cave where No Name first met Giels. No Name hopes to find the necromancer there and remembers that he also crossed the caves with Rubia, hoping that the girl is safe. No Name and the soldier emerge onto the mountain path, and a blue window informs No Name that he has cleared the labyrinth. Suddenly, several blue windows inform that the data on him has been damaged, and attempts are made to restore it. Finally, the window informs him that he has cleared the tutorial, and increased a scenario slot by 1, lowering his assimilation rate and granting him a random skill. Determined to start again, No Name begins to talk up the soldier, complimenting his swordsmanship, stroking his ego. A blue window informs him that he now has higher chances to lie successfully and recognize lies. They continue traveling for a while, finally reaching the spot in the road where the ambush would take place. The soldier then grows suspicious at his attitude, realizing that the skeleton is making them walk in circles, and demanding that he tell him his true objectives. No Name states that that is the destination, and turning to face the man, states that he used everything he could in order to avoid losing anything unnecessary for the second time. He then falls to his knees and invokes Gilstarai, stating that he was sent by her from the future and warning her to not give up and walk the same dreams as Lindworm's son. The soldier becomes enraged, but before he can react, Gils's bone tentacle sprouts from the ground and impales him as the necromancer appears from behind. No Name tries to speak to her, but Gils shushes him. No Name hangs suspended by Gils's tentacles in the cave, unable to speak after the necromancer removed his jaw along with his limbs. The necromancer asks him if he knows where true fear comes from, stating that it comes not from death, pain, or despair, but from the unknown. Replacing his jaw, she wonders who No Name might be, and how he knows her deepest desire, admitting to feeling a slight sense of fear. As Gils touches No Name, a blue window informs him that he has come into contact with powerful sorcery and has leveled up, activating the Number of Destruction benefit, raising his experience gain and allowing him to considerably raise his stats. He attempts to speak with the necromancer, but she shushes him and says that she will be the one to judge. A blue window informs him that the EX rank scenario, Save Gilstarai, has started, and that Demon King Basago has granted him some skills for saving the necromancer. Gils then reassembles him and orders Galaut to look after him, clarifying that he is not an enemy. She then states that she must take care of unfinished business, revealing that after reading the dead soldier's memory, she had to find and dispatch his colleagues, and has found out that they reported what No Name said to the guard post. The necromancer turns to leave, but before she departs, No Name tries to catch her attention by stating that he isn't a prophet and her assassination attempt cannot succeed. He then reveals that he knows her plan in detail, naming all 5 Dullahans and stating that they will all die. Galaut asks how he knows his name, but after realizing that Gils had said it, rephrases the question, and demands to know how he knows the other Dullahans' names, confusing the skeleton. No Name then continues to recount what will happen, including his meeting with the Starlight Blue Fox and the Ash Knight and his knowledge of Lindworm. He notes that Gils's timeline hasn't changed that much despite what has happened, and is annoyed at the foolish attitude of the Dullahans when he describes the Ash Knight. After finishing the story, a blue window informs him that his treacherous lies experience has increased, and he has earned the nickname Storyteller, and all stats have been increased by 3. No Name is surprised at this since he didn't lie, which means that the world doesn't know about his past. And the man and woman who erased Isaac and Troppen also erased his history. Believing that convincing her might be even better now, he decides to keep telling of his past experience and states that Gils won't be able to collect the rewards of the assassination. Gils asks No Name if he knows what the reward for assassinating the Emperor is, and the skeleton reveals his knowledge of the Red Flake and their refusal to assassinate the Emperor due to their belief that it wasn't in line with their goals, as well as Gils's departure from the Order to take the request. He then tells her that she demanded complete authority to use Keystone Commemoration and the Obsidian Hill Park, and Galaut confirms it all to be true. Having run out of facts, No Name begins to lie, stating that she doesn't want those places only to make more subordinates, but also because she is looking for something among the forgotten heroes. He states his certainty that she didn't find any corpses there, affirming that they are all hidden in the secret chamber of the Imperial Palace. Gils is surprised at this, asking if he was there before in disbelief, and he begins to list the heroes he found there in his previous life as proof, with Owain recognizing the names. The necromancer asks for proof, and No Name agrees to show her something, if she promises not to take them from him, surprising everyone. The necromancer agrees to this and releases the skeleton, who, after some stretching, opens the inventory and begins to pull out some items looted from the secret chamber. Gulaut is surprised at seeing him seemingly pull items out of thin air, being seconded by the other Dullahans, while No Name inwardly thanks Isaac for acquiring the items. The necromancer accepts the items as proof that No Name was in the secret chamber, and Gulaut thanks him for showing them to him. Giles cuts the Dullahan short, asking No Name to tell her what happened in the secret chamber. He tells her the whole story, judging the necromancer trustworthy enough and believing that the information gave him power. Giles listens closely while eating popcorn, stopping him to ask who Isaac, Troppin, and the T&T are. Gulaut quips in, suggesting that he might be talking about the Troppin Brigade, whose founder, Troppin Lazul, died 300 years ago. And Giles tells No Name to continue. As he mentions Troppin, Isaac, and the Black Crystal, the Dullahans begin to behave strangely, causing Giles to warn the skeleton to be careful when talking about those subjects. She explains that she believes his words, but a powerful barrier has been placed on their existence, and any information concerning them. They then discuss about whether this is a timeline where two important existences have been erased, or the correct, redefined timeline. Giles then snaps her fingers and makes the Dullahans behave normally again, proceeding to tell No Name that she will help him to be able to absorb essence again, but will leave learning to absorb infinite abilities up to him this time. However, she states that before she does that, she will perform a surgery and reaches for No Name's face. Giles transforms No Name's body, widening his field of vision and adding a few other touches. A blue window informs him that he's obtained the Ritual Bones benefit, which can be retrieved by the necromancer and widens his vision, also increasing his strength, stamina, agility, and intelligence by 20. Furthermore, he's obtained the Tentacle Control skill, which has several uses for attack and defense as well as grabbing items. No Name comments that he made the right choice, looking for Giles, and she thanks him for the compliments and tells him that she has enabled essence absorption. As the skeleton thanks her in kind, she tells him that all her children are precious, and asks if he has any questions about the changed world. After he states that he has several questions, he begins to inquire about Arist, Rubia, Rena, and the TNT orphanage, as well as Isaac and the Troppin Brigade's current situation, and everything else he needed to know. Giles states that she will confirm this in Daliak, and he asks her about any information brokers in that area. As she tells him that's a secret, No Name finally realizes that the information broker he met was also part of the Red Flake. The skeleton then asks if she knows the connection between Red Flake and Kevin Ashton, but she merely replies that they will have to know each other more for that. No Name realizes that they still aren't close in this life, and the necromancer tells him that she will refer his questions to Daliak, but they won't share the information just because she is an ex-Red Flake member. She then tells him that she's going to check if the hero graveyard is really empty, determined to make them pay if they deceived her. Hence, she's traveling to Amber to see the situation over there, before the Red Flake retaliates. No Name then asks how she plans to transport her army to Amber, upon which she reveals that she used to have help from the Merchant Union, who were the middlemen for the Emperor's assassination and were close to the Freedom Alliance Council. No Name realizes that she's going to reject the Freedom Alliance's request and get rid of the ones who made the request. Suddenly, a mechanical bug enters the cave, and both recognize it as belonging to the Starlight Blue Fox, meaning that she is still around the area. Giles decides to contact her, and No Name notes to himself how close those two are, while the necromancer asks him if Vatien won't come as the Emperor won't be assassinated, which the skeleton confirms. No Name then asks her where she's going now, and is surprised as she answers that she will walk to Amber using a forgotten path used 1,000 years ago. Seeing the scattered bones, No Name asks if it's an underground grave, and Giles states that she made the place herself, asking him to follow quietly. They reach a large chamber filled with Giles's army of skeleton soldiers and her Dullahans. And as No Name notes that the place looks like a dead end, a red energy ball surrounded by scripture rises into the air, causing them to descend further down on a stone pillar. No Name wonders where that place is, but Giles suddenly pushes him over the ledge. No Name cries out her name as he begins to fall. No Name screams as he continues to fall until a blue window pops up informing him that he is using the Ritual Bones benefit, and tentacle control has been activated. As the bone tentacles sprout from his spine and latch onto the stone pillar, the skeleton asks Giles what she is doing. The necromancer reveals that she was testing him, expecting that he would be able to use that skill, and urges him to descend the pillar by himself. Slowly, No Name descends like a spider until finally reaching the cave floor. A blue window informs him that he has recovered the Bone Monarch skill, and Giles notes that he's getting stronger by the moment, wishing to push him even further. No Name is unnerved at that prospect, but she reminds him that he will come back even if he dies. As he points out that she won't remain the same, the necromancer corrects him, stating that she will remain in the world after he dies, stating that she guesses if he were to die, that world would disappear. Beckoning No Name to follow, Gils leads the way as her army of skeleton soldiers, Dullahans, and giant skeletons follows close behind. They soon reach an area lit by glowing mushrooms, and Gils confirms that it is the 1,000-year-old underground path to Amber. No Name asks if that is where humanity lived while in hiding from the apostles, surprising the necromancer. He then tells her of the other tunnels that he has visited in his past lives, which she had no knowledge about, and they realize that the tunnel system might span the entire empire. As No Name suggests that she might like the things located in the southern part of the empire, Gils merrily hugs him and thanks him for the information, suggesting they go there together next time. The skeleton is surprised at her attitude, and a blue window notifies him that the supremacy over the empire's underground scenario's cause and effect has been added, causing him to believe Gils might accomplish it. No Name asks her how she knew of that route, and she flirtingly replies that she might tell him if they become closer. As they reach a fork in the tunnel, No Name asks Gils where she is taking such a large army to, believing it was going to be used for the final confrontation with the Imperial family. She then tells a confused No Name that she might get too rough if he's with her, and orders all Dullahans, excluding Galaut, to manage the squads under their command as the army prepares to rest. Gils then orders Galaut to go with No Name by the side road to act as a detached force, and open up the path. Excitedly, she warns No Name that it will be tough, and that he might face unexpected enemies, and that if he feels it's too hard to proceed any further, he can just die and come back to her once more. No Name is mortified at the prospect, while Galaut thanks her wholeheartedly for the challenge. The skeleton attempts to talk with the necromancer, but she simply tells him to meet her once again once he dies, and to come back stronger. As Gils departs, the army falls to the ground and wishes No Name and Galaut good luck in their endeavor. The Dullahan then merrily puts the uneasy skeleton on his back, and they begin their journey. Sometime later, No Name is wondering why Gils sent him on a different path, wondering if she is testing him once again, and determined to become stronger and avoid any more meaningless deaths. Opening the inventory, he asks Galaut for help, telling him not to kill whatever appears so he can become stronger. He then pulls an artisan skeleton sword hilt called the Second Coming of the Bone from the inventory, while a blue window lists its qualities. He places one of his bone spikes in the crossguard, causing it to turn into the sword's blade, and asks Galaut to fulfill his request to allow him to kill all the foes in order to become stronger. The treacherous lie benefit activates once again, annoying No Name, but the Dullahan is delighted by the request, and praising his ambition, agrees to help him become stronger, while nearly killing him with a friendly pat on the back. As the knight picks him up, the status window pops up revealing his stats and skills. While he carries the skeleton on his back, Galaut explains to him that Dullahans normally lose their ability to think when far away from their master, executing her orders mindlessly, but this time he has retained his consciousness, wondering if it is due to him. He continues to state that he feels like he is fighting for his life with a comrade he met on the battlefield, recalling that he has been on many battles and was called Galaut of the East due to his martial arts and way of speaking, despite not actually being from the area. The Dullahan then goes on to explain that Gils described the East as a land of demons who chase humans and would die without them, often mixing around and imitating them or assuming the form of mundane objects, being able to predict the future. No Name doesn't comprehend it fully, and neither does Galaut, but he is certain that demons live off of humans and also live among them. No Name wonders if the demon's continent would be conquered by the Demon King, wondering if it would be a safe place to evacuate, and believing Rubia might be safer there. His musings are cut short when he senses dark forces up ahead. Jumping to his feet, he stands guard in front of the Dullahan, who doesn't sense anything. Preparing to strike at the unknown presence, he halts, as he sees it to be a small, furry gremlin holding a pickaxe. The blue window informs No Name that he is in a dungeon, but doesn't reveal any more information. He tries to open the status window on the gremlin, but it fails to materialize, and the creature begins to pick at some crystals. The skeleton then warns Galaut to stand back, since he doesn't know when the gremlin will strike, but the Dullahan warmly greets the creature and kneels next to it, while asking where his friends are. Suddenly, the tunnel becomes flooded with lamplight, revealing at least 100 other gremlins. One of them approaches Galaut, warmly greeting him as a monster and shaking his hand. No Name wonders why they aren't attacking, but the creature gleefully replies that they are all monsters and thus friends. The gremlin states that he has no interest in gathering darkness, moss, or quartzite, wanting to play with the newcomers. The gremlins approach and begin to ask several questions, and one of them greets No Name, stating that he saw him before he arrived, considering him interesting. No Name awkwardly thanks him, and Galout confirms that he is interesting, prompting the gremlins to ask the skeleton to show them his talents, with the Dullahan eventually joining their plea. Sighing, No Name opens the inventory and stores the second coming of the bone inside, causing the creatures to cheer in awe. Later, as they all sit by a campfire, No Name notes how strange all this feels, having expected enemies within the dungeon. One of the gremlins explains that the demon realm is expanding through tunneling, putting moss and causing the fog to grow thicker. Another gremlin explains that they came from the demon realm through the pond hole near their house, which began to bubble up. Galout comments on how they don't seem to be enemies, and the skeleton believes they got lucky, inwardly wondering if the demon realm is starting an invasion through the pond hole. One of the gremlins tells No Name to ask anything, and when prompted, reveals that the yellow rocks piled behind them are quartzites, which make the whole bubble even more. Galout then asks what good comes from expanding the fog, and they reveal that it helps them trap and kill humans for later consumption, also asking who they serve. No Name is confused, but the gremlin states that they serve Murmur, and repeats the question, insisting that they must serve him as well. The skeleton recalls that it is the Demon King of Possession, also known as the Skin Plunderer, and asks why they serve him. They then identify as Vapula, Zagan, Furcus, Gop, and Basago, and soon fight among themselves over never seeing Basago. No Name concludes that the Demon King's bodies can't cross into their realm, probably due to the dimension's boundary, believing that only weak demons such as gremlins might cross. He notes that Murmur puts quartzites and darkness moss in the sulfur spring, Furcus digs the earth, Vapula plants the grass, and Gop would imprint the picture of wings on the cave walls. One of the gremlins then tells No Name and Galout to decide, telling them that if they don't join them, they should go back or they must die. Turning sinister, the gremlins start chanting, "Serve Lord Murmur," and engrave the seal in unison, screaming that it would be an honor for their guests as they leap to attack. Sighing, No Name comments on how he thought things were going too smoothly as he prepares to fight. No Name slashes at the gremlins but fails to do any damage. Galout then steps in using Circle Barrier and pushing the monsters back, while they discuss Murmur's powers of possession. The gremlins finally break through the barrier, and despite expressing some reluctance, the Dullahan begins to slay them by the dozen. While he continues fighting, several blue windows inform No Name that his experience is going up, despite not being the one doing the killing. Realizing this, the skeleton tells Galout there is no need to hold back, much to the Dullahan's glee. He also notices that the Dullahan hasn't lost his consciousness, because Gils put him in his unit, linking their magic and allowing him to see the status window. Grateful for this, he decides to divide his stats and plunges into combat, slashing at the gremlins until they start to swarm and overwhelm him. Seeing this, Galout warns No Name to drive his sword into the ground, before using Circle Barrier again, pushing the creatures against the cave wall. The gremlins become more muscular, and the Dullahan notes that they seem to be gradually becoming stronger. And as No Name notes how hard this path was, Galout dashes into combat, stating that they will meet again once they survive. As No Name and Galout continue to fight the gremlins, the skeleton increases his agility stat, activating his bonus, slashing at several creatures before they begin to swarm him again. And red windows warn him of his decreasing stamina. Putting points into strength, No Name continues to fight while trying to focus, with a ghostly Duke Lawrence telling him to focus on his sword aura. The skeleton focuses on the tip of his sword, noting that he is distracted by his thoughts about the past and those who sacrificed themselves for him, and immersing himself into combat. Soon, his stamina drops significantly and his sword breaks, but he regrows the tip using one of his bone spikes and continues to fight. A blue window informs No Name that his sword skill has been restored to level 1, and that his bonuses will considerably augment his experience points, raising his skill by another level. As the dust settles, an exhausted No Name crouches amidst the dismembered bodies of the gremlins, his blade covered in gore, as Galout looks in astonishment. The status window informs No Name that his stamina, strength, and agility have increased, while his stamina continues to decrease due to the agility bonus. As the Dullahan praises his combat prowess, No Name searches the inventory for restoring items, but notes that he is still too weak to use them. Galout then asks him if he killed all the gremlins, but No Name turns in distress at the statement, and asks him to take it back, as the gremlin corpses rearrange themselves into a massive creature. The Dullahan apologizes, and No Name tells him to refrain from such comments in the future. As the monster begins to attack, Galout tries to slash at it, but his blade becomes stuck and the monster punches him square in the chest, sending him flying through the tunnel. No Name dodges a second punch and slashes at the creature's arms before dashing to outflank it, deciding to face it alone while ordering Galout to search for an exit. Even as he says that, No Name notes his low stamina and realizes he will die if he is struck a single time. No Name continues to slash and dodge the monster's attacks, reaching sword skill level 3 as his stamina continues to decrease. Meanwhile, Galout stands still and unleashes tendrils of his essence across the tunnel system, searching for the exit, detecting a trap protecting an altar with a detailed pattern that No Name recognizes as an astronomical chart. The skeleton asks him to show him the altar's location, and the Dullahan tells him to follow his sword as the blade flies through the air. Galout then grabs the creature's leg and tells No Name to use the chance as he fights it barehanded. As he holds the monster back, No Name reaches the altar and sees the Demon King's astrological chart, restoring his trap wisdom skill. Noting that changes to the chart will affect the magic, he recalls seeing such patterns while in the Demon King's service. And recognizing Murmur's symbol, he stabs it with his sword. A wave of energy sends No Name and the shattered sword flying at the monster's feet, but the creature instantly vaporizes, leaving nothing but gremlin bones behind. A blue window then informs him that he's cleared Murmur's mine and leveled up, earning some points and causing him to note this scarce reward. Much to Galout's confusion, suddenly purple windows appear, informing him that the Demon King's Gop and Vopula are watching him, and a blue window notifies him of a drop in the assimilation rate, as an ominous presence watches him through a portal. A blue window then shows information on his warrior points, and notifies him that his purchase ability is at 97.5%. No Name and Gils discuss their next step. As the Dullahan notes that they don't know what magic they might face, a green tear in reality appears before them, causing the skeleton to gasp in frustration. A voice insults Murmur and his failure, as a dwarf riding a gray wolf emerges from the tear, wearing a brimming smile, causing both No Name and Galout to look in confusion. As the dwarf continues to state how Murmur and the gremlins have lost their territory, the skeleton notes how he gives off an imposing pressure, suggesting an entity must be backing him and believing they should run. Before he can signal Galout, a giant bat approaches and perches himself on the ceiling, blocking the exit with its wings. It comments that he believed the skeleton was a subordinate of the Dullahan and notes his improving swordsmanship, until the dwarf tells him to get lost and claims the dungeon as his own. The bat brushes him off, stating that his master simply wished to know of No Name's swordsmanship skills. The skeleton looks on perplexed as the two have a standoff, and the dwarf notes that his swordsmanship isn't important compared to the fact that he has destroyed Murmur's seal, unwilling to believe the bat's claims. The bat, meanwhile, states that No Name couldn't possibly know how to break the seal, calling it a coincidence, while the dwarf disagrees. Galout asks them who they are, and the dwarf introduces himself as Noppel, a scouter looking for promising budlings who ranks 157 in the demon realm. No Name compares him to Patrick Ajar of the T&T, but notes that he doesn't look like a blind follower and possesses authority. Noppel then notes that while he was initially interested in Galout, he was surprised to find No Name as well. The bat asks for the Dullahan, and the dwarf refuses, causing them to argue again, until Galout asks if they were there to recruit him, which they confirm. Noppel then offers 2,000 krona in advance, while unleashing 2 green butterflies, which land on their palm, as a blue window informs No Name that the currency possesses the promise of the Demon King, and that his assimilation rate has dropped. The bat asks if Noppel isn't exaggerating, but the recruiter insists, and states that they should begin the bet as they have received payment. He asks them to state who sent them, telling them that they must serve the entity backing him if they answer incorrectly. The butterflies then turn into a ball and chain once they land on No Name and Galout's wrists, and the Dullahan rejects the question as impossible, and considers the recruiter ridiculous. Noppel then threatens him, causing the Dullahan to become enraged as he summons his sword, and the bat notes that he has yet to reveal full power. Galout reassures No Name, telling him that he will deal with the dwarf to buy No Name time and preparing to die. But the skeleton dissuades him, stating that he has a good idea. Noting the purple windows, No Name sees the emotional state of the Demon King's Gop and Vopula, and notes that he has a 50% chance of success, as he recognizes the masters Noppel and the bat serve by their eye color. As the dwarf insists that they decide, No Name asks if he only carries 2,000 krona, considering it too low a price for them. He states that he wishes to bet not only his life, but also Galout's, considering the price too cheap. The Dullahan begins to question his decision, but No Name insists that he be patient and wait for the plan to unfold. The bat agrees and tosses 4,000 krona coin to the floor, and raising the pot to 6,000. The Bat and Nopple stare at No Name, who drags things along until they run out of patience, and then states that the dwarf follows Gop, the Demon King of the present, and the Bat follows Vapula, the Demon King of the seasons. As both recruiters stare in confusion, No Name reaches for the coin, and the Bat states that he can take it. Purple windows notify him that Gop is laughing due to shock, and Vapula commends him for his move, but is upset that he couldn't tell him about himself first. Believing the Demon Kings are unaware that he knows their feelings, he decides to press his advantage. Nopple is shocked at the defeat, but the Bat quickly offers them to walk the path of martial arts with him, piquing Galout's interest. The creature offers to show them numerous martial arts, and despite No Name refusing the offer, the Dullahan seems to be wavering. As the Bat continues to praise Vapula's power, Nopple intercedes, and offers them the ability to ride any creature they desire if they receive Gop's blessing. Pressing his luck, No Name asks if they will also provide training for riding those creatures. And as the dwarf takes the bait, he asks if the animals must be purchased with Kruna. The Bat then intercedes and denies this, stating that there is only a temporary auction house and the products are trash, causing Nopple to argue with him once again. Noting that they don't have anything resembling the treasures he got from the secret chamber, he asks them if there are other Demon Kings on their way up, such as Ball, but they explain that he is still busy fighting in the Demon Realm. Nopple then adds that Gop is coming to the human realm to annoy the other Demon Kings, disregarding the Bat's concerns over his statements. A purple window reveals Gop is angry at the recruiter for speaking out of line, while Vapula laughs at the situation. And Nopple continues to state that Ball won't be interested in them, since he has enough strong followers already. He then insists on his offer, and a purple window informs No Name that Gop waits for his answer. After some pondering, No Name states that he will accept the offer on the condition that he has a contract directly with the Demon King. No Name is certain that Isaac had a direct contract with Brody Baldov in his previous life, and wishes to obtain the Demon King's power. Enraged at the skeleton's arrogance, Nopple prepares to attack him while stating that he won't leave alive without a contract. Noting his low stamina, No Name ponders the situation, believing it would be more effective to start over again rather than be captured by a Demon King. Suddenly, the cave begins to rumble and the Bat states that it is just the beginning, pointing at the astronomical chart. Rushing to escape, Nopple releases No Name and Galout. The Bat identifies himself as Lucas, telling them to come find him later if they change their mind, before fleeing as well. The symbol of the third Demon King Basago begins to glow even brighter, and Galout wonders if anything happened to Gils, revealing to a surprised No Name that he hasn't felt her magic since joining his party. No Name recognizes the glow as a sign that Basago's influence is getting stronger, but refuses to believe Gils has died. He then wonders in disbelief if the necromancer transferred Galout to him, which is confirmed when he checks the Dullahan status window. The blue window then informs him the improvements to the Bone Monarch bonus, including the ability to repair bones and his capacity to control Galout. He then asks the warrior to tell him his status, and as he correctly detects his critical condition and a lack of stamina, No Name confirms that Gils transferred control to him. Galout ponders on this, and as No Name reassures him about the necromancer's safety, the warrior accepts him as his commander. No Name then tries out the physical transformation trait of the Bone Monarch, restoring the Dullahan's strength and armor. Galout merrily pats him on the back, causing him to fall to the ground in pain as a red window warns him of his low stamina. The skeleton then uses the Bone Monarch tentacles and physical transformation to absorb the gremlin bones, fully restoring his stamina. He then concludes that Gils sent them there to grow and prepare for the upcoming dangers, and Galout accepts the necromancer's decision, believing he sent him along because of her trust in him. He then refers to No Name as Temporary Lord, before the latter urges him to call him Friend instead, as the two continue down the tunnel. No Name and Galout continue down the tunnel with the skeleton using his bone tentacles to feel his way around in the dark. A blue window informs him that his detection skill has been restored and his senses have improved, causing the tunnel to become more visible. Galout also sees this, sharing his master's heightened senses. As they move on, No Name comes across a vein of quartzite and decides to go further down the tunnels. They finally come across the sulfur pond the gremlins talked about. As the skeleton approaches it, a purple window warns him that Murmur is using the spring as a medium to get revenge on him, so he decides to bypass the spring and carry on. Galout is surprised that a Demon King would expand his territory to such a small pond, but No Name notes that even a bowl of water can be used to widen a dimensional gap, revealing that he learnt that from Isaac. They eventually emerge from the tunnel and see a large river. No Name wonders if he will have to jump in, But Galout notices a battered ship with tattered sails approaching from the mist. He trembles, believing it to be a ghost ship, but a voice corrects him and notes that he is the ghost. At first, they wonder if the ship just talked, but a hobbit with an oar emerges from it and introduces himself as the captain, the only person who has crossed the river of the demon world. He asks for a fee of 3,000 krona in advance for the trip. Galout notes that they will be left with no krona after a round trip, and No Name wonders to himself if he got scammed, before asking if the auction house is across the river. The captain confirms this and then offers a 1,000 krona discount, so that they still have money to spend at the auction house, setting the price at 5,000 krona. After some back and forth, he finally asks for 3,000 krona for a round trip, urging them to go quickly. No Name believes he is getting scammed, but as he starts to agree, a mysterious figure appears, stating that isn't right. The cloaked, blindfolded man states that the captain would benefit more if the soul that rides the ship is purer. Thus, the earnings and expenses don't match, and asks No Name to confirm it. No Name is surprised at his failure to sense the stranger. The man then suggests a fee of 10,000 krona for transporting him, the skeleton, and Galout. But after the captain agrees, he clarifies that it is the captain who should pay. He implies that it would be troublesome if Ereshkigal heard that the ship under the captain's care was being used for fraud, demanding the money as payment for his silence. The captain becomes enraged at the threat, raising his oar and commanding the ship to come alive. No Name notes that he must have a backer, and the captain threatens the stranger back. But the man suddenly appears behind the captain, much to everyone's surprise. He extends 4 arms into the waters, noting that there aren't any demonic monsters in the Valley of Evil Words, and that the gap in the dimension hasn't reached that area yet. He also believes that he, along with No Name and Galout, might be enough to block the captain's oar and damage the boat. The man then approaches the captain and menacingly threatens to tell on him if he keeps being annoying, using magic to fold a paper plane and suggesting he should send it to Ereshkigal right away. Scared, the captain relents and ushers everyone on board. As they are crossing the river, No Name wonders if the stranger is really human, and comparing him to Isaac, and wondering if the sorcerer might have known who he was. Galout extends his hand to the stranger, thanking him for getting them a free ferry ride. But the man laughs and states that they must pay him the 10,000 krona, 3,000 for the fare, and 7,000 for the information. Galout protests, but the man insists that he doesn't have to be paid right now, but it would be best to pay for the information in the long run. No Name agrees with him and proceeds to pull out a golden coin from his inventory, but before he can offer it, the man grabs his hand, wondering where he got the coin from. He then pats down the uncomfortable skeleton with his 4 arms, surprised that he didn't see the coin before, until Galout calls him rude. The man swiftly apologizes, stating his fascination before returning to the matter of the information fee. He tells the skeleton that it will take 2 days to complete the journey, but despite what the captain might suggest, there are no demonic beasts in the water yet, since the gap between the dimensions is relatively new. Furthermore, the stranger tells them that the ship doesn't allow souls on board to be exchanged for another, meaning that if he were to throw them overboard, he would not be able to pick up more passengers for some days. No Name thanks him for the information, and the man retires to rest. Later, the man meditates, and Galout trains with his sword, while No Name decides to read some of the Ashton books in his inventory. Opening a military history book of the 7th century, he sees Isaac's name. No Name is surprised to see a story of Isaac in this world. The book deals with the sorcerer's military accomplishments in the 7th century, implying that traces of the previous world remain in this one, and causing the skeleton to wonder whether Kevin Ashton exists there as well. Galout approaches him and finds him strange for reading a book, and then asks if he likes to read fiction. The Dullahan points out to a confused No Name that the Ganagun volcano is actually the largest plains in the Empire, which causes the skeleton to develop the theory that traces of the previous world's history survived the changing world stored in the inventory. Being another space transcending that dimension, No Name believes that valuable people can also be kept in the inventory like he did with Isaac, and wonders if the treasures he stole from the secret chamber are no longer in the world. Galout then remarks that his name appears in the book as well, describing him as a mercenary leader. No Name then asks the Dullahan about his life's story, which he gladly begins to talk about. He was a southern warlord under Lord Hazelmond in the war between the Empire and the South, and was poisoned at a dinner hosted by the Lord, before the last fight since the ruler had decided to surrender to the Empire. Galout remarks how similar the novel is to his story, and No Name comforts him. The skeleton notes how the flow of the story is similar, despite the changing characters, and a blue window informs him that his knowledge of Galout has increased, and that the Dullahan has 3.7% of lingering regrets, and will cease to exist once those are gone. The stranger appears behind the startled pair, floating over the sea and commenting on No Name's book, noting that Kevin Ashton only records facts, despite this seeming to be an altered historical book. The skeleton wonders if the stranger existed in the previous world too, noting that he knows a lot about the human world, despite apparently hailing from the demon realm. When asked about his identity, the man replies that he is just a passerby and offers a deal. If the skeleton tells him what he wants to know about Ashton, he will tell him something he is curious about. No Name then tells him about the effect of Ashton's books, which the stranger confirms, and the skeleton lists the Ashton books he has read so far, including the obscene one. This surprises the stranger due to its subject matter, and he asks to see the volume. Not having it with him, No Name pulls several other books to show him, and the man gratefully promises payment, before quickly reading them using multiple heads and arms. He finds the books and the skeleton surprising, and notes how hard it is to find Ashton's books. No Name then comes up with another hypothesis, namely that since he took hundreds of Ashton books from the secret chamber, these would have disappeared from the next world and can only be read by him. The stranger then tells him that there are discarded truths in the world, such as the varying number of demon kings, implying that there are scars in the world revealing the changing worlds. In gratitude for No Name showing him the book, the stranger reveals that the scare are in the frozen north of the Empire, at the ends of the east side across the ocean and the western desert. The skeleton asks for more detail, but the man replies that it is troublesome since half the human world should have been eroded. No Name is surprised at this, stating that the descent of the Demon Kings is 10 years away, but the surprised stranger explains that the east is already eroding with wars and drought, and that there is at best 2 years left before the Demon Kings descend. No Name is surprised at this revelation, and the stranger warns that crossing the demon realm is hard, and he should at least wear armor, mocking his nakedness. Getting serious, he advises him to prepare for what he might face in order to survive, even beyond the demon realm and the auction house. He then prepares to take his leave, thanking the skeleton for the information and telling him to never turn back, since the way back will be blocked and there will be no place to depend on. The man then floats away and tells the captain to take them to the river, before vanishing into the mist, leaving the complaining captain and the confused pair behind. No Name and Galout think about the stranger's final warning and its possible meaning, finding it too complicated to understand. The Dullahan then resumes training, and No Name decides to expand on his knowledge reading the books. Shocked by the stranger's words, No Name realizes he will have to face even stronger enemies in the future, and hoped for the man's help. He then decides to resume training with the inventory window, and after some effort, manages to compress it for some time before it reopens, spilling some items. He realizes that he has a long way to go to reach his previous mastery, and decides to try again. While storing the spilt gear, he picks up an item called Proliferating Bone, which must be stabbed into the chest of an undead warrior one controls to increase its power. Warning that the warrior might surpass its owner's power, No Name wonders if he might need it, believing it will provide good armor, and stabs himself in the chest. After a few seconds, the item begins to act, and bone starts to expand from it, enveloping No Name and causing him excruciating pain. He endures the torment, determined to become stronger, and despite finding it more painful than his deaths, he knows he needs to evolve. The ship arrives at the demon realm, and upon disembarking, Galout comments on how dreadful it is before noticing No Name's new appearance. The skeleton, now sporting new bone armor as well as a red cloak, states that it is best to be prepared since they are in the demon realm. He has increased his intellect through reading the Ashton books and acquired new skills in the process. As they travel under the blood-red sky, Galout notices the soft ground's strange texture, and No Name confirms that it will be like that from now on, which he knows since he is from the demon realm. He explains that the ground itself has vitality, and if one steps on it, it increases the strength of even weak demonic beasts. It also senses humans, and top demons can even use it to kill their enemies. No Name notes how there is no hostility and wonders why the White Hood told them to never turn back. Pondering on the subject, he wonders if there is danger around Gils, but brushes it off, since she is under the protection of Basago, one of the top demon kings, and he believes that none would mess with her, remembering Isaac's advice to not speculate hastily. Eventually, Galout notices an advancing force of creatures which quickly surrounds them. He and No Name stand back to back, wondering as to the creature's intentions, when a purple window informs No Name that Murmur is trying to get revenge. The skeleton believes that the Dullahan can easily deal with the monsters, but instead orders him to stand down and analyze as he takes them on personally. Galout protests, but as No Name insists that he must try out his armor, the warrior relents. Unsheathing his bone sword and using the inventory as a weapon, No Name jumps into the fray. The inventory fails to kill a creature, so he finishes it off with a punch, and he continues to fight other monsters with his fists and repairing any damage with his bone spikes, finishing off the last creature with his sword. The Dullahan praises his skill, and then asks if he didn't mark the place, pointing to a conquest marker on the ground. Confused, No Name sees the sign and realizes that it marks the location of the auction house. No Name looks at the marker and tries to figure out where the entrance might be. Suddenly, the sign splits in two, and a giant maw with eyes emerges from below, and a small clown performs a somersault from the maw, and lands before No Name and Galout. When questioned about his identity, the clown elaborately refuses to answer, and states that the maw is the entrance to the auction house, and they won't enter unless they have Kruna, regardless of their faction. No Name shows him his Kruna, and the clown directs him to put his arm in a living wall that collects the admission fee, and acts as an identification machine linked to the Demon Kings. When the skeleton asks if they must pay separately, the clown explains that they must go in together, or else they might lose some limbs if the gate closes prematurely. No Name then puts his hand through the wall, and the gate's eyes turn to Kruna signs as a counter begins to rise. Everyone looks in surprise and disbelief, and a blue window informs No Name that the recluse Demon King Malphas's favor has been converted into 77,777 Kruna. A purple window then explains that Malphas is shocked by No Name, not recalling having given him his favor despite him having his circuits carved on his bones, and has decided to make him his sole representative on the human world, paying him for his services. A blue window then confirms that he has received 777,777 Kruna, and has joined Malphas's faction, bringing his total to 861,554 Kruna. The clown screams in shock and surprise, and No Name wonders if Isaac's spell still affects him in this life. Recalling the sorcerer's past deeds, including introducing him to Malphas, he realizes that despite being gone, Isaac's actions still affect this world through him. In panic, the clown apologizes to No Name for failing to recognize him, not expecting to find Malphas's representative, given the Demon King's inactivity. Apologizing again and adopting a more formal speech, he guides them through the gate. Galout asks the skeleton about what just happened, and becomes annoyed when he merely replies that it is complicated. But No Name notes that the Dullahan wouldn't be able to hear the truth even if he told him. The clown welcomes them to the auction house and transforms into a more menacing form, introducing himself as Kanjia, keeper of the auction house. He then summons chairs from the living ground, which usher them forward towards an array of weapons, officially presenting to them the auction house of the demon world. Kanjia invites No Name to have a look at the weapons, stating that they are low-caliber items, and the skeleton confirms that appraisal using detection. The clown promises that better items will arrive soon, but the skeleton is only interested in knowing whether he will come out at the opposite end if he crosses the auction house. Finding him peculiar, Kanjia tells him that he will have to pass the other Demon King's areas regardless of the path, but no one would defy him if he revealed his position as Malphas's sole representative. He offers to accompany them, stating that the auction house is too small for his skills, being one of the 7 eternal roots from the lineage of gluttony. As No Name and Galout prepare to leave, Kanjia tells them to look around some more, revealing that high-quality items will arrive from the eroded demon realm, since Gils and her army are about to be exterminated. Hearing this, No Name pins Kanjia to the wall and tells him to explain himself, and the demon reveals that she is coming there from a different road through an eroded area, and the fighting has already started. The skeleton is surprised that someone would attack a representative of Basago, but the clown tells him that the Demon King himself oversees the hunt, finding it amazing. No Name releases Kanjia, refusing to believe it, but the demon insists that his information is true. Galout suggests that they return to the boat, but the clown tells them that it is too late, since the boat must have left already, and Basago's priests have already started the hunt. No Name then asks if there is a way to get there, growing impatient and enraged with Kanjia's elusive answers. Acknowledging the skeleton's show of power, the clown reveals that the auction house lies within the chewing bug Alagos, containing several of its babies within, including a toothless one named Skeetles the swallowing bug, which can only swallow and spit out. As No Name grows ever more impatient, Kanjia suggests that they use the bug to get there. After paying 20,000 Kruna, No Name travels through Skeetles, and a blue window informs him that he's acquired Transcendental Speed and recovered Dash, removing the skill's time limit and increasing its speed. Skeetles spits No Name and Glout safely at their destination, and No Name is surprised that the Dullahan was able to hear his thoughts. Glout asks if he didn't call him through the connection, and a blue window informs No Name that he has awakened the Location Verification skill, and has attained Bone Monarch level 3. Realizing this, he uses the connection to instruct Glout to lead the way, but the warrior doesn't notice and complains about feeling bad. The skeleton realizes that he can't transmit his thoughts yet, but he can deliver what he feels. Trying again, the Dullahan recognizes this command method, and begins dashing away while a blue window informs No Name that he has acquired Bone Monarch level 4. As the two dash forward hoping to reach Gils in time, the necromancer is shown to be wounded, but alive. One of Gils's skeleton soldiers falls shattered before her. Enraged, she laments the loss of her men, while Basago's priest coldly states that they can't be sloppy obeying Basago's order, and that she would lose her necromancer powers if they cut her hands and feet. Gils furiously retorts that killing her won't make him Basago's representative again, since he wasn't replaced but discarded, causing the horned creature to furiously usher his demons forward to finish her off. The four Dullahans charge forward, determined to defend their mistress to the last man and cutting a path of carnage. Coldly, Gils ponders on her attacker's remarks, considering him unintelligent, and determined to make him pay for his careless words as she gathers mana. The horned demon laughs at her seemingly pointless defiance, considering her troops to be useless corpses already. Gils snaps her fingers, causing dark energy tendrils to spring forth among the enemy monsters, before turning into blades and slaying several of them as she coldly remarks that they are corpses if you make them, her eyes glowing purple with power. Gils calmly walks forward as her tendrils continue to spike any nearby monsters, telling her adversary not to run, telling him that he should see what he started to the end. The horned demon looks on coldly, bursting into laughter as the necromancer steps onto some writings. He explains that she stepped into a trap, and Gils is revealed to be standing in the middle of a giant seal. Realizing her situation, Gils insults the demon as the seal activates and inflicts pain on her, as the priest explains that it is forcing a contract upon her intended to oppress her and collect all her necromancer powers for Basago, turning them into a curse. As the curse begins to burn her skin, the demon continues to taunt Gils and her vanity, and scream that Basago will claim what is his, urging her to submit. The werewolf accompanying the demon then tells her that Basago has given up on their relationship to collect her, considering it an honor since even the other demon kings are attacking her. Not finding it funny, Gils asks if the demon king can block her before throwing an energy ball at the horned demon. He easily blocks it with a force field, but his mocking is cut short as he is sliced in half by a dark figure. The werewolf sees this in shock before a pair of armored hands strangle him from behind so hard that his eyes pop out. No Name and Glout stand over the two corpses, chastising them for trying to steal Gils's power. Gils stumbles forward, greeting the pair and stating that he is more than she expected while barely being able to stand. No Name is alarmed at this and tells her to conserve her strength while they hold the monsters off. He orders Glout to protect the necromancer before plunging into battle, while the other Dullahans join the fray as well. The horned demon and the werewolf return to life, surprised at what happened, and order every remaining creature to attack at once. Noting Gils's critical condition, No Name is determined to end the battle quickly, but is surprised to see Noppel and Lucas standing on a nearby hill, urging him to flee and stand with them. Recalling Kanji's warning about things starting, he wonders if he referred to that battle. The horned demon charges at him, asking if he serves Gils, but is intercepted by the necromancer before he can strike. Piercing his chest with her bare fist, she screams that he can't lay a finger on them, before unleashing a powerful attack and blowing him up. Gils collapses in No Name's arm, noting that the demon wasn't the one who cursed her. A blue window informs him that he is experiencing a unique scenario as a transcendental level of magic is being focused on Gils, causing him to recover his sorcery knowledge and his assimilation rate to drop. No Name realizes that the spell is being cast from the necromancer's own body, and Lucas comments on how Basago worked on it for a long time, surprised that she managed to conceal her condition and eliminate the leader, and considering her capable of aiming for the Demon King's role, noting her hidden powers. No Name is surprised at this, recalling the stranger's words about the discarded truths, and Lucas considers her to be too strong to the point that Basago will deal with the side effects of killing his contractor, considering it better for that side. Despite a purple window telling him that Malphus advises him to retreat since they must have a good reason, No Name refuses to leave Gils to her death. The necromancer suddenly laughs, considering that this is too small and wondering if this is Basago's extent, trying to kill her when the demon realm was open since his position was threatened. Advancing, she screams at Basago, stating that despite claiming to be the monarch of the dead, he lives for the dead's grudge. She then comments on the paradoxical nature of the demon realm, despite having offered to pioneer the first erosion, since those who call themselves demon kings are getting pushed around by the top demon kings, and have agreed with Basago to attack her. Wondering if they were promised a seat among the demon kings, she states that they should be ashamed of calling themselves superior to the demon race. A blue window informs No Name that lingering attachments have turned to anger, increasing his combat power, and as lingering feelings have been reduced, the Dullahans have become extinct and cannot rise again. The warriors charge forth and the lesser demon kings rise to meet them. Noppel tells No Name that he will fight for a while, but they should leave, causing the skeleton to slash at him, stating that Gils is telling the truth. The dwarf then states that if it were, they might have worshipped her, and Lucas adds that it would have been so if she hadn't tried to awaken the Lindworm and the Forgotten Dragons. No Name thinks on this, but is stabbed in the chest by Noppel's spear, and a voice asks if he is still confused. The voice continues to taunt him, and No Name suddenly sees Isaac floating above him. The sorcerer states that he isn't in that world, being a lingering illusion in his mind, telling the skeleton to use him to overcome his inability to use the inventory, telling him to recall the times he used the inventory in combat and his desire to protect and be stronger. He states that No Name has power, urging him to wake up and use it. A blue window informs No Name that he has recovered enlightenment, as the proliferating bones repair his body, blood pouring from his eye socket. Another blue window informs him that sword energy has returned as the blade begins to glow, warning that at that skill level, the weapons can be destroyed. The skeleton then summons the inventory, coating it with a barrier and ordering it to cover the sword. Facing the monsters, he unleashes wave after wave of inventory strikes, felling several creatures with every swing of his blade, as Isaac's illusion congratulates him before vanishing. Alone, he lets out a harrowing war cry. No Name continues to decimate the monster army as Gils watches on. Noting his prowess, she announces that she prepared another gift as she amasses a huge concentration of mana. Announcing that she won't die because of Basago, she absorbs the energy while revealing it to be the dragon's power, unleashing a sea of purple flames and incinerating all nearby troops as a Dullahan ceases to exist. A lesser demon king orders their troops to kill No Name to stop his rampage, but he is soon cut down. His brethren attempt to strike at the skeleton from above, but their strikes are deflected by the barrier before being slain in turn. No Name stands alone amidst the corpses of his foes, and turns to see Gils collapsing to the ground, calling her name in alarm. Noppel suggests that he and Lucas withdraw, and the bat agrees. No Name reaches Gils, holding her in his arms, and the necromancer wakes up explaining that the strength of the dragon was enough to destroy all curses spreading through her body. She hands the skeleton her knives, instructing him to use them and absorb as much essence as he wants, stroking his cheek and telling him to get stronger and return, as her eyes close one final time. No Name kneels alone next to Gils's corpse. A blue window informs the skeleton that his leadership skill has increased, allowing him to command 150 lives, and acquiring the Death Squad property. No Name babbles incoherently before striking at the ground in frustration, screaming at his failure to protect Gils. He then smashes his head on the ground, berating himself as an ignorant, stupid, and incompetent piece of trash. He manages to smash his skull, but the proliferating bone skill repairs the damage. Having failed to end his life that way, he grabs his sword and runs it through his chest, the tip breaking against his spine. Failing once more, he berates himself for being unable to end his own life. He then begins to absorb Gils's essence, unwilling to state that he will protect her or become stronger due to his incompetence. He then uses bone tentacles to absorb the essence of all surrounding entities. Blue windows begin to stack up, notifying him that he has acquired the rare Sprint Child skill, allowing him to choose which skills he'd like to absorb. No Name doesn't want to choose anymore, telling whatever entity controls the blue window that it doesn't matter, since he will just return to that path and die over and over. Red windows warn him that he is absorbing too much essence and urge him to select a power. Undaunted, No Name doesn't heed the warnings, and the proliferating bone reacts to this and hardens his body. After exceeding the absorption limit, No Name is left kneeling, essence oozing from his eyes as he states that he will survive. As No Name's chest wound heals, he is determined to have a clear purpose. He knows that regardless of his actions, Gils will probably die again. Noting that she has already lost Basago's favor, he vows to look into how the Demon King targeted her. Leaving the necromancer behind, No Name addresses Malphus and asks him to send him to the real demon realm. The Purple Window informs him that Malphus refuses, considering it dangerous. But the skeleton insists. After another attempt, he deduces that Malphus is similar to Isaac, and offers him some of the treasure from the secret vault, much to the Demon King's delight, raising his happiness level by 10. A blue window informs No Name that his sorcery skill has been restored, his appraisal skill has increased, and he is leveled up, surprising the skeleton. Malphus sees his impure intentions in offering the jewels, but No Name insists that it is a mutually beneficial contract. The Demon King asks if he must go no matter what, and as the skeleton confirms this, a dark presence descends around him and asks if it doesn't matter which method he uses. He soon finds himself before the Demon Kings and insists on going, with Malphus warning that he won't be able to protect him. Unabated, No Name reaffirms his decision and Malphus accepts before departing. Noppel then appears before the kneeling skeleton, noting that he has been waiting all day, and informing the skeleton that he won't be protected by Malphus any longer. He explains that being a follower of Gils, he will be locked up in a demon prison, causing No Name to wonder whether that was Malphus's plan or the Demon King just tossed him aside. No Name activates the Requested Lie benefit, using his Invoking Storyteller title and applies his wisdom. Noppel comforts him, saying that prison is worse than the death penalty and that Malphus saved the honor of the other Demon Kings through his action, stating that he could eventually join Gop's command under his recommendation if he kept a low profile. Noting that the recruiter is ahead of him in terms of information and ability, he decides to make the best of his benefit, and thanks him for still trying to recruit him despite his failure, and Noppel takes the bait. No Name removes his armor and gear and stores it in the inventory, and Noppel, thanking him for his cooperation, leads him on. The recruiter tells him that he would normally travel to prison with Alagos after suffering magic torture, but he has decided to avoid that in order to not destroy his mind and collaborative spirit. He then claps his hand and tells No Name that he is letting him go without pain, and the skeleton soon finds himself lying on the floor in a white cell within the Demon Realm's prison. Blue windows inform No Name that he is under the influence of a curse, reducing his omnipotence, willpower, vision, and authority, and blocking his skills, as well as reducing his abilities by 97.5%. The skeleton manages to open the inventory, and a blue window informs him that interference will be nullified, having been offset by a higher level. The stat reduction slowly begins to decrease, restoring No Name's mobility, and he notes that his stats have increased considerably. Standing up, he pulls the second coming of the bone from the inventory and breaks one of his bone growths to use it as a blade, but fails to attach it. He notes that he is still too weak, and as he picks the bone fragment from the ground, he notices a scorpion-like creature wearing a samurai hat on the cell across the hallway. The creature confirms that he is another prisoner, and is surprised at finding a normal skeleton in jail. He asks No Name if he plans on slipping through the bars, laughing when the skeleton is repelled by a barrier, and noting how well built the prison is. No Name touches the barrier again, and his arm is repelled with such force that it is sent flying across the room, but his proliferating bone skill quickly grows a new one. He then charges at the barrier repeatedly, being repelled each time and believing that there must be a way out, since Malphus sent him there. The scorpion monster asks him what he came there to do, noting he is the first prisoner to try grabbing the bars, and the skeleton replies that he is there for committing a sin, asking in turn for his reason to be there. The skeleton then reveals that he was the secretary of a demon king, privy to too many of their secrets, and he became greedy for knowledge and was imprisoned as a result. He then tells No Name to ask him anything, believing he might be useful, and the skeleton asks about the Lindworm's son. Surprised by the question, the scorpion informs No Name of the Demon Realm's rule that one should always pay for a piece of information, and tells him that his question would demand a big price. No Name asks for the price, and the creature asks for help breaking out of the prison. The creature senses No Name doesn't believe him, so he offers a taste of information. He reveals that there are two reasons why demonkind is wary of the Lindworm, namely its ability to move quickly through the space between the demon realm and the human world, which poses a threat to the entire realm, and a second reason that he promises to tell after hearing the skeleton's story. The scorpion tells him that as a scribe he exists only for stories, and if it's a fun one, even better. No Name agrees and wonders what to say, settling on some of his amusing adventures with Rubia, Rena, and Gils, and Succubus, mixing up the time, order, and events creating the story he was hoping for. All he could do was hold on to the memories in the midst of the ongoing events, remembering those good times and renewing his will to live. The scorpion finds the story beautiful and vivid, But before he can reveal the second piece of information, the jail begins to rumble, with the creature noting that it was faster than expected. No Name fears that they heard about the Lindworm's son, but the Scorpion states that it is unlikely and the floors are shifting, promising to meet again soon and tell him the rest of the information. As the floors settle, No Name's new cellmate charges at the barrier in his cell, screaming to be let out. Pondering on what just happened, No Name concludes that the Scorpion probably isn't trustworthy, but he doesn't mind being used if he can escape. Wanting to avoid detection, he stops training and decides to increase his wisdom by reading Ashton's books. To do so, he changes the inventory, turning it into an e-book, and as he finishes the book, the blue window informs him that his wisdom has increased. Several other windows soon pop up, notifying him that something is awakening and wants to read more. It grants him level 15 reading, but as he can't handle that level, it is reduced to a temporary level of 5, available for 5 minutes, whose time will be maintained if he continues to use the skill. No Name quickly reads another book, increasing his reading comprehension and absorption, and making it easier for him to read between the lines. As he picks up Irobi's objection to the prohibition of suicide, blue windows inform him that the reading skill will be applied. Gaze will change phrases to complete sentences and his reading speed has increased, informing him that he prefers medium to high reading material. The inventory ebook then expands on its own, confusing the skeleton before his eyes begin to glow. He screams in pain as a blue window informs him that he is starting a difficult reading level, and the knowledge is being forcefully inserted. Blue windows inform No Name that he can absorb the book's contents with his body, instructing him to read between the lines to acquire the book's essence, and warning that he might be overloaded with visual information. As No Name writhes in pain, the blue windows inform him that he's acquired knowledge and wisdom. His skills of imperial decorum, historian, and ancient languages have been restored, and he has acquired Ymera's doctrine. They also inform that his inventory proficiency has increased, and the corresponding abilities have been converted to remaining stats. As No Name reads the book that deals with Seiron's history, his skull cracks and light begins to pour from his body, a red window warning of the knowledge overload. Sensing it to be dangerous, he approaches the inventory to try and stop it, and barely manages to shut it down as his finger starts to warp before passing out. The skeleton wakes up sometime later, believing he has created a problem by reading the book in the inventory. The Scorpion stands outside his cell asking if he is awake, telling him to get up. Glowing with power, he confirms that he is done preparing and parts the bars of the cell, beckoning No Name to go. As they walk down the corridor, the skeleton asks the Scorpion why he is taking him along, to which the creature replies that he needs him for the breakout. He explains that they are in Harry's domain, the private estate of Minok, and as his scribe, he has seen the entire blueprint and knows his way around. As they come across the wall, he explains that he can't break it, since he wasn't born for combat, telling him that behind it, there's a technique that controls him and a passageway. As he instructs No Name to break it, the skeleton wonders why he chose him, to which he replies that no demon has ever come into direct contact with Minok's iron bars, and he's relying on him. He claims that this is beneficial for both of them, regardless of what might happen after they escape. No Name thinks on what he said, refraining from asking further questions and using the inventory to crush the wall. Shaping it like a hexagon, he uses it to push the wall until it cracks and crumbles, much to the Scorpion's delight. As the dust settles, the creature urges No Name to continue, and they go down the tunnel. As it gets darker, the creature lights a magical fire in his hand, and tells the skeleton to follow as he tells him the rest of the story, warning that one must be meticulous while coming in and going out of the demon realm. He reveals that the second secret of the Lindworm's son is one that will shake the very existence of the world itself. The Scorpion narrates the prophecy foretelling the destruction of the demon realm. Heaven has been reduced to a parasitic dimension, and the human world lacks the strength, meaning that the destruction of the demon realm will be brought about by forgotten beings, compatible with demons and with easy access to dimensional travel, those holding the dragon's flame. The reason behind the Demon King's invasion of the human world was eradicating all traces of dragons, even if it meant scouring every corner of the world. No Name listens to this and recalls the warriors stored in the secret chamber who will kill the Demon Kings, wondering if they are those forgotten beings. He then wonders if there are any past warriors holding the dragon's flame, and if Gilsa's attempt at bringing them to life was seen as a betrayal by the Demon Kings and led to her punishment. No Name realizes the plot is getting complicated, and the Scorpion, noting his silence, wonders if that wasn't the information he was seeking, apologizing and stating that nothing can be done, before ending the storytelling. As they arrive at a glowing stone door, the Scorpion states that it is the last hurdle they must pass through before escaping. With neither knowing what lies beyond, they pass through the gate. They enter a space covered in a thick fog, losing sight of each other, as the fog clears before No Name, revealing Arist. The skeleton walks into the castle in disbelief and is greeted by Rubia, who expresses her desire to see him. No Name looks at the girl in confusion before a minotaur lands behind her. She introduces the creature as her chief security guard, since that is a world where they all live together. Grabbing him by the arm, Rubia leads him away to meet several people who are waiting for him. She asks him how he's been, and laughs as he replies that he isn't sure, being glad that she's come to him, telling him that Rena, Leandro, Gils, Succubus, Isaac, and Tropin are there, and eerily asking if this was the place that he wanted to be in. No Name agrees that it is the place where he should be, as they reach his coffin in the woods, and Rubia agrees before trying to push him in. The skeleton tells her to wait, and as Rubia tells him that she to see him, he replies that he wished that as well, before thrusting his hand through her chest and pulling it out, coldly asking her if she thought he'd fall for such a false delusion. No Name states inwardly that he wants to protect the ones he cares about, not get drunk, and that things overtaken by desire wouldn't understand this. Recovering his armor and the second coming of the bone, he challenges whoever is responsible for the illusion to come out, since those tricks won't work anymore. A water well explodes, revealing another No Name wearing his purple armor and greatsword, challenging the skeleton's statement before charging. The two No Names clash, and the real skeleton calls his doppelganger weak, to which it replies that he is him and they feel the same, asking if he will pretend to be innocent and noting that he is in prison for a reason. It asks what No Name's ultimate purpose is after protecting his loved ones, as he blocks the skeleton's strikes. Asking if it isn't happiness, he states that he knows what No Name wants, before charging in and assuming Rena's form. The girl lands on No Name's chest, tearfully asks him not to throw her away, and states that they can be happy, wondering if he will kill her like he did with Rubia. Undeterred, No Name pushes the fake Rena back and slashes her chest, causing the creature to adopt the form of Gils and addresses him as her child, wondering if he will cut her too. Stating that they are not the same, No Name opens the inventory and uses it to decapitate the fake Gils, asking it what it wants making those illusions. The creature replies in a distorted voice, saying that it is making his wishes come true, whatever those may be, as it begins to adopt Succubus's form. No Name attacks the creature once more, stating that what he wants is to get out of there. Suddenly, a maw emerges from the ground and swallows the skeleton whole. He appears to be suspended in water and soon loses his sword, unable to move from where he is. The scorpion appears before him, commenting that he didn't expect that the skeleton would get to the next stage that quickly, and stating that he can't do much when No Name wants to break his own dream. As No Name looks in confusion, the scorpion tells him that he misinterpreted what he felt from his story, and explains that they are in the prison of satisfaction, where criminals are locked and immersed in the happiness they desire. The skeleton asks if everyone in the prison is locked in a similar place, and the scorpion confirms this. He believes that punishing evil is pointless since it doesn't rehabilitate prisoners, so they just isolate them for the rest of their life, since if they are happy enough to forget who they are, then it's meaningless to exist anymore. No Name looks on in shock as he realizes that the scorpion is the owner of the prison, and Lord of Harry, Minok. Considering that he has no choice since No Name ran away because he disliked fantasies, Minok prepares to attack the skeleton with his stinger, but his attack is blocked by the inventory. The scorpion is surprised that someone can move in his realm, but No Name is able to push the water away, creating a box around him with the inventory, storing his sword in the process. He realizes that he can't stay like this forever, and is searching for a way out until he notices Gils's dagger. Pulling it from the inventory, he vows to kill Minok and get out of there, as the runes in the blade glow with power. The skeleton states that he would prefer it if he didn't do that, but No Name propels his inventory cube towards him. He sprouts a scorpion's tail from his chest and screams in agony as the skeleton cuts off the stinger. A blue window informs No Name that he has accomplished something that's usually impossible, as Minok continues to regenerate the stinger, and No Name continues to cut it, increasing his swordsmanship level. Minok begs No Name to give him the dagger, or at least stop the attacks, offering anything in return. He offers to show him how to reverse the imprinted seal and curse that were placed upon Gils, but No Name doesn't relent and stabs his main stinger with the dagger, stating that he can't trust the one who put him in that fake jail in the first place. Angered, Minok states that this isn't going to work, and his whole body begins to disassemble and move away. He states that if all No Name wants is to escape, then he will let him go. As No Name realizes that was also part of the prison, the demon tells him that the fantasy is over, curious as to how long he will last. He goes on to explain that a prison can be seen as the safest protection in the demon realm, telling the skeleton to try to survive the Sura battlefield, and revealing that there he might find what he wishes to know about lifting the curse. A black substance enters No Name's cube and begins to envelop him, and as he screams, he soon finds himself in the demon realm and bereft of armor. An electric sign explains the field rules to him, instructing him to be the last one standing or collect all 4 cards to succeed. And talking is not allowed. No Name finds an acorn card in his hand, which he stores in the inventory, and is soon thrown to the ground by the rumbling caused by 2 gigantic monsters fighting nearby. As he is swept into the air by a gale, he comments on how there is no easy way for him. No Name hides behind the boulder, seeing the massive forces colliding overhead and ruling out an all-out battle. He then regrows his armor and opens the inventory, warping it into a cape and wrapping it around his shoulders, causing him to blend into his surroundings. Traversing the battlefield, the skeleton is determined to find something to help Gils, even if he can't get out, unwilling to repeat the same mistake as before. He then sees several colossal monsters pass before him, wondering if they originate from there. They soon notice his presence and prepare to attack, but No Name quickly draws his sword and strikes first, severing the head of one of the creatures. Using Dash and Energy Sword, No Name strikes each of the monsters in turn until they are all slain, causing him to note how weak they are and noting that they don't have a card. He is forced to turn and barely manages to block an incoming ice shard with the inventory cape, and is forced to block a second one just as he wonders where they're coming from. As he continues to block the shards, the inventory pops up by itself to protect him, and he notes that it is much stronger than he intended. Suddenly, a hand pats him on the shoulder and the stranger appears from behind. No Name looks at him in confusion, but the man offers to catch up after they escape. Using his magic, he teleports them to a grassy plain and explains that they arrived faster than the others. No Name raises his sword, demanding to know who the stranger is, and the man replies that he also has a lot of questions for him, offering to take a walk, and giving the skeleton an Ashton book that he had in his inventory. The man insists that the skeleton take the book, stating that he just wanted to show him he could take it, and holding 5 other stolen books with his other arms. As No Name stores them back in the inventory, the stranger notes that the battle between fire and water is unfolding beautifully, remarking that they both seem strong and commenting on his plan of attacking them after they get exhausted. He tells the skeleton to take a closer look at the collision process between the two, noting that they seem to overlap, and stating that there's only one person spreading that magic as bait to catch any card holders. As he goes on explaining that such a stratagem is expected in the demon realm, a silhouette can be seen laughing from behind the convergence point. No Name pelts the stranger with questions, such as who he is and why he is helping him, as well as the meaning of his warning not to go back and the extent of his knowledge about Gils. Smiling, the stranger says that he will answer. Starting to float, he denies knowing anything about Gils, and only hears rumors of the demon realm, noting that his focus must be Visago, and that the Demon King is amassing a huge army, and those who haven't heard the rumors are clearly outsiders. No Name acknowledges this and asks if the stranger knows how to lift the curse, causing him to note how his will, determination, and path have changed a lot since they last met. He reveals that Visago has reversed the seal of the contract into a curse, and lifting it would require the nullification of the contract or the curse, but he won't be able to help until he sees it. The stranger comforts No Name, telling him to not be upset, saying that if he is from the demon realm, he should know the Demon King who sent him there, later commenting that he knows about the demon realm and elsewhere. No Name then asks him why he is there, suggesting that he isn't trapped on the battlefield collecting cards. The stranger confirms this, stating that he doesn't have nor did he steal any cards, being a mere wanderer going wherever the road takes him, seeking to expand his knowledge, but believes maybe fate led him to No Name. The skeleton finds this burdensome, and chooses to assume that that's the case, despite considering him unpleasant. He then asks for help in getting out of the battlefield and finding out how to break the curse, to which the stranger offers something more valuable, turning No Name into his disciple and teaching him how to deal with the area. The skeleton immediately agrees, surprising the stranger, but No Name insists that he must become stronger and free himself from the weakness that got Gils killed, being willing to do anything to achieve this. Noting how he has changed, the Wanderer agrees and returns another stolen book to No Name, blaming him for allowing it to be stolen in the demon realm and stating that he will eventually take everything from the inventory. No Name stares at him in disbelief, and the Wanderer points out and states that the items are the tuition fee, repeating his statement about paying a fair price for information in the demon realm. He promises to keep the items safe and return them once the lessons are over, but his speech is cut short when No Name stabs his arm, stating that he has seen people like him before. taking advantage of strangers with good intentions only to toss them aside later. The stranger acknowledges that he used to be such a man, but affirms that he no longer wishes to commit such sins. Brushing his sword aside and bristling with power, he asks No Name if he has the confidence to fight him and win. The skeleton asks if he is stronger than the Demon Kings, stating that if he can't beat him, he stands no chance against them. The Wanderer laughs in amusement as the skeleton charges at him, wishing to compliment his spirit but unwilling to have rude disciples. The two clash in a magical explosion. No Name slashes at the Wanderer, but the latter catches the blade with his bare hands and shatters it. As he prepares a magical strike, No Name's proliferating bone armor morphs to absorb it. He then grabs his regrown sword and strikes again, only for the stranger to shatter it a second and third time with his fists. The skeleton delivers several blows in quick succession, only for them to be dodged, before his blade is shattered again. He then dodges a punch, and the Wanderer tells him to take advantage of what he possesses, launching a large magical attack. No Name initially opens the inventory, but then closes it and dodges, knowing that the Wanderer will steal the items inside and wants his abilities. Realizing that he shouldn't use the inventory so recklessly. Realizing No Name has figured out his true goal, the Wanderer is determined to make the skeleton use the inventory. He delivers a powerful magical strike, but No Name emerges from it unscathed and strikes at him, the Wanderer being once again able to block the sword with his hands while using his extra limbs to prepare more magical strikes. He asks the outmaneuvered skeleton what he will do, and as No Name lowers his blade, he states that it is an impossible fight, insisting that he will pay the tuition fee. He is shocked, however, as No Name turns the sword to himself. Acknowledging that he can't win, he states that regressing without gaining anything is better than having his items stolen, planning on apologizing to Gils. Before he can carry this out, the Wanderer grabs the blade and tells him to stop, recognizing that he made a mistake and promising never to steal from him again. Seeing that the tables have turned, he apologizes and retracts his extra limbs, suggesting another proposition. No Name doubts it for some time, but then agrees to listen. No Name can't believe what he hears when the Wanderer states that he will do him a favor if he just show him kindness someday as repayment. As the skeleton continues to doubt the man, he states that though it might not be a big deal for him then, it might be in the future, especially since he believes that his path will be more special than any other. No Name continues to doubt him, but believes that forming a friendly relationship with a powerful being such as the Wanderer won't hurt. As he agrees, the Wanderer launches a green fireball, preparing to start. The fireball turns out to be a fairy, and despite No Name's disbelief, the stranger confirms this and asks him to try catching it using his abilities. The fairy begins to fly at high speed, and the skeleton opens the inventory and transforms it into a cube, trapping the fairy and coating it with a barrier. The enraged creature attacks the barrier with a fire attack, but is incinerated in the process. The Wanderer notes how good No Name is at this, and as the skeleton absorbs the fairy's essence, a blue window informs him that he has earned the Brainwave skill, soon acquiring level 5 and restoring several skills. The Wanderer comments on how brutal the fairy's death was, laughing jokingly when No Name points out that he asked him to catch the creature. He then instructs the skeleton to use Lightning Strike, wishing to understand the strength he contains, and the latter relents and launches a lightning strike from his fingertips, tearing a huge gash on the ground. The man remarks on the massive amount of magical energy the skeleton contains, noting the size of his magic vessel. Heeding his instructions, No Name opens the inventory, despite being wary of the traveler stealing all of his stuff, and shoots a lightning bolt at it, causing it to bristle with energy. The man then instructs him to expand the inventory threefold, turning it into a cube, and praises the skeleton's mastery of the field as he succeeds, wondering if he had another teacher before him who was as brilliant as himself. No Name changes the subject, asking what to do next, and the Wanderer explains that they will try to channel brainwaves into the inventory. He states that though it might be difficult to amplify the existing skills, it should be possible to manipulate them in the inventory using reversal. Sometime later, he notes that the skeleton is doing well and assists him, binding the inventory box with magic rope and telling him to go for it. No Name acknowledges this and prepares to channel the brainwaves. With some effort, No Name begins to transform the inventory cube into a sphere. The impressed Wanderer tells him to stop for now, and the skeleton holds the sphere in his hands before thrusting it forward, shooting the compressed lightning bolt within and creating a massive explosion. No Name is awed by this power, but the stranger notes that he simply drew external energy into his own domain. The skeleton notes this vague explanation, and then admits that despite having used his inventory to fight before, he didn't know that it could be used in this way, with the stranger explaining that it is much stronger than when one gathers and uses magical power by oneself. Regarding lightning magic, he adds that they can create an even stronger force by intertwining with each other. The skeleton thanks the Wanderer, and a blue window informs him that he has acquired Archery level 3 and recovered Forest Adaptation level 2. As he notes how suddenly he acquired Archery, an arrow tears away his right arm. The stranger turns in alarm, fearing that they drew too much attention as he senses something approaching from the woods. Cursing, No Name reattaches his arm as they both flee. Much to the skeleton's dismay, the Wanderer rejoices at a chance of testing his skills in battle, after all the training they've done, and vanishes, leaving him to fight alone and promising to help. No Name dodges the next arrow, but the projectile changes trajectory in midair and pierces his left arm. The stranger prods him to use his power, and No Name charges in the direction of the incoming arrows, dodging or destroying them until he stumbles onto a pile of creatures shot in the back. Noticing a trailing arrow, he dashes into the woods until he notices a silhouette. But before he strikes it down, he notices it is a dead body propped up by a spear. A fanged creature then jumps from behind the skeleton, jaws wide open. But No Name manages to cover his arm with the inventory before the monster bites it off. He then imprisons the creature in an inventory sphere and, recognizing him as the one behind the attack, fills the sphere with magical energy. As the lightning fades, No Name is surprised to see the creature unscathed within the sphere, ice shards sprouting from its back as its eyes glow red. Placing its hands on the ground, the monster causes crystals to sprout from the ground in the direction of No Name. With help from the Wanderer's knot, No Name is able to stop the incoming ice shards with the inventory, much to the monster's surprise. Suddenly, the skeleton hears Isaac's voice commenting on his achievement and his new ally, calling him an ungrateful child. Isaac's human form appears in No Name's mind, stating that he isn't the sorcerer but a trace of him left on him and the inventory's memory. He instructs the skeleton to protect his domain and think about his power, since he is the only one that can move back and forth between the web and the domain. No Name calls out Isaac's name, but soon notices that he is encased by the inventory while being pelted by ice shards, with the Wanderer warning about the window's integrity. Confident, the skeleton extends the inventory box to envelop the monster as well and starts attacking it with lightning. The creature jumps to attack, and while the Wanderer doubts his strategy, No Name prepares another lightning strike. The creature braces to receive the blow, but the skeleton lands a direct hit to its belly, frying him. No Name absorbs its essence while the Wanderer praises his achievement, but the skeleton pays no mind as he sees his newly acquired skills. The man then suggests that he uses these skills while the knot has power, and No Name uses the inventory to freeze over. Shattering the ice, he turns towards the Wanderer, stating that he is aware that the knot is a pulling force intended to pull him closer to the caster, aware that the inventory was gradually being pulled toward him. Drawing his sword, he demands to know what the man is trying to steal, and the Wanderer smiles at getting caught like that. No Name darts forth and slashes at the Wanderer. Smiling, he dodges the attack and asks the reason for his anger, recalling his previous statement about paying the proper price as he starts to use his powers. He launches several attacks at No Name using his multiple arms, but the skeleton blocks them with his freezing skill. He then attacks the stranger, but the latter grabs his blade, asking the skeleton if he isn't going to use his inventory. As the enraged skeleton refuses to do anything that would benefit him, the Wanderer renews his attack in an attempt to force him to use the inventory. He taunts No Name, telling him that he should relinquish the inventory, since it is too much power for him, stating that he would make better use of it. Restrained by the Wanderer's arms, No Name thinks on how the inventory has always been his, and he will never allow it to be taken away by anyone. As the memory of Isaac prods him on, the skeleton turns the window into a sphere and fills it with lightning, electrocuting the Wanderer and causing him to release his grip. Though scorched, the man remains standing, as No Name grabs his blade and decides to keep on attacking until the Wanderer is slain, delivering another blow. Catching the blade with his hands, the Wanderer urges No Name to stop. The skeleton is still furious, unwilling to trust the man after having been backstabbed, but the man insists, pointing out that he has just confirmed that he can't take the inventory by force, while also stating his curiosity about the path he will walk. Noting that he was able to fully wield his domain powers alone, he wonders if the skeleton grew or was just holding back previously, noting that he lost interest regardless of the answer. He then notices a tear forming in the sky, wondering if it was already there, before taking his leave through a portal. As he departs, he notes that he caught the attention of someone higher up, noting that it can be what he wants since he can see it for himself. No Name asks if he refers to Minoc, but the man rebuffs that he wouldn't feel like this around that demon, implying it was someone even higher up. As No Name looks up, the sky continues to tear apart and gusts of wind blow from the rift. Recalling Gils, No Name eerily realizes that Visago is approaching. As No Name senses the Demon King getting close, the Wanderer prepares to take his leave, telling the skeleton that he left him a favor. wishing to meet him again sometime soon. No Name looks at the knot the man left, wondering if that was what he considered a favor. Storing his sword, he prepares to run away before a voice halts him. Minok then emerges from the ground, telling the skeleton to not go any further and warning that someone is targeting him. Wondering if that someone is close, No Name demands the demon give him details. Minok tells the skeleton to close the dimensional gate the Wanderer opened, warning that others might be peeking through it. Despite knowing that facing Visago might result in his death, No Name believes this is a great opportunity to gather information. Taking advantage of the situation, he warns the Scorpion of the consequences of trying to deceive him, threatening to leave immediately and leave him to deal with the Demon King alone. Minok acknowledges the threat, and as No Name asks why Visago is targeting him, he replies that it is because he is in possession of the power of Lindworm, which even the Demon King fears. The Scorpion confirms that to be the reason the Demon Kings are trying to eliminate him, warning that he will be killed instantly as soon as he exits through the dimensional portal, and promising to keep him safe as long as he remains in his territory. He explains that despite the Demon King's powers flowing through the portal, they are currently in a neutral zone where their rule doesn't extend, and once again asks him to close the portal. No Name laughs at this, unnerving Minok, and announces that he will be leaving, warning him to not try and stop him. As he approaches the portal, No Name thinks on how the reason Visago targets him is true, but doesn't believe Minok's claim that he is protecting him. Deciding to face lies with lies, he uses his desired deception skill and expresses his displeasure, causing the Scorpion to frantically promise to tell him everything. Questioned, he states that despite having some influence in the demon realm as the Lord of Harry, he is but a speck compared to the overwhelming power of the Demon Kings. So he wanted to possess at least a fragment of the power capable of resisting them. Hearing this, No Name pulls Gilsa's dagger from the inventory, and wonders about its power as the Scorpion continues to tell him of his plan to help him grow in his territory so he could confront Visago. He notes that despite his progress, he is still far from being able to defeat the Demon Kings, warning that certain death awaits him beyond the portal, and promising him that he will become stronger. Before leaving, No Name asks what he should do to break the curse of the reversal of fate, but Minok replies that he doesn't know the answer, suggesting that killing Visago might be the only way, but warning against single-handedly challenging such a powerful Demon King. He then mentions the Yashu Liuk ritual, which must be accepted by the one who cast the curse, but warns of a condition that must be met. No Name grows impatient, but they both soon notice a dark moon emerging from the rift. Trembling, Minok reminds the moon that they are in a neutral zone, referring to it as an indirect manifestation and warning that the other Demon Kings won't let it slide. No Name then realizes that the ball is Visago's manifestation, and the skeleton notes that despite being the third seat, he cannot intrude alone. As a dark arm emerges from the moon, an eerie voice tells No Name to attack the moon. Minok is crushed by a rock as No Name looks in shock, wondering aloud what the hell is happening. As the world shatters, No Name notes how this is beyond any expectation, terrified at the power of Visago's influence. The Demon King addresses the skeleton, urging him to release Lindworm's power, but he refuses and holds the blade in defiance. The Demon King insists, stating that he isn't seeking his downfall as he sends forth energy tendrils. The tendrils ensnare No Name, but Lindworm's dagger begins to glow and breaks their hold. Holding the blade, the skeleton notes on how he always receives help from others, and Visago wonders if he can use that power. No Name then slashes at the moon, causing the Demon King to note that things have become interesting, giving him the special option of becoming his high priest and use that power for his sake, assuring the skeleton that it is an honor to become his slave. In response, No Name attacks again, and Visago replies, noting that he is a skeleton soldier who knows nothing of the subject, and is trapped forever in a time of despair and is unable to do anything. As a dark liquid begins to rise from below, the Demon King tells No Name to experience infinity. Using the inventory, No Name protects himself within a sphere despite being aware that his life is about to end. Visago notes this move, stating that it is futile before him as the inventory barrier begins to crack, and the dark liquid pours in. Time slows down as No Name is submerged, wondering whether he will be confined and toyed with like this until his demise, and stating that it doesn't matter, before throwing Lindworm's dagger straight at the center of the moon. The moon's mass parts away as the blade passes by without causing any harm, but No Name remains undaunted and presses Gilsa's two remaining daggers into his neck, certain that regardless of the number of times he fails, he will always return. Visago is surprised at his attitude, realizing that he is about to take his own life. A bright light shines from No Name's body as his severed head flies away. Darkness descends, and a blue window informs No Name that he has successfully unleashed his breath against someone despised by the dragon tribes, increasing his affinity with them, and noting that he will receive the instinctive favor of dragons. Noting that Dragon's Breath is the master of magic, the blue window informs him that he's restored and augmented his magic resistance. As the image of Gils becomes visible, the window informs him that unwanted possession, brainwashing, suggestions, confusion, and artificial magic of rank B or lower are nullified, and the level limit for all magic has been increased by 50,000. It also informs him that his combat power against the Dragon Tribe's lineage has increased significantly, and he has unlocked Uncontainable Light and Darkness Descending Like a Sigh in the form of swords, and partially injured Visago's soul, raising the limit of his swordsmanship level. The image of Gils becomes clear, and the window notes that No Name is being observed by forgotten entities. Gils asks No Name if his plan worked. The skeleton finds himself once more bound by her tentacles in the cave, wondering if she has returned. She then approaches him, noting that she suddenly feels trace of prophecy in his speech, before angrily asking him to identify himself. Deciding to speed things up, No Name calls the necromancer by her name and reveals that he used Lindworm's power, requesting that she create a barrier preventing anyone from hearing the story he is about to tell, before going into any details. Smiling, the necromancer asks up to what level of existence she should raise it, and No Name states that it should include the Demon Kings. She agrees, releasing the skeleton and merrily suggesting that they talk. No Name then tells Gils the entire story, causing the Doolahans to become inactive, and causing Gils to have a different expression from the last time. Lost in her thoughts, she revives the Doolahans as the skeleton continues his story, narrating the events of his past life and warning her to not take the underground route to Ember, revealing the traps that lie in wait and the Demon Kings targeting her, prompting a reaction from her. He then continues his story, informing her of the curse of the reversal of fate and his encounter with Visago. Having finished his briefing, No Name asks Gils if she has the dagger, but the necromancer remains sitting in silence, so he explains the scenario to her, intertwining Rena and Rubia's stories while he wonders about their well-being. Shaking, Gils begins to laugh maniacally, worrying No Name, before smiling and commenting on how it feels like her veins are melting as her eyes glow blue. No Name finds her looking so happy despite knowing that her other half is being consumed by a curse quite peculiar. But the necromancer apologizes and explains that it is the first time she is in such an exciting situation. Believing what the skeleton told her, she asks if he believes that she could digest all that information, as bone tentacles target both the Doolahans and herself, while she happily comments that she almost went insane. No Name apologizes, and as she retracts her tentacles, Gils uses their link to invite him to capture the Demon King or search for Lindworm's power. Reviving the Doolahans, she informs No Name that they are going to take Rubia and Rena with them, much to the skeleton's shock. No Name is dismayed as Gils repeats that they are taking Rena and Rubia with them. Noting her curse, he insists that they take immediate action, but the necromancer merely replies that if she wishes to die, then he should just let her. Inwardly, the skeleton asks if she really wants him to let her perish and relive the loss of those he cared about. His eyes glowing with power, he reaffirms his commitment to protect, repeating it over and over until Gils clarifies that it isn't precisely death, but a break in memory, telling him to stop imagining things. She then tells him that she now lives centered around him, continuing her life by relying on his regression. As No Name asks her if she thinks that her different versions are the same, the necromancer causes him to recall that she said that in her previous life, and they decide to keep talking, remarking that if he is right, the world is ruled by the man and woman from the blue window. She notes that they aren't true rulers, and No Name is the one standing at the center of this world. Despite those individuals' powers, she says, the world flows according to the skeleton's will, and Rubia and Rena are proof of that. Snapping her fingers, she causes 3 bone tables to emerge from the ground as she notes that their chances, abilities, memories, and emotions persist even after he regresses. And No Name agrees, noting that the changes are confirmed once the scenario ends. Gils then affirms that they are permanent allies, and growing bone daggers from her hand and thrusting them onto a bone table, refers to them as the wedge he inserted, spread, and anchored into this world. No Name then reaffirms his desire to become stronger, and when prompted, he reveals that there are many ways to achieve this goal. The skeleton then heads to the spider's vault, planning on leveling up there and recalling the time Rena saved him there with Grasmere's flame, noting that, in truth, he was always the one being protected by the allies he met. Entering the dungeon, he notes how this is like starting again, since death is familiar now. Pulling his sword from the inventory, he begins slashing at the spiders, as Isaac's voice comments on how he finally came to his senses. As he pauses, the voice urges him to keep on fighting while listening, calling him talentless but praising his persistence. urging him to find and show the truth of the world, as well as the meaning of his existence. No Name agrees with this, noting that he has endless opportunities, being able to protect in the next life even if he fails to do so in that life, since the world flows according to his will. No Name reaches Baal's altar deep within the spider's vault, stumbling upon 3 living statues with animal heads ready to attack, their eyes glowing a bright red. The elephant statue advances and strikes at him with his morning star, but the skeleton easily cuts it apart, noting that it is nothing special. He then moves on to the other statues and monsters, easily dispatching them. A goblin strikes at him from behind, but he blocks the attack with the inventory and easily slices the creature in half. He then faces the endless stream of incoming creatures, using his freezing skill combined with the inventory and the Wanderer's Knot to freeze and crush them. As an inventory palm descends, he states that the more they resist, the greater the force he will crush them with, squashing them to the ground. A blue window informs the skeleton that he has leveled up and acquired more points, obtaining a purchasing power of 99%, but still unable to obtain the negative world, wondering how strong he will be once he acquires it. Suddenly, the ground cracks open and boulders are sent flying in every direction, as a rhino charges at No Name. Halting it with one hand, the skeleton asks who he is, but the creature refuses to answer, offering the bead to Lord Baal. He reveals that Baal will grant him the engravement if he slayed 100 intruders in the dungeon. So No Name prepares to fight with lightning while asking if he reached his kill count. The beast informs him that he would be the 100th victim, and No Name jumps onto the inventory to dodge its charge. The skeleton then launches a lightning strike, but the rhino starts to block it, summoning stone plates around himself. No Name's strike proves too powerful, the blow piercing through the plating and pulverizing the monster. A blue window informs him that he has defeated the dungeon boss and reached the rank of Despair, increasing the difficulty. Furthermore, it notifies him that he has reached 100% purchasing power, unlocking the store and raising his level while initiating an epic class advancement process. His body transforms as a counter steadily rises to 100, culminating in him wearing an intricate and ornate gold and steel armor and a greatsword. A golden window informs No Name that he is advanced to a Death Knight level 2, and the status window informs him that he can now redistribute all the stats he has allocated thus far, also unlocking special perks according to his new class. No Name recognizes the armor as a reward obtained from the secret chamber, considering it too good. He then chooses to redistribute his stat points, and after he finishes, the gold window informs him that once the total stat points reach 666, an additional perk will be unlocked, mentioning Ashen Tomb, Bescaraville's Star, and Betriss's Cold Moon. The skeleton feels that there is no need to rush, since everything will eventually fall into place for him. Suddenly, a voice compliments him, and No Name draws his sword before Baal's altar, asking who was there. The Demon King statue laughs and notes his mastery of swordsmanship and magic with a skeletal body, praising his strength and expressing his interest. The statue then offers the skeleton to join his legion and serve Lord Baal with him, and No Name finds the voice eerily familiar. Recalling his time with Baal, he identifies it as a legionnaire who treated his soldiers as toys, being the cause of his hatred towards Baal. The statue inquires as to the reason for him being silent, and No Name replies that he was surprised at seeing Igluk, the Great Thief, sending a scout to a skeleton soldier. Surprised that he is aware of his reputation, Igluk states that strong skeleton soldiers are recognized within the Legion. No Name then asks if the demon is in control of other shrines, wishing to make an offering to repay his kindness, and Igluk reveals the location of 2 other shrines. Drawing his sword, the skeleton thanks him for saving him the trouble of finding them before shattering the dismayed statue. The demon then warns that the Legion will be after him from then on, belittling his strength, before being smashed by the inventory charged with lightning. As the statue is completely obliterated, a blue window informs No Name that Baal is watching him. Exiting the dungeon, No Name disassembles his armor. Feeling more at ease, he opens the store and purchases World Negation, wondering what reward it might be. The window begins to glow, and No Name finds himself in a white space, while a blue window reports his humans to monsters kill ratio, noting that he has killed 20 times more humans than monsters, despite them only yielding 1 point, questioning his strategy, and stating that he will receive proper rewards. A blue window then informs him that his swordsmanship level will increase by 1, and the precision attribute will be added to magic every 3 minutes every time he kills a human. It also lists several perks, including baseless destruction, subjugation of dominant species, as well as removing the system adjustment towards the human species. Finally, the window informs him that humans and monsters are equal to him under the guarantee of the world, telling him to enjoy the hunt. No Name then dashes forth, understanding that World Negation will grant him rewards for killing humans, allowing him to grow in strength, killing both humans and monsters, with both being points and prey to him. Arriving in Arist, the city is described as a B++ ranked dungeon. Approaching the city, the skeleton wonders what he is. He asks himself if he is a human, given his association to them and his attempts to protect his comrades. But he recalls that most humans reject and want to destroy him. Wondering if he is a monster, he considers himself fundamentally close to them. Noting, however, that most of the creatures he's encountered were enemies that he had to fight. He is pulled out of his thoughts as he meets 3 men that the Blue Window identifies as a disguised robbers gang. One of the men taunts him and prepares to attack, as the Blue Window recommends he slay the humans. No Name pulls his sword from the inventory and slices him in half first, increasing his swordsmanship. He then turns to the other robbers, quickly dispatching them and leveling up, determined to eliminate everything blocking his way for the future him and for the things he will protect. A Blue Window informs him that he has become a level 8 Death Knight and earned 1,035 points. Returning to Ball's shattered statue, No Name siphons energy from it with a lamp. Sometime earlier, a Blue Window informed him that he has obtained a 4.4% purchasing power, allowing him to purchase the Lamp of Power. That artifact can absorb the spiritual energy or magic inside an item once he breaks it, and can evolve into the Lamp of Souls after absorbing a certain amount. Back in the present, No Name holds the lamp over the statue, causing Igluk to yell in disbelief at his actions. As he absorbs the magic, the Blue Window informs No Name that Ball is watching him with interest. Exiting the dungeon, he expects Gils to contact him, until he sees one of the Blue Starlight Fox's mechanical scarabs. The contraption beckons him to follow, and he dashes through the woods behind it, while recalling that Gils decided to contact the Red Flake and find Rena and Rubia while he was training, hoping that the preparations are over. He arrives at the cabin in the woods, opening the door to find a cloaked woman next to a fireplace, who he finally recognizes to be Rena. A Blue Window informs him that the scenario has been completed, and adjustments based on her affinity have been applied. It explains that unknown distortions have been reflected in the cleared scenario, putting it into contact with the Red Flake, expanding its scope and acknowledging his promotion. It suggests that he try to clear the scenario with Rena, notifying that the evolutionary ally scenario is active. Recalling that Rena has always been on his side despite the world line changes, he confirms that their bond remains intact after seeing the girl smile warmly. She then strokes his chest, greeting him again as Mr. Skeleton, as No Name embraces her. While they walk in the woods, the skeleton thinks on how he feared the effects of Tropin's disappearance on Rena, reassured that his fears were unnecessary. The girl asks why he is walking so far away from her and what he's thinking, and he admits that he was thinking about her current life. She reveals that she is currently the 3rd Division commander of Trofin's Legion, in charge of the central and southern regions of the Empire. No Name wonders if that was what replaced the TNT in that timeline, noting that Gils was right when she explained that Rena won't be affected regardless of the changes. Rena then recalls their adventures, including dying at the hands of Person's followers, recalling how she was always left behind when it came to important and dangerous tasks. She then tells him of her conviction that they would meet again someday, happy at the fact that she can fulfill the promise to help him in his next life. Recalling his time with Rena, No Name remembers the multiple occasions in which the girl helped him, noting how she still trusts him despite her many deaths. Determined to repay that trust, he promises her to become stronger until he can protect her, even if he falls in this life or the next. Dumbfounded, Rena blushes and tells him to not die anymore, before turning away in embarrassment, while the oblivious skeleton asks if her red face is due to being hurt somewhere. Smiling, the girl asks No Name about his plans, but before No Name can give any details, Starlight, Blue Fox, and Gils arrive riding Pegasus. Gils descends from the vehicle, suggesting they discuss the plans together. Gils marvels at how memories are inherited despite changes to the timeline, stating that she likes both Rena and No Name, thanking the girl for speeding things up. The girl then reveals to the skeleton that she came with the necromancer, but asked for a moment to talk with him first. Gils then explains that Rena tracked back their investigation on her and contacted them, and admires the changes to No Name's armor and stats. She then introduces Starlight Blue Fox as an assassin of the Order, and the nun promptly removes her mask, revealing a flawless face and short blue hair, and introduces herself as Elwyn, greeting No Name and asking him to say hello if they meet in the next regression, causing him to be nervous. Back at the cabin, the four discuss their next move. Lost in thought, No Name is surprised to realize Elwyn was the new owner of the Ublom Inn, and her deep connection with Gils, noting how many things he missed while running around so much. He realizes he must be careful due to the dangers ahead, recalling the people he lost. Gils notices No Name's absent-mindedness, banging the table to catch his attention and chiding him. Before they continue, No Name gets up and grabs the Ashton book in the cabin, and reads it on the table. He mentions the Red Flake information auction in Daliak, and asks about the relation between the Assassin's organization and Kevin Ashton. Both Gils and Elwyn are shocked at the question, and the nun takes the lead, admitting that the author is indeed from the Red Flake. Seeing how everything aligns perfectly, No Name tries to find out the identity of Ashton, but the nun replies that she doesn't know and they mustn't speak of it. She explains that the author hid himself while leaving legacies and commanded the Red Flake to do the same. And No Name adds that that is the first rule for those who received the legacies, which Elwyn confirms. She states that she never met Ashton, and that her legacy was inherited from the former Fox, being the duty of the Order to find other legacies such as Perseus and kill their owners. Each member inherits a unique legacy, and the owners are either acquired or seized by previous generations, while some, like Lumen Baldorf, entrust their legacies to headquarters and don't use them. Hearing this, No Name wonders why someone powerful as Ashton would be helping him, and how he knows so much about the skeleton. Feeling trapped in a maze, Gils notices his serious expression, and the skeleton turns his head to ask her what she knows about Ashton. She then agrees to reveal her past with the author. The East. Soldiers lay slain under the rain after a battle. Gils narrates how hearing the screams of the undead was at first chilling yet enjoyable. But things changed once she was chosen by Visago and realized the fallacy of necromancy. While wielding the power of the third seat, she was unmatched and briefly enjoyed it. But after some time, she found the endless cries and curses boring. To return things to how they used to be, she only saw one option: to kill Visago. Gils learned of Lindworm's power, chasing it for 10 years. After some threats and torture, a man she captured revealed that there was a ghost that moves from human to human, leaving a unique scent, and no one could eradicate it. Finding it amusing, she released the man and told him to report that she was coming. Thinking to herself that things got interesting, she continues her story stating that there were plenty of gruesome ghosts as well as strong individuals fighting them, but she entered the town at night interested at the fact that no one could exterminate the entity. Entering a house, Gils met an old man who presents himself as the ghost, revealing that he was waiting for her. The necromancer realizes that the man earlier was his subordinate, and is infuriated as the man sneers at her, asking him if he wants to die. Thus began a 2-day battle between Gils and the ghost. At first, the necromancer was angry at the thought of being tricked by a ghost, and the entity was able to dodge or deflect all her physical and magical attacks with ease, making her realize that it wasn't a battle. Frustrated, Gil started forth, unleashing all of her might, causing an explosion which tore the building apart as the ghost blocked her. At noon, the necromancer realized what magic was. At midnight, she realized what ghosts were. And at dawn, she realized that even ghosts have an inside and an outside. Battered, at midnight the next day, she realized that her opponent was an illusion, yet real. And the battle wasn't a battle, but an irreplicable lesson. Towering over her, the ghost told Gils to stop, and explained that he was a trace, and there was no need to waste energy fighting him. Suggesting she was looking for something strong, he offered to tell her where Lindworm's power lay dormant. Shocked, Gils asked for the trace's name, and recalling that he failed to make a proper introduction, he revealed his name to be Yu Yan, believing that those across the sea know him as Kevin Ashton. After hearing the story, No Name rises from the table wondering where Ashton is at present, but Gils is unaware of his whereabouts since their encounter, stating that he just disappeared, leaving a message that said they would meet again someday. Ashton gave her the location of the runes in the east where she could find Lindworm's power, also mentioning runes in the west. During her path, Gils met the Red Flake but failed to find the fabled ruins, believing it to be a trick to send her east. Prompted by Rena, the necromancer reveals that she never returned east afterwards, because the route had changed completely, causing her to lose her ship several times. Having no choice, she remained in the Red Flake to confront Ashton again. Elwyn then quips in that she might have killed her when they first met if it weren't for the prophecy, revealing that the organization had been receiving mysterious messages such as hide the inheritance or accept the necromancer as an honorary member through carrier pigeons. Though there was no prophecy concerning No Name, Gils believes that Ashton deliberately avoided mentioning him, wishing for the skeleton to find Red Flake on his own. Rena then reveals that the Red Flake requested the Trophin Legion to lock specific information, and despite Elwyn feeling uneasy at this becoming common knowledge, the girl playfully states that it will stay their secret. She then wonders why Ashton would bring Gils there, to which the necromancer responds that the author intended for her to encounter No Name. Several blue windows inform No Name that the Save Gils scenario is progressing, and the Rey Rubia and Supporter of the Darkness scenarios are ongoing. The skeleton thinks it is all part of Ashton's plan, and Gils agrees that these scenarios are a priority to get closer to Ashton, stating that they should go protect the one he should protect, Rubia. Rubia is seen running in the dark, being caught by a demonic entity while trying to escape before waking up from the nightmare screaming and panting. A man enters her room carrying some food, seeing an older tray and noting that she hasn't been eating. Asking if she's been having any nightmares, he coldly tells her to eat and calm down. But Rubia violently sends the food plate flying, affirming to know that the man is putting drugs in her food. Trembling, she asks aloud if the Lord of Grasmere knows anything about honor or shame, kidnapping her and forcing her to marry. The man laughs at the Princess of Arist, stating that she still doesn't know anything about the world and sadistically affirming that the life of the weak is determined by the strong, so she should just accept the engagement. Rubia thinks she would rather end it all and almost bites off her own tongue. But the man grabs her face, screaming at her that he will be scolded if the value of the merchandise goes down, and warning that if she dies, he will kill the citizens who believe in her. He adds insult to injury by mocking the defeated girl and stroking her hair, stating that there will never be a knight who will save someone like her. No Name's ghostly form can be seen behind the man, ready to strike. As the ghostly silhouette slashes the air, the man turns in alarm, noting that it suddenly felt cold, taking his leave and urging Rubia to make up her mind before he returns. No Name stands in the room concealed, almost having slain the man. In a flashback, Rena explains that the Lord of Grasmere is named Gwyn Chandler, causing No Name to realize that with Isaac's disappearance, Chandler and his father have ceased to exist in this timeline. She also states that the Chandler family is trying to reach out to Rubia, warning No Name that despite being able to see Rubia, he must not interfere. Back in the present, No Name thinks on how he almost messed up, and asks Rubia to hang on a little longer. The girl is startled, feeling that someone was there while looking at the open window. Walking on the roof, No Name notes that Rubia's situation is worse than he thought, urging Rena to hurry up. In the woods, Rena awaits a mysterious figure's arrival, which is revealed to be the Ghost's division leader. Raising his spear, he notes her bravery for coming alone, but Rena merely states that there is no use in fighting, since they will soon be colleagues, stating that he would be interested in the proposal. She refers to him as Shia and asks if he dislikes Lawrence. Removing his mask, the Ghost confirms this with an insane expression, before telling Rena to reveal the way to fool the Duke and the secrets of the world. Rena laughs at this, promising that the plans for the future are quite interesting. Sometime later, Rena briefs everyone, explaining that all the locations of the Arist ghosts have been identified and they must be taken out first. No Name is surprised at this, thinking that the assassin should be concealed under the protection of Botus, and marveling at Rena's skill. She then goes on to state that the disappearance of the ghosts would cause suspicion in the Imperial family, so they will capture Division Commander Shia Uznor, who despises Lawrence. Then No Name will kill Lord Chandler, and Gils will turn the Lord and his surrounding officers into zombies, handing the lordship over to Rubia by controlling the zombies. Before she can continue, No Name interrupts, noting that the Empire will notice something is amiss about the massacre of the ghosts and Rubia's ascension, which will bring about a war and put the lives of those present in danger. Rena plays it off, saying that the plan would be impossible from the start if it was safe, but No Name continues to state that the plan won't benefit them, asking if they are okay with helping him. After a brief pause, Rena smiles and agrees, considering No Name's words foolish at such a time, and affirming that what's important to him is important to them. Blushing and averting her gaze, she also adds that he promised to protect them. Gils places a hand on the skeleton's shoulder, agreeing with Rena and stating that they are not afraid of death and can live longer through him, while Elwyn will help him only from the shadows and stay out of the dangerous tasks. The nun sighs at this, asking Gils how she can say that after getting her involved and promising to die alongside her, causing them to both laugh. No Name looks at those present, thanking them inwardly, and as they head out he promises to protect them, regardless of what happens or what life they live.